Chapter 301 Epidemic. Qin Feng, who couldn't ride a horse, naturally could only ride on someone else's horse. He originally wanted to sit on the same horse as Miss Song, but Master Shi took action too quickly and caught him on the horse. It's okay when riding on Huarong Road. After all, the road surface is smooth. But to reach Shulong City, you must pass through a series of mountains. The mountain road is steep and bumpy. As the horse rocks up and down, the treasure gourd carried by Master Shi will hit his vitals from time to time. Qin Feng put on the mask of pain again and recalled the painful experience when he went to Qiyuan City. Fortunately, after a day of galloping, the non-stop group of people finally arrived at Shulong City just before the sun set. Qin Feng couldn't wait to get off the horse and felt that his whole body came to life. After entering the city, Amu said, "Without further delay, you guys should go with me to see the magistrate as soon as possible." Qin Feng asked curiously, "Shouldn't the top priority be to see the people who have survived the plague first?" Amu shook his head. Dr. Qin didn't know something. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, the county magistrate isolated all the infected people in one place and did not allow anyone to visit. Only with his permission can we go to see the people infected with the plague. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. There was nothing wrong with this approach. But it also meant that the county magistrate had completely given up on those infected with the plague in his heart. The group of people followed Amu and headed towards the county magistrate's office in Shulong City. Along the way, I saw almost no people, Amu explained. In order to prevent the spread of the plague, the magistrate has issued a curfew. After the sun goes down, basically everyone will stay in their houses. Qin Feng nodded. It seemed that the magistrate was not that mediocre. At least his methods of dealing with the plague were not problematic. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something strange and opened his eyes to look around. At a glance, the bright green yin qi is extremely rich, far beyond comparison with other places. Master Shi, Qin Feng turned around and looked with an ugly expression on his face. Generally speaking, places with strong yin qi are mostly due to the accumulation of a large number of dead things. Perhaps, the plague disaster in Shulong City was far more serious than they imagined. "Let's go see the county magistrate here first," Shi Ziming replied in a deep voice. After everyone had gone away, the ground on the street they were walking on began to squirm. And within a moment, 2s and 3s of white skeletal arms broke out of the ground. In the magistrate's house, the lights are brightly lit. Under the leadership of an official, several people quickly arrived at a lobby. There was a middle-aged man sitting in the main hall, looking at his official uniform. He was obviously the county magistrate. The leading official stepped forward and whispered a few words. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at everyone in the hall. Finally, his eyes fell on Amu, who subconsciously took a step back. Qin Feng frowned slightly when he saw this scene. He saw something unusual. First, the county magistrate didn't seem to welcome them. Second, Amu was very afraid of the magistrate. The middle-aged man stood up from his seat and introduced his identity. "I am Wang Yi, the magistrate of Shulong City. I would like to thank you for taking the trouble to come from Jinong City. But everyone, please go back. The plague here has been controlled by me, and there is no need for others to intervene." When Shi Ziming and others heard this, their expressions darkened. Qin Feng said bluntly, "Master Wang, if the plague cannot be solved and the source of the plague is found, the plague will only continue to spread. Even if you isolate the infected people and seem to contain the plague, at best it is just to stop the boiling water." Wang Yi glanced at him and said calmly, "Are you the doctor invited by Mu, claiming to be the one who can solve the plague? I can't guarantee whether the plague can be solved now, so I hope Mr. Wang will allow us to take a look at the infected people," Qin Feng said respectfully. While speaking, he opened his eyes and looked at the other person. And then, he was surprised. The other party is obviously the magistrate sent here by the imperial capital, but he actually has some cultivation level. And judging from the intensity of energy in his body, even if he has not reached the 5th grade divine realm, he is still not far behind. Wang Yi spoke again. "I advise you to leave for your own good. The plague was strange, and countless doctors in the city were unable to diagnose it. But they were unable to diagnose it. Even doctors were infected with the disease and had to be quarantined. You are not from Shulong City, so there is no need to wade through this muddy water." Amu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but say, "Master Magistrate, this Dr. Qin is a miracle doctor named by Governor Li of Chiyuancheng, and his medical skills are extraordinary. With him here, we can definitely find a solution to the plague." Wang Yi glanced at Amu, who immediately fell silent. After a while, he said calmly, "Are you sure you want to wade in this muddy water? Just to save people." Qin Feng replied truthfully, "Okay, this is my token. With it, you can travel unimpeded in Shulong City. I will ask someone to take you to a place where people are isolated. But one thing I want to explain to you in advance is that if you are infected with the epidemic, in order to prevent the plague from spreading out of Shulong City, I will definitely isolate you." Wang Yi's words were more like a threat than a reminder. After Qin Feng and others left, Wang Yi sat back in his chair and picked up the teacup on the coffee table. His face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip from his face. At this time, in the silent lobby, a figure wearing a ghost mask and black and white robes suddenly appeared. When Wang Yi saw this, he stood up quickly and said respectfully, "Master Qin Puppet, the streets in the northernmost corner of Shulong City have been blocked." Fortunately, Wang Yi did not lie to Qin Feng and others, and held the token he gave them, and the journey was smooth. "Those infected people are isolated in these houses." The leading official pointed to a few dim rooms in front, and then backed away as if to avoid them. Qin Feng took a deep breath. Even standing outside the wall, he could hear the painful groans of the people inside. He turned around and said to Miss Song and others, "It is still unclear what the situation of this plague is. I have integrity to protect myself, so the possibility of the plague corroding me is unlikely. But for safety's sake, it's best for you to stay outside." "Yes, yes," the official responded quickly. Ziming refused directly. "How can you let your kid be in danger alone?" Zhang Tianan and Song Filan on the side did not speak, but the attitude of taking a step forward said everything. AMU also said, "I invited you to come over to solve the plague, so naturally I will join you." Seeing how many people persisted, Qin Feng stopped trying to persuade him. "In that case, after you go in, try to stay as far away from those people as possible." As soon as I stepped into the house, I saw people groaning in pain all over the ground. When Qin Feng and others saw this, their expressions changed. The symptoms of these people are more penetrating than what AMU described in Jinan City. The skin seemed to be burnt, showing a black charcoal shape, and the flesh and blood were dried up, almost like skin and bones. They have all become like this. But these people are still alive. This plague is more severe than Qin Feng originally thought. Chapter 302 Corpse Poison. Qin Feng asked a few people to stay at the door while he stepped forward to check. Even though he had read thousands of medical books and knew about many plagues, he had never seen such horrifying symptoms before. He was worried about the safety of several people. This time, Ziming and others did not refuse, except for one person. Song Filan followed Qin Feng closely, never leaving. Qin Feng turned around and advised, "Miss Song, I practice the Wensheng Taoism. I have righteousness to protect myself, and I am immune to all poisons. But you are different. You practice the 100 Ghost tradition and are not good at dealing with these. To be on the safe side, it is safer to stay away from them." Song Filan glanced lightly and did not respond. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Miss Song, who wanted to be strong all her life, never listened to others' advice. However, he was still very moved in his heart, because he knew that Miss Song was inseparable and was worried about any accidents. "Give me your hand," Qin Feng said with a tone that could not be refused. "What to do?" Song Filan frowned slightly. Without saying a word, Qin Feng stepped forward and took hold of the opponent's left hand. The hand was smooth and delicate. Song Filan's light blue eyes widened, and the tips of her ears were flushed. This sudden movement caught her off guard. She felt a little bit happy in her heart, but due to her personality, she still wanted to free her left hand. At this time, a breath came from her left hand, and lavender righteousness enveloped her whole body. "Don't move around. Hold me tight. I will use my righteous energy to protect your whole body, which can prevent you from being eroded by the plague," Qin Feng explained. "Yes." A light response came from under the black square scarf, and a hint of tenderness flashed in Song Filan's light blue eyes. At the gate, AMU asked curiously, "Dr. Qin and this woman seem to have an unusual relationship?" Ziming, who has been hanging out in brothels all year round, said with emotion, "This is just the first step. When the layer of paper is pierced, it will be called an unusual relationship." AMU and Zhang Tianan looked at each other at the same time. They always felt that there was something wrong with what he said, but they had no evidence. Qin Feng held Song Filan and approached the people infected by the plague, while giving the latter their righteousness. He also did not forget to protect himself with righteousness. Turn on the power of his eyes, and look at the people lying on the ground moaning in pain. I saw that half of the blood flowing in everyone had turned black. This is completely different from the plague that Qin Feng has seen in the book. This is not like a plague, but more like the corpse poison recorded in the book. He carefully observed every citizen infected with the epidemic, and became more and more determined about the corpse poison. After a long time, Qin Feng walked back to the door of the house with a heavy face. Ziming asked, "Boy, how are you doing? Are you sure?" Amu looked anxious. "Dr. Qin, can this plague be eradicated?" Qin Feng did not answer, but looked at Amu and said, "Is there something you are hiding from us?" As soon as these words came out, Ziming and others all looked at Amu. "Dr. Qin, what do you mean by this?" Amu looked confused. Qin Feng stared for a moment, but did not see anything unusual in the other party's expression. Either this person does not know, or this person is a master of disguise. He did not choose to hide the truth about the epidemic and said truthfully, "What these people are infected with is not the plague, but the corpse poison." "What? Corpse poison?" Everyone looked shocked. Qin Feng was always observing Amu's expression, which was no different from anyone else's. Does he really know nothing? Qin Feng frowned slightly, and then said again, "Generally, where corpse poison appears, there is a high probability of corpses causing trouble. It is recorded in De Qianbai Ji that corpse ghosts are transformed by corpses contaminated with resentment and yin energy, and their strength is linked to their strength in life. The breath it emits can make ordinary people infected with corpse poison, and if they are injured by a corpse ghost, they are likely to be assimilated." At this point, Ziming and others finally understood why Qin Feng felt that Amu was hiding something, because the latter is a member of Shulong City's demon-slaying department. If there are corpses causing trouble in the city, he will definitely know about it. Feeling the attention of everyone, Amu's face turned ugly, and he immediately said, "Master Qin, are you mistaken? If there are corpses in Shulong City, I can't possibly not know about it. Moreover, according to the regulations of the Dagon Demon Slayer Division, the corpse ghost disaster is at least a Class B level. They must seek help from the higher-ups and cannot conceal the report. Otherwise, it will be a serious crime and they will be imprisoned in the 9th level of prison. Due to the unique contagiousness of ghouls, if they are not stopped in time, the damage caused will be immeasurable." Decades ago, a corpse king appeared in the Dakian Northern Territory. At first, his strength was only level 5. But as the corpse poison spread, the number of assimilated corpse ghosts increased. The corpse king's strength also became more and more powerful. It was not until Bayu Siming and 2 divine generals took action together, with many 36 stars, that all the influence of the corpse king was wiped out. But the price is that there is no life in the land thousands of miles away, and countless colleagues of the Demon Slayer Division have been killed and injured. Among them, 2 36 stars even died, and a god general was seriously injured. It was also from that time on that the Dagon Demon Slayer Division paid special attention to the issue of corpses. Amu's expression changed several times. "Master Qin, are you sure these people are infected with corpse poison and not some weird plague that looks like corpse poison?" Qin Feng replied, "Although I can't confirm it, I'm pretty sure. When I boil some decoction and drink it for them, I will get the result. Corpse poison is the most yin thing in the world. If you want to get rid of it, you must use yang medicinal materials for treatment." But Qin Feng was not sure enough, because the severity of the corpse poison is closely related to the strength of the corpse ghost itself. If the corpse ghost is not strong, then Qin Feng is confident that the corpse poison can be eliminated. But if the corpse ghost is incredibly powerful, then the best he can do is control the spread of corpse poison. After taking out many positive medicinal materials from Zumaji, Qin Feng began to brew the decoction. About half an hour later, the decoction was successfully brewed, and the aroma of the medicine and the white breath came to my face. Qin Feng filled a bowl of soup, came to the nearest person, knelt down, and drank it for him. After the infected man drank the decoction with difficulty, his body suddenly twitched, obviously suffering great pain. Qin Feng frowned and unfolded his pupils to observe the changes in the opponent's body. Corpse poison will infect human flesh and blood, and the process of removing it is like re-exchanging blood for a human being. Pain is inevitable. After a while, the infected man struggled significantly less, and under the astonished gazes of several people, the man's black coal-like skin slowly returned to its normal color, and even his shriveled flesh and blood began to fill up. "Vomit!" The man sat up suddenly, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and his appearance finally returned to his human form. The black blood fell to the ground, emitting a pungent smell. Within a moment, The black blood turned into dark green before everyone's eyes, and then evaporated and dissipated. Qin Feng's face turned ugly when he saw this scene. He took a breath and solemnly said, "It's confirmed. It's undoubtedly corpse poison." Shi Ziming and others looked heavy. When Amu heard this, his face turned pale with fright. Chapter 303 Exploration. If there is corpse poison, it means there is a corpse ghost. A corpse appeared in Shulong City. How could Amu not be surprised? How? How could this happen? I have to go find Lord Xijing to confirm this, Amu said in shock. Qin Feng looked at Shi Ziming and Zhang Tianan, who nodded slightly. We'll go with you, Shi Ziming said. If a corpse really appears in Shulong City, it is not a trivial matter. Regardless of whether the corpse is strong or weak, it is at least a Class B disaster. Shi Ziming and the others left the house. But Song Filan chose to stay, and together with Qin Feng took decoctions for patients infected with corpse poison. With Qin Feng's medical skills, the efficacy of the decoction is obvious, and those who drink the decoction are slowly getting better. However, corpse poison is not an ordinary disease. Even if the corpse poison is removed from their bodies, it will still take some time to fully recover. After working hard all night, I looked at the horizon and saw a hint of fish belly white. Qin Feng gently put down the last patient, his expression extremely solemn. Seeing his appearance, Song Filan asked curiously, "These people are slowly getting better after taking the decoction. Why do you still look like this?" I have been observing the speed at which these people's bodies return to normal, and I discovered a phenomenon. Their recovery speeds are not consistent, and the people near the South House recover faster. However, the recovery speed of the people near Beiwu was much slower. Song Filan didn't know why. What does this mean? Maybe they were infected with corpse poison at different times. Qin Feng shook his head. According to my diagnosis, the time when these people were infected will not differ much, because, after using his double pupil power to observe, he found that the amount of black blood in the people's bodies was about half infected. Then he added, "The strength of the corpse poison is closely related to the strength of the corpse ghost." Song Filan quickly heard the implication of these words and frowned slightly. You mean, there is probably more than one corpse ghost in Shulong City? Yes. Qin Feng nodded. The current situation in the city is still unclear. It seems that we can only wait for Master Shi and others to come back and listen to what they have to say. In a tea house near the block street, the group met again. Shi Ziming put down the teacup and said in a deep voice, "See, here is hiding something." Last night, he and Zhang Tianan followed Amu to the demon slaying department here and met the Xijing. He was a sturdy middle-aged man. When the other party heard about corpse poison and corpse ghosts, his eyes were obviously a little dodgy. But even so, the other party still insisted that there were no other abnormalities in Shulong City except for the rampant plague. After leaving the Demon Slayer division, Zhang Tianan and I patrolled the city. No other suspicious things were found. Generally speaking, corpses have no consciousness and only have the instinct to eat. If there are really corpses causing trouble in Shulong City, they should leave traces. Unless, Shi Ziming wanted to speak but stopped. Qin Feng frowned and added, "Unless there are powerful and sane corpses controlling them." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face became very solemn. It was getting dark. The vendors in Shulong City left their houses, and the town that had been extremely silent last night became lively. Many people, perhaps worried about their infected relatives, headed towards the blockade, but were stopped by officers and soldiers. There was constant noise, mixed with cries. That was them calling their families. But they had all seen the severity of the plague, so they understood that their calls would not be answered. Master Shi took another sip of tea, caught a glimpse of this scene and asked, "Boy, what's going on over there?" "The corpse poison has been basically eliminated from the people's bodies. Counting the time, it's time for someone to wake up," Qin Feng replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the people surrounding the blockade suddenly started a commotion, just because they heard the response from their relatives who were infected with the plague. Some people couldn't believe it at first. After all, there were so many people here and they were noisy. Maybe they were homesick and had auditory hallucinations. But when they saw relatives climbing up the wall outside the sealed house, they waved excitedly to them. They were finally convinced that what they just heard was not an illusion. "Miss Sir! Sir! Son! You finally woke up! Dad! I'm here!" Excitement and surprise spread among the crowd. They wanted to break through the blockade and reunite with their families, but they were blocked by the officers and soldiers. The magistrate has already issued an order that no one is allowed to enter the blocked area unless they have his token to prevent the spread of the plague. However, when the officers and soldiers heard the response of the people in the house, and saw those who should have stepped into the gate of H.L. come back to life, they all looked surprised. At the first moment, they thought of the young man in black who came here last night, holding a token, and not fearing life or death. Such a weird plague was really cured by that handsome Master Qin? Seeing that things were getting more and more out of control, Qin Feng chewed the tea cake in his mouth and stood up. I'm going to go. When they came to the border of the blockade, the officers and soldiers guarding him saw him at a glance, bowed and said, Master Qin, look at the situation now. If the respect they showed to Qin Feng last night still came from the magistrate's token, then the respect they showed to Qin Feng today was from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing the attitude of the officers and soldiers, the common people looked curiously. Then he saw Qin Feng directly crossing the blockade of officers and soldiers and stepping in. Why can he go in, but we can't? Someone asked in confusion. Everyone, listen to me. Qin Feng wanted to explain, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the noise of the crowd. After a while, some officers and soldiers shouted, Shut up! If it hadn't been for Mr. Qin's action, how would your family have been able to wake up? As soon as these words came out, the noisy people suddenly became quiet. They looked at each other, and then looked at Qin Feng again. Someone tried to ask, Is it this young master who cured our family? Yes. Mr. Qin entered it last night, holding the county magistrate's token, and was busy until dawn. Then, your family members woke up. If it wasn't Mr. Qin who did it, who could it be? The officer and soldier replied. Everyone was moved when they heard this. They knew exactly what was going on inside the house. If nothing else, if they were allowed to stay there for one night to spend time with their families, they would probably feel withdrawn. After all, the symptoms of the plague were too scary, and there were many people infected with the disease. They are also afraid of catching the plague. But the Master Qin in front of him could face a group of strangers without hesitation. Not only did they stay there all night, but they also cured their family members. A woman and an old man immediately knelt down and thanked Qin Feng for saving his life. Chapter 304 Sorry. There are only 2 rooms left. Qin Feng helped the kneeling people up, and then said, The toxins in their bodies have been removed, but it will take some time to fully recover. He did not tell the people that the truth about the plague was corpse poison, because that would inevitably cause panic. When all the people heard his words, they cried with joy and their gratitude was beyond words. Qin Feng spoke again. The people inside have just recovered. You can boil some liquid food and bring it to them. As soon as these words came out, many people responded, and then turned around and rushed home, preparing to make some meals and bring them. The noisy storm went away just as quickly as it came. But it is foreseeable that Qin Feng's reputation will spread quickly in Shulong City. After solving the problem here, an officer and soldier came forward and said, Mr. Qin, the Magistrate King wants to see you and thank you in person for what you have done for the people. Qin Feng thought of the unsmiling magistrate, and then thought of the rampant corpse poison in Shulong City, and felt that the things behind it were not simple. He didn't refuse. He agreed. Qin Feng and his party returned to the magistrate's mansion. In the familiar lobby, they saw the magistrate Wang Yi whom they had met yesterday. When the latter saw a few people, he changed his attitude from yesterday, clasped his fists and said, Thank you so much for helping to solve the plague among the people in the city. Wang is very grateful. Now that the plague has been eradicated, I finally have one thing off my mind. Ziming raised his eyebrows and asked tentatively, Master Wang, how did you confirm that the people who were infected must be the plague? Wang Yi replied, Of course they listened to the diagnosis results of the doctors in the city. But the medical skills of those doctors are really inferior to Mr. Qin. The plague that left them helpless was cured by Mr. Qin in one night. Master Wang, what if I say that those people are not infected by the plague? Qin Feng was also observing the other party's expression when he said this. The county magistrate was surprised and said, It's not a plague. What else can it be? Qin Feng, an old fox with no flaws, narrowed his eyes and did not answer the question. The few people chatted a lot together. Wang Yi asked Qin Feng whether the plague would recur, and from time to time, he would ask when they would leave. Qin Feng replied, Although the infected people are no longer seriously injured, if the source of the plague cannot be found, the plague will inevitably recur. So we plan to stay here for a while longer until we are sure that the plague has been completely eradicated. Then I'll trouble Mr. Qin. After a while of greetings, after Qin Feng and his party left, The official who led Qin Feng and others to the isolation place yesterday carefully walked in, and then reported the truth about last night. After Wang Yi heard this, his face was expressionless. He waved the officials away, and then took out a metal black ball from his arms. There were countless tiny holes on the surface of the ball, and traces of black gas came out of it. After inhaling hard, the black air entered his body from the tip of his nose, and Wang Yi showed an intoxicated expression. It will take some time, and I will be able to use this death energy to step into the realm of 5th level divine movement. But I didn't expect that boy to be able to get rid of corpse poison. He must have discovered the clues. It is a serious crime to conceal the report of a corpse, and it will affect my return to Fengtian City. So that's the case. A fierce light appeared in Wang Yi's eyes. Shi Ziming smiled and said, Old people in the officialdom are really like foxes, and the man named Wang is really impeccable in his performance. Qin Feng said lightly, If there are really corpses, there will definitely be clues. We will probably have to stay in Shulong City for some time. So let's find a restaurant to stay first. That's fine. Several people came to a restaurant. This place was in the center of the city and had an excellent view. It was the best place to observe changes in the city. When the shopkeeper saw someone coming to stay at the hotel, he immediately came forward to greet him warmly. How many guests do you want? How many rooms do you want? 4 rooms, Qin Feng said. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper flipped through the books on the counter and said helplessly, I'm sorry, everyone. There are only 2 guest rooms left in the restaurant. However, the bed in the guest room is very large, so sleeping 2 people is not a problem. Do you think? He glanced at the 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. This room was not easy to distinguish. Shi Ziming immediately smiled and said, 2 rooms are just 2 rooms. Tian and I will share 1 room. While speaking, he also looked at Qin Feng, his eyes seeming to say, Boy, there is only so much I can help you with. Why are you looking at me like this? I am a man with a wife. Qin Feng, who will never make any principled mistakes, glanced at Miss Song beside him. The latter had her arms folded across her chest, but there was nothing unusual about her. Doesn't she care about sharing a room? Qin Feng didn't think much, took out some extra money from his pocket and said, It's still not convenient for men and women to share a guest room. Shopkeeper, can you make it easier? When the shopkeeper saw 1 tael of silver, his eyes lit up. He looked at Qin Feng and Miss Song again, showed a meaningful smile, and then happily accepted the silver. As soon as the young master said that, I remembered that there is a guest upstairs who wants to check out today. I will go and hurry up. Maybe it can be done. Then I'll bother the shopkeeper. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, the shopkeeper came back and said with an apology, I'm really sorry, sir. That guest doesn't intend to check out and wants to continue staying. It seems that I can only force you and this girl to squeeze into a guest room. After saying 3 words, squeeze, the shopkeeper obviously emphasized his tone. It was clear that the matter was not completed, and the other party did not return even a tael of silver. Coupled with this strange tone and lewd smile, Qin Feng's expression froze. This was because he had misunderstood him. Shi Ziming patted Qin Feng's shoulder and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Tian also cast a strange look. Qin Feng said hurriedly, If it doesn't work, can the 3 of us squeeze in together? Come here, kid. It's already embarrassing enough to sleep in the same bed with a man. You want me to sleep with 2 men? Shi Ziming showed a look of disgust, and then took the lead to climb up to the attic with the room card. Zhang Tian followed closely behind. Qin Feng was still about to defend, but was interrupted by the shopkeeper. Sir, this is the room card for you and this girl. Don't worry. The room is at the innermost part of the 3rd floor. Normal noise cannot be heard from outside. Song Filan looked sideways, as if her mother had seen a cockroach in her previous life. Without saying anything else, she reached out to take the house sign and climbed up to the attic with her long legs. When the footsteps gradually faded away, the shopkeeper hurriedly claimed the credit and said, Sir, your 1 tael of silver was not wasted. I handled this matter fairly quickly. Right. When Qin Feng heard this, he pointed at the other party and was so angry that he couldn't say a word for a long time. This time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to escape. On the other side, outside the innermost room of the attic on the 3rd floor, Song Filan looked at the house sign in her hand, then pushed the door open and entered. He glanced at the clean and tidy guest room, then looked at the big bed against the wall. I don't know what she was thinking, but the tips of her ears suddenly turned pink. Chapter 305 Memories of Song Filan. Today's night seems to have arrived earlier than before. Qin Feng and the four of them parted ways after dinner. When they separated, Shi Ziming also cast an encouraging look. When Qin Feng saw this, he twitched the corner of his mouth. At this moment, all his excuses seemed so feeble. Returning to the guest room with Miss Song, the room was filled with incense. Qin Feng looked for the smell, and at some point, a stack of sandalwood was placed on the small wooden table near the bed. There is a reason why the business of this restaurant is so good. This shopkeeper is really good at being a good person. It's a pity that he made a mistake this time. Miss Song and I are innocent. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. The smell of incense mixed with the fragrance of a woman made Qin Feng a little distracted. He opened the window. The night breeze blew, and the moonlight poured into the house. Do you mind if I open the window to get some air? Qin Feng turned to look. The night wind lifted the black hair of the woman in black scarf, and the moonlight reflected in those light blue eyes, which was so enchanting that it made people's hearts beat. No normal man can remain calm and collected when in the same room with such a beauty. Qin Feng seemed to be able to hear his own heartbeat, beating with the flying black hair. He recalled every moment he had spent with the other party. There is the surprise of the first encounter. When the other party couldn't solve the couplet, he looked aggrieved and almost in tears. When encountering an evil spirit, he would risk his own life to save him. When there was a life or death crisis, the beautiful back stood resolutely in front of him. Unconsciously, the two of them have encountered so much. To be honest, when he came to this strange world, the first thing that made his heart flutter was the beautiful rich woman with a scarf covering her face in front of him. If I hadn't met the lady, maybe my relationship with Miss Song would be far more than what it is now. Qin Feng laughed at himself as he ate the food from the bowl and looked at the food in the pot, which seemed to be a common problem among men. He shook his head to get rid of the unrealistic thoughts in his mind, and said, Miss Song, if you are tired, you can lie down on the bed and rest first. In order to enter the realm of the 6th grade Gua, I usually observe the sky at night, and often fall asleep lying on the table. Song Filan's light blue eyes looked at Qin Feng without blinking. After a moment, she replied lightly, Okay. Qin Feng let out a breath. In order to prevent himself from thinking wildly, he sat in front of the window and activated his consciousness to look at the sky. As usual, the white light stars are densely packed. Moreover, I don't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to be able to observe more white light stars. Is it because they changed places? Qin Feng was curious, but didn't pay too much attention. Among the vast white stars, finding the different colors is the most important thing for him. While he was immersed in cultivation, he did not notice that Miss Song stood there motionless. Those light blue eyes were filled with his figure. Song Filan's thoughts began to wander. He was reluctant when he was ordered by his family to go to Jinyang City. The grievance and sadness of being made difficult by the bad old man, unable to step into Tinjiupchuan, and sucking the literary spirit. For her days in Jinyang City were so boring. But after meeting Qin Feng, everything seemed to have changed. That day, by some strange combination of circumstances, she agreed to the head of the Qin family to diagnose a young master who had been harmed by an evil spirit. He looks handsome. That's the first impression. His frail body was completely different from that of the men in his family. However, the smell on my body is quite good. But the other person's statement that he was a useless scholar made her quite angry. Because she liked scholars. Scholars can write beautiful poems and beautiful articles, and the literary style in them is extremely delicious. The second time we met, I heard that he was suffering from hysteria, and the appearance of being tied up was quite interesting. The body smells better, and there is still the slightest trace of literary energy leaking out. This made her a little happy, because except for that bad old man, there were no other scholars in Jinyang City. With the attitude of giving it a try, she took him to Tinjiupchuan to find a place, and a couplet impressed her. Later, the poem, Xinling Pass, which aroused the literary spirit of Dingwentai Zhouzhong, impacted her soul. These were poems she had never seen before, and they were more delicious than those she had ever seen or read before. Suddenly, she became very interested in this person. When she learned that the other party was getting married, she had some strange feelings in her heart. This was something she had never felt before. But that was all. She just liked the other person's literary talent and poetry. Just like the other person's song. Xia Kuxing. In the beginning, the reason for getting close to him was just to be able to get what he wrote before that bad old man. But as the time we spent together increased, this idea changed. She simply wanted to be with him. When did it change? When it was in the Black Mist Forest. How did the other party show no concern for his own safety? Or was it the figure of the other party who resolutely stood in front of her when heading to Chiyuan City? But none of this mattered. She just wanted to stay with him. She didn't know why. When seeing the other woman's wife, her mood would be inexplicably complicated. Even though she knew clearly that the two of them should be alone together. She just didn't want to leave. If you don't see each other for a while, you will miss them very much. At that time, she still didn't want to admit that she fell in love with him. This is her last bit of stubbornness. It wasn't until her aunt mentioned that beauty poem to her, breaking the last bit of defense in her heart, that she finally realized that this was love. She likes what the other person writes, likes the other person's informal appearance, and likes the other person's reckless appearance. If I had been more proactive back then, would everything have been different? Song Filan looked at the serious figure in front of the window and asked herself this. Unfortunately, there are not so many ifs in the world. Time passed quietly, and the two figures were frozen in the guest room like a painting. When the night was dark, Song Filan was still unaware. Such a simple time is extremely precious to her, because she is staying with the person she likes. Since the curfew was in force in Shulong City, there was no one on the streets at this moment. The only sounds in my ears were the night wind, their heartbeats, and their light breathing. Suddenly, Song Filan frowned slightly, and the tip of her nose moved slightly under the black scarf. She faintly smelled an unpleasant smell of corpse. At the same moment, there was a slight movement outside the guest room. She glanced at Qin Feng, who had his eyes closed and was concentrating on observing the sky with his spiritual consciousness, and walked lightly to the door of the guest room. Slowly opening the door, a foul smell hit my face. What came into view was a corpse wearing shabby clothes, completely changed beyond recognition, and with dried flesh and blood. The corpse ghost saw Song Filan and was about to attack, when a silver-white dagger pierced its head and pushed it to the floor. Pulling out the dagger, a burst of white light flashed. Stains slid down like rain, and the corpse on the ground was no longer moving. Song Filan looked around. There were far more such corpses than this one. She let out a breath, turned around, and closed the door to the room. The ends of the black hair are clinging to silvery white. Her light blue eyes gradually brightened, and her tone was cold. It happened to appear at this time, interrupting her time alone with him. Should be killed. Chapter 306. I was wrong. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, it was already the ugly hour. He twisted his shoulders, then quietly turned his head to look in the direction of the bed. I don't know how Song girl sleeps or if she has any special sleeping habits. He didn't have any perverted thoughts. He was just worried that the other person would look ugly while sleeping, so he wanted to cover the other person with a tight quilt. But when I took a closer look, the bed was empty. It was just as it was when it came, and it was still the same now. Qin Feng stood up and looked around. Where could he see Miss Song? Where can she go so late at night? Qin Feng was a little worried. Did she go looking for traces of the corpses in the city by herself? That stubborn girl who has always wanted to be strong her whole life could really do something like this. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to delay anymore and hurried to the door, wanting to find Master Shi and Zhang Tianan to search for Miss Song together. The moment I opened the door, a foul smell hit me. I didn't smell anything when I was in the guest room. At a glance, Qin Feng was shocked. There were more than 10 corpses of ghouls lying on the floor. Looking to the side again, Song Filan folded her arms in front of her chest and leaned against the wall, seeming to be guarding. At the end of the black hair, a touch of silver is about to disperse. Are you awake? Song Filan said lightly. What's going on here? Hearing this, Song Filan told the truth, everything that had happened before. The corpse ghost disaster here may be more serious than we originally imagined. We must seek help from the Demon Slayer department elsewhere. A calm tone gave such a conclusion. But how could Qin Feng care about the corpse at this moment? He asked. Why don't you wake me up? Song Filan was stunned. This was the first time she heard such a stern tone from the other party. They are just some corpses with 1-turn and 2-turn tribulation powers. I can deal with them by myself. This is just what you see on the surface. We have said before that there is most likely a wise and powerful corpse behind Shulong City to control everything. What if it comes here and attacks you unprepared? Under the black scarf, the beauty pursed her lips and replied. Even so, I can deal with it. Qin Feng opened his mouth and was speechless. He already knew that the other party's character was like this. He only regretted that he was so obsessed with cultivation that he didn't feel such a big movement outside at all. Taking a deep breath and grabbing the opponent's shoulders, Qin Feng said solemnly, I know you can handle it, but I'm afraid you will get hurt. Do you understand? When Song Filan heard this, Her heart felt like a deer bumping into each other. Her cheeks were hot, and her ears were very pink. But her mouth was still tough. I won't be hurt. Qin Feng laughed angrily, and made a threat that was not a threat. If you encounter danger in the future, and you plan to bear it alone without telling me, then I don't think we need to carry out missions together anymore. After all, you always feel that you can do everything by yourself. Right. A trace of panic flashed in Song Filan's eyes. Seeing this, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. He had to recruit Ziming and 2 others to discuss the matter of this corpse. But just as he passed by Miss Song, his sleeves were grabbed by the latter. What's wrong? I was wrong. The voice was so low that it was inaudible. Huh? This was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. Miss Song, who had always wanted to be strong in her life, took the initiative to admit her mistake. Could it be that his threat just now worked? What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Qin Feng wanted to confirm again. But Song Filan just glared at him with shame and anger, and then walked straight towards the stairs. Qin Feng looked at the other party's leaving figure, and then glanced at the corpses on the ground. His expression extremely solemn. Amid Zhang Tianan's snoring, Ziming, who had finally fallen asleep, was woken up by a knock on the door. He opened the door angrily, trying to see who was staying up so late. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Qin Feng and Qin Feng with solemn expressions. Ziming immediately understood that something must have happened. A group of 4 people went up to the attic on the 3rd floor. The corpses of more than 10 ghouls were shocking. Ziming and Zhang Tianan looked at each other, frowning. With the strength of the 2 of them, even if they are sleeping, they will remain alert to dangers in the outside world. But there were so many dead ghosts in the restaurant, and they didn't even notice? Did you 2 work together to deal with these corpses? Ziming asked aloud. Qin Feng wanted to answer yes, but unfortunately, he was not qualified. Miss Song solved it alone. Ziming looked at Miss Song thoughtfully. Even though he had worked with the latter for a long time, her true strength was still a mystery to him. What kind of amazing method is it to be able to deal with so many zombies quietly? But he didn't dwell too much on this issue. Instead, he said directly, Come into the room and talk about it. What is going on? In the guest room, Qin Feng repeated what Song Filan had said before. When Ziming heard this, his brows furrowed. The goal of these corpses is very clear. They are targeting you too. No. To be more precise, it should be for you. After all, it was you who treated the people infected with the corpse poison. Ziming analyzed. Qin Feng nodded and added. Now we can confirm that there is a corpse ghost disaster in Shulong City. And behind them, there is a powerful and intelligent corpse king. I just took a closer look at the corpses of those ghouls, and discovered something unusual. What's unusual? Ziming asked curiously. These people should not be ordinary people. Although their flesh and blood are dried up, it can be seen that they were strong before they were born. They should all be martial artists who practice the divine martial arts. Looking at the degree of corruption of the physical body, it is at least a person who has been dead for more than 60 years. And I don't know if you have noticed it, but there are some similar marks on their tattered clothes and skin. For example, on the back of the shirt, you can faintly see a pattern that looks like a tiger. There are similar vague tattoos on the arms and chest. It is very likely that these people knew each other before they were alive. As long as we can find clues about the tiger pattern, maybe we can know the truth behind this corpse. Ziming nodded slightly. Local documents will be stored in the demon slaying departments in various places. You can go there to find relevant information. The things here cannot be solved by the 4 of us. We must seek help from other places. The corpse ghost is a big problem. If one person cannot handle it well, it will be a huge disaster for an area. In order to prevent the zombies from causing panic, it's best to ask AMU to bring someone over to dispose of the corpses outside. Qin Feng suggested. After saying this, Zhang Tianan stood up, as if he was going to volunteer and go to Shulong City's Demon Slayer division to find someone. However, they were stopped in time by Ziming and Qin Feng. There was no way. If Zhang Tianan was asked to find someone, it would be difficult to explain the matter clearly. Ziming sighed. I'd better go. I also think it should be like this. Qin Feng agreed. Zhang Tianan opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Chapter 307 Clues. AMU still didn't want to believe the corpse. But when he came to the restaurant where Qin Feng and others were staying, and saw the more than 10 corpses, his face turned pale with shock. His colleagues from the Demon Slayer division, who came with him, also had trembling legs. How could they have imagined that behind the so-called plague in Shulong City was actually a plague of corpses? What should I do? AMU asked tremblingly. Dispose of these corpses first to avoid causing panic among the people, and then report the matter to your shulong. It is urgent to seek help from other sources, and arrangements need to be made as soon as possible. Qin Feng said. I understand, AMU responded. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, the Shulong City Demon Slayer Department and his team acted very quickly, and quietly moved the corpse of the ghoul out of the restaurant. In order to confirm where the tiger patterns on these corpses came from, Qin Feng and others followed and returned to the demon slaying division with AMU. On the way, Qin Feng thought of the infected people and the different strengths of the infected corpse poison. So he asked aloud, AMU, for the people who were isolated before, the location of the south house and the north house were chosen at random. After hearing this, AMU shook his head. When we resettled those people, we divided them according to the streets where they originally lived. People who are close to the south live in the south house, and people who are close to the north live in the north house. After all, the infection symptoms of those people are too scary, and it is not uncommon for them to die anytime. This arrangement is also to facilitate the family members of those people to find a place to worship when they are cremated in the future. Qin Feng was thoughtful when he heard the words. Later, give me all the statistics of the places where the infected people originally lived. AMU didn't know why, but he still nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Qin. The group of people soon arrived at the demon slaying division and then divided into two groups. Shi Ziming and Zhang Tianen went to see Xijing here to discuss countermeasures and seek help. Qin Feng and Song Filan, led by AMU, came to the place where Shulong City's documents and history books were stored, arranging his colleagues to do statistics. AMU looked at Qin Feng and the two who were constantly flipping through the books and asked, Master Qin, what are you looking for? There are a lot of documents here, and there are only two of you, so it will definitely take a lot of money to go there. Less time. If possible, I would like to do something. This is the best. Qin Feng did not refuse, and directly took the paper and brush from the desk beside him, and then drew the pattern in his mind. After a moment, the image of a ferocious and roaring tiger head appeared on the paper. Qin Feng explained, Those corpses all have similar patterns on their bodies. If we can find out where the patterns come from, we can also know the true identities behind these corpses. AMU glanced at the tiger's head, then nodded, and started searching together. On the other side, Shi Ziming and Zhang Tianen took more than a dozen corpses to find Lord Xijing of the Demon Slayer Division. When the latter saw the corpses of the dead ghosts, he was so shocked that he froze on the spot. How? How come there are so many? Shi Ziming heard something unusual. What the other party said was not that he was shocked that there were really ghouls, but that he was shocked by the number of ghouls. In other words, this man namely had really known for a long time that there was a zombie disaster in Shulong City. He immediately frowned and shouted coldly, The laws of the Dagon Demon Slayer Division stipulate that disasters above Class B must be reported to superiors and must not be concealed. As Xijing of Shulong City's Demon Slaying Department, how dare you conceal the report of the corpse ghost? How many heads do you have that can be chopped off? Or do you want to be imprisoned in the 9th level prison of Fontian City? When Xijing, surnamedly, heard this, he staggered and said hurriedly, Master Shi, please listen to my explanation. There are reasons why I do this. Shi Ziming looked at each other, and then listened to what the other person said. Shulong City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there are few demons and ghosts causing disasters. The people here live and work in peace and contentment, and the Demon Slayer Division is also at ease. When the man surnamedly came here to serve as Secretary General, he thought he had received a good job. He only had to patrol the city and had nothing else to do. He thought that such days could last until the day he died. But a few months ago, everything changed. On a dark and windy night, I always feel like something is about to happen. A scream broke the silence of the night in the alleyway of the city. The patrolling demon slayer discovered a corpse of a commoner, and then saw that thing a ghoul. The strength of the corpse ghost is at best a 2nd level tribulation. It is not difficult for an ordinary 7th level warrior to deal with it, as long as he is careful. The 2 demon slayers joined forces and killed him in a matter of seconds, and then hurried back to the Demon Slayer department to report. When he saw the corpse, his face turned pale with fright, and his first reaction was to report it. But a person who unexpectedly appeared made him press the matter. Who is it? Shi Ziming asked with a frown. It's the County Magistrate King, the man namely replied after swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Absurd! Shi Ziming scolded angrily. The government and the demon-slaying department belong to two separate organizations. Even if the other party is a higher official, he has no right to transfer you to the demon-slaying department. You actually listened to him and concealed such a big thing. What you don't know is that Mr. Wong is the magistrate sent here by Tian City, and his identity is astonishing. How can I dare to mess with such a person? Moreover, Mr. Wong also made it clear that he had known about the corpse ghost for a long time, and Tian City sent him here to handle the matter secretly. I was dubious about this statement at first, but after that, there were indeed no corpses in Shulong City, so I believed it. How could I have imagined that there would be so many of these things in the city? At the end of the conversation, Li seemed to know that he had made a big mistake and kept blaming himself. It's useless to say this now. The top priority is to seek reinforcements from elsewhere, and then find where the corpses in the city come from as soon as possible. If my guess is correct, there must be a corpse king with high catastrophic power behind these corpse ghosts. It has never appeared, so it must have a big plan, Ziming said in a deep voice. I will arrange for people to go to Tiancheng to seek support. The man named Li immediately responded. The Huarong Road in the Southern Territory has been opened. The hunting envoys from the Demon Slayer Division will often appear at the inn. You can send someone there to leave a message. Understand? After everything was explained, Ziming took Zhang Tianen and left the Demon Slaying Division and headed towards the magistrate's office. He wanted to see what the reason was for the magistrate to conceal the disaster of the corpse. Seeing the two of them walking away, the fearful look on Mr. Li's face slowly faded away. He took out a piece of white paper from his arms. The content written on it was exactly the same as what he and Ziming had just said. He lit Bai Xian on a candle until it was burned to ashes. He called one of his men and said, Let those 100 ghost Taoists continue to suppress the Yin Qi underground in Shulong City, and don't let those ghosts come out. Also, keep sending people to feed the things in the cave, and don't stop for a day. The visitor turned pale and replied in a trembling voice. I understand. Chapter 308 The Identity of the Corpse. Found it. After searching in the Demon Slayer Division's literature room for more than an hour, AMU suddenly raised a book in his hand and shouted excitedly. Qin Feng hurriedly stepped forward after hearing this. Let me have a look. This is a very old local document. When I opened the book, I really saw the lifelike tiger pattern. As he scrolled down the page, Qin Feng became more and more shocked. Hundreds of ghosts walking at night, with no name and no meaning, has always been the norm in the world. Even though Dakian has been trying hard to change, the people at the bottom are still in dire straits. And when life becomes a luxury, riots will inevitably occur. Therefore, in Dakian, it is not uncommon for mountain bandits to cause chaos and local governments to separatist regimes. 64 years ago, Emperor Wuchong was still sitting on the throne. Emperor Wuchong had an army named Tianzheng, which went out to conquer the demonic and mountain bandits, and it was difficult to defeat them in 100 battles. As for the Tianzheng army, it was true that they only lost once and drew once. The defeat was a disastrous defeat. The opponent was a foreign Azura who was good at fighting. He is still a feared existence, so the defeat was not unjust. As for the one that was defeated, it was the bandit army that dominated the southern region. The Hutumen. Logically speaking, when two armies fight, victory or defeat, life or death, there is no such thing as a draw. But the battle between Tianzheng and Hutumen can indeed be called a lose-lose situation. In that battle, the Tianzheng army fought 20,000 people, and 77,888 of them died. And all the 8,000 bandit troops of the Hutumen were wiped out. One side is the regular army, and the other side is the bandit army. There is a huge disparity in strength between the two sides. The battle that should have been one-sided ended with such a shocking result only because of one person. The leader of the tiger-headed barbarians, Yang Meng. This person can be said to be extremely talented. Practice Shinwu Taoism. His strength is arrogant among all heroes, and he has reached the third-level realm that countless people dream of. He alone killed nearly 10,000 people in the Tianzheng army. In the end, it was due to exhaustion and the high-quality combat power of the Tianzheng army that he was consumed to death. Qin Feng sat up from his chair with a complicated expression. Seeing this scene, the other two people were quite puzzled. What's wrong? Song Filan asked softly. See for yourselves. The two opened the book and read page after page, their expressions becoming more and more solemn. The identity of the ghoul has been confirmed. He is undoubtedly the bandit Hutumen. The key is, has this Yang Meng also turned into a ghoul? In a place like the Southern Territory where Yin Qi condenses, if Yang Meng, A third-level warrior during his lifetime, turned into a corpse. How terrifying would his strength be? They didn't dare to think any further. AMU swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, "Even if these ghouls were tiger-headed bandits during their lifetime, it does not necessarily mean that Yang Mang has also become a ghoul. Be prepared for the worst in everything. This cannot be avoided by luck," Qin Feng said solemnly. At this point, simply asking for help is useless. If the corpse king behind the corpse ghost is really transformed by Yang Mang, then he must have the combat power of the 12 god generals to fight against him. He suddenly thought of the dream he had a few nights ago, and he became increasingly uneasy. If I had known this would happen, I should have told the master before leaving. No, I have to explain the matter to Master Shi as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Qin Feng left the literature room without further delay and went to look for Shi Ziming and his 2 men. However, after meeting Xijing Sarnamedly, he learned that Shi Ziming and his 2 men had already left Shulong City and went out to seek reinforcements. "Leaved?" Qin Feng's eyes widened. Master Li said calmly, "Yes. I never expected that a corpse would appear in Shulong City. I originally planned to send someone out to ask for help, but Master Shi and Master Zhang expressed their intention to go there in person. In desperation, I could only agree." Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Zhang Tianan also asked and went together?" Master Li nodded after hearing this. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and pretended to be relaxed. "Then I'll feel relieved." Song Filan frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qin Feng's eyes without any trace. Master Li asked, "By the way, did you find out the origin of the corpse when you went to the literature room of the Demon Slayer department just now?" Qin Feng did not hide anything and told the truth about Hu Tu Man. The man surnamedly looked solemn. "I didn't expect that the zombies would be so powerful. Fortunately, Master Shi and the others went out to ask for help in time. Otherwise Shulong City would be in danger. What are you planning to do next? The plague on the people in the city is actually the corpse poison from the corpse ghosts. Although I have removed the corpse poison from their bodies, I still need to deal with the aftermath. I would like to express my gratitude to the people of Shulong City for Mr. Qin's great kindness. It is still unclear where the corpses in the city come from. Just in case, it is safer for me to send some people to protect their safety." Qin Feng immediately waved his hand. "As long as Miss Song and AMU protect my safety. Shulong City is short of manpower, but AMU's strength is low. I'm afraid it will be difficult to protect you." Hearing this, AMU on the side hesitated to speak, and finally sighed. "It doesn't matter. I'm relatively familiar with him. Not to mention that Mr. Li is in charge of Shulong City. I believe that if there is any accident, the danger can be averted. In that case, I'll listen to you." After leaving the Demon Slayer division, Qin Feng's face immediately darkened. "That Mr. Li is obviously lying," Song Filan said softly. "Yeah." Qin Feng naturally knew that the other party was lying. How could Shi Ziming and his 2 men leave Shulong City to seek reinforcements without notifying them? Zhang Tianan, on the other hand, cherished words like gold. He could hardly speak more than 10 words a day to someone he knew well, and asking him to speak was like killing him. The man namely obviously didn't know this. But even if he knew it, Qin Feng couldn't expose it to his face. Otherwise it would be difficult to control the matter if he broke his face. "Master Shi and the others are most likely in danger. The water in Shulong City is deeper than I thought." Qin Feng frowned. "What should we do now? Leave Shulong City and seek reinforcements?" Song Filan asked. Qin Feng shook his head. "There is a high probability that we are being targeted, and every move we make is under their surveillance. If you force yourself to leave Shulong City, you will definitely be blocked. Lord Shi is at the peak of the 5th level of Baigui, and Zhang Tianan is at the peak of the 6th level of Shenwu. Neither of these 2 people can fight against the darkness in Shulong City. How can he, the 5th scum of the war, plus Miss Song, possibly get rid of it? Now, the only hope he can pin on is that AMU. He must find a way to let AMU sneak out of Shulong City and seek reinforcements. Of course, there is definitely danger in doing this. After all, if AMU and those people behind his back are the same, it is equivalent to directly exposing himself. But he had no other choice. Moreover, he was willing to believe in the thin and honest AMU. Firstly, it was because of the tired figure of the other party, who went to Jinyang City to ask for help for the sake of the people in the city without sleep. Secondly, Mr. Li didn't want AMU to protect his safety. The enemy's distrust is exactly the opportunity to trust him. However, he still had to test it out before making a final decision. Chapter 309, Secretly Assassinating Chen Song. returning to the blockade. The worried expressions on the faces of the onlookers were much lessened. Under Qin Feng's instruction, all the sick people inside were given liquid food, and their complexions recovered a lot. When the people saw Qin Feng, they expressed their gratitude one after another. After showing the token to the officers and soldiers, Qin Feng successfully entered it. Looking at the people who were previously infected with corpse poison, most of them have returned to normal. Dr. Qin, thank you for saving my life. If it hadn't been for Dr. Qin's intervention, I would have died this time. If I died, what would my mother-in-law and children do? Facing everyone's words of gratitude, Qin Feng pressed his hands and said, Next, I will check you again. After confirming that everything is fine, I will report to the county magistrate to see if I can let you go out and reunite with your family. Then I'll bother you. Dr. Qin, everyone said in unison. About half an hour later, AMU came to see Qin Feng with statistics on where the people lived. When these people saw AMU, they also greeted him, with friendly expressions on their faces. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng made a mental note that it seemed that AMU's reputation in the hearts of the people was not low. After checking everyone, Qin Feng and the three of them gathered in a side room. Master Qin, look! Qin Feng took the scroll and glanced at it. He quickly understood the distribution of the places where these people lived in Shulong City. He put down the scroll and pretended to ask accidentally. Those people seem to like you very much? AMU scratched his head in embarrassment. Shulong City used to be very peaceful, and my task was to patrol the city every day. When I have nothing to do, I will do whatever I can for them. So most of them are familiar with me. Thinking of Shulong City, where everyone lived and worked in peace and contentment in the past. But now the corpse ghost disaster has occurred. AMU couldn't help but sigh. Master Qin, do you think Shulong City can survive the corpse ghost disaster this time? Qin Feng did not answer. Shulong City was no longer a simple disaster caused by corpses. Someone was obviously planning something behind it. If Yongmang, the leader of the tiger-headed barbarians of the bandit army, really becomes a ghoul, with his third-level divine martial strength during his lifetime, the 36 stars of the Demon Slayer division may not be able to compete with him. Only the Divine General can take action. However, there are only 12 Divine Generals in the Dagon Demon Slaying division, with only 3 in each domain, and the Divine Dragons often see their heads but not their tails. This time, Master Shi and the others went to ask for help. Can they find Master General to come to the rescue? AMU looked worried. Qin Feng's face also darkened. Although he had met 2 of the Southern Territory Divine Generals by chance, he also understood that the Divine Generals traveled abroad all year round, killing demons and ghosts that cause trouble. It is very difficult to find traces of them. What worries him even more is that no one has asked for help until now. Shi Ziming and Zhang Tiannan's life and death are also uncertain. He turned his head and looked at Song Filan, who twitched the tips of his ears slightly and then shook his head. Someone was monitoring this place. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, and it turned out that things were just as he expected. I can only take a gamble. Qin Feng looked at AMU in front of him and let out a breath. He picked up the teacup, filled the teacup for the other party, and said, You don't have to worry too much. Master Shi and the others will definitely bring back good news when they go out to ask for help. I hope so. AMU nodded. Just as he was about to drink tea, his eyes suddenly widened, because he saw Mr. Qin in front of him, writing something on the table with his fingers dipped in tea. As he looked around, he was extremely shocked. Mr. Qin actually said that Master Shi and the others were likely to be in danger. Now I am afraid that no one else knows about the corpse ghost disaster in Shulong City. Qin, drink tea. Qin Feng said. Okay. AMU held the teacup, his hands trembling a little. I have basically eliminated the corpse poison in those people's bodies. But if we want to completely cure it, we still need some medicinal materials. That medicinal material is only found in Jinong City, and is called vermilion fruit. So I may need to go back next time. While Qin Feng spoke, his fingers were dipped in tea, and he kept drawing on the table. After AMU caught a glimpse, he swallowed his saliva and said, Master Qin, it was you who cured the people in the city. If you leave suddenly, they will definitely feel uneasy. How about I go to Jinong City for you and bring back the medicinal materials? Qin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, That's fine. But you have to move faster. The corpse ghost in the city has not found any trace yet, and the corpse poison is very likely to appear again. Looking at the table again, Qin Feng wrote, The magistrate and secretary of Shulong City have a problem. Please help me get medicine and ask for help. Remember, you must inform Sejong before leaving. AMU was worried about Mr. Chin's safety and said again, I understand. Wait until I talk to Mr. Lee before leaving for Jinyang City. However, Mr. Chin, after I leave, you will have one less guard in case something unexpected happens. Chin Fong smiled and replied, It doesn't matter. It's enough for Mist Song to protect me. And do you know about the Sword Alliance? The Kendo Alliance? The one founded by the 3 Kendo Masters some time ago? Of course I know that. That's where the warriors go. AMU said excitedly. Chin Fong took out the token carved by the Sword Emperor from his arms and said, To tell you the truth, I have actually joined the Sword Alliance a long time ago. With this token in hand, I can ask for help from the Sword Alliance. However, this token can only be used once, and I will not use it unless absolutely necessary. At present, the situation in Shulong City is still under control. As long as you find the vermilion fruit, and we wait until Master Shi and the others return, the corpse ghost disaster will definitely be solved. Chin Fong deliberately said these words to people outside. Judging from the current situation, in order to prevent accidents from happening, the Sejong and the Magistrate will definitely not allow people to go out at will. Chin Fong would only let AMU leave if he used the Sword Alliance as a threat. Then I'm relieved. AMU stood up and drank all the tea in the cup, as if to express some determination. Don't worry, Mr. Chin. I will definitely bring the vermilion fruit back as soon as possible. Chin Fong explained a few more words. After listening, AMU nodded solemnly, opened the door and left. Song Filan turned her head and looked somewhere, and said softly, That person is gone. But is he really trustworthy? You actually gave that thing to him. We have no other choice now. And I believe that most of the people who are loved by the people at the bottom are kind-hearted people. Chin Fong exhaled. In the demon slaying department, Sejong, surnamedly, heard a report from someone and thought thoughtfully. There is actually a token from the Sword Dao Alliance. Are you sure he wants AMU to go back to Jinyang City to find medicine? The visitor nodded and said, Confirmed without a doubt. And I specifically asked a Chinese medicine doctor in the city that vermilion fruit is a very rare medicinal material. He had seen in medical books that there was a black mist forest outside Jinyang City that happened to have this medicinal material. What did Mr. Wang say? To avoid trouble, you can pretend to let him go, but you can't let outsiders know about the corpse. Give him to him in the middle. The man made a gesture of wiping his neck. The man namely grinned with a fierce look in his eyes. I understand. Chapter 3:10-9 Chain Coffin. In the dark underground, outside the cave sealed by black chains, Qian Puppet's figure appeared out of thin air. He looked at the cave in front of him, and then tiptoed into it. The cave is very deep, and it's so dark that you can't even see your fingers. The smell of corpses and blood filled the air. Thousands of puppets were suspended in the air, and green will-o'-the-wisps suddenly appeared around them, dispelling the darkness in the cave. At this time, it was just visible that a huge coffin was tied high in the sky by 9 chains. The surface of the coffin was carved with strange lines, and emitted a blood-red light. A hoarse voice came from the coffin. I thought someone was bringing me food, but I didn't expect it was you. You people are neither human nor ghosts. You are too fleshy. Having eaten it once before, I didn't want to eat it a second time. Qian Puppet didn't answer, and the dark cave was extremely silent for a while. After a long time, he spoke. This level of threat is meaningless. I know you are buying yourself time to break free from the seal. But don't worry. I'm different from my stupid master. I have no interest in your body. And I can even help you speed up the process of unlocking the seal and allowing you to be born. This time, the being in the coffin fell into silence. After a moment, he first sneered, and then laughed wildly. The huge coffin trembled, and the 9 chains were also making a golden sound. Back then, that old guy found my body and wanted to transform me into his body. But when he opened the coffin, I bit his head into pieces. Don't think I don't know how much you guys who practice the corpse path covet the body of a 3rd-grade divine warrior. You keep saying you want to release me, but it's just for the same purpose as that old guy. Qian Puppet didn't say anything. He waved his right hand to the side, and a cracked chain broke. At the same moment, the bloody lines on the coffin disappeared. I said, unlike that stupid master, I have no interest in your body. What do you want? The hoarse voice sounded again, with a hint of doubt in his tone. The reason why you practice so fast during your lifetime, and why your body does not decay, and your soul remains after death is because you received a scale. Those scales are useless against corpses. If you give me those scales, I can help you cut off a chain every 2 hours. Every 2 hours? It's not that I want to delay time. But this 9-chain coffin is the secret technique of corpse sealing in the corpse path. And it is not easy to break it open. If it weren't for your 60 years of hard work, I wouldn't be able to do it even if I cut one off every 2 hours. Qian Puppet said truthfully. Where is Emperor Wuchang now? Asked a hoarse voice. After such a long time, his mere mortal body has probably turned into a handful of dust. Now his son Emperor Ming is on the throne. So, what's your answer? After a while, a reply came from the coffin. Okay, I promise you. AMU was galloping in the mountains and forests. He wanted to get out of the mountains and forests before night and set foot on the official road. The corpse ghost problem is serious. Once it breaks out, the entire Shulong city will be in catastrophe. That was the place where he was born and raised. And he would never allow this to happen. Suddenly, a sword energy struck down, cutting off a big tree on the way. The huge sound caused the birds and beasts in the forest to start and scatter. AMU panicked and hurriedly tightened the reins of his horse. With a neigh, the horse stopped and escaped disaster. Who is it? He turned around and shouted. What caught his eye was a burly middle-aged man. AMU's pupils widened when he saw him, because he knew this person. A colleague in the demon-slaying department. A confidant of Master Xijing. A divine martial artist who had reached the 6th level and the 2nd level of sword intent. Originally, he was doubtful about Mr. Qian's words. After all, he had worked with Mr. Xijing for a long time, and he was still willing to believe in his character. But now, this trust could only turn into a wry smile on his face. I didn't expect that the corpse ghost behind Shulong City is really related to Xijing. AMU looked complicated. You actually know? It seems that this trip to Jinyang City is really not that simple. But whether you know it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. Because you are going to die here today. The middle-aged man had an expressionless face and a solemn tone. Amyonai is a 7th-grade divine warrior who does not practice weapons. He has no resistance at all against a middle-aged strongman. The battle was over before it began. If nothing unexpected happened, the middle-aged man strolled closer. Like a beast teasing its prey. He could have killed AMU with one strike. But he liked to enjoy the almost desperate look of others. Slowly holding the knife in his right hand, he didn't see the expected expression on the other person's face. Only a look of solemnity and struggle. What are you touching? The middle-aged man asked curiously. AMU didn't answer, but took a deep breath. He slowly took out a black gold token from his arms. And the gurgling sword sounds followed. The 3 words, Sword Alliance, on it are so clear. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. This token is actually here with you? No. This token has no effect in attracting the Sword Alliance. As soon as he finished speaking, AMU bit his finger, and a drop of blood fell on the token. A sword energy struck the middle-aged man with unrivaled force. The latter wanted to resist, but facing Yuhuchuan's sword energy, everything he did was in vain. In just an instant, the middle-aged figure was annihilated by the sword energy, leaving no trace. AMU looked shocked. He never expected that the life-saving thing Mr. Qian gave him would be so powerful. While I was grateful, I didn't dare to delay any longer. Holding the horse's rein in his hand, trampling the horse's hooves, avoiding the fallen towering tree, AMU galloped towards Jinyang City. It was already dark. Qin Feng opened the window of the restaurant and looked at the sky. As night falls, the entire Shulong City is covered with a layer of black veil. Calculating the time. If AMU is still alive, he should be arriving at Jinyang City soon. Qin Feng murmured to himself. There are 2 sword spirits in the tokens of the Sword Alliance. One from Yuhuchuan, the leader of Wanjin sect, and the other from Sword Emperor Bai Yen. With these 2 sword energy protecting his life, the person who is chasing him will definitely die as long as his strength is below the 4th level. Therefore, he was more worried about the safety of Master Shi and Zhang Tianan than AMU. Lord Shi and the others disappeared. Most likely it was not something that happened in the Demon Slayer division. Because in this case, the traces will be too heavy. If I were the person behind the scenes, I would definitely find a way to transfer them away from the Demon Slayer division before taking action. In this case, the most likely place is the Magistrate's office. Qin Feng groped his chin thoughtfully. The enemy was in the dark, and we were in the light. It was too passive to just wait for the opponent to make a move. He had to be more proactive. He then thought about the distribution of infected people's residences he had seen during the day. The closer to an ancestral hall in the south of the city, the more serious the infected corpse poison. If Miss Song could be asked to investigate, she might be able to find something. But today's Shulong City is equivalent to a dragon's pond and a tiger's den for them. If they make a wrong step, the end will be death. Moreover, they must still be under surveillance at this moment. How can they let Miss Song leave the restaurant without anyone noticing? Qin Feng lowered his head and meditated for a long time. The night was getting darker, and he didn't realize it. It wasn't until the sound of men and women's voices came from the next room that he came back to his senses. Chapter 311 Playing Two Roles. Qin Feng was quite annoyed when his thoughts were interrupted, and he spat in his heart. The shopkeeper kept saying that the sound insulation effect in the restaurant was good. But this is the result? He could even hear the heavy breathing of the man next door. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong between him and Miss Song. Otherwise, wouldn't other people know about it? While thinking like this, Qin Feng quietly turned his head and looked at Miss Song behind him. The latter had obviously heard the sound, and her eyes were a little evasive and unnatural. Qin Feng coughed dryly. The wind is very noisy tonight. I'd better close the window. Yes. Under the black scarf, Song Filan responded lightly. After closing the window, the lingering sound was much quieter, like mosquitoes and flies. It seemed that the shopkeeper was not lying. The sound insulation effect of the restaurant was indeed good. It's just that the two people next door most likely forgot to close the window when they were doing something. While Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a plan came into his mind. The two people next door did provide him with a solution. Who would have thought that there was only one man in the room after making such a big noise? He stood up and wanted to express his thoughts. But when he saw Miss Song, he hesitated. After all, Miss Song is a yellow-flowered girl. Although she is just showing off, if word spreads, it will inevitably affect her reputation. After struggling again and again, Qin Feng took a deep breath and said it truthfully. Hearing this, Song Filan's light blue eyes widened, and the tips of her ears turned a bright red. Under the black scarf, she pursed her lips and thought of the unbearable melodious sound just now. After a long time, she let out a breath and said, I understand. What do I need to do? Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and replied, You don't need to do anything. As long as you don't mind that your reputation may be affected. Leave the rest to me. Song Filan. On the eaves of the restaurant, two black shadows blended into the night. One person said angrily, The noisy couple in the next room are making me feel itchy. I really want to find a girl in a brothel to vent my anger. The other person was obviously much calmer. There has been no movement inside for a long time. It's best for someone to take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the candle in the guest room where Qin Feng and the two were sitting was extinguished. Two black shadows instantly dodged and clinged to the window. Just as they were about to break the window and get in, they heard someone in the room laughing and saying, I'm big. Please bear with me. Then, there was a scream, and the sound of clothes being torn. After a while, the sound of the rocking bed reached my ears, as well as the man's heavy breathing. The two black figures looked at each other with strange looks on their faces. They stormed back to the roof, and one person mocked. At this time, you are still in the mood to do this. Let them go. They won't live long. There was a touch of contempt and murderous intent in his tone. Under the faint moonlight, Qin Feng, who was shaking the bed with both hands, clearly saw the black shadow flashing past the window. At this moment, Miss Song was no longer in the house. The squeaking sound just now was made by him while holding his throat. And now his throat was still a little uncomfortable. The matter is already half successful. The next thing to do is to keep shaking the bed. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was grateful that he had rich theoretical knowledge in his previous life. Otherwise, he would not be able to play two roles. Perhaps the bed was shaking a little loudly, which aroused the desire to win in the man next door. Not long after, the sound of the wall being collided was also heard next door. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He had been holding back for a long time, but he still dared to hit the muzzle of the gun without knowing whether he was alive or dead? He wanted to see whether it was the opponent's waist that lasted longer, or his hands that lasted longer. A vocal contest ensued. The next day, at dawn, Qin Feng rubbed his sore arms and pushed open the door with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Just at this moment, the door of the next room was pushed open, and a fat man walked out. He glanced at Qin Feng in shock and jealousy, then rolled up his sleeves and left. At this moment, Qin Feng's vanity was greatly satisfied. After a while, another girl in a gorgeous dress walked out of the next room. She glanced at Qin Feng and couldn't help but be surprised by his handsome appearance, coupled with the movements last night. She licked her lips, cast a flirtatious look at Qin Feng, then twisted her waist and her perky butt. and walked away. At this moment, an unfamiliar waiter broke into the house under the pretense of serving tea. Qin Feng couldn't stop it in time, and then heard a clang. A silver-white dagger was inserted into the wooden door, less than 3 inches away from the waiter's nose. In the guest room, Song Filan was sitting on the bed, holding the quilt to cover her figure. A cold voice came from under the black scarf. "Get out! I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm leaving now." The waiter left in a hurry. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, re-entered the house, and closed the door. He looked at the beauty in black scarf on the bed, feeling a little distracted. He coughed dryly and said, "The performance was quite good. Did you gain anything from last night?" Song Filan opened the quilt, and her black hair slipped down. She was naturally wearing clothes underneath. And then she told the scene she saw last night. 2 men carried a prisoner into the ancestral hall? Qin Feng's eyes widened. This scene was exactly the same as what he saw in his dream. He thought of the dark environment, the entangled black chains, the deep cave, and the stretched out arms. The source behind the ghouls in Shulong City is likely to come from that ancestral hall. "What's the name of the ancestral hall?" Qin Feng asked. "Eternal Life Temple." In the demon slaying department, Mr. Sijingli was pacing back and forth in the lobby with a cold expression. The person sent to intercept AMU has not returned all day and night. Logically speaking, with that person's strength, it would be effortless to kill AMU, and it would not take that long at all. Not coming back for so long can only mean that there was an accident. He thought for a long time and decided to report the situation to the Magistrate King. After all, whether he can achieve great success in the future and enter the imperial capital Fontian City depends on that one person. This is also the main reason why he is willing to conceal the disaster of the corpse ghost and follow Wang Yi's lead. After arriving at the magistrate's office and explaining the situation, crisp applause immediately sounded. Wang Yi said in a serious tone, "Can't you do this little thing well?" The bright red palm print was revealed, and the man named Li did not dare to complain at all. "Master Wang, I did not expect that there would be an accident in intercepting and killing him. After all, AMU's strength is only 7th level. Humph. Those 2 people must have given AMU something to save his life. It seems that they are not stupid. Staying in Shulong City is just to paralyze us and let AMU go out to ask for help, which is the real purpose." Mr. Sijingli turned pale with fright. "If this happens, the corpses in the city will be exposed. Won't we be liquidated by the Demon Slayer Division?" Wang Yi didn't take it seriously, picked up the teacup and took a sip. "I immediately sent someone to the Huarong Road station to report the disaster of the corpse ghost in Shulong City. Master Wang, what do you want? We mistakenly thought that there was a plague in the city before. Now that we have seen a corpse, how can we hide it?" The man named Li understood instantly and said excitedly, "Your Excellency is right. Also, so that the 100 ghost Taoists no longer need to suppress the Yin Qi, we can also add a few more people to feed the things in the cave." When Si Zheng, surnamed Li, heard this, his face turned pale and he trembled. "I understand. Chapter 312 Disaster is coming." After Li Sijing left, Chin Puppet's figure appeared in the lobby. Wang Yi said respectfully, "Master Chin Puppet, according to your request, the news of the corpse ghost disaster in Shulong City has been spread. But I don't understand. You tried your best to hide it from us before. Why are you doing it now? You just have to do your part." I understand." After a while, Chin Puppet spoke again. "It's also good for you to do this. You can use the death energy in the black bead to improve your cultivation. The more death energy there is, the faster your cultivation will improve. And in Shulong City next, many people will probably die." "You look tired?" Song Filan asked. She was a little curious about what the other party did last night. "If I rock the crib for you all night, you will be tired too." Qin Feng raised his arm and pinched the center of his brow, only to feel a soreness in his arm. "Shaking bed?" Song Filan blinked, with a bit of confusion in her tone. It took her a while to react, and she glared at the other person with shame and anger. No wonder when she went out for breakfast just now, many people cast strange looks at her. Is this what I said last night and has an impact on the reputation? But the person who was misunderstood was Qin Feng, which seemed not so unacceptable. With such a ridiculous idea in her mind, the tips of Song Filan's ears turned red. And then she looked for the topic and asked, "What should we do next?" Qin Feng picked up the teacup, took a sip, and tried to dispel his sleepiness. "Now there is only a limit to what we can do. We must wait for AMU to bring reinforcements. The lives of Shi Ziming and Zhang Tianen are currently unknown. The last place we saw those two people was the Demon Slayer division. I also asked some people in the city, and saw them walking towards the north after leaving the Demon Slayer division. To the north of the Demon Slayer division is the location of the Magistrate's office. I think they most likely encountered an accident there. Then, there is the Immortal Temple in the city, where there are the most doubts. The answer to whether Yang Meng, the tiger-headed barbarian leader, has transformed into a ghoul may lie there. However, with the strength of the two of us, if we venture to explore, it is very likely that we will never return. This one will have to wait a little longer. After much deliberation, it would be safest to go to the Magistrate's office to explore the matter by liberating the blocked areas. Qin Feng analyzed. When will you leave? Later. I have to squint for a while. Qin Feng stood up, came to the bed, and then lay down heavily on it. Seeing this, Song Filan's light blue eyes widened. She had just slept on this bed not long ago. The tip of Qin Feng's nose moved slightly, and there was still a faint feminine fragrance on the pillow. It didn't take long before he fell into a deep sleep. The beauty in black scarf looked at Qin Feng's sleeping face and looked at it quietly, unaware of the passage of time. Qin Feng dreamed again. It was still that dark place, and his nose was filled with the stench of rotting corpses and blood. The black chains outside the cave kept vibrating and made a harsh golden sound. Still two strong men carried the man in prison uniform, marched towards the cave, and then threw the man into it. But the difference is that this time Qin Feng can clearly see the faces of the two people. He had seen these two people in the Demon Slayer division. It was one of them who led them to see Xijing surnamedly. The two strong men dropped one person, left in a hurry, and then returned, carrying another person. So back and forth. The numbing sound of chewing came from the cave again, and red blood and indescribable debris were splashed everywhere, making people shudder. Qin Feng in his dream mustered up his courage and approached the cave. Looking over, the rotten bone arm from the last time did not appear, and his consciousness seemed to have sunk into a dark whirlpool. When he came back to his senses, he saw a huge coffin hanging high in the sky in front of him, with blood-red lines all over it. 9 chains were wrapped around the coffin and connected to the surrounding walls. The connection points of this chain were not random. Qin Feng, who was proficient in formations, quickly saw the clues. The arrangement of these 9 chains is very much like a gathering formation. This should be to induce something to pour into the huge coffin. There was just a click, and a chain broke. The blood lines on the coffin suddenly disappeared. There was another click, and the second chain broke, followed by the third, and then the fourth. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the coffin nervously. He didn't need to guess, but he knew that when the 9 chains broke at the same time, something terrible would definitely happen. Finally, all 9 chains in the dream were broken. An arm suddenly opened the huge coffin board, and with a roar, murderous intent, resentment, death, and anger almost turned into substance, spreading like a tide to the surroundings. As soon as the dream changed, the city of Shulong was filled with mourners, and blood flowed into rivers. A scene of doomsday. Among the vast corpses, Qin Feng seemed to see the corpses of himself and Miss Song. He woke up suddenly, gasping for air. "What's wrong with you?" Song Filan asked with concern. Qin Feng was still immersed in the dream scene, and cold sweat fell from his forehead. The person in the coffin, if expected correctly, must be Yang Meng, the leader of the tiger-headed barbarians. Never let those 9 chains break. Otherwise things will get out of hand. We can't wait any longer. Something must be done. Qin Feng and the two came to the magistrate's house and met Wang Yi again. The latter asked, "Master Qin, why do you come to see me?" "But it doesn't matter. The people infected with the corpse poison have recovered. I would like to ask Mr. Wang when they can be released to reunite with their families." Qin Feng replied, "If Mr. Qin judges it this way, I can let you go at any time." So easy to talk to? This was actually somewhat beyond Qin Feng's expectation. If it hadn't been for Mr. Qin's arrival, I might have been kept in the dark and thought that the people in the city were infected with the plague. Fortunately, Mr. Qin discovered it in time. Otherwise Shulong City might really have been destroyed. To say the least, I, the county magistrate, have indeed neglected my duties. Pretending again. The old fox Qin Feng smiled and said, "What are you talking about, Mr. Wang? If it weren't for you, the infection would have become uncontrollable. It is a blessing for the people to have you in charge of Shulong City." The unsmiling Wang Yi had a slight smile on his face when he heard this. Song Filan on the side saw this scene with no expression on her face. She just watched Qin Feng quietly telling lies with his eyes open. After chatting for a long time, Wang Yi took a sip of tea and said, Master Shi and others went out to ask for help, but they have not come back yet. In desperation, I can only discuss with Master Li from the demon slaying department. Send someone to the nearest Huarong Road station to report the appearance of the corpse in Shulong City. Thinking about it, it won't be long before news comes back. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng's eyes flashed with shock. This old fox actually went out to ask for help. How could he? How dare he? So what was the purpose of his previous concealment? Song Filan also frowned slightly. Chapter 313 Sneaking into the Magistrate's Mansion. What's wrong? Mr. Qin, you don't look right. Wang Yi silently put down the teacup. Qin Feng suddenly felt that he had lost his composure. The news was so shocking that he could not react for a while. He coughed dryly and replied, Maybe I drank too much tea when I came here. Now I want to make it easier. Mr. Wang, do you know where the latrine in the house is? Here comes someone, Wang Yi said, and an officer and soldier from outside the house quickly stepped into the house. Following the officers and soldiers walking in the magistrate's mansion, Qin Feng was always observing the surroundings with his eyes, hoping to find any clues. However, he also knew that this idea was unrealistic. How could the enemy leave clues in a conspicuous place? Soon, they arrived at the latrine. Qin Feng pushed the door open and was about to close the wooden door, but was stopped by a hand. Looking back, the officer and soldier leading the way looked struggling and hesitated to speak. He carefully looked around, then stepped into the latrine together and closed the wooden door. What do you want to do? Qin Feng's eyes widened and he took a step back. The righteous energy in his body gathered, and he was fully alert. The other party is just a 9th-level martial artist. If he dares to be tough, he doesn't mind letting the other party know that scholars should not be bullied. The officer and soldier were also stunned, and then said seriously, Master Qin, I know where Master Shi and the others are. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Which song was he singing? Naturally, he would not believe the people in the magistrate's office. So he said, Master Shi and others went out to ask for help. Either to Qiyuan City or Jinong City. No need for you to tell me. I know where they went. The officers and soldiers shook their heads. Master Qin was deceived by Mr. Wang, and those two people did not leave Shulong City at all. What do you mean? Qin Feng asked with a frown. Then the officers and soldiers explained what happened in a concise manner. According to what the other party said, Shi Ziming and Zhang Tianen did come to the magistrate's house on the day they disappeared, and were trapped in the dungeon by Wang Yi. Qin Feng still didn't believe the other party. He just thought it was Wang Yi's old fox's test, and sneered. Master Wang has devoted his whole life to the people in the city. How could he do such a thing? I know you don't trust me. After all, I am also a county magistrate. In fact, I have hesitated whether to tell you this. To tell you the truth, my father was infected with corpse poison and was also in that quarantine place. If Mr. Qin hadn't treated him, he would have been unable to overcome this hurdle. The reason why I took the risk to say this to you is to repay your life-saving grace. After the words fell, the officer and soldier took out a white cloth from his arms. Master Qin, this is a simplified map of the magistrate's office and the location of the dungeon. I have marked the time for each patrol point above. Believe it or not, there is only so much I can do. After saying this in a hurry, the officers and soldiers clasped their fists and exited the latrine, leaving Qin Feng alone looking at the white cloth in his hand. Thoughtfully, after leaving the magistrate's office and bringing Wang Yi's warrant, the people who had been isolated for a long time could finally reunite with their families. They hugged their families with tears in their eyes, and then bowed to Qin Feng to express their gratitude. Qin Feng said goodbye to everyone, and returned to the restaurant with Miss Song. Then he took out a white cloth and told the truth about what happened in the magistrate's house. How likely do you think it is? Song Filan asked lightly. Originally I didn't believe a word of it, but just now, I did see him and his father getting together, perhaps in order not to arouse suspicion. The officer and soldier did not even look at Qin Feng when he picked up his father. Then do you want me to search the dungeon of the magistrate's office? Qin Feng took a deep breath after hearing this. And the night-walking clothes he used to steal. Ahem. Intercept the dragon's spiritual energy last time. Are still in the Sumer ring. Thinking of that dream, he still had lingering fears and couldn't worry about Miss Song. So he said, This time, I will go with you. Song Filan's light blue eyes glanced out the window and said softly, You two are leaving together. Don't you have to worry about being exposed? Wang Yi's words today were deliberately told to us. I thought about it for a long time and guessed a possibility. They sent people to intercept AMU, but failed. In desperation, they had no choice but to take the initiative to report the ghost. In other words, we are afraid that we have already been exposed. Now it's almost time to break up. And since AMU has been away for so long, the news must have been brought to Jinyang City. So we don't have to worry so much. Qin Feng said this. Song Filan nodded, and seemed to have thought of something, and frowned slightly. But if I act with you, it is very likely that my position will be exposed. Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this. It sounded like he disliked him. No matter what. I am a literary saint who is about to enter the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm. I will not hold you back. Qin Feng coughed dryly, but he was obviously not confident in what he said. Song Filan also cast a suspicious look. I'll try not to hold you back. In desperation, Qin Feng added weakly. At night, the moon was dark and the wind was high, and the melancholy sound from the next room sounded again. Perhaps in order to avenge last night. They made a particularly loud noise tonight, and the woman's throat was almost hoarse from shouting. The two people responsible for surveillance spat and stared at the guest room where Qin Feng and Qin Feng were. The window was closed. The candle flickered, and two black figures were vaguely visible hugging each other. I'm afraid these two will have a good time tonight. One of them spat. The other person didn't take it seriously and sneered. In fact, the shadow in the room was just a deception set up by Qin Feng. They were two pieces of standing clothes. Under the light of the candles, they looked like two people embracing each other. The real ones had already left the restaurant and secretly headed to the magistrate's office. Although all the people infected with the corpse poison have returned home, Shulong City still imposes a curfew on the grounds that the plague has not been completely eliminated. So the streets are still empty and extremely quiet. Song Filan glanced at Qin Feng, who was walking close to the edge of the house not far away, wearing black clothes, with a black scarf covering his face. He was tiptoeing. He couldn't help but ask curiously, We have got rid of surveillance. You don't need to be like this. You don't understand. Be careful with the Wanyan ship. Qin Feng replied softly. In order to prevent accidents from happening, he always opened his eyes to observe the surroundings, and suddenly let out a light sigh. For some reason, the yin energy in this city was much stronger than when he first came. However, the top priority now was to find Shiziming and Zhang Tianen in the dungeon of the magistrate's office. And he did not dwell too much on the issue of Yin Qi. Arriving outside the magistrate's house, Qin Feng held a white cloth in his hand and said to a wall, If this picture is true, then at this time, it is safest to enter from here. But the key question is, the wall is nearly 3 feet long. How can we get in quietly? Just when he was struggling, he heard a swish sound coming from beside him. And when he looked up again, Song Filan was already standing firmly on the edge of the wall. Looking down at him, the two looked at each other in the air, and a gust of night wind blew by, ruffling their hair. How about you go back? Are you serious when you say this? Such short words. But the damage was so great. Qin Feng's expression froze. Chapter 314. The picture shows the dagger. Naturally, Qin Feng didn't go back. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't be able to go back. It wasn't because of his humble self-esteem. It was just that Miss Song took him away when he left the restaurant. If he wanted to go back quietly, he couldn't do it without Miss Song. With the help of Song Filan, the two successfully entered the magistrate's office. It was already late at night, and the lights in many houses in the mansion had been extinguished. Only a few rooms still had weak lights on. There was nothing wrong with the map drawn by the officer and soldier. Following the guidance above, Qin Feng and the two avoided patrols and finally arrived at the location of the magistrate's dungeon. After secretly peeking into the dungeon from behind the wall, Qin Feng's face was solemn. The defense force in the dungeon was much stronger than that in the magistrate's mansion. With just a cursory glance, he saw 2 officers and soldiers patrolling. According to the map instructions, Master Shi and the others are most likely trapped in the deepest part of the dungeon. If you want to avoid these officers and soldiers, it may not be realistic to sneak in quietly. Miss Song, what do you think? Qin Feng said solemnly. No one responded. Huh? Qin Feng was curious and looked around. Where could he see Miss Song? Snapped, snapped, too short, powerful, and crisp sounds came from the dungeon. No way. Qin Feng swallowed and looked into the dungeon again. Then he saw Song Filan gently place the 2 unconscious officers and soldiers on the ground. What are you doing standing still? A calm tone came from under the scarf. And Song Filan took the lead in walking towards the dungeon with her long legs. I might really be redundant. Qin Feng thought this. And then followed him. Under Song Filan's sneak attack, the dungeon group could be said to have unimpeded access. Along the way, the cells were basically empty. And there were no prisoners shouting. This phenomenon did not make Qin Feng relax, but made him worried, because he remembered clearly that those who were thrown into the cave in the dream were all prisoners wearing prison uniforms. In about the time it took a stick of incense, the two of them arrived at the deepest part of the dungeon. There were more than 10 prisoners in several cells on both sides. Although they all had their eyes open, the light in them had long gone, as if they had given up on thinking about life. Even if they saw Qin Feng and the two entering the cell, they only glanced at them and remained indifferent. Looking forward, there was a section in the deepest part of the dungeon. Inside was a huge cell made of hard gold and stone. The ground was also carved with strange patterns, which were obviously some kind of formation. There are 2 people imprisoned in this cell. It is Shi Ziming and Zhang Tianan. Master Shi. When Shi Ziming in the cell heard this, he raised his head and said in surprise, "Why did you two come here? The magistrate has a problem. So leave Shulong City quickly and ask for help. Don't worry. Someone has gone out to ask for help. Now I will help you break the formation and let them out. And then we will leave together." Qin Feng lowered his head and looked at the formation. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and the formation appeared in his brain at the speed of light. The engraved Bagua directions. Break the formation? What nonsense are you talking about? This formation can isolate the Yin Qi and suppress the strength in the warrior's body. Even Tianan and I can't break apart. So how can you do it? Go quickly. Otherwise when that guy finds you, he won't be able to leave if he tries to leave again. Shi Ziming said anxiously. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Qin Feng's fingertips condensed. Then he aimed at a certain part of the formation on the ground and made a strong stroke. With a clicking sound, Ryuuro's Qi machine collapsed, and the formation on the ground disappeared. Shi Ziming's eyes widened, and he could clearly feel the presence of Yin Qi again. On the other side, Zhang Tianan, who was sitting on the ground, stood up, shook his hands, then walked to the cell, grabbed the gold and stone pillars with both hands, and used force to pull to both sides. A gap was opened in the cell instantly. This formation is just SOSO, Qin Feng said calmly, looking like a master. Tell me, Master Shi, why are you trapped here? Shi Ziming raised his eyebrows and briefly told the whole story. That day, I learned from Xijing that the magistrate asked him to conceal the report of the corpse. In anger, in order to find out the reason, he took Zhang Tianan to the magistrate's office. The old fox said that the reason was because of a prisoner in the dungeon. He suspected that there was fraud, but in order to find out the truth, he went to the dungeon with full vigilance, but was trapped by the formation. If it weren't for this formation that sealed the Yin Qi, I would never have been able to control it. In order to save face, Shi Ziming added, there is no need to forcefully restore your respect. Qin Feng responded, Master Shi's strength is natural, but we can't delay here any longer. Wang Yi, the old fox, sent someone to tell the inn about the corpse ghost. If he dared to do this, he must have some backup plan. And I also discovered the true source of the land of corpses. The existence there is likely to be beyond our knowledge. We must not let it wake up and must stop it. Shi Ziming frowned, then nodded. He waved his right hand and used the puppet technique. The dungeons where the prisoners were trapped were torn open in just an instant. I heard officers and soldiers mention it by chance before that these prisoners are ordinary people, and they seem to arrest these people for some purpose. Officers and soldiers would take them away at night. I suspect that those people encountered an accident. For safety reasons, it would be safer to let them go. Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. And then he truthfully told what Song Filan saw outside the Eternal Life Temple, and what he saw in his dream. When the other three heard this, they were all filled with righteous indignation. Shi Ziming gritted his teeth. This man named Wang deserves to die. Those people may have been too mentally tortured. Even if they could escape from the cells, they still sat on the ground motionless. We can't control them now. We'd better leave here as soon as possible. Qin Feng urged again. Things are divided into priorities. The most important thing right now is to prevent the being in the coffin from being born as soon as possible. Good. The group hurried towards the cell exit. On the way, Qin Feng revealed the true identity of the corpse ghost and the tiger-headed barbarian leader Yang Meng. A third-level divine warrior during his lifetime? Upon hearing this, Shi Ziming's eyes widened. If those beings really turned into corpses, how terrifying would their combat power be? At this moment, Ziming's face darkened, and he protected the three people behind him. The shadow's big hand instantly stood up, firmly blocking something coming through the air. Who? Ziming shouted. At the exit of the cell, the figures of Wang Yi and others slowly appeared. The leader, Wang Yi, said coldly, I don't want to wait for Jinyang City, but I have to come here to wade in the muddy water. You really think your life is too long? There was a ticking sound. Qin Feng looked around and saw that the object previously blocked by Ziming with his black hand turned out to be a person's head. He recognized this man. It was the officer and soldier who had previously sent him intelligence from the county government. Seeing this, Qin Feng was so jealous that he shouted loudly, Wang Yi! Chapter 315, Disaster Strikes and the Corpse Recovers. The middle-aged man in the county magistrate's official robe heard the shouting and said expressionlessly, You should end up eating something that is inside and outside. You don't have to look like this. Anyway, it won't be long before you all have to go down and accompany him. After he finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and the soil on the surface began to stir, and countless bones with rotting flesh and flesh poked out. It's the ghoul. Yang Mang's 9-chain coffin seal is gradually weakening, and the Yin Qi in Shulong City is no longer suppressed. These corpses can finally come to the world unscrupulously. The smell of rotting corpses was overwhelming and nauseating. Countless corpses bared their teeth and claws, attacking Qin Feng and the others. Ziming raised his eyebrows angrily, and the big treasure gourd behind him fell to the ground with a roar. Yin Qi gathered and poured into the shadow. The black hand of the shadow stood up instantly, and in the blink of an eye, countless corpses were crushed into minced flesh. Zhang Tianan suddenly stepped forward with his right foot, and his fists collided, creating a fierce wind. Wherever the wind of the fist hit, the corpse ghost was not an enemy at all. Song Filan shuttled through the battlefield, the silver-white dagger flying in her hand, and the heads of corpses flew up one after another. The most powerful of these corpse ghosts during their lifetimes were at best 7th-level warriors. Even if their bodies changed after death, they could not be the opponents of Ziming and others. The battle situation was almost one-sided, when Ziming used the black hand of the puppet to crush the last standing corpse. It took less than a stick of incense. Wang Yi, you concealed the disaster of the corpse ghosts. Use the common people to feed the corpse ghosts. Killed officials, and ignored the life and death of the people in the city. All kinds of evil deeds are too numerous to describe. The head on your neck. I will take it away today. Ziming shouted angrily, and the black hand of the puppet instantly reached out, but was stopped by a man with a dull face. Qin Feng unfolded his pupil powers and looked at the man. He originally thought that the man could block Master Shi's moves, and he should be at least a master of the 5th level. But he was surprised to find that there was no Yin energy or blood in the other party's body, and he was not a living person at all. Looking at its appearance, it is completely different from those corpses. He suddenly thought of the few servants in the city lord's palace in Jinyang City who were in the same situation as the man now. Like a walking corpse. Puppet corpse way? Ziming, after all, was well informed and shouted in a low voice. Taking my head on my head? You're not qualified yet. Those people are just prisoners, and they will die when they die. To take a step back, what if they are ordinary people? In this world, if a lot of people don't die one day, I just let them escape in advance and save them from living in fear every day. Wang Yi sneered. At the same time, outside the dungeon, only commotion could be heard. Someone hurriedly came here to report. Reporting to your lord, officers and soldiers from the Demon Slayer division from nearby towns have come to rescue and have arrived in Shulong City. Ziming heard this and said in a deep voice, Wang Yi, you can't escape today. After hearing the news, Wang Yi remained indifferent, but said meaningfully, when there is a corpse disaster in Shulong City, the county magistrate immediately reports it to foreigners. However, the number and strength of the corpses were so horrifying that even though everyone in Shulong City was united, they were still defeated and the whole city collapsed. Only a few people escaped and brought news of this place back to Fontian City. What do you think of this story? When Qin Feng and others heard this, they all looked at him in shock. The stage has been set up. Now the only thing left is the people that Amuna has found. I just hope that the reinforcements you are looking for are not too weak. Otherwise, the words I just said may not be convincing to the world. After Wang Yi left these words, he turned and left. Don't even think about running away, Ziming shouted, gathering the Yin Qi in his right palm and pressing down hard. The shadow black coffin fell, obviously trying to force the opponent back. But the man who looked like a walking corpse took action again and actually resisted the black coffin with his body. "Mind yourselves first." Wang Yi sneered and walked away. At the same time, countless corpses and ghosts emerged from the ground in Shulong City. And the people cried and screamed one after another. I don't know how many people died under the bone claws of the ghoul. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the earth dark red. And the smell of blood was pungent. The soldiers and people from the Demon Slayer division, who came to the rescue, obviously did not expect such a tragic situation in Shulong City. "There are so many ghouls! Quick, everyone, set out and kill the ghouls in the city!" someone shouted. Everyone started taking action immediately. On the other side, in the underground cave of the Immortal Temple, Qian Puppet looked at the huge coffin suspended in the sky, with only the last chain left on it. There were very few bloody lines left on the surface of the coffin. And there was a thumping sound inside, like the beating of the heart, or like someone beating a war drum. And every time this sound is made, a large number of corpses will emerge from the ground in Shulong City. Although their flesh and blood have dried up and their clothes are tattered, the lines on their backs and the patterns on their bodies still show that they are the bandits who burned, killed and looted in the southern territory back then tiger-headed barbarians. There were numerous casualties among the people in the city, and reinforcements from other towns came one after another, greatly increasing the number of deaths. The invisible black energy of death continued to sink into the ground, filling the cave. Qian Puppet took a deep breath, seeming to be intoxicated in the breath of death. "You can come out soon! How are you feeling now?" Faint words came out from under the ghost's face. What responded to him was the cold murderous intention in the coffin that almost turned into reality. In the dungeon of the Magistrate's office, Ziming and others wanted to pursue Wang Yi, but were blocked by the man who looked like a walking corpse. What surprised them even more was that the bodies of the corpses that were supposed to die and could no longer die were actually reunited in one place. Qin Feng frowned and opened his eyes to look around. He found that whenever black energy flowed into the corpses would be resurrected. Ziming glanced at it, then looked at the man blocking the road, and said in a deep voice, "This is not the way to go. Shout Song, you take Qin Feng and leave here first. I'll deal with the guy in front of you, Shang Tianan, and I'll leave these indestructible bastards to you." Although the support people had arrived, what Wang Yi said before always made Ziming feel uneasy. In addition, the tiger-headed barbarian leader mentioned by Qin Feng had a cultivation level of a third-level warrior during his lifetime. If he turned into a corpse, he would need at least the combat power of the 12 god generals to deal with it. But Ziming knew very well that there was no such combat power in Qiyuancheng and Jinong City. At this moment, he only hoped that the vengeful Master Zhou, who had extensive connections, could find 12 divine generals to come and relieve this disaster in Shulong City. After listening to Ziming's words, Song Filan picked up the collar of Qin Feng's neck with one hand, and then ducked to leave the dungeon. Seeing this, the man blocking the road thrust his right hand toward his side, but was knocked away by Ziming's shadow hand. "Master Shi, be careful," Qin Feng called. "Just mind yourself," Ziming replied with raised eyebrows, and then looked solemnly at the man who stood up again. Chapter 316 Reinforcements. Thousands of puppets flew out from the ground of Yongsheng Temple, floating in the sky, overlooking the entire Shulong City. His trip had 3 purposes. First, complete the task assigned by the Zongqian organization and obtain the scale on Yang Meng's body. Secondly, he liberated Yang Meng, who had turned into a corpse ghost, from the seal of the 9-chain coffin, causing some trouble to the Southern Territory Demon Slayer division and distracting their attention. The third is to integrate more death energy to further enhance your strength. The city's cries, howls, and angry roars resounded in the sky like a symphony. Looking at Shulong City, more and more people are gathering. "It's almost time," Qian Puppet murmured to himself, then clasped his palms together. The black death energy turned into a barrier and enveloped the entire Shulong City. The reinforcements, who entered the city, were surprised to find that they could not pass through this black barrier at all. Once touched, flesh and blood will decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. But at this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked towards the south. A master is coming! Deep in the mountains, a large army was galloping. It was the reinforcements that AMU had moved from Jinyang City and Chiyuan City. The leading man among them is Si Zhengzhou Kai, one of the 36 stars. Originally, with the distance between Jinyang City and Shulong City, Zhou Kai and the others would have been able to come to the rescue long ago. However, after learning from AMU that there might be a corpse king of the 3rd level of divine martial arts behind the corpse ghost. Zhou Kai left Jinong City to find a helper, so he was delayed for half a day. Someone has expanded the domain, and the aura of death is very strong. On the horse next to Zhou Kai, a handsome middle-aged man dressed in green clothes and a black cloak said with a frown, looking at his waist, "There is a white jade inlaid gold order engraved with the word General, which is particularly conspicuous. This order is the order of the 12 divine generals." And the middle-aged man was none other than Sima Kong, the spear immortal who had previously rescued Qiyuan City from the ghost problem. "Yang Mang has been born?" Zhou Kai asked in a deep voice. When Amu heard this, his expression changed. Sima Kong closed his eyes and shook his head. "The details are not clear yet, but the situation in Shulong City is not optimistic at the moment. I will take the first step." "Okay." Zhou Kai nodded and responded. After the words fell, Sima Kong moved his right foot, and with a sound explosion, his body jumped high from the horse's back. In less than an instant, his figure disappeared into the vast darkness and sped toward Shulong City. Seeing this, Zhou Kai raised the reins of the horse in his hand, and the horseshoes neighed immediately. "Everyone, the situation is critical. We can move forward at full speed without delay." "Okay." Everyone responded in unison. The tragic situation in Shulong City far exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. Bodies littered the ground and blood flowed into rivers. He never expected that after entering the dungeon, he would see such a scene when he came out. Support from the outer city fights the ghouls in the city. Not only do they have to be careful of being scratched and infected by the ghouls, they also have to deal with the constant resurrection of the ghouls. Under this situation, those reinforcements were already stretched thin. There are no large towns near Shulong City, and the reinforcements coming here are also limited in strength. Qin Feng once again thought of what Wang Yi said in the dungeon. He always felt that the other party deliberately lured these people here. "Is it because of the black energy?" Qin Feng murmured to himself. He had read in a book that people who died in vain would produce death energy in their bodies, which was the favorite thing of corpses and evil spirits. Looking at the corpses on the street, black death energy emerged from their bodies and sank into the ground continuously. There were screams again, and it seemed that the people were being attacked by ghouls. Without saying a word, Song Girl dodged and danced with a silver-white dagger in her hand, and the heads of those ghouls suddenly flew up. "Thank you," a woman said tremblingly, holding her child in her arms. After saving the two of them, Qin Feng learned about the general situation of Shulong City from the woman's mouth. Nowhere is safe in the city at this moment. The corpse appears from the ground and is everywhere. Just think about it. When the tiger-headed barbarians fought against Emperor Wucheng's Tianzhong army, 8,000 bandit troops died in the battle. Coupled with the unique assimilation ability of ghouls, the number of ghouls in the city now is probably beyond imagination. "Your home is not far from the city gate. Why don't you just escape from Shulong City?" Qin Feng asked. The woman said sadly, "There are officers and soldiers from other places, and the master of the Demon Slayer division, who are helping us stop those terrifying things and want us to escape. However, for some reason there is a black barrier blocking the way around Shulong City, so you can only enter but not exit." As soon as Mr. Demon Slayer touched it lightly with his hand, his right hand was melted, and his appearance was extremely oozing. Qin Feng looked up, with golden light flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, there was a translucent black barrier in the night, covering Shulong City entirely. "It's the realm!" Song Filan's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. Qin Feng's expression was ugly. Realm was a method that could only be used by beings who were in the 3rd level realm or above the 7th level calamity power. In other words, either Yang Mang under the Eternal Life Temple has been born, either there are other powerful enemies in Shulong City. He suddenly thought of the strange man who stopped Master Shi in the dungeon, and then thought of the people in Jinong City back then. I just think the second option is more likely. There is a powerful behind-the-scenes driving force behind the Shulong City ghoul disaster. "You can't leave Shulong City at this moment. Where do you two plan to take refuge?" Song Filan asked aloud. The woman replied, "There is a restaurant in front, guarded by adults from the Demon Slayer division. It is much safer than other places. I originally planned to go there." Song Filan glanced away. Qin Feng frowned and thought. Wang Yi was nowhere to be found, and no one knew what was happening to the strange coffin in the underground cave under the Immortal Temple. What he and Miss Song could do was really limited. So they responded, "We will send you there." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, girl." The woman thanked her repeatedly while holding the baby in her arms. The group of people soon arrived at the restaurant the woman mentioned. The doors and windows of the restaurant were closed, and even the lanterns hanging at the door were extinguished. Qin Feng stepped forward and knocked on the door, and the wooden door opened with a sound. A man poked half of his face out, looking wary. Only when he confirmed that there were living people outside the house did he open the door and give up half of his body. As soon as I stepped into the restaurant, I saw that there was not much space left to entertain people. When they heard the door open, they all looked in horror. It wasn't until they saw Qin Feng's faces clearly that they calmed down their nervousness. Under the plague of ghosts, these ordinary people are like fish on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered by demons and ghosts. Qin Feng looked at the expressions of everyone and sighed helplessly. In the corner, a man's face was pale with pain, and large beads of sweat fell from his forehead. This is a demon slayer who fled here to protect the people, but was injured by demons on the way. Fortunately, he was wearing protective armor under his coat, so he was not infected with corpse poison, but only had a few broken ribs. Let me take a look. Qin Feng stepped forward and said. Chapter 317 The Gun Fairy Arrives. In the cave, Qian Puppet returned to the huge suspended coffin. Only the last chain remains in the seal of the 9-chain coffin. And counting the time, it is the last moment to unseal it. He opened his right hand and touched the thick chain from the air. With a clicking sound, the last chain fell apart, and the remaining traces of blood on the surface of the coffin also dissipated. Boom! Bang bang! A powerful drumming sound. Terrible chi gushes out of the coffin, followed by a roar. The coffin board soared into the sky and fell apart in the sky. But the strange thing was that the coffin had obviously lost its last support, but it was still floating in the air. A palm that was no different from a human being, except that the nails were longer, pressed against the side of the coffin. Then a figure slowly sat up, with long gray-white hair, a pale face, and dark eyes without the whites of the eyes. The clothes on his body were already torn, revealing his solid muscles. Although he has turned into a corpse ghost, his flesh and blood have not dried up, but are as full as before life. On the exposed chest, a lifelike tiger head pattern is very conspicuous. He is Yang Meng, the leader of the bandit army Hutumen, and a master of the 3rd level of divine martial arts during his lifetime. There was some surprise in Qian Puppet's tone. Although my master is a little stupid, the seal of the 9-chain coffin, coupled with the method of raising corpses with dead energy, has indeed restored your powerful physical body. Now, although you can no longer exert your strength, you have turned into a corpse and must have awakened your natal magical power, making you stronger than before. Yang Meng turned his head and looked at Qian Puppet without responding. In those dark eyes, a violence was brewing. I have fulfilled my previous promise. Now it's your turn. Qian Puppet stretched out his palm and spoke again. Give me that scale. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Meng disappeared in the coffin, and his figure instantly appeared in front of Qian Puppet, with his broad palm pressed on the ghost's face. Qian Puppet flew out like a kite with a broken string and sank heavily into the rock wall. A cold voice came from Yang Meng's mouth. No one can order me. The reason why I didn't kill you right away is because I thought you were still of some use. The strength in his hands continued to increase, and the head, with a ghost face, continued to deform. As long as he exerts more force, Qian Puppet's head will break like a watermelon. But at this moment, he turned around, and where there was supposed to be nothing, a figure emerged from the rock wall, and it turned out to be Qian Puppet. Looking at the person holding him down under his palm, he turned into a ball of rotten flesh in a matter of seconds. The substitute method of the corpse path. A boring little trick. Although it's a small trick, it can be useful, Qian Puppet said, and then raised the scales in his hand. It turned out that he had been attacked deliberately just now, in order to take away the scales on Yang Meng's body, because he knew that with the other party's character, it was absolutely impossible to hand over this thing as agreed. Yang Meng realized that he was being played, and black death energy burst out from his body. He raised his right hand, pointed a finger, and the attack formed by the condensed death energy surged out like thunder. This blow was so powerful that the hard rock wall of the cave turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye, and the entire Shulong city trembled. When the dust and smoke dissipated, Yang Meng looked forward, only to find that the other party's figure had long disappeared. In the void, Qian Puppet's voice sounded. I told you, this scale is of no use to you. I might as well tell you one more news before I leave. 12 divine generals are on their way here. As soon as the words fell, there was no more Qian Puppet's breath around. God General? Yang Meng snorted coldly when he heard this. He wants more death energy. Taking a deep breath, He instantly found the place with the strongest aura of living people in Shulong City. In just a moment, he disappeared into the night. If you fix his body like this, you can greatly reduce the pain, Qin Feng ordered. Thank you. After the injured demon slayer received treatment, his pain was greatly reduced, and he was sincerely grateful. You're welcome. Boom. Just at this moment, a strong earthquake was heard, shaking the entire restaurant. What's going on? The people in the restaurant became frightened and looked outside the building. But the doors and windows were tightly closed, and there were only a few candles lit in the restaurant. It was extremely dark. How could they know what was happening outside? Song Filan, who was guarding the door, suddenly frowned, and Qin Feng's heart beat wildly for no reason. He could feel a terrifying pressure approaching. Something was coming. Boom! There was a roar and explosion in the ears. The restaurant was smashed by an unknown force. Gravel, with chips and rubble flew, and a crowd of people screamed. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not dare to neglect. His righteousness gathered, and the Haotian mirror took shape. The white mirror was like a barrier, protecting the people in the restaurant from most of the harm. When the storm gradually subsided, Qin Feng looked up. The restaurant had been destroyed and completely exposed. A figure stood in midair, overlooking them. The pale face, dark eyes, and the aura on his body made people shudder. Qin Feng saw the tiger head pattern on the other person's chest, and his eyes widened. He already had a guess in his mind about the other person's identity, Yang Meng. Who are you? Although the demon slayer guarding the restaurant was scared, he still forced himself to ask. Be careful, Qin Feng reminded. Then, tiny drops of rain fell on everyone's faces. The people touched the raindrops with some confusion. With a faint light, they looked at their palms and saw the shocking red color. Looking at the demon slayer who asked the question earlier, his upper body was already missing. I only saw a bright red mark on the corner of Yang Meng's mouth. Some people were so frightened that they lost consciousness, and some people let out hysterical screams that rang through the night sky. It's too noisy. The cold words came out, and the screaming people fell silent instantly. It was just blood-red rain that spread all over the restaurant. Seeing this scene, no one dared to make a sound anymore. Even if they were extremely frightened, they covered their mouths and tried their best to control the fear in their hearts. Literary saint? Yang Meng looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng also looked at the other party with a solemn expression. The other party's terrifying strength was no less than that of the group that invaded Jinong City when he met him. Song Filan ducked in front of Qin Feng and was on full alert. Yang Meng glanced at it and said with great interest, The smell on you is a bit familiar and different from ordinary people. Is it a noble phantasm that blocks the aura? I have smelled this kind of smell before. It was a high-altitude existence, flying in the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. You are a dragon. Song Filan's light blue eyes suddenly widened, and Qin Feng looked at her in surprise. The words have not yet finished. At the border of the night sky, a red light broke through the sky with unrivaled power. The realm covered by thousands of puppets was shattered inch by inch like a mirror with one shot. But the speed of the red light did not slow down, and it cut through the night, and actually penetrated into Yang Meng's chest, knocking him out. Almost at the same moment, a figure followed closely, wearing a green robe and a black cloak. Qin Feng's eyes widened when he saw the person coming. It was Lord Gun Immortal. Chapter 318. There is hope only if you are alive. Although Sima Kong had his eyes closed, he seemed to be able to see everything. Nodding in the direction of Qin Feng, he recognized this boy. When he was in Jinong City, the people in the city had received favor from him. Moreover, Lord Si Ming Yanzhou of the Southern Territory seems to be particularly interested in this boy. The spear on the other side pinned Yang Meng's body into the ground. But this level of attack was neither painful nor itchy for Yang Meng, who had turned into a corpse. After a while, a figure jumped out of the deep ravine in the ground again. He pulled out the spear that penetrated his chest. Not a drop of blood flowed out of the hollow chest, and it healed quickly in the blink of an eye. The gun is good, but the men are a little inferior. Yang Meng mocked with an expressionless face. He raised the spear above his head and threw it hard in the direction of Sima Kong. A simple action, but it elaborates the word violence to the extreme. The strong wind was carried by the spear, and its huge power caused the houses on both sides of the street to collapse like sand. The residual power of this blow can turn the people in the restaurant into blood foam. Sima Kong's expression was solemn, and the white energy turned into a barrier to protect the people and Qin Feng, saving everyone's lives. But in a duel between masters, there is no room for distraction. The air-piercing spear arrived in an instant. Sima Kong originally wanted to grab the spear with his right hand. But when he took hold of it, the power contained in the spear actually carried him away. It was not until he flew away from a distance of nearly 100 feet that he could stabilize his body. And a figure had arrived on top of him at some point. It was Yang Mang. He raised his right foot and struck it down like a battle axe, as if the sky was falling. Even though Sima Kong raised his spear in time to block, he was still kicked down from a high altitude with a loud roar and fell heavily into the ground. A ravine extended from the point of fall at a speed visible to the naked eye, running through nearly half of Shulong City. The movement here naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the city. What's the sound? The officers, soldiers, and demon slayers who came to the rescue cried out in shock. On a hilltop outside the city, Qian Puppet looked at the battle and murmured to himself. Today's Yang Mang is as powerful as the 12 divine generals. He naturally knew that the gun immortal could not be defeated so easily. The name of the divine general is so popular among the generals that he must have strength beyond everyone's imagination. After he finished speaking, he looked to the south again. Zhou Kai's rescue team was about to arrive. Wang Yi and Li Xijing had already hid in a safe place and watched from the sidelines. The corpse disaster in Shulong City was inseparably related to them. At this moment, they only hope that Shulong City's entire army will be annihilated that night, because only in this way can they hide the truth. Sima Kong emerged from the crack and shook the dust off his body. 2 simple fights were enough for him to understand that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. Wanting to protect the people in the city while fighting them is undoubtedly a fantasy. At this moment, the only option is to expand the realm and divide the battlefield. Thinking of this, he clenched the spear in his hand, unleashing his dragon-like spear will. Be careful with yourselves, Sima Kong explained, and the spear Tianyan penetrated upwards. The gun's power attacked Yang Mang with unrivaled force. Seeing this, the latter crossed his arms to protect his chest, intending to meet the gun's strength, but was knocked flying into the sky. Seeing this, Sima Kong said nothing, opened his left hand, and then grasped it hard. The gun was as strong as a dragon raising its head, and it wandered in the night sky. With a dragon roar, a white barrier instantly blocked Sima Kong and Yang Mang. Realm? Yang Mang looked around and said lightly. What responded to him was the fierce attack of the gun fairy. There seemed to be thunder exploding in the sky, and white light appeared from time to time, illuminating the dark night like day. Qin Feng looked high into the sky. Under the power of his eyes, he could barely see the blurry shadow of the 2 people fighting. Looking inside the restaurant, only 2/3 of the original number of people were left, and many people were covered in blood. They did not feel complacent about surviving by chance. Instead, they were still immersed in the despair just now, trembling with fear. It is no longer safe here, and must be moved as soon as possible. The previous blow from Lord Gun Immortal had already destroyed the black barrier outside Shulong City. If you flee outside the city, you will be safe, Qin Feng called. The people looked up blankly, but they were indifferent. It wasn't until a woman loosened her right hand holding the baby slightly out of fear that the clear cry brought everyone back to their senses, stimulating the strong desire to live deep in their hearts. Some people stood up tremblingly, while some people's legs were still swinging and they needed to lean on other objects to stand up. However, it rained all night when the house leaked, and the breath of the living here, coupled with the strong smell of blood, attracted the corpses underground. Countless rotten bone claws broke out of the ground, and gloomy faces came into view. This seemed to be the last straw that broke everyone's defense line. The people's legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and they could no longer move a step, even though the surviving demon slayers and Song Filan were struggling to kill the ghouls. They could not infect these people who had given up hope of survival, until a thunder exploded in everyone's ears. It was a white thunderbolt with astonishing power, and it wiped out more than 10 corpses in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng put down his right hand. On the white glove, there was still a trace of purple thunder and righteousness surging. The white thunder just now was naturally the formation he used, white thunder. The movement was so big that many people looked over. Qin Feng took a deep breath and said to everyone, "This world is difficult. You and I know it well. Unexpected disasters can strike at any time, and no one knows what will happen tomorrow. But if you give up on yourself, who else will care about your life and death? Stand up and run. Don't give up until the last moment, because there is hope only when you are alive. You don't even care about death at this moment. So what are you afraid of?" Qin Feng shouted. The words were like thunder, making everyone's heads buzz. Song Filan fluttered the dagger in her hand and opened a path for everyone. Then she turned around and saw Qin Feng's figure in her light blue eyes. When the mother holding the baby heard these words, she stood up with difficulty. Her husband died on the way to escape in order to protect her mother and son. She was already disheartened. In this world, how could she survive without the backbone of her family? But Qin Feng was right. Only living is hope. She glanced at the baby in her arms. This is not only for herself, but also for the children. Amid everyone's somewhat surprised gazes, the woman stood up first and ran towards the road opened by Song Filan. Seeing this, the others were also infected, no longer afraid, and set off one after another. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. No one can save people who have given up hope of living, except themselves. The people of Dakian have been in dire straits, so these people understand better how difficult it is to live. Chapter 3:19 Mindset. Under the protection of Qin Feng and others, the surviving people in the restaurant escaped half of Shulong City and got closer and closer to the city gate. There were officers, soldiers and demon slayers in the middle to clear the way for them. But even so, some people were still taken away by the corpses that suddenly emerged from the ground. Due to the lingering aura of death in the city, those corpses that were killed would be resurrected soon. Because of this, more and more people are dying in the city. High in the sky, in the White Realm, the battle between Sima Kong and Yang Mang has reached a fever pitch. But what was unexpected was that the battle situation was not one in which the gun immortal had the upper hand, but rather in which Yang Mang appeared to be at ease. Sima Kong's black cloak was damaged, and his solid muscles were exposed under his green clothes. He closed his eyes, frowned, and held the spear in his hand. Sky Cloud Piercer, suspended in the air. Looking at the other side, Yang Mang was actually unharmed. This is of course not due to the huge gap in strength between the two sides. It's just because when Shin Puppet's master set up the 9-chain coffin to seal the corpse, he also set up a formation to condense the death energy in Shulong City. The existence of corpse ghosts is originally formed by absorbing the energy of death and resentment. For them, the energy of death is their vitality. As long as there is a continuous supply of death energy, Yang Mang can quickly repair no matter what kind of injury he suffers. It is reasonable for the spear immortal Sima Kong to fall into a passive position. Yang Mang looked at the wounded spear immortal and mocked. Are the 12 generals of Dagon only of this level of strength now? You have come all the way to die, and you are the first in history. But after all, he is a third-grade martial artist, and his energy and blood are indeed full, so it must taste very delicious. Faced with such provocations, the spear immortal turned a deaf ear and just stood quietly in the sky, exuding chi, as if he was feeling something. The closer we get to the city gate, the more and more zombies emerge, making it more and more difficult to move forward. When the entire team was at a critical stage, Qin Feng looked around and saw that they were surrounded by corpses. The demon slayers who were protecting the team, as well as the corpses that the officers and soldiers were desperately killing, came one after another. As long as the death energy in Shulong City persists, these trash items that the King of Hell will not accept will remain immortal, and the mortal strength will eventually run out. Another bolt of white thunder struck out, destroying several ghouls in front of him. However, with Qin Feng's current strength, even if a hairband on his head was added to help him regain his sanity, he had already reached his limit at this moment. Song Filan is still harvesting the heads of ghouls. But after all, she is only one person and cannot cover everything. As the screams continue to sound, the team's defense line tightened more and more. At this critical moment, a familiar voice from behind the corpse ghost sounded. Master Qin, I'm back with reinforcements. It was AMU. Qin Feng looked excitedly towards the city gate. A huge black coffin crashed down, drowning countless corpses. Such an astonishing method cannot be used by ordinary 100 ghost Taoists. Qin Feng instantly thought of one person. Lord Zhou Kaijo of 36 stars. Everyone, go into the city and kill the corpse ghosts, and escort the people in the city out. Zhou Kai gathered his energy and shouted. Yes! All the officers, soldiers and demon slayers responded in unison. With Zhou Kai's intervention, the corpses blocking the way between the people and the city gate were quickly eliminated. In just 2 sticks of incense, the fleeing people in the restaurant successfully escaped from the city gate. Master Qin, I'll give this back to you. AMU came to Qin Feng's side and handed over the token of the Sword Alliance. Qin Feng responded, put it away, and looked to the other side. Lord Zhou stepped forward and used his puppetry skills one after another to wipe out the rebellious corpse ghosts. How is the situation in Shulong City now? Zhou Kai asked. Qin Feng immediately told the current situation in the city and the ins and outs of the corpse. When Zhou Kai heard about Wang Yi's evil deeds, Dark clouds seemed to be surging on his wrinkled face.
Dickian has been unable to effectively change. It's just these damn moths that can never be exterminated.
After the words fell, Jokai raised his head and looked at the realm in the sky. The power inside was so oppressive that it made people breathless.
You dare to be distracted and seek death when you fight with me.
Following Yang Meng's cold shout, the Black Death energy rushed towards the opponent as fast as thunder.
We're finally here.
Simple words came from Sima Kong's mouth. Previously, he was worried that the remaining power of using all his strength would overturn Shulong City. So he always restrained himself when fighting Yang Meng. Now that Jokai has arrived in Shulong City, he can finally be a little more serious. Sima Kong opened his closed eyes. His pupils turned gray-white. And then a flash of black light appeared. The death energy offensive was just a stone's throw away from his forehead. And the distance was unavoidable. But he only swayed slightly. And the death energy seemed to penetrate through his body without hurting him at all. This strange scene made Yang Meng narrow his eyes slightly.
As a martial artist, you should practice your eyes first when practicing spears. And practice your heart first when practicing swords. I thought you were blind because you had your eyes closed. It turns out that you deliberately closed your eyes and looked at the world with your mind in order to practice the inner eye, which is the most difficult to reach in the 5th level 10,000 gods realm of spear intent.
Hearing this, Spear Immortal Sima Kong turned his head and looked at him. He obviously didn't do anything, but those eyes were filled with unparalleled oppression. At the same time, in the night sky, a pair of huge eyes appeared, and then disappeared in a flash. Qin Feng was extremely shocked when he saw this. Those huge eyes were like gods looking down at the world, making people unable to resist at all.
Then what is that?
Amu asked tremblingly.
It is indeed difficult to deal with the corpse ghost of a 3rd-level martial artist in life. It actually forced the Spear Immortal to open his mind and take it seriously.
Jokai murmured.
Mind eye?
Qin Feng looked curious.
Martial artists often say that when practicing spears, you must first practice your eyes. When practicing swords, you must practice your heart. And when practicing swords,
you must practice your stance. The path of weapons is divided into 5 realms. The highest realm that the world thinks is the 5th realm of gods. Those who reach this realm can turn everything in the world into weapons. In this 5th level of the 10,000 gods realm, there are also differences between superior and inferior ones. The highest realm of the spear way is to cultivate the mind's eye. Observing all things with the heart can break through the surface with a single point and be invincible. Any weakness in all things cannot escape the control of the mind.
At this point, Jokai sighed.
He wants to let go and do something big. But it will hurt my old bones.
Qin Feng didn't know why. But under the power of his eyes, he saw the yin qi around him begin to surge crazily. Jokai spread his hands, and the yin qi disappeared into the shadow at his feet. Within a moment, a huge black shadow stood up and turned into a giant ape with its head above the sky and the ground. The 4th grade of 100 ghosts. The method of channeling spirits to dispatch generals. This giant ape is the yin spirit Zhu Yin that Lord Zhou had previously attracted in Jinong City.
I will try my best to block the aftermath.
Jokai shouted in the air. Sima Kong in the White Realm heard this, looked down and nodded slightly. How could Yang Meng not understand the implication of these words? The other party didn't take any serious action before. He was about to have an attack when a finger touched his forehead in an instant. The gun power shot out from the fingertips and penetrated directly through Yang Meng's head. And the power stirred in the latter's body. Within a moment, Yang Meng's powerful body was torn into pieces. Chapter 320, The Natal Magical Power, Death Sacrifice. Qin Feng saw the scene through his pupil powers, and was so excited that he almost shouted out. The 12 divine generals truly lived up to their reputation. The powerful Yang Meng was actually torn apart by a single strike from the Spear Immortal. But at this moment, Jokai on the side said in a deep voice,
"Oh no. What's wrong?"
Qin Feng was a little surprised. It was Lord Gun Immortal who obviously won the victory. Why did Lord Zhou say this? Looking up into the White Realm again, a blood hole suddenly appeared on the Gun Immortal's forehead for no apparent reason. Blood spurted out from the blood hole, and the cracks became bigger and bigger. The face of the Gun Immortal was like a ceramic mask, full of cracks. Spear Immortal Sima Kong took a deep breath, and the blood surged in his body. The cracks on his face stopped the trend of continuing to split, and slowly recovered. But the blood hole on his forehead was still seeping out. On the other side, Yang Meng, who was supposed to die and could no longer die, had his split body wrapped in black death energy. In the blink of an eye, his body merged again and became intact as before.
The body is well polished. The blow just now failed to kill you. But the outcome has already been determined. You will die here tonight. I can't wait to taste the taste of your flesh and blood. Yang Meng grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, and then attacked the opponent. Sima Kong was severely injured, even though he was alert and could predict the opponent's attack. The wound on his forehead greatly restricted his movements. The situation of the battle was instantly reversed.
What's going on?
Qin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Zhou Kai looked ugly.
This is the natal magical power that can only be born by a corpse with high tribulation power death sacrifice.
The so-called death sacrifice is a terrifying technique that can transfer part of the power that causes fatal damage to oneself to the other party. The Corpse Ghost disaster in the Northern Territory that year resulted in the death of 236 stars in battle, and the serious injury of a god general whose cultivation level plummeted. This was because the Corpse King was born with such natal magical powers. The most unexplainable thing about this trick is that due to the powerful healing ability of the ghoul, as long as there is a steady supply of death energy, it can achieve immortality. With the combination of the two, the Corpse Ghost with high calamity power naturally became a monster that frightened Qian. This is also the fundamental reason why Daqian pays special attention to the disaster of corpses and must kill them at a low level. If it weren't for the 4th level warrior, who is indestructible and can repair his body, the death sacrifice just now would have been enough to kill Master Gun Immortal. When Qin Feng heard this, he was extremely frightened.
In this case, wouldn't this corpse be invincible? How is the Corpse King in the Northern Territory, who had awakened the magical power of death sacrifice decades ago, been killed?
Zhou Kai replied.
Back then, it was the Wensheng Taoist, who was good at formations from Haowen Academy in the imperial capital, who set up the formation to isolate the death energy. Then the god general led the Corpse King into the formation and then killed him. But now if you want to rush to Fontian City to seek rescue, it will take 2 days and 2 nights at the fastest. And it is simply too late. Moreover, Yang Mang was seriously injured, but he could repair it so quickly. There is a high probability that there is a formation that gathers death energy in Shulong City.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It's obvious to all onlookers that the authorities are obsessed with it. He didn't even think of this at first. As the saying goes, it is better to draw fuel from the bottom of the cauldron than to stop it from boiling. As long as Yang Mang's supply of death energy is cut off, he will not be able to achieve immortality. In this way, Lord Gun Immortal can take action and kill it completely.
Among the formations I studied, there was once a formation to isolate Yin Qi. The principle was to reverse the directions of the 4 trigrams of the Yin gathering formation and reverse the Yin and Yang. I think the formation to isolate the dead energy can also be arranged according to this idea. If, according to Master Zhou, there is indeed a formation that gathers death energy in Shulong City, then I may be able to reverse it.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng said,
Master Zhou, can you lift me up to the sky? What do you want to do?
Mr. Zhou asked puzzledly.
I want to take a look at the distribution of Shulong City. Maybe there is a chance to set up a formation to isolate the dead energy.
Qin Feng said loudly. When Zhou Kai heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. And then without saying a word, he used the black hand of the puppet to lift him high into the sky. With the double pupils activated, the entire Shulong City can be seen in full view. In addition to a large amount of Yin Qi permeating the city, there is also a death Qi that is as dark as an abyss. This death energy flows underground along its trajectory, nourishing the killed corpses, and finally gathers at one place. And the gathering place is
Eternal Life Temple?
Qin Feng's eyes widened. Come to think of it, the Immortal Temple is the formation that condenses the death energy, and the center of the formation is located. Qin Feng remembered the pattern of death energy flowing in his mind, and then shouted for Mr. Zhou to put him down.
How is it?
Mr. Zhou asked with expectation. The skin on his face wrinkled together.
There are some clues, but whether it can succeed or not, we have to try to find out.
Qin Feng replied truthfully.
Do you need my help?
Before he finished speaking, Zhou Kai suddenly protected Qin Feng behind him. His muscles tensed up, and he pushed up with his right hand. Zhu Yanxin's spirit immediately opened its arms and faced the aftermath of the battle emanating from the high-altitude realm. The Zhu Yanxin spirit let out a roar, and the destructive power caused by the confrontation between the 3rd-level martial artist and the 7th-level Calamity Corpse Ghost. Even the aftermath was extremely shocking. This is also the reason why the Gun Immortal has never dared to take action seriously before. Otherwise it will be a disaster for the entire Shulong City. In the White Realm, Spear Immortal Sima Kong was constantly being suppressed due to the severe injury to his forehead and fear of his opponent's death sacrifice. and the situation was not optimistic.
Master Zhou, the Spear Immortal still needs your help. Leave the formation to me.
After Qin Feng said this, he ran towards the city gate. Not far away, Song Filan and Amu saw this and followed closely. Master Zhou breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Although Amu was average in strength, Mist Song's strength should not be underestimated, so it could give him some peace of mind. Looking up at the battle in the realm, he frowned, then tiptoed, stepped on the head of Zuyan Yinling, and flew high into the sky.
Master Qin, I'll go with you.
Amu followed and shouted. Qin Feng looked away and nodded. On the other side was Song Filan, no longer in danger of his life. He suddenly thought of what Yang Mang said at the restaurant. Mist Song is a dragon? Mysterious identity, extraordinary wealth, and unpredictable strength. All the doubts from the past came to mind again. In addition, when Mist Song faced Yang Mang's words, she did not refute them at all. Could it be that Mist Song is really a dragon?
Mist Song.
You. Qin Feng opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Song Filan heard this and looked sideways.
What's wrong? It's nothing.
Qin Feng shook his head. The most urgent task now was to arrange a formation to isolate the dead energy. Other issues should wait until later. Chapter 321. Something more important than life. On the way, Qin Feng told Song Filan and Amu the purpose of their trip.
The formation to isolate the dead energy? Mr. Qin, do you still know this?
Amu was surprised. If the formation can be successfully deployed, then the corpse ghosts in Shulong City can be completely eliminated. In this way, Shulong City may be able to survive this zombie disaster.
Since you want to set up a formation, why do you have to come outside the city?
Song Filan asked lightly.
Shulong City has long had formations to gather death energy, so those corpse ghosts can rely on the continuous death energy to resurrect from the dead. Most of the formation is basically outside the city, and I need to reverse its position in the 4 directions and 8 trigrams. Only then can the formation that gathers death energy be transformed into a formation that isolates death energy.
Qin Feng and the other 3 rushed out of Shulong City and saw a group of people fleeing from the city at a glance. Many of them were people who had been lucky enough to survive in the restaurant earlier. Around them, dozens of demon slayers were standing ready, carefully guarding their surroundings. Without wasting any time, he came to an open space, picked up branches from the ground, and started sketching in the sand. In order to reverse the formation in the shortest time, it is not enough for him alone. Therefore, he planned to let others do the work of placing the positive array materials in a few remote locations without drawing the formation diagram. In about a stick of incense, the formation was completed. Qin Feng found more than a dozen demon slayers who guarded the safety of the people outside the city, and then told them how to place the formation materials. These demon slayers didn't hesitate too much and quickly agreed. Qin Feng solemnly said,
"This trip will definitely be dangerous. Although these places are outside the city, they are places where the air of death circulates. It is inevitable that corpses will appear. You must be more careful."
The demon slayer of Yimu Ling and Ershing replied,
"Lord Qingyu, please rest assured. We have already prepared for the worst before coming here for rescue."
As soon as these words came out, the other demon slayers nodded in agreement. Qin Feng was a little moved when he heard this. He could guess what the so-called worst plan was without saying it explicitly. Although these people were not very powerful, and their identities were not obvious, they did not flinch even when faced with the danger of ghosts. Perhaps Dikian lacks high-quality combat power, but it has always been able to survive under the intrusion of monsters and ghosts because of the silent dedication of these people. Qin Feng quickly assigned the task, and a group of demon slayers were about to set off. At this time, Amu, who had been silent for a long time, looked at the formation map on the ground and suddenly frowned and said,
"Master Qin, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to ask them to place the formation materials in these places." "What do you mean?"
Qin Feng was confused.
Young Master Qin may not know that Shulong City is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The mountain roads are steep and many places are blocked by cliffs. For those who are not familiar with the terrain, they may not be able to find a clue even if they search all night. If you want to place array materials, it is best to let local people who often go into the mountains guide them,"
Amu explained. Qin Feng frowned when he heard this.
"Where can I find such a person at this moment?"
Amu looked around, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He ran to the place where the people were taking refuge. Within a moment, he brought back a middle-aged man and introduced,
"Master Qin, this is Uncle Wu. He often goes to the mountains to collect medicine. You can lead the way."
"Ordinary people?" After Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, he told the truth and the danger involved. After hearing this, the middle-aged man raised his head and asked,
Just take these people to the places you mentioned? Not bad.
Qin Feng nodded.
But will we encounter that damn thing again?
The man asked again.
Yes.
Qin Feng did not choose to hide it. The middle-aged man stared at Qin Feng carefully for a moment. Then, without saying anything, he turned around and returned to the group of people taking refuge.
Uncle Wu.
Amu was about to say something, but Qin Feng reached out to stop him. Having just escaped death, who would be willing to put themselves in danger again? This result was within Qin Feng's expectation. After all, ordinary people are afraid of death. And no one is exception. High in the sky, Mr. Zhou joined the battle, only to share some of the pressure for Spear Immortal Sima Kong. As the death aura in the city became more intense, Yang Mang's combat effectiveness continued to increase, and the situation became increasingly critical. The city of Shulong was already filled with flames, and the sounds of crying, screaming, and angry roaring never stopped. All this makes Qin Feng feel even more anxious. Seeing this, Song Filan on the side stretched out her hand, wanting to say something. Just at this moment, there was some movement not far away. Qin Feng and others then looked at it, and then opened their mouths slightly, somewhat in disbelief. The middle-aged man who left came back, taking many young and middle-aged people with him.
You?
Qin Feng seemed to have guessed something.
There are so many places to visit in the mountains that I can't keep track of any one of them. These are people who are familiar with the mountain roads. They can help and guide the adults of the Demon Slayer Division.
The man called Uncle Wu said. It turns out that he didn't leave because he was afraid of death, but to find more people to come and lead the way.
Has he told you about the dangers of this trip?
Qin Feng confirmed again. A man with a simple and honest appearance rubbed his head and replied.
Uncle Wu has told us that we will encounter that ghost again. Right. We all know it. My mother was trapped in a restaurant earlier. Without the young master, she might have died long ago. I am here to repay her kindness.
Another person continued.
My wife was infected with corpse poison and was isolated by the officers and soldiers. If the young master hadn't rescued her, I'm afraid she would never come back. So does my second uncle. My son was also rescued by Mr. Qin.
You say something to everyone, and I say something. It turns out that these people are all common people who have been favored by Qin Feng. Uncle Wu interrupted these people.
As long as we successfully bring the masters of the Demon Slayer Division to the destination, those inhuman and ghostly things in the city will be eliminated, and the family can return to the city. Life. Yes or no?
As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him with hopeful eyes. Qin Feng took a deep breath and replied firmly.
It will definitely work. Okay. Then we have no problem.
Uncle Wu said simply. Qin Feng wanted to emphasize once again how dangerous this trip was. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back, because he saw the slightly trembling bodies of these people and the clenched hands hidden under their sleeves. These people had long known that leading the way this time would lead to a narrow escape from death. But they still chose to come here without hesitation. Who in the world is not afraid of death? It's just that some things are more important than life. Qin Feng thought of Senior Li Yang in Jinong City, and then looked at the demon slayers and people in front of him again. He originally thought that heroes, like Senior Li, were rare in the world. But now, he realized that he was completely wrong. There are not a few such people, but most of them are unknown people, using their own way to protect things more important than life. Chapter 322 Tonight. You will die. The locals and the demon slayers went together in pairs, took the gold and stones given by Qin Feng, and sank into the forest. In order to prevent someone from encountering an accident midway and being unable to successfully place the stone, at least 2 teams of people were arranged at each destination. The gold stone is a fire stone, the most commonly used yang array material, and it is perfect for being used as an array material to isolate the dead energy. Looking at the retreating figures of the people, Qin Feng took a deep breath and prayed in his heart, hoping that these people could all return safely. At this time, Amu volunteered.
Master Qin, I see on your formation map. There are still several places where gold and stones need to be placed in Shulong City. You need to modify the formation outside the city. You might as well let me do those parts in the city, which can also save a lot of time.
Qin Feng frowned and replied.
The situation in the city is much more dangerous than outside the city. The number of corpses there is far beyond what can be found in the mountains and forests. Are you sure you can do it alone?
Amu patted his chest and said,
Don't worry, Master Qin. Although I am only at the 7th level, I grew up in Shulong City and am very familiar with those streets and alleys. I am confident that I can avoid those corpses and reach the destination to place the gold stone.
Looking at the other party's firm eyes, Qin Feng handed the other party a bag of fire stones without saying anything. After Amu took it, he was about to turn around and run towards the city when he suddenly thought of something and said,
Master Qin, if the crisis in Shulong City is passed safely this time, can you do me a favor? What's the deal? I am stupid in nature and have no guidance from others. If I explore the divine martial arts by myself, I am afraid that I will only be able to stay at the 7th level for the rest of my life. When the news of the establishment of the Sword Alliance reached Shulong City, I was extremely excited. After all, for ordinary warriors like us, it was equivalent to another hope of pursuing a higher realm. You have the token of the Sword Alliance, and you must be able to speak in that Sword Alliance. When the time comes, how about introducing me to the Sword Alliance?
Amu scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Qin Feng smiled back.
Don't worry. After the corpse ghost disaster is solved this time, I will not only take you into the Sword Alliance, but maybe I can also let the master of Wanjin sect give you some guidance. Really?
Amu looked excited.
A man of his words. Then thank you, Mr. Qin.
Amu clasped his fists, then exhaled, carrying a bag of gold and stones, and ran towards the dire straits of Shulong City.
Let's go too,
Qin Feng said solemnly.
Okay.
Song Filan responded lightly. With Mist Song's help, Qin Feng quickly wandered outside Shulong City. Through his understanding of the formation, he reversed the formation Bagua and reversed the yin and yang that originally gathered the dead energy. After 2 sticks of incense, the formation map outside the city had been changed.
Next, only Shulong City is left.
In the mountain forest, following the locals of Shulong City, the demon slayers walked through the mountain roads, skimmed over the cliffs, and headed towards their destination. The closer to the destination, the higher the frequency of corpses appearing. The demon slayer was tired of dealing with it, so he could only hand over the fire stone to the people in the city. Death is inevitable. But fortunately, the places established by Qin Feng were finally successfully placed with fire stones. But the fire stone was covered in blood, and there were broken bodies nearby. As the formation diagram in the city was modified, a breath swept through the entire city. Qin Feng closed his eyes and felt it carefully with his spiritual consciousness. Nowadays, the flow of death energy in the city has been greatly slowed down. Many corpses cannot be resurrected after death because they cannot get the support of death energy. This phenomenon made the officers, soldiers, and demon slayers in the city extremely happy. Fighting against immortal monsters will inevitably make people timid. After all, it is a battle with no hope. But if the whites can be eliminated, the flame of hope will be rekindled.
What's missing?
Song Filan asked. Qin Feng immersed his consciousness into the formation, and then got the result. And the final formation materials were not placed in the immortal temple. After learning this, a feeling of uneasiness suddenly arose in his heart, because the formation materials in the city were all placed by Mu. The formation materials in other places had been placed, except for the position of the center of the formation at the immortal temple. Doesn't that mean that AMU may have encountered an accident there?
Quick! Let's go to the immortal temple,
Qin Feng said anxiously. The two soon arrived at the immortal temple. Due to Yang Mang's previous attack on Qian Puppet, most of the streets here had been destroyed and were in ruins. The underground cave was fully revealed, and Qin Feng could even see the chains and coffins he saw in his dream, as well as the bones on the ground. After searching, Qin Feng and the two saw a familiar figure on the rubble. It was AMU. They hurriedly stepped forward and helped each other up. The latter's face was bloodless, and a shocking wound penetrated his abdomen. Without saying a word, Qin Feng took out the medicine to stop bleeding and repair wounds from the sumer ring. But the wound on the abdomen was too serious, and the blood couldn't stop flowing down. AMU seemed to have sensed Qin Feng's presence, and his voice was intermittent, as light as a mosquito.
Mr. Qin, be careful. Wangi and the others are also here. They asked me why I came here, but I didn't tell them.
He seemed to be asking for credit, with a slight smile on his face, but blood was coughing out from his mouth.
Stop talking.
Qin Feng's eyes were red, and his voice was choked with sobs. Song Filan on the side turned her head away, and couldn't bear to look at it anymore. AMU's aura became weaker and weaker, and finally he said with regret and helplessness,
Sword Dao Alliance, I will never be able to leave in this life.
The smile on his face was finally fixed at this moment. Qin Feng opened his mouth, and his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He wanted to spit out but couldn't, and wanted to swallow but couldn't. He didn't spend much time with AMU, but he saw the shadow of Senior Li Yong in each other. He wanted to ask God, why in this world? Could people never get rewarded? Bangta. Bangta. The sound of gravel being stepped on. Wang Yi and his entourage appeared, still playing with the Huomingshi in their hands.
Is the flow of death energy in the city slowing down because of this thing? Hee hee. I didn't see it before. AMU is such a strong-willed kid, and he won't let go even when he's about to die. I've said before, you don't have to look like this, whether it's the one who ate everything before, or AMU, etc. You can always see them again, down below.
Wang Yi pointed to the ground. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly widened, and then he pulled Si Zheng, surnamedly, in front of him. The white thunder surged forward, getting bigger and bigger in the eyes of Li Sijing, and then pierced his head in an instant. Wang Yi took advantage of this momentary gap and turned sideways, barely avoiding the attack. He said in surprise,
I once saw Wen Sheng Taoist, who was good at formations in Fontian City, perform this move. If I remember correctly, is it called Bai Lei? You can actually perform this move without carving a formation diagram? No, that's not right.
Wang Yi looked at the white gloves on Qin Feng's right hand that still exuded a trace of thunderous righteousness, and praised,
It turns out that the formation diagram is carved on the gloves. In actual combat, as long as the literary spirit is incorporated. It's amazing. It's amazing. Your idea has solved a big problem for Wen Sheng Taoists, who are good at formations.
Qin Feng ignored these words, and just said word by word.
Tonight, you will die.
Chapter 323 Blue Dragon Lineage.
I heard this once before when we were in the dungeon.
Wang Yi had no expression on his face. There was anger surging in Song Filan's light blue eyes. She took out the dagger from her waist and planned to kill the opponent with her hands. But a black shadow flashed towards her. She did not dare to neglect, and cross her daggers in front of her to protect Qin Feng behind her. The black shadow arrived as expected, and with a golden roar, it actually knocked Song Filan away. Qin Feng looked into the air. The person who took action was very similar to the one who stopped Shi Ziming in the dungeon. He was also like a walking corpse, with amazing strength.
Puppet corpse way?
Qin Feng looked ugly. At this moment, he felt a hint of danger and took a step back. But his right hand was grabbed at this moment. Before he knew it, Wang Yi had arrived in front of him. Qin Feng frowned. Possessing such ghostly speed, which could only be achieved by a martial artist at the 5th level of divine movement. But not long ago, the opponent was clearly only at the peak of the 6th level. Of course, it is meaningless to wonder why the opponent's strength has improved so quickly at this moment. Because his situation is very dangerous. If a 7th grade scholar is approached by a 5th grade martial artist, the result is self-evident. Seeing this scene, Song Filan wanted to get rid of the puppet corpse and came to protect Qin Feng. However, the strength of this puppet corpse is actually more powerful than the one in the dungeon. If you look at it in practice, it may have reached the 6th level of calamity power. Although Song Filan's hidden strength is amazing, it is a bit unrealistic to escape in a short time. Wang Yi did not kill directly, but slowly took off the white glove on Qin Feng's right hand.
The power of the white thunder formation is amazing, and there is no room for sloppiness.
He turned over the white gloves, raised his eyebrows and said,
It is true that the formation is carved into the white gloves. Just now I saw that what was surging on the gloves was not pure white literary energy, but lavender gas. If my prediction is correct, you should have entered the 7th grade righteousness realm, and you have entered this realm by observing the thunder visualization chart. I didn't expect that there was a Wen Sheng Taoist outside the Haowen Academy in Fontian City, and he had such a high talent. What state have you reached now?
Faced with the question, Qin Feng naturally did not answer. He wanted to touch the Sword Alliance token in his arms, and then activate the Sword Emperor's sword energy to kill the opponent. But in front of a 5th grade martial artist, such small moves cannot be hidden at all.
I can guess even if you don't tell me. You definitely haven't entered the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm. When a Wen Sheng Taoist is of low rank, although his combat prowess is unsatisfactory, there are endless ways to save his life. Especially when you reach the 6th level, let alone the level of divination methods you can reach. Your ability to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune is enviable. If you had reached the realm of hexagram fate, you would definitely not come here and get mixed up in this muddy water.
Wang Yi looked at Qin Feng and said calmly,
I don't really want to kill you anymore. My master cherishes talents very much. You have entered the 7th level with rare thunderous righteousness, and your future will be unlimited. As far as I know, If a Wensheng Taoist wants to step into the realm of the 6th grade hexagram, he needs to pull his own destiny star. The life stars are also divided into high and low. If you can get in touch with people with high authority, the probability of attracting high-quality life stars can also be greatly increased. My lord is in a high position, and is also someone who wants to plan big things. Why don't you consider it?
Qin Feng looked at him coldly. Unmoved. Wang Yi smiled contemptuously.
It's a pity. I originally wanted to see you fall into despair after you had hope.
It turns out that what he just said was just teasing. He raised his left hand and pointed his index finger at Qin Feng's forehead. At such a close distance, as long as this blow fell, Qin Feng would definitely die. Song Filan on the other side saw this scene. Her light blue eyes widened. The ends of her hair were clinging to silvery white. And in the blink of an eye, the blue hair was dyed through. Silver white scales actually appeared on both sides of the corners of the eyes, shining brightly under the nightlight, emitting a dazzling light. The aura in Song Filan's body continued to stir, and her power became stronger and stronger. Under the black scarf, a low roar of a dragon could be heard faintly. Although the sound was not loud, it rang in the ears of several people present. Wang Yi sensed the change and hurriedly sought his reputation. Then, under the night sky, 2 daggers reflected the clear light, and a silver light suddenly appeared behind the graceful figure, shining so brightly that it was impossible to look directly at it. In just a few moments, the body of the powerful zombie was torn apart. Wang Yi saw those light cyan eyes, and the silver white scales at the corners of the eyes. The cold light was getting closer and closer to him. He hurriedly let go of Qin Feng and stepped back. But the silver light was pressing forward, seemingly determined to fight to the death. Wang Yi was frightened and hurriedly shouted,
Master Chit Puppet! Save me!
As soon as he finished speaking, a figure wearing a ghost mask and a black and white robe fell in front of him. A mass of flesh like a stone pillar came out from under the robe and faced the silver light. It was almost overwhelming, and the meatball fell apart. But this moment of obstruction also allowed Wang Yi to successfully escape from death. Sensing the strength of the opponent, Song Filan couldn't hit him and immediately retreated to Qin Feng's side. Qin Feng saw Mist San looking like this now, confused and shocked.
No wonder the smell on your body is so weird. It turns out that you are not a human race, but a dragon race.
Qin Puppet looked down at the shattered body, flicked his right hand, and the shattered body fell off his body. Song Filan glanced at Qin Feng behind her and saw the complicated look on his face. Under the black scarf, she pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. She didn't originally intend for the other party to see this look. She also didn't want the other party to know her identity as a dragon, because she wanted to stay by his side. Once the Dragon Clan's identity is exposed, all kinds of troubles will follow, which is not what she expected. But the matter has come to this. If the power within the body is not released, it is absolutely impossible to kill the previous puppet corpse and reach Qin Feng's side in the shortest time. She didn't have much choice at all.
Silver-haired dragon, you are the royal family of dragons, the Songlong lineage,
Wang Yi exclaimed.
With your status, you don't stay in Tianqi, so you are not afraid of monsters coveting the dragon beads in your body?
The Songlong lineage is the royal family among dragons. They are born with dragon beads in their bodies. The magical power of dragon balls can be said to be coveted by everything in the world. Not only can it protect the heart and help people resist fatal injuries, it can also baptize the body and make it transcendent and holy. There are even rumors that if a demon obtains the dragon ball and refines it, he can even break the shackles of his bloodline and reach a realm above the 3rd level.
Songlong,
Qin Feng murmured to himself, with complicated eyes. Mist Song's background was far greater than he expected. They are also members of the Dragon Clan, but Songlong is the king among them. If placed in the human race, Mist Song might be equivalent to the princess of the royal family of Fengtian City.
I'm sorry. I wanted to choose a time to explain to you, but I just couldn't find the right opportunity.
The long silver white hair danced with unparalleled beauty. Song Filan turned her back to the figure, and her light words carried into Qin Feng's ears along with the night wind. Chapter 324. Don't forget your original intention. Qin Feng opened his mouth, not knowing how to respond. Qin Puppet spoke again at this time.
I didn't expect that there would be so many surprises during this trip. If I refine the dragon ball in your body, my puppet corpse technique may be able to reach unprecedented heights.
As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Puppet raised his right hand and slapped it on the ground. On the right arm under the rope, flesh and blood continued to squirm. The ruins of the immortal temple trembled, and the earth began to shake. The tips of Song Filan's white ears twitched slightly, and then she seemed to sense something and pushed Qin Feng away. At the same moment, the ground beneath where the two of them were was cracked open. Like a huge mouth of an abyss, an extremely thick arm appeared, as if it was composed of countless different corpses. Its big hand was like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, and it fiercely grabbed Song Filan. When the latter saw this, his graceful figure flew high into the sky, followed closely by his giant arm, which extended to a height of 100 feet with no end in sight. While Chin Puppet was using his methods, he said, "The flow of death energy in Shulong City is blocked. So that kid must have arranged a formation to isolate the death energy. If you kill him, the formation will collapse without any attack." Yang Mang awakened the natal magical power of death sacrifice. As long as there is a constant flow of death energy, he can be invincible even if his opponent is a god general and 36 stars. And as long as those two people are solved, no outsiders will know about what is going on here. Can you understand what I mean?
Wang Yi responded hurriedly.
I understand. Okay. I still want to grab the Dragon Ball, so I'll leave that boy to you.
After Chin Puppet said this, his body sank into the ground. When he reappeared, he seemed to have grown on the sky-reaching arms, with only his upper body exposed, and then flew high into the sky at an astonishing speed. The puppet corpses are really weird. At the ruins of the Immortal Temple, only Qin Feng and Wang Yi were left. At this moment, the two people have the same idea in their hearts, which is to kill each other. Wang Yi is calm and relaxed, and he also has this capital. Through crooked ways, and with the help of a large amount of death energy tonight, he successfully entered the 5th level divine realm. With his current strength, it can be said that it is effortless to deal with a 7th grade Wensheng Taoist. He likes to enjoy the feeling of having everything under control. I also like to appreciate the anger and despair of the enemy before dying. He did not rush to kill Qin Feng, but looked around. There were fires and cries everywhere.
After tonight, there will be no Shulong City in Dakian.
Qin Feng's chest heaved when he heard this. He took out a breath and asked,
"Because of what you did, Shulong City became what it is now, with countless people killed and injured. Have you ever felt the slightest bit of guilt?"
Wang Yi heard this and sneered.
People are born into 3, 6 or 9 grades. The 9th grade is the emperor. The 6th grade is the noble. And the 3rd grade is the humble. How can those who seek big things care about the lives of these untouchables? I thought you were a person. If you were under the master from the beginning, you might be able to attract high-ranking people and have a bright future. But now it seems that I just thought too much. Your vision is no different from that of those untouchables. Even if you can successfully attract the Destiny Star, you are still the lowest category. That's all. Telling you this is just a waste of time. The only advantage you have with ants like you is that your bones are stronger. The same goes for the officers and soldiers who secretly reported the news to you. And the same goes for AMU. But no matter how hard the bones are, they will be broken by trampling on them. Just like that officer and soldier. When his father was about to be killed in front of me, he cried and begged for mercy and despair. I can still vividly remember it.
When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes were about to burst, and his body was trembling unconsciously because of anger.
Yes. Yes. This is the look I want to see before death.
Wang Yi clapped his hands, and then his ghostly movement skills unfolded, and he disappeared in an instant. Halfway through, his body appeared again, looking at the thing in Qin Feng's hand warily. It was a black gold token with the 3 characters of Sword Alliance engraved on it. The most important thing is that Wu Fu has a particularly keen sense of danger, and he can smell a hint of death from the token.
What's in your hand?
Wang Yi looked wary. Qin Feng held the token tightly, and then activated the sword energy left by the Sword Emperor in the token. And the gurgling sound of the sword sounded instantly. It is almost universally acknowledged in Dakian that Sword Emperor Bai Yen has reached the peak of his swordsmanship. And this sword energy is naturally extraordinary. The pure white sword light was like a white line crossing, and the distance between Qin Feng and Wang Yi seemed to not exist. The terrifying power erupted in silence, completely engulfing Wang Yi's body. The latter didn't even have time to scream. Wang Yi died, but Qin Feng's heart didn't make many waves, because those people he killed can no longer come back. Looking up, in the White Realm, the Spear Immortal and Master Zhou were already stretched thin. On the other side, Mist Song's figure was like a silver-white meteor streaking across the night sky, flowing around the thousands of puppets. But Qin Feng could vaguely see bright red bursts from time to time in the silvery white light.
Shulong City is in dire straits. If you want to solve the ghost problem, you must kill Yang Mang. And the key to killing Yang Mang is to isolate the death energy. Qin Feng came to the cave and put down the Huomingshi. He wanted to use it as the center of the formation to reverse the formation that gathered the death energy. However, when everything was ready and he activated the formation, the fire stone just emitted a white light and collapsed. Qin Feng instantly understood that with the strength of Wenmingshi as the center of the formation, it was impossible to activate the formation covering the entire Shulong city. But now, where can he find the formation materials that can serve as the core of the formation? Suddenly, an idea occurred in his mind. The master once said that when a Wensheng Taoist enters the realm of 6-level hexagrams and fortunes, their divination methods will differ depending on their talent and the strength of their fortune stars. But if it involves oneself, one can always wait and see some vague shadows of the future. This is the unique ability of those in the literary sage way of the 6th grade hexagram, to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. If he could step into the realm of the 6th level of literary saint at this moment, he might be able to find the slim chance of activating the formation and saving Shulong City. But problems have come one after another. So far, he has not observed any high-quality destiny stars. Now that he has entered the 6th level realm, the only things he can pull are the most ordinary white destiny stars. This also means that his subsequent path to becoming a literary saint is destined to be ordinary. Qin Feng looked up and saw that in the sky, there were densely packed white life stars, emitting a faint light. Aren't these ordinary life stars just like the ordinary people in Dakian? He thought of what Wang Yi had said before, and suddenly felt a little ridiculous. People are born into 3, 6 or 9 grades. Who stipulates it? Before life, there is no distinction between high and low. If you want to attract high-quality destiny stars, you need to contact high-ranking officials. Who stipulated this? Is there no way out if we work with the people and work for the benefit of the people? He exhaled, and the questions on the heart-asking stage of the 8th level Ming state of mind still echoed in his ears. What do you think scholars should do? His answer remained unchanged. Establish a mind for heaven and earth. Establish a destiny for the living people. Carry on the unique teachings of the past saints, and create peace for all generations. Yes, as long as this original intention remains unchanged. What's the problem if it's the white destiny star that's pulling it? He seemed to have made up his mind, took a deep breath, and then directed the righteous energy in his body towards those white destiny stars. Chapter 325. Turn yourself into the heart of the formation. The speed of the thunderous righteousness rushing into the sky was not unpleasant to Qin Feng at this moment. Those white destiny stars seemed to be very close at hand. According to Master Bian's instructions, Qin Feng tried to attract the white destiny stars by inducing righteousness. What happened next shocked him beyond measure. Those white life stars actually emitted extremely bright and dazzling light. And then, they released their chi towards Qin Feng's thunderous righteousness, as if they were injected with chicken blood. What surprised Qin Feng even more was that he actually established contact with all these white destiny stars. But how is this possible? How can a saintly man of literature pull so many fate stars? This is completely different from what Master Cheap said before. In the divine sea, the sea of righteous clouds surged, and those white stars rushed into the divine sea and dotted it on the sea of clouds. Qin Feng's consciousness submerged into the divine sea, and he sat upright on the heart-asking platform. Many fragmented images flashed before my eyes, like a slideshow. There are men working in the fields. There is a woman who is weaving with her baby at home. There are demon slayers slaying demons. There are vendors calling out on the street. These people were familiar yet unfamiliar. After Qin Feng thought about it carefully, he remembered that these were people who had been favored by him. Some were parasitized by the heart-eating goo. Some were infected by Baifeng fire poison. And some were harmed by corpse poison. He even saw the honest, middle-aged son, holding the books he gave him, reading tirelessly under the scattered moonlight at night. At the same time, the white light from the sky fell and converged towards Qin Feng's head. The vast dark night suddenly became as bright as day. The strange scene did not last long, and returned to normal after 10 breaths. Song Filan and Qian Puppet, who were still fighting in the sky, looked at each other in surprise. Breaking through the realm? Qin Feng withdrew his consciousness from the divine sea, opened his eyes, and a white light flashed through his eyes. At that moment, his posture was like that of a god. He saw the figures fighting the corpses in the city. He saw the people huddled in the shadows, shivering, the corpses all over the ground. The desperate cries, and the earth dyed dark red with blood were all visible. How on earth should I activate the formation? Qin Feng seemed to be muttering to himself, and seemed to be seeking answers from the white destiny stars in the sky. A trance-like voice sounded in his mind, turn yourself into the heart of the formation. Qin Feng suddenly realized that after entering the 7th grade righteousness realm, The Wensheng Taoist can be immune to all poisons. And isn't this righteousness the most yang thing? But when it transforms into an array heart, it must withstand the baptism of the entire array. And no one knows what the pressure it will bring is like. Coupled with the erosion of the death energy, it is very likely that he will not be able to survive. But now that the matter was over, he had no other choice. Standing in the center of the cave, Qin Feng took a deep breath. The righteous energy in his body surged, covering him with a lavender-like curtain, and lifted him to the high altitude of Shulong City. Inspired by his spiritual consciousness, the previously drawn formation began to flow. A ray of white light centered on him, like ripples, spread throughout Shulong City, instantly cleaning away the dirty and dark death energy. Because the formation that isolates the dead energy is led by Qin Feng, and the thunderous righteous energy can be said to be the nemesis of evil things in the world. Originally, with his strength, this thunderous righteousness could not cause fatal damage to the corpses in the city. But with the blessing of the formation, it was different. Those corpse ghosts were corroded by the righteousness of the thunder, and their bodies were like charcoal burned by fire, and every inch of them was destroyed by ashes. In addition, the death energy was isolated by the formation, and the endless killing corpses disappeared in just an instant. The sudden scene stunned the demon slayers and officers and soldiers who were still fighting the zombies. The shivering people in the shadows of the corner cautiously poked their heads out after hearing the noise outside. The terrifying corpses have turned into ashes, and the white light on the earth is like the waves of clear water. Looking up, the figure suspended in the air and wrapped in purple air seems like a god descending to earth to save them.
The ghost Buddha made a mistake in his calculations. There are variables this time.
Qian Puppet's ghost face made such a sound. Within the white realm, without the support of death energy, Yang Mang's wounds could no longer recover quickly, causing him to roar angrily. Spear Immortal Sima Kong and Zhou Kai also sensed the change and looked outside the realm. Then, they saw Qin Feng's figure. The latter was obviously in great pain, and the skin on his body was like cracked earth, covered with cracks. Zhou Kai has lived for most of his life and has seen a lot. He was shocked and anxious at the same time.
He is using himself as the center of the formation to activate the formation that isolates the death energy. Lord Gun Immortal, we must deal with the opponent as soon as possible. That kid can't hold on for long.
Sima Kong looked at Qin Feng with a moved expression. After all, he was someone who was valued by Si Ming. It was really extraordinary. He let out a breath, and his eyes became as colored as glass. Because of Yang Mang's death sacrifice's natal magical power, he could not perform real killing moves, which would be useless except for causing fatal damage to him. But it is different now. The death energy in Shulong City has been isolated, and the other party has lost the capital to resurrect from the dead. He was going to use his strongest blow to kill Yang Mang instantly.
Back off,
Sima Kong said calmly.
Okay.
Zhou Kai didn't say anything more. He grabbed Zhu Yan Yiling's head and escaped from the White Realm. Yang Mang was still looking for the reason for his death, when a terrible murderous intention suddenly locked onto him. He looked for murderous intent and saw that the man holding the spear had already raised the spear, and the space above the tip of the spear was shaking and blurred. Yang Mang clearly understood that the power of this shot was beyond imagination, and without the support of his life force, he had no capital to resist this attack. He roared angrily, wanting to break through the realm and escape. And the moment he turned around, Sima Kong took action, holding a gun in one hand and stabbing forward. This shot ignored the space and fixed Yang Mang in the void from a distance of 100 feet. The latter looked down blankly. His body was pierced by the magic gun, and the space he was in was like a mirror, shattered inch by inch. And so was his body. Click! That was the sound of space breaking. Qian Puppet, who was still fighting with Song Filan, saw the scene and gave up his plan to continue to snatch the dragon ball from the opponent's body. Yang Mang is dead. If he continues to stay, he will be forced to stay by Gun Xian and others. Rooting the plan, he glanced at the figure in the sky again. He had some impression of this boy when he was in Jinan City. He saw him running to the side of Li Yang, who was dying. I haven't seen him for a while, but he has grown so much.
The talent is good, but it only ends here. If you use yourself as the core of the formation, bear the pressure of the formation, and be baptized by the death energy, you will definitely die,
Qian Puppet said coldly, and then disappeared into the vast night sky. Zhou Kai finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Mang was killed. He hurriedly shouted to Qin Feng.
Yang Mang is dead. Stop the formation quickly.
The sound was mixed with qi and resounded through the night sky. But Qin Feng couldn't hear it anymore. His ears were bleeding, and his vitality was like a candle in the wind, which would be extinguished at any time. What supports him in continuing to maintain the formation is just a belief in his heart. He could no longer hold on. The formation stopped flowing, and his body fell from the sky. Seeing this, Jokai was about to take action, but a graceful figure was faster. Song Filan stepped on the silver light, like a shooting star, and swept towards the falling Qin Feng, carefully holding the ladder in her arms. Chapter 326 I Like Him. After falling to the ground, Song Filan hugged Qin Feng's arms without even daring to exert too much force. The latter's skin and flesh were like dried sand, the kind that would break into pieces at the slightest touch. She was extremely distressed, helpless and at a loss. Her eyes were rolling in her eyes. This was the first time in her life that she cried. She wanted to save Qin Feng, but she didn't know how to do it. Gun Immortal and Zhou Kai both rushed over.
Lord Gun Immortal!
Zhou Kai spoke softly. Sima Kong is a master of the 3rd level of Shenwu, and he has developed a supreme mind, and his understanding of the human body is extraordinary. With just one glance, he could already see that Qin Feng's body was riddled with holes, and was still being eroded by the death energy. It could be said that it was difficult for an immortal to save him. Sima Kong shook his head and said nothing. Everything is self-evident.
How could it be?
Zhou Kai's eyes were filled with sadness, and the wrinkles on his face were all squeezed together.
It's all my fault. If I hadn't asked Yang He and the others to invite him to join the Demon Slayer division, he wouldn't have ended up like this.
However, it is too late to say anything now. At this moment, Song Filan suddenly thought of something. The old man who loved her dearly once told her that the Dragon Ball was a treasure coveted by all living beings in the world, and had the power to turn decay into something magical. She must conceal her identity when away from Tianqi, and must not expose it.
If it were the Dragon Ball in my body, could it save his life?
Song Filan asked herself. She lowered her head, and looked at Qin Feng in her arms. The skin on his face slowly spread like dust. If we don't act, it will be too late. She didn't hesitate, turned her back on Qianxian and Zhou Kai, and slowly took over her black scarf. Women in the Dragon Clan, especially those of the Songlong lineage who are like royalty, cannot show their true faces to others at will, except for the person they like. And the person she loves has never changed. As the black scarf was taken off, a light seemed to shine on. The three-dimensional and perfect facial features are dotted with silver-white scales. The crimson lips fell gently, and were printed on Qin Feng's lips. A round golden light shone inside Song Filan, flowing upward from her abdomen, and finally merged into Qin Feng's body from her lips. For the Songlong lineage, the importance of the Dragon Ball is incomparable. It is equivalent to the heart. Once the Dragon Ball is lost, the dragon's lifespan will be greatly reduced, and the body will become weak. But as long as Qin Feng can be saved, everything else is not important to Song Filan. As the Dragon Ball sank into Qin Feng's body, amazing changes occurred. His skin no longer faded, and even the cracks began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhou Kai's eyes widened when he saw the scene, and he said excitedly,
Master Gun Immortal, look at this.
Sima Kong was slightly startled and turned his head to look at Song Filan.
The Songlong lineage is the Dragon Pearl,
because only Dragon Balls have this kind of ability to bring the dead back to life. Under the baptism of the Dragon Ball, Qin Feng's riddled body continued to heal. His nose was filled with a refreshing fragrance, and there was a warm touch on his lips. In his blur of consciousness, he vaguely saw a beautiful face with clear outlines and a faint silver light. But his injuries were too serious, and he fell unconscious again not long after. Seeing the man in her arms regaining his vitality, Song Filan couldn't help but smile even though her face was pale. Zhou Kai breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. Sima Kong also nodded slightly in relief. But at this moment, he sensed something, and suddenly raised his head to look high into the sky. The storm is rising. The terrifying pressure was like the sky falling. And even he, a 12-god general, felt palpitated. Zhou Kai was extremely shocked. What kind of existence was radiating this kind of power from heaven? Even if it was compared to Master Qi Si Ming, it was no less generous. Above the night sky, behind the clouds, there was lightning and thunder. A shadow of a huge dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes in the sudden flash of lightning. A cold and indifferent voice sounded, not angry but proud.
Who took away my daughter's Dragon Ball?
Hearing this, Qianxian and Zhou Kai immediately understood that the person coming was from the Dragon Clan, and was Miss Song's biological father. Such strength is truly extraordinary.
Dad.
Song Filan stood up quickly, and protected Qin Feng behind her. But how could this action be hidden from the sight of the giant dragon high in the sky?
Is it him?
Thunder struck down, aiming directly at Qin Feng. Seeing this, the spear immortal swung his spear towards the thunder, but was knocked back by a single blow. The wound on his forehead had not recovered, and the previous battle with Yang Meng had consumed too much of his energy, so it was naturally impossible for him to be able to fight with him again. High in the sky, an indifferent voice sounded again.
It is truly remarkable that the spear immortal, one of the 12 divine generals, has reached such strength at such a young age. If you were in your prime, you might be able to fight with me. But right now, you'd better just stay aside and watch. Senior, there are many misunderstandings here.
Zhou Kai is an old Jianhu after all, so he hurriedly came out to smooth things over. The relationship between Dakian and the Dragon Clan is very delicate. They participated in the Battle of Jinling Pass together and attacked the Garuda clan, so they should be regarded as comrades in arms. But in fact this is not the case. Due to their powerful bloodline talent, the Dragon Clan is very arrogant and looks down upon almost everyone. Only if your strength is strong enough can they face it. From this point of view alone, the Dragon Clan and the Ashura clan are very similar.
You have no right to talk to me.
The words were interrupted immediately, and another bolt of thunder knocked Zhou Kai back. Seeing that the third thunderbolt was about to strike down, the weak Song Filan opened her hands and stood in front of Qin Feng with a determined look in her eyes. When the dragon saw this, the thunder finally stopped.
Do you know what the Dragon Ball means to us?
I know, Song Filan replied softly.
Then you will give him the Dragon Ball? If I don't give it to him, he will die. His life and death have nothing to do with you.
The voice suddenly grew louder, shaking the world.
Related? What does it matter?
Song Filan took a deep breath after hearing this, and bits and pieces of the past appeared in front of her eyes.
I like him.
These 4 simple words came out, containing too much tenderness, too much helplessness, too much reluctance, and too much attachment. She suddenly felt extremely relaxed. It turned out that this was how it felt to truly face her own heart. If I had been more candid back then, would everything have been different? The being above the sky fell silent. After a long time, only a sigh could be heard.
You and your mother are really exactly the same.
Gun Immortal and Zhou Kai looked at each other, and both breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the matter has come to this, Qin Feng should no longer have to worry about his life. Song Filan turned around, slowly squatted down, and looked at the unconscious man who fell to the ground. She stretched out her right hand and brushed the hair from the other person's forehead, her eyes full of tenderness.
It was so great to be able to go to Jinyan City,
Song Filan said with a smile, tears falling from the corners of her eyes, streaking across the silver scales, glowing with a heartbreaking light. Because there, she met the love of her life. Chapter 327 Awakening. The corpse ghost disaster in Shulong City has finally come to an end. Looking at the devastated city with corpses everywhere, it was difficult to judge this battle in terms of victory or defeat. Under the leadership of Zhou Kai, a group of officers, soldiers and demon slayers dealt with the aftermath of Shulong City. Sima Kong glanced at the distant thunderclouds and withdrew his gaze. Song Filan was taken away by the powerful and mysterious Dragon Shadow. If the Songlong lineage loses the Dragon Pearl, the body will inevitably fall into an extremely weak state. Only Tianqi, the habitat of the Dragon Clan, can alleviate this weakness. Perhaps because he felt sorry for his daughter. The giant dragon did not take away the Dragon Ball in Qin Feng's body. But when he left a message.
If this person dares to betray my daughter in the future, I will make the southern region barren.
This is somewhat intriguing. On the other side, outside Tinjiachuan in Jinan City, Father Qin's brows slowly relaxed. The old man poured wine and poured him a glass.
You can protect him for a while, but you can't protect him for the rest of his life. The road ahead is ultimately for that kid to walk on his own. That will be discussed in the future. You and I are well aware of the dangers faced by Shi Liangqing and his party this time.
Father Qin's expression was calm, but his tone could not conceal his anger. The old man didn't care about this.
If he puts himself to death and lives again, this life and death disaster is not a transformation for him. He entered the Wensheng Dao tradition too late. If he continued to follow the ordinary path, he would encounter real danger in the future and might not even be able to protect himself.
As he spoke, the old man suddenly smiled and said,
But I didn't expect that boy actually took a road that no one has ever walked before.
Pulling innumerable white destiny stars, which literati sane in the past and present can do this. When Father Qin heard this, he was more worried than happy. No one had ever walked through it before, which meant that he was destined to have to explore the road in the future by himself. The road opened has always been full of thorns. He knew this very well.
What did the Dragon Clan say?
Qin Jianan suddenly thought of something and looked worried. The girl who offered the Dragon Ball to protect Feng's life made him deeply moved. Since ancient times, it has been the hardest thing to accept the kindness of a beautiful woman. He didn't realize that his son had such charm. But how can the Qin family repay this kind of kindness?
Didn't you hear what that guy said? If this guy dares to cheat on his girl, he will make this southern region barren.
The old man crossed his legs and took a sip of wine. It seemed that all this was within his expectation. Logically speaking, it is the dream of many men to be able to join the Dragon Clan and marry the Shulong family. But Qin Jianan is in trouble. His daughter-in-law is not an ordinary woman. Will she agree? To put it another way, even if Lu Jinli agreed and wanted to marry the Dragon Clan, the gift he would have to pay was not a small sum. After all, the Dragon Clan was well known to be wealthy. Although Feng is quite business savvy and can be considered a wealthy person, for the Dragon Clan, this financial resource is definitely not enough. And he, the head of the family, is also short of money. Perhaps seeing what Qin Jianan was worried about, the old man stroked his beard and raised his eyebrows and said,
"What are you afraid of? Someone will naturally pay the betrothal gift to the Dragon Clan. So why do you need to worry? Who will come out?"
Qin Jianan was stunned for a moment. The old man didn't answer, but looked north. Father Qin then looked around, which was the direction of Confrontation City. The two looked at each other, then smiled meaningfully. Although the Dragon Ball protected Qin Feng's life, his injuries were too severe, and he remained in a coma. In his consciousness, the white life stars scattered on the sea of clouds were shining brightly, containing his injured soul, and the Dragon Ball suspended in Dantian was constantly emitting golden light. While washing his broken body, it also made his flesh and blood stronger. In the process of continuous repair, those white life stars also experienced changes. They merged into one place, emitting white gold light, and then separated again, turning into stars all over the sky. Of course, Qin Feng didn't know this. He had a dream. He dreamed of a woman with a beautiful face, clear outlines, shining silver scales, and a bit of red lips that aroused people's imagination. He had never seen this woman before, but she felt inexplicably familiar, until his eyes moved up. He saw the other person's eyes. Tears were shining in the light blue eyes, which made him extremely worried. "It's Miss Song. I'm leaving." The woman in the dream was reluctant to leave. When Qin Feng heard this, he wanted to reach out and grab her. But at this moment, he woke up from his dream. The sun shines through the window into the house, and the scent of medicine fills the nostrils. He was a little confused and felt like he was in another world. There were noisy sounds outside the house, like someone was repairing something. A maid held the decoction and said in surprise, "Sir, you finally woke up."
Qin Feng was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. If it weren't for the sound of his heartbeat and breathing, everyone would have thought he was dead. Lying on the bed, people would come to visit from time to time, telling me what happened in Shulong City. Yang Mang could not die anymore, and the corpse ghost disaster was completely over. People in the city also began to repair their homes, and this was the source of the clanging sounds outside the houses. Zhang Tianeng came over with fruits, left after saying,
"Please take a rest."
Not long after the former left, Shi Ziming also came to visit, but he didn't bring anything with him. He even picked up the fruit beside the bed, wiped it with his sleeve robe, and started to eat it.
Ghouls are indeed difficult to deal with, and they can come back to life as long as the death energy persists. If you hadn't arranged a formation to isolate the dead energy, and the gun immortal was here in person, this time would have been a disaster. Lord Zhou will report the corpse ghost disaster in Shulong City to Confrontation City. This time, the corpse ghosts can be wiped out, and you guys are indispensable. There will definitely be rewards when the time comes. Maybe by then, you will be able to climb higher than me.
Shi Ziming was biting the fruit and chattering endlessly, as if he was deliberately distracting Qin Feng's attention.
Did those demon slayers and people who went to the mountains and forests to set up formations come back alive?
Qin Feng suddenly asked, his eyes burning. Shi Ziming was stunned for a moment, then sighed.
Only one person survived.
Qin Feng nodded slightly and said nothing more. This world is so cruel. He glanced at his body and then around, and that Song girl from the previous dream reappeared.
Why didn't I die and there was still Song girl?
You always have to ask. Shi Ziming scratched his head. He only learned the whole story from Mr. Zhou afterwards. I was shocked and filled with emotions at the same time. He did not choose to hide it and told the story together. both for Qin Feng and Song Filan. After hearing everything, Qin Feng's pupils widened.
Miss Song. Where did she go? According to Master Zhou, he should have returned to Tianqi, the place where the Dragon Clan lives.
Qin Feng had seen the so-called Tianqi in a book. It was a hidden place. According to legend, it floated in the sky. All the dragons in the world came from there. He touched his abdomen, where there was a warm and moist breath that continued to sweep through his body. It must be the Dragon Ball. How can he repay this kind of kindness? 3 more days later, Qin Feng barely regained his mobility. According to Master Zhou, he came to the place where the people in the city were buried. At a glance, there are mounds of earth and tombstones everywhere, and many people are crying in front of the graves. He touched the tombstone at hand and saw a familiar figure. It was Uncle Wu, who was found by AMU that night. At this moment, he was missing a section of his left leg. He was leaning on a cane and tending the weeds in front of the monument. Uncle Wu heard the movement, looked sideways, and nodded in greeting.
AMU, this kid, has had no father or mother since he was a child, and the people in the city helped and raised him. It is precisely because of this that he has such deep feelings for Shu Liancheng. That's fine. At least he died in the place where he was born and raised. I thought I would go down with him, but unexpectedly, the King of Hell would take me in later.
Uncle Wu rambled on for a long time, seeming to lament the impermanence of life. Looking up, how many people are there? Are the white-haired people seeing off the black-haired people?
We don't want much. We just want to live peacefully. But why is it so difficult?
Uncle Wu sighed.
There will be such a day.
Qin Feng replied. The words were scattered in the wind and echoed in the heart. As long as Dakian exists, there will still be people like AMU. Those demon slayers who are not afraid of death. And those nameless people who dare to face everything to protect their loved ones and homeland. There will be such a day. Qin Feng firmly believed in this. Chapter 328 Changes in the Body. After leaving Shulong City, Qin Feng did not return to Jinyang City immediately. Instead, accompanied by Shi Ziming and Zhang Tianen, he came to Baiwa Valley,
where he wanted to meet someone. In a garden filled with birds and flowers, Song Mu lay lazily on a fine Wangwali wood bench. Qin Feng came here under the leadership of a pretty girl. Seeing this, Song Mu slowly sat up and stretched, revealing her exquisite curves.
You dare to wander around in the southern region even if you have a dragon ball of the Songlong lineage in your body. Are you seeking death? It doesn't matter if you die. But I pity my niece. I'm afraid she will be in tears all day long.
Song Mu sighed, and then lightly hooked his right hand. The teacup on the stone table suddenly floated into the air, then floated in front of Qin Feng and filled it with tea. The fragrance of scented tea is overflowing, making people feel relaxed and happy. But at this moment, Qin Feng didn't care about it. There was only one person in his mind at this moment.
How am I going to see her again? If Nizi loses the Dragon Ball, her body will inevitably be weak for a long time. Only the spiritual spring in Tianqi can restore her. If you want to see her again, you must at least wait until she comes out of the spiritual spring. As short as 3 to 5 months.
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. 3 to 5 months was just a blink of an eye, so it was not too difficult to wait. But I heard the other party add,
as long as 30 or 50 years. It's possible. After all, the Dragon Clan is famous for its long lifespan.
Qin Feng's face turned ugly.
I hope Senior will tell you the truth. Don't worry. You will be able to see her again in half a year at most.
Song Mu stopped teasing her, with a smile in his eyes. The boy in front of him really had the girl in his heart. Hearing this, Qin Feng was completely relieved.
Senior, I have something here, and I would like you to hand it over to Miss Song.
What? Song Mu asked curiously, and then saw the other party take out a pen and paper from his arms. Bai Xian spread out on the stone table. Qin Feng's pen moved like a dragon and a snake. A poem jumped out of the paper.
The east wind blows thousands of flowers and trees down at night, and the stars are like rain. The carvings and BMWs fill the road with fragrance. The phoenix flutes sound. The jade pots turn with light, and fish and dragons dance all night.
Moths are like golden wisps of snow and willows, and laughter is filled with dark fragrance. I have searched for him thousands of times in the crowd. Suddenly I look back, but that person is there, in the dimly lit place.
Song Mu looked at the poem. Her beautiful eyes widened. Such a beautiful poem was as good as the beautiful poem written by the other party before. This boy is so talented in poetry.
Miss Song has always liked poetry, and I wrote this poem specially for her. I hope to meet her again soon and thank her for saving my life.
Qin Feng said sincerely. The artistic conception in this poem is exactly the same as the most sincere expectation in his heart at this moment. Song Mu was completely immersed in the poetry. She didn't listen to what Qin Feng said at all. Instead, she caressed Bai Xian and couldn't put it down. It wasn't until Qin Feng put his hand on Bai Xian, blocking the content of the poem, that she regained consciousness.
Senior, I gave this poem to Miss Song.
Qin Feng emphasized. Song Mu heard the implication and frowned.
Of course I know. Do you think I will take it as my own?
Qin Feng didn't say anything more, just nodded slightly. After confirming many things in Baiwa Valley, Qin Feng was finally able to return to Jinyang City with peace of mind. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed.
Something's wrong.
Qin Feng glanced at the dent on the corridor railing that he had just made with his bare hands and muttered to himself. When did the Wensheng Taoist, who was known for his powerlessness, possess such powerful power? And this is not the result of his full strength. Just a casual pinch. Beyond that, there's a lot that's wrong. His ears and eyes have become more sensitive than before, and his endurance is far beyond what it was before. In the past, his biggest wish was to break through half an hour. But after Xu Liancheng and his party, he easily broke this record. He even took more than 1 stick of incense. After a little analysis, it is not difficult to judge that all these changes are due to the Dragon Ball in his body.
According to what the master said, Dragon Balls not only have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, but they can also temper the body. If you have enough opportunities, even if you don't practice the divine martial arts, you can have an indestructible body comparable to that of a 4th-grade martial artist.
How terrible is it for a literate Taoist to have a body comparable to that of a martial artist? Qin Feng's blood boils just thinking about it.
I don't know how strong my power is at this moment.
After thinking for a moment, he found Haitu in the house.
My uncle wants to arm wrestle with me.
Xing Sheng put down his halberd with a surprised look on his face.
What? There's a problem. Uncle, you are a scholar. It's a bit hard to compete with me in terms of strength.
Haiten too did not say the words,
overestimating one's capabilities.
However, Qin Feng heard it. He raised his eyebrows and said confidently,
You will know if you are overestimating your capabilities.
In desperation, Xing Sheng had no choice but to comply. There was no suspense about the result of the competition. Qin Feng lost miserably. He could only hold on for less than 3 breaths in the hands of Haiten too. Think about it. If the strength of the physical body is so easy to improve, wouldn't it be a joke for the warrior to polish the physical body day and night? Despite the result, He Tantu was still very shocked. He originally expected that his uncle would not be able to hold on for even 1 breath.
Uncle, there is no need to be depressed. After you set up the spirit gathering formation in the Qin mansion, my cultivation has also improved by leaps and bounds. And now I have reached the peak of the 6th level of gathering strength. You can maintain the 3-breath kung fu in my hands. And your physical strength is probably comparable to that of a 9th-grade martial artist.
I have to say that Xing Sheng's comfort was very useful, and Qin Feng felt much better. In order to ease the embarrassment, he patted the other party's shoulder and changed the topic at the right time.
It's not bad. And my previous efforts were not in vain. By the way, why didn't you spar with your second brother in the courtyard today?
He Tantu replied,
I don't know what I know. The second young master is really talented in the divine martial arts. After having the spiritual energy for him to absorb, he has successfully entered the 5th level of divine practice during the time you left. Realm, now I am no match for the second young master. So how can I compete with him?
Huh? Qin Feng's eyes widened. When they came to the courtyard, they saw the second brother sitting on the ground, looking up at the sword intention left by the sword madman senior, and comprehending it carefully. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked into his body. The golden energy was continuous and was indeed several times stronger than before. He originally thought that this time he went to Shulong City and entered the realm of the 6th grade hexagram, and his cultivation level was the same as that of his second brother, so he could set an example as an elder brother again. But it turned out that he just thought too much. While feeling pleased, Qin Feng looked at the hanging sword intention and recalled what Senior Jintiani said. The second brother has successfully entered the 5th level realm, and he doesn't know when Senior Dao Quan will come here again to take him away. Chapter 329, Heavenly Divination Technique. 3,000 Hopes. After a brief chat with his second brother, Qin Feng planned to leave Qin Mansion and go to Ting Yushuan. He successfully entered the realm of the 6th grade Gua Fate, but there were still many questions that needed to be answered. For example, How to activate the destiny stars in the divine sea to perform divination. Another example is how to take the next road.
The inheritance of the Wensheng Taoists is basically in Fengtian City's Haowen Academy. I don't even know what the 5th grade Wensheng Taoists are called.
Qin Feng was a little lucky. If Miss Song hadn't taken him to Tinjiaquan and met the old man, I'm afraid he won't be able to make any progress in the tradition of literary saints at all. Thinking of this, he touched his abdomen, missing the sassy figure with a black scarf covering his face. I don't know when we will meet again next time. Outside Tinjiaquan, the old man was still lying on the wicker chair with a wine cup in his hand, looking leisurely and contented. Qin Feng was quite envious.
His dream was to be a salted fish and live out his life lying flat. After greeting him respectfully, Qin Feng asked,
Master, I entered the 6th grade hexagram fate realm in Shulong City, but the so-called divination method has always failed to make sense.
The so-called divination is to observe the celestial phenomena and predict the world affairs with the help of the destiny stars. The scope of things in this world is naturally related to the ability of the fortune teller, and it can be large or small. To put it more broadly, it means the rise and fall of a country. Just like the Tianjin Guisher of Fengtian City. Even if he does not leave home and sits in the climbing tower, he can guide the country and turn danger into safety. At a very small level, it is about oneself, pursuing good luck and avoiding bad luck. For example, when going out to the Qin mansion today, it is very particular about where to go first and where to go in order to have the best luck. Since he became a literate saint in the hexagram destiny realm, he has also tried to activate the destiny stars in the divine sea to do some divination. But those white stars did not give him any response at all. Fortunately, he thought that by attracting so many white destiny stars, quantitative changes could lead to qualitative changes. Hearing this, the old man explained,
the moment the Wensheng Taoist came into contact with the destiny star, he had the ability to predict. There are 2 types of divination. One is like you did before. When it comes to good or bad luck for yourself and the people around you, you can vaguely observe the future in your dreams. This kind of divination is called dream fortune telling. The other way is for the Wensheng Taoist to take the initiative to activate the destiny stars and do some divination as far as possible. This kind is called Tianzhan. Mengxiao. Tianxiao?
Qin Feng murmured to himself. Mengxiao was his own experience, so he had a deep understanding of it. To put it simply, the former is passive divination, while the latter is active divination.
Generally speaking, dream photos are rare. Your boy can have dream photos before he enters the 6th grade hexagram fate realm. It shows that you are quite talented in divination. If you can learn some divination methods, you may be able to shine in this field.
The cheap master who always has a sharp tongue starts to praise others.
Am I really gifted?
Qin Feng raised his brows, feeling complacent, and couldn't help asking,
then can I be as powerful as Tianjin Imperial Master in the future?
The rumors in Diqianzhong, as well as what Qi Yuancheng saw, made him admire and yearn for the unknown Tianjin Imperial Master who had never seen the unknown dragon. If he could reach that level, wouldn't he be able to show off in front of others in the future? Well, he would be able to appear wholly in front of others. Wouldn't he? Imagine that scene. Before fighting the enemy, you make some calculations with your fingers, and then say with a confident smile,
in 5 more breaths, you will be dead.
It's really full of style. When the old man heard this, he had a strange look on his face, and then sneered.
How can you have such a beautiful dream in broad daylight?
Qin Feng's face froze. This idea was indeed a bit unrealistic.
Master, I have already encountered Mingzhou's situation. How should I use the method that I used that day?
Compared with random and passive dream photos, he naturally hopes to be able to actively perform divination. The old man sat up slowly and said,
there are many kinds of methods of Tianzhan, but the 2 most commonly used ones are definitely 2. One is called Sanjin Wanqi, and the other is called stargazing. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires: birth, old age, illness and death, wealth and poverty, and the so-called 3,000 qi. You can see these in others. As for stargazing, you can take advantage of heaven's secrets to proactively predict some future events.
When Qin Feng heard this, his eyes lit up.
Master, teach me quickly.
Since the old man said this, he would not hide it and explain the methods one by one. 3,000 Wang Qi is the projection of the destiny star in the divine sea, which brings the qi into the eyes, so that the qi revealed in others can be observed. Stargazing, on the other hand, is about observing sporadic scenes that will happen in the future through the life stars pulling in the sky.
Although the methods of performing 3,000 chi and stargazing are simple, mastering them skillfully does not happen overnight.
The old man took a sip of wine and said leisurely.
Even if it is a literate saint in the hexagram realm in Hoenn Academy, if he wants to use these two moves, he may not even be able to cross the threshold in just a few years. You can try Sanchen Wangqi yourself first, and when you can successfully see the chi revealed in others, you will be considered a beginner.
Qin Feng nodded, and the master led him in. Cultivation is personal. It is naturally impossible to learn such an awesome trick in one go. It definitely requires constant exploration and practice. He reflected his consciousness into the divine sea and pulled the projections of the life stars. As a burst of white light shone, the white energy flowed into his eyes. At the same time, golden light flashed through the depths of his pupils, and he unconsciously activated his double pupil power, looking towards the pedestrians coming and going on the street. Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a sigh. Seeing his appearance, the old man raised his eyebrows and said,
"Don't pretend to be with me here. Although the method of using Sanchen Wangqi is simple, it is not that easy to master. If you want to use it to observe the chi of others, it's still far away. If you practice more on weekdays, maybe you can get a glimpse of it after practicing for a year and a half." "But, Master, I saw it,"
Qin Feng replied. Not only did he see it, he saw it clearly. The old man obviously didn't believe it. He sneered and raised his glass, in order to prove that he was not lying. Qin Feng pointed at a middle-aged man with a big belly and said,
"Master, the aura emanating from that man is light yellow."
When the old man heard this, he stopped holding the wine glass in his hand and looked a little stunned. Then Qin Feng pointed to another woman dressed in ordinary clothes and said,
"The energy on that person's body is white."
The old man opened his mouth, as if to verify something. He pointed at a man dressed as an official and asked,
"What color is that man?"
Qin Feng looked at it and replied firmly,
"It's light red."
When the old man heard this, he immediately took a breath. Being able to have a dream photo appear when he was in the 7th level of righteousness, he felt that this boy's talent in divination was different from ordinary people. But he underestimated the amazing extent of his talent. For the first time using Sanchen Wangqi, you can clearly see the chi on other people's bodies. No one can do it even if you go forward for thousands of years. But based on his knowledge of Qin Feng, if he told the truth about the matter, this boy would only raise his tail to the sky. After suppressing the shock in his heart, Old Man Bailey coughed dryly and raised his eyebrows and said,
"It's not so bad. Just a little worse than me back then."
Chapter 3, 35th Grade Howren Realm. Qin Feng was extremely excited when he learned that he had indeed successfully used Sanchen Wangqi, and then listened to his master explain the meaning of those colors. White indicates low status, mostly civilians. Red indicates official status, the darker the color, the higher the official status. Yellow means that the family is wealthy, and generally there are more businessmen and rich people. And if green chi appears on the heads of these people, it means they are suffering from diseases. As for the color on their faces, it indicates their mood at the moment.
A red face is anger. A flower face is joy. A green face is jealousy. And a dark face is anger. If a person's face changes, it means that he or she is unstable and is probably lying.
The old man said this.
I see.
Qin Feng nodded, benefiting a lot. These 3,000 Wangqi are really very practical. The old man added,
3,000 chi watches are not useful for everyone. If the person you are observing has a Taoist rank far above yours, then you'd better not use this method to observe the other person's chi easily. Why?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
Hearing is false and seeing is true. You might as well come and see me with 3,000 breaths.
The old man seemed to be smiling, but not smiling. Qin Feng, who had wanted to do this for a long time, coughed and said,
Well, Master, isn't it disrespectful to spy on you like this? You can watch it if you want. Then it's better for me to be respectful than to obey my orders.
Qin Feng immediately agreed, and then used Sanchen Wangqi again. But when he looked at the chief master, he saw an extremely strong white light piercing his eyes, which was extremely painful. This feeling is just like the last time he used his eyes to observe the destiny star in the sky.
Ah! Eyes! My eyes?
Qin Feng covered his eyes, painful tears streaming down his face. After burning incense for a while, Qin Feng reluctantly opened his eyes again, but the whites of his eyes were still extremely red. The old man said,
How do you understand now?
You are really a bad old man. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and spat in his heart. At the same time, he was also curious about how high the master's cultivation level was, even though the two of them already had the title of master and apprentice. All he knew about the old man was that the other party's surname was Bailey, and that he was very awesome.
Master, I can already use 3,000 gazing chi. Is there anything special I need to pay attention to in the stargazing technique?
Qin Feng asked. Old man Bailey wanted to be sarcastic, but the difficulty of performing the stargazing technique was still above 3,000 won chi. How could it be used in the first time? But after much consideration, he still didn't say the mocking words.
Practice makes perfect. You'll know after you try it yourself.
The old man seemed casual and raised his glass again, but his thoughts were focused on the other person. Qin Feng nodded and followed the guidance of the chief master before, inducing the righteousness in his body to rush into the sky, intersecting with the life star that had been pulled. Within a moment, starlight was reflected in his eyes, and sporadic images came into his mind. There is a prosperous city in the picture, with magnificent palaces and majestic ministers. On the dragon chair, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe looked calm and powerful. Qin Feng wanted to see the middle-aged face clearly, but the scene stopped abruptly at this moment. There was blood flowing out of his nose. His eyes were black, and his head felt extremely dizzy. When the old man saw this, he understood that this boy had successfully used the stargazing technique, but suffered a backlash. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. This boy is really talented. After a long time, Qin Feng recovered from his dazed state.
Master, what happened just now? The secrets of heaven must not be leaked. Mortals who try to pry into the secrets of heaven must naturally bear corresponding risks. The greater the secret, the higher the risk, which may even be life-threatening. With your current strength, it is still too reluctant to bear the backlash of spying on the secrets. Before you successfully enter the 5th level of Wunsheng Taoism, don't use stargazing anymore.
In fact, throughout the ages, there are only a handful of Wunsheng Taoists who can successfully perform stargazing at the 6th level. Qin Feng knew that the old man would not take the target lightly, so he nodded in agreement. Thinking back to the scene just now, the prosperous city should be Fengtian City, the imperial capital, and the middle-aged man on the dragon chair is undoubtedly the Ming Emperor. But Jinong City is thousands of miles away from the imperial capital. Why did you foresee such a scene for no reason? Qin Feng was puzzled.
Master, now that I have successfully entered the 6th grade hexagram realm, what should I do if I want to advance to the 5th grade?
The old man replied.
The 5th level of Wunsheng Taoism is also called the Haoren realm. A gentleman should cultivate Haoren's righteousness and set an example to warn the world, blessing the body with awe-inspiring righteousness. It can activate cultural treasures and exert power beyond imagination.
Hearing the word, Wen Bao, Qin Feng thought of the scene where Miss Song and the chief master were competing for his poems, and couldn't help but twitching his lips. The old man seemed to have read the other person's thoughts, coughed dryly, and added,
This Haoren state echoes the 8th level Ming state of mind. You should remember the test of questioning when you first enter the Ming state of mind. If you want to successfully enter the realm of Haoren, it depends on whether you can do what you asked your heart to do in the first place.
Qin Feng's face froze when he heard this. At that time, he thought of many injustices, and felt a sense of resentment in his heart. Establish a mind for heaven and earth. Establish a destiny for the living and the people. Carry on the unique teachings of the past saints, and create peace for all generations. It's nice to say this, but it's not easy to do it. Qin Feng instantly felt that he had dug a big hole for himself.
Master, if the disciple cannot do what he asked his heart to do, will it be impossible for him to enter the 5th grade Haoren realm in this life?
The old man took a deep look at Qin Feng, and changed from his previous cynicism. He stood up and clasped his hands.
Throughout the ages, there have been so many scholars who have boasted about Haikao and set lofty ambitions when they were in the 8th grade Ming state of mind. But really, how many can do this? Although the Haoren realm is closely related to the Mingxin realm, it does not require you to actually fulfill your original vow before entering this realm. The key is...
The old man turned around and pointed at Qin Feng's chest with his finger.
Have you ever taken your original vow to heart?
Qin Feng was shocked, thinking of every detail of Xu Liancheng and his party, and then nodded heavily.
Disciple, keep this in mind.
The old man looked pleased.
That's good.
Then, after Qin Feng listened to some of Master Bian's teachings, he walked towards the Qin mansion with a thoughtful look on his face. The old man looked at his retreating back and looked at the familiar streets around him.
Unknowingly, I have been in Jinong City for nearly 20 years.
There is always a banquet in the world, and the old man knows this very well. If it had been before, he could have left in style. But now, he felt a little more concerned. After all, he never expected that he would accept a disciple who was very close to his heart.
Although I really want to see with my own eyes how far you will go, I'm afraid I won't have such an opportunity.
There are undercurrents surging in Dakian, and there are terrifying entities peeping in the shadows of the southern territory. He still has many things to do. This also destined that he would not be able to stay with Qin Feng all the time. But fortunately, someone will continue to take care of this young boy for him. In that Fengtian city. Chapter 331 Jokai returns. Time is like running water, and the scenery of January passes quietly between the fingers. During these days, Qin Feng, in addition to his normal daily practice as before, was always practicing the 3000 Qi looking technique, and thinking about how to accomplish what he asked his heart to do in the first place. Inside Wangyu House, shopkeeper Peng has just returned from Qiyuan City, and is reporting on the operation of the branch. He looked excited.
Young master, although there are only 3 branches in Qiyuan City, the monthly profit is enough to compare with 1/5 of the monthly profit in Jinan City. The biggest profit maker is the 3rd floor restaurant specially set up for distinguished guests. 78% of the profit comes from here.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Qi Yuancheng is an old-style Tianqing after all, and there are still many wealthy big dogs in the city. Looking at the heavy boxes of cash stacked in the room by shopkeeper Peng, Qin Feng couldn't help but think of the figure in white dressed as a man. The profit from Wang Yuage still needs to be shared with that guy.
I don't know where she is at this moment. Could it be Yulin City? After all, she is the young head of Jubiozai in Yulin City.
Qin Feng murmured to himself. It's not that he wants to give away his share of the money to others. After all, how can a businessman be in a hurry to give away money? Just seeing the great success of the Kaiwanqing branch, he wanted to spread Wang Yuage's business model to the entire Dakian like Jubiozai. To do this, experience and connections are indispensable. The young master of Jubiozai, who is disguised as a man, can provide him with a lot of help in this regard. However, Yulin City was too far away from Jinan City, and he could not confirm whether the guy was definitely in Yulin City. So this idea was never put into action. Shopkeeper Peng was still chattering excitedly.
The most correct decision I have ever made in my life is to come to Wangyu residence and follow you, the eldest young master. It's a pity that Jinan City is too small after all, and the young master can't use his skills.
Otherwise, if the eldest young master is allowed to enter the imperial capital Fengtian City, he will definitely be able to do great things.
Shopkeeper Peng is convinced of this. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Shopkeeper Peng's words reminded him of the sporadic images he saw when he used the stargazing technique. Ever since my father brought his family from Fengtian City to Jinan City, he has never returned to the imperial capital. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. I don't know when I will return to Fengtian City next time.
The water in Fengtian City is very deep. If you get there, you have to coil up if it's a dragon, and squat down if it's a tiger. How can it be so easy to do something big?
Qin Feng shook his head with a smile. After leaving Wangyu residence and heading to the Demon Slayer division, Mr. Zhou has not returned yet. Calculating the time, more than a month has passed, and I don't know what happened in Fengtian City. In front of the documents, Ziming looked at the piles of official documents with a sad face. Jinan City has become the land of dragon veins. Although it has not been officially established as a heavenly city, there are many more trivial matters in daily life than before. He had not tasted the taste of a brothel for a long time.
A protective barrier has been established in the city, and the guards are much stronger than before. So the population is increasing. I heard that there are many beautiful girls in the brothel, but unfortunately, I never have time to go.
Qin Feng had a strange look on his face.
Master Sure, you are already old enough. Don't hang around in that place waiting for fireworks all day long. Find a good family as soon as possible and live a good life is the right way. Hey, are you trying to educate me? You see, I'm so busy with trivial matters that I don't have time to fall in love with a woman.
They're all excuses. You just like all kinds of buses, not private cars. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth.
After the corpse disaster in Shulong City, Mr. Zhou left for Fengtian City. Why haven't you come back yet?
Ziming finished reviewing the official document and put it aside. He stood up and poured himself a cup of tea. While drinking, he said,
"Who knows? Maybe he is too tight on weekdays and wants to take this opportunity to relax. Master Zhou is not that kind of person."
Qin Feng shook his head.
Hey, circumstances change a person. The prosperity of Fengtian City is beyond your imagination. I once went there, and all the girls in that brothel were so pretty that any one of them could become the Warren here. Maybe Our Mr. Zhou is also immersed in that gentle land and cannot extricate himself.
Master Zhou is not you. Qin Feng was about to speak, but his eyes suddenly widened because behind Shi Ziming, Zhou Kai's figure appeared at the entrance of the lobby.
Master Shi, don't talk nonsense. Confrontation City is the imperial capital after all. The procedures there are complicated. Just to meet Emperor Ming, you need to go through many checkpoints. Mr. Zhou may have been delayed by something important, but that's not necessarily the case. What important matter has to be delayed for so long?
Shi Ziming raised his eyebrows.
Although Mr. Zhou holds a grudge, he is not here at the moment. Why are you still so hesitant when you speak? According to me, he must be enjoying himself in Confrontation City.
When Qin Feng heard this, he was startled and hurriedly signaled with his eyes. But Shi obviously had a long-standing grudge before, and Master He Zhou could not close his chat box once he opened it.
Mr. Zhou is good at everything, but he is too serious. He reads each of these official documents carefully. When will this work be completed? Also, he usually looks so stern. People who don't know think he has facial paralysis. I've never seen anyone as petty as him.
Seeing Mr. Zhou's face getting darker and darker, Qin Feng lowered his head silently. He no longer wanted to worry about it. After about half a stick of incense passed, Shi Ziming finished his rant and let out a breath. After the tedious process of reviewing official documents, I felt much more relaxed after speaking out my innermost thoughts. After drinking all the tea in the cup, he looked at Qin Feng and asked puzzledly,
"Why do you look like this?"
Qin Feng did not answer, but showed some sympathy. Shi Ziming, who suddenly felt something was wrong,
quickly turned around and saw that Mr. Zhou's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot.
"Master Zhou, when did you come back?"
Shi Ziming stuttered.
"When you said that you were immersed in the gentle land and couldn't extricate yourself."
Zhou Kai had no expression on his face. Passed by Shi Ziming, sat on the papers, and glanced at the piles of official documents.
"It has only been a little over a month, and there are so many official documents left. It seems that I was still too kind to you in the past."
As soon as these words came out, Shi Ziming staggered and almost lost his balance.
"I still have something to discuss with Mr. Shi. Qin Feng, you will go back today. Presumably it won't be long before Emperor Ming's imperial decree reaches the Qin mansion."
Qin Feng originally wanted to stay a little longer and watch the excitement. But when he heard this, he immediately showed a surprised look.
"Imperial decree? Lord Zhou, what is the imperial decree? You'll know later."
Chapter 332. Everyone in the world is having a feast. Following Master Zhou's words, Qin Feng quickly returned to the Qin mansion. And nothing happened that day. Early the next morning, an imperial edict traveled thousands of miles to Jinan City. When the voice of
the imperial edict arrived, Qin Jianan and Qin Feng came out to receive it.
Came into the Qin mansion. Everyone in the house was shocked and confused. How could the down-and-out Qin family, a small third-class general serving the country, be qualified to impress Emperor Ming and convey the imperial edict? They naturally thought of the worst at the first time. The second mother in the lobby was the most frightened.
"Master, when you went out to do business, did you mess with someone you shouldn't mess with? Or did you do anything harmful? Otherwise, how could an imperial edict be issued for no reason?"
Father Qin raised his eyebrows, probably guessing something, with a complicated expression.
"Madam, don't think too much. Didn't you hear that Feng also wants to accept the order?"
The second mother heard this and breathed a sigh of relief.
"Yes, Feng has always been reliable, and his name was also announced in the imperial edict, so it shouldn't be a bad thing."
Qin Jianan's face froze. He always felt that he, the head of the family, was being questioned a lot. With a sigh, he said,
"Go out and receive the order. Don't be lazy."
Everyone in the Qin mansion quickly arrived at the gate. Qin Feng stepped out of the mansion and saw a huge procession of people reading out the imperial edict. Countless people stood in the street from a distance to watch the excitement. The leader of the team is a man wearing a silk scarf, a broad white shirt, a cloud-patterned belt, and a clear jade pendant. There is a pattern that looks like pen and paper tattooed on the chest of the shirt. When Qin Feng saw it, he thought deeply. He had seen that pattern in a book before, and it was the symbol of Haowen Academy, the imperial capital, in the land of Dakian. Those who were responsible for reading out the imperial edict were the self-proclaimed scholars in Haowen Academy. The man in white at the head had an arrogant expression. Seeing that everyone in the Qin mansion had arrived, he began the process of reading out the imperial edict. When the words, Qinness, came to an end and the content was read out, everyone in the Qin family was extremely frightened. The master was promoted to a higher rank. From a third-class general serving the country to a second-class general. Not only that, the Qin family's ancestral home, which had been sold off before, was also rewarded. This also means that the Qin family can move back into the imperial capital Fengtian City. And all of this is because of the eldest young master's contribution in Shulong City. Before Qin Feng could recover, the man in white with eyes on top of his head had already stepped forward and handed over a token.
What is this?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
See for yourself.
The man in white looked like he was in need of a beating. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and looked down, only to see a word engraved on the white jade token.
Is this the token of Howin Academy?
Qin Feng asked in surprise. What was the purpose of the other party giving him this token?
When you arrive at Fengtian City, remember to report to Howin Academy.
The man in white left these words and turned around to mount his horse. But as he left, he added,
The faster, the better.
He still looks down on people with his eyes raised above his head. In the lobby, Ernyang carefully held the imperial edict in her hand, still a little confused about what had just happened. When the Qin family left Fengtian City, she thought that she might never have the chance to go back in this life. Never thought that something like this would happen.
As expected of the eldest brother,
the second brother said with admiration from the bottom of his heart. Everyone in the Qin family was also cheering for joy. Compared with the remote Jinyang City, the imperial capital Fengtian City is naturally more suitable for living. But the father in the seat didn't look very happy. The second mother, who noticed something strange, asked,
Master, you have been promoted to a noble title. Fomer can enter Howin Academy for further study, and the ancestral house has also been rewarded. These are all good things. But why do you look like this? It's just a feeling of emotion. After all, I have stayed in Jinyang City for more than 10 years. Now that I have to leave again, I am really reluctant to leave. I see. I thought it was because I thought the imperial capital was too expensive and didn't want to go back,
Ernyang said. When Father Qin heard this, his expression froze.
How could you have such an idea? Today's Qin family is no longer what it used to be. The financial resources of the family are more than enough to live in the imperial capital. But this has nothing to do with Dad. After all, the eldest brother earned both money,
said the second brother.
Under his right. It's all because of Fomer's ability. Why does the master seem to take all the credit?
Ernyang added in due course. Father Qin opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word, while everyone was laughing and laughing. Qin Feng in the lobby stared blankly at the white jade token in his hand without saying a word. The second brother saw this and asked,
Brother, what are you thinking about?
Ernyang also expressed concern.
Fomer, are you worried?
Qin Feng shook his head and asked,
Dad, when will we leave for Fengtian City?
Qin Jianan thought for a moment and then replied,
This is the imperial decree passed down by Emperor Ming. Naturally, it cannot be ignored. If nothing happens, we will set off within 3 days. I understand.
Qin Feng nodded and walked out of the lobby. Ernyang said worriedly,
Master, what is Fomer? Let him go. Fomer is a nostalgic person like me. Maybe he has lived here for a long time and suddenly wants to leave. And he feels reluctant to leave.
On the hillside outside the city, in front of the grave of Senior Li Yang, Qin Feng was pouring wine and recalling every moment after the time travel. There are too many people and things here that he misses. After returning to Jinyang City and meeting many people, Qin Feng came outside Tinjiuxuan.
Master, I might have to leave.
The old man Bailey, who was lying on the wicker chair, replied leisurely.
Leave as soon as you leave. Why bother talking to me? When you get to Howin Academy in Fengtian City, please hold your chest high and behave like a good person. Don't lose my face. Master, do you know where I'm going? The announcement of the imperial edict has already spread throughout Jinyang City. How could I not know about it? You don't have to be so sad. There is always a banquet in the world, and life will inevitably go through separation and reunification. It has always been like this. The fact that you care about me means that I didn't take you as my disciple in vain.
The old man showed some relief. Qin Feng replied,
Master, you have misunderstood. This disciple only comes here to hope that the master will fulfill his original promise. What promise?
The old man looked confused.
You promised me that you would teach me the magic of immortality.
Hearing this, old man Bailey blew his beard angrily and glared.
I thought you couldn't bear to leave me. But it turns out you are thinking about the immortal magic. Get out of here, you heartless little brat.
Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. He lifted up his clothes, knelt down on his knees, and performed the ceremony of becoming a disciple.
A disciple is unfilial and cannot stay by his master's side to honor you. Thank you for your long teachings, which have benefited me a lot.
The old man opened his mouth. Even though he had lived for many years, and had seen too many life and death, he couldn't help but feel a little moved at this moment. He stretched out his right hand, and made a move. Tingyukshuan behind him shook for a while, and turned into a small pavilion. Then the old man pointed his finger towards Qin Feng's forehead, and Ting Yuxuan turned into a stream of light, and disappeared into the latter's eyebrows. Qin Feng was shocked.
Master, what are you doing? On the occasion of parting, Ting Yuxuan will regard this as your farewell gift. Boy, remember, the brighter the place, the darker the shadow. Fontian City is a place that people all over the world yearn for. But the filth inside is far beyond the imagination of the world. Don't lose your true feelings there. If you lose your way one day in the future, just think back to the answer you gave when you first asked about it. Only by not forgetting your original intention can you achieve success.
Qin Feng cupped his fists and bowed before replying.
Disciple, please keep this in mind.
Chapter 333 Remembering the Past and Sighing with Emotion. In the early morning 2 days later, the Qin mansion and his party were ready to go. Xiaobai hugged Qin Feng's thigh with a look of reluctance.
Sister Mo, I have recruited some more servants for you. After leaving Jinong City, the Qin mansion will be handed over to you. If I have time in the future, I will come back to visit you.
Qin Feng said with a smile.
He originally planned to take the other two to Fontian City. However, according to Sister Mo, the protective barrier of Fontian City is far from comparable to that of Jinyang City and Tianqing. It would be difficult for any monster to step into it. If she took Xiaobai there, the best outcome would be to be imprisoned in the 9th level prison of the imperial capital. After hearing these words, Qin Feng had no choice but to give up. Aunt Mo, who was dressed in a black robe, crossed her arms across her chest in an exaggerated arc, which made Landing Shuang beside her very wary.
My brother is leaving, and as a sister, I really can't bear to part with him. My sister doesn't have anything to give to you. Just take this gadget.
While speaking, Aunt Mo reached into her collar and pulled out a crystal shaped like a water drop from somewhere.
Sister Mo, what is this?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
This is what my eldest sister originally gave me. As long as you hold this thing in the Dacian Western region, no matter which party it is, it will give you face. And if you encounter danger in the Western region and draw your spiritual consciousness into it, if there are eldest sister's men nearby, they will show up to save you as soon as possible.
Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is a good thing. Take it. After a pause, he seemed to have thought of something and asked,
what if it's outside the Western region?
Aunt Mo stroked her cheek and replied with a smile.
That won't be of much use. Forehead.
After chatting with Sister Mo and Xiaobai for a few more times, it was finally time to leave. When he turned around and was about to board the carriage, he saw a young man in cloth from a distance, holding a stack of books in his hand. In just over a month, this is already the 10th time that the other party has come to exchange books. On average, this young man can memorize 2 to 3 books a day. He is really talented.
Brother Qin, are you leaving?
The young man asked reluctantly when he walked up to the other party.
Well, it's time to leave. I have already told the people who stayed in Qin Mansion that after you finish reading the book, you can continue to come here to exchange books.
Qin Feng patted the other party's shoulder.
Can I see you again?
The young man looked forward to it.
As long as you can successfully memorize 10,000 books and step into the holy path of literature, we will meet again one day.
After leaving these words, Qin Feng boarded the carriage. The young man looked at the team that was getting further away, clenched his fists, and his eyes were extremely firm. The distance between Jinong City and the imperial capital can be said to be thousands of miles. Even if they traveled on the Huarong Road in the southern territory, the Qin mansion and his party had to travel for nearly 3 days and 1 night before they arrived at the place that countless people in Dacian dreamed of, Fontian City. Huarong Road is already spacious enough, but when it comes to entering the main street of Fontian City,
this spaciousness makes it seem a bit petty. It gave Qin Feng the feeling like streams and lakes merging into the sea. There was an endless stream of carriages and pedestrians coming and going, among which there were countless luxurious and impressive sedans. In the past, it would have been very rare to see a BMW. But here, those expensive and rare BMWs are as common as street stalls. Qin Feng even saw the rumored BMW Dragon Colt, which was a mount only worthy of the royal family.
I wonder who is in that sedan,
Qin Feng murmured to himself. Following the flow of people, they continued to move towards the gate of Fontian City. after about a stick of incense. It was Qin Feng's turn. There were not many guards guarding the gate. Looking down at the waists of those people, the gatekeepers were all wearing sapphire tokens. He opened his eyes and looked at those people. The weakest ones were at the peak of the 6th level, and there were even 2 masters of the 5th level among them. After a series of identity verifications, they were released and entered Confrontation city. The imperial capital is divided into an inner city and an outer city. Although the Qin family is now in decline, the Qin family of our ancestors is on par with the Liu family. Because of this, the Qin family's ancestral residence is a 3-story mansion in the inner city. Not only does it have a large courtyard, there are also 6 small courtyards and 80 houses. Returning to his hometown, my father sighed with emotion. After all, Ernyang was a woman, and she couldn't help herself, and tears rolled down her face. After a greeting, the servants and maids began to unload the goods and carry them towards the Qin mansion. After all, it was a house given back by Emperor Ming. Everything in it was complete and had been tidied up. It won't take much effort for the Qin family to move in again. The father looked at the big tree at the door and couldn't help but sigh.
When our family moved away, this ginkgo tree was only more than 1 foot. Now, more than 10 years later, I didn't expect that it has grown to 3 feet.
When Qin Feng heard this, he looked at the big tree. Perhaps because the original owner was still young when he left the imperial capital, he had no impression of this tree in his memory. But this does not prevent him from seeing things and remembering the past.
Feng, you may have forgotten that I specially carved your height under this tree back then. However, so much time has passed, and the traces must have been smoothed away by wind and rain. Just like your father's anger.
Dad sighed.
Feng, Honor, come here quickly and touch this tree. We, the Qin family, will go around in circles. But this ginkgo tree has never left the mansion. It seems that I can still feel the time I spent here all those years from it.
The second brother did as he was told. But he was a martial artist after all, and he didn't know what to say. He could only touch his head and say,
Dad, I didn't feel anything.
Qin Feng shook his head and scolded.
Second brother, if you can feel anything just by touching it with your hands, you have to feel it with your heart.
As he said this, he closed his eyes, and the cold wind blew by, making the leaves rustle. Qin Feng immediately said with emotion,
Dad, I seem to hear the sound of the family praying for the new year in front of the tree. Feng, I think I heard it too.
Looking at the scene of the father and son touching the tree together, Lu Jinli and others not far away were also a little moved. But while the father and son were reminiscing about the past, Ernyang wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and frowned.
Sir, what are you talking about? When did the Qin mansion plant ginkgo trees back then? We are clearly planting 2 sweet-scented osmanthus trees. You also said that osmanthus has the same pronunciation as
gui,
which means to ward off evil spirits and gather wealth. Look here. There are traces of trees being sawed off. I think this ginkgo tree must have been planted by someone else.
When Qin Feng and his father heard this, their faces froze, and the palms that touched the tree slowly fell down. Perhaps to avoid embarrassment, Lan Ningxuang said at the right time,
Miss, let's go in and take a look.
He Tantu immediately said,
I will go with you.
After everyone had left, Dad looked at the ginkgo tree, his cheeks still feeling a little hot. He invited the concierge to point to the big tree and said,
With such a big tree blocking the door, isn't it equivalent to blocking the entry of wealthy and talented people into the house? No wonder the previous owner of the house was evicted. Find a few people to saw this tree down. The sooner the better. Okay, sir.
The concierge bowed and responded. After explaining this, Dad left in a hurry. Seeing the concierge looking at him, Qin Feng also covered his face and fled towards the house. This time, it's really embarrassing. Chapter 334 Visiting Lu Mansion. After the servants and maids had almost cleaned up the Qin mansion, the Qin family sat down in the lobby. Qin Jianan held a teacup and stroked the coffee table, remembering the past. But this time, no one answered. Qin Feng, in particular, looked with his eyes, nose and heart, as if he didn't hear anything. A little embarrassed, Mr. Qin put down his teacup, coughed dryly and said,
Feng, since you have returned to Confrontation city, you should take Jianli to visit her parents' home.
Ernyang also said,
Yes. When you go, remember to bring some gifts. Don't lose etiquette.
Qin Feng thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. So he nodded and agreed. Lu Mansion is also in the inner city and is a 5-entry mansion, driven by Haydn too. Qin Feng and his party quickly arrived at Lu Mansion. We were about to meet my mother-in-law and father-in-law, so it was impossible not to be nervous. Qin Feng took a deep breath, got out of the carriage first, then opened the curtain and extended his right hand to the beautiful lady in the sedan. Lu Jianli was stunned for a moment, then turned slightly red and pulled him up. When Lan Ningxuan on the side saw this, she covered her mouth and snickered. The uncle and the young lady were really in love. The guard guarding the door was pleasantly surprised when he heard the knock on the door and opened it. The young lady is back, and as previously rumored, her injuries have healed. After a few words of conversation, the guard left a message.
I will report to the master and his wife,
and hurried towards the house. Glancing at the huge Lu mansion, Qin Feng asked the lady beside him,
why don't you show me around? Okay.
Lu Jianli opened her red lips and smiled slightly. It was obviously the Lu mansion that she had been familiar with since childhood. But hanging out with her loved one gave her a completely different feeling.
Sir, when do you think Jianli and the son-in-law of the Qin family will return to Fengtian City?
In the lobby of the Lu family, a graceful and noble woman with an eyebrow that bore a striking resemblance to Lu Jianli asked. Sitting next to him, a middle-aged man with a resolute face sighed helplessly.
Since Emperor Ming issued the imperial edict, you have to ask this question at least 3 or 4 times a day. Have you asked me so many times? Why don't I have any impression?
The woman tilted her head, as if recalling. After a while, she spoke again.
Then what did you answer before?
The middle-aged man turned his head and looked up without saying a word. When the woman saw this, she suddenly covered her face and cried.
Okay, now that I am old and yellow, you finally dislike me and don't even want to answer my questions. What's wrong with me caring about my daughter and son-in-law? Even if I ask it several times a day. What's wrong? Now you are impatient. When you first married me, did you forget all those vows of eternal love?
The middle-aged man only feels a dull pain in his temples and a buzzing in his ears. As the commander-in-chief of the Shenhou army, the current head of the Lu family, he has faced the ghosts in the corpse mountain and the criticism in the court. But he can still remain calm and handle things with ease. But faced with his wife's unreasonable troubles and such mouth, he was really helpless. Why is the daughter gentle and quiet, but this mother is like this? Middle-aged people are puzzled. Taking a breath, the middle-aged man said carefully,
I told you, Emperor Ming has decreed that the in-laws will be back in a few days. Even if you are anxious, it will not help. So you might as well wait patiently. If you had answered earlier, everything would have been fine.
The woman put down Rolly, who was covering her face. Looking at her appearance, it didn't look like she was really crying, but she was clearly pretending. The middle-aged man originally thought that after answering, he would be able to get a moment of peace. But the woman's chat box opened up, and she chattered endlessly. She was worried that her daughter would not be able to adapt to living in Jinan City. And she was also worried that other places were not as safe as the imperial capital, and that her daughter and her in-laws would be in danger. Of course, what she is most worried about is that her daughter and son-in-law seem to be inseparable. After all, no one understands the daughter she gave birth to better than her. The mother-in-law,
Jianli, is good at everything, but she only focuses on sword practice. What man can stand that? I didn't agree with letting her practice martial arts in the first place. But you and Dad said that she is extremely talented, and it would be a pity not to practice martial arts. The result of it? She practices swordsmanship day and night. Looks like a girl, and doesn't understand anything. How can she be like a girl's home? Although I have never seen that boy from the Qin family, I think he is good. Otherwise, he would not have been able to cure his daughter's injuries and win the appreciation of Emperor Ming. But with Jian Li's character, I'm afraid the two of them are not even married yet. So how can this be done?
After thinking about it for a long time, the woman became more and more worried. She seemed to have foreseen the emotional crisis between her daughter and her son-in-law, and even saw a divorce note handed over by the other party. She stood up in shock and paced back and forth in the lobby.
Why haven't Jian Li and the son-in-law come back yet?
The middle-aged man shook his head. He had spent most of his life thinking about a woman's brain circuitry, but he still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, the guard guarding the door hurried over.
Master, Madam, young lady and uncle are here to visit me. Really?
The woman's beautiful eyes widened with surprise on her face. The middle-aged man was much calmer.
Where are they? The young lady took my uncle to visit the Lu mansion. Do you need me to bring them?
The middle-aged man was about to reply, but was stopped by the woman.
Wait a minute. There are some things I want to confirm in advance.
Qin Feng and Lu Jianli traveled hand in hand, with Lan Ningxuan following closely behind. They visited the flower pavilion, walked across the lake bridge, and saw the place where Lu Jinli practiced martial arts when he was young. Arriving at a courtyard, Lan Ningxuang suddenly said,
"There is an old lady here who knows a lot. The rules for the maids in the house are basically taught by Grandma. Even the men and women."
Halfway through the words, Lu Jinli turned her head and looked up. Lan Ningxuang also realized something and hurriedly covered her mouth. Although Qin Feng was a little curious, he wisely did not ask further questions. Walking towards the Lu family lobby, an old woman with a kind face came face to face. Lan Ningxuang stepped forward to hug him with a look of surprise, and Lu Jinli also nodded in greeting. From the conversation between several people, Qin Feng also confirmed the identity of the other party. This person was the Grandma Ningxuang mentioned just now. She had lived in Lu Mansion for most of her life. She thought that Jianli was also delivered by her. Grandma saw Lu Jinli walking freely. Her eyes were cloudy, and she choked and said,
"It will be good when it is cured. It will be good when it is cured. Is this the uncle of the Qin family who cured the young lady's injury? He is really a talented person."
Qin Feng smiled and said,
"Hello, Grandma."
The grandma glanced at their clasped hands, then at the young lady's appearance, and said with relief,
"Madam was originally worried that the relationship between the young lady and her uncle was not harmonious. But now it seems that her worries were unfounded. Looking at the young lady's appearance, she might have already had sex with her uncle."
As soon as these words came out, Lu Jinli's fair cheeks instantly turned pink. Qin Feng was a little surprised. This grandma's eyesight was so vicious. Can this be seen? Generally speaking, in ancient times, if you want to confirm whether a woman is still perfect, in addition to knowing the details during the bridal chamber, the old woman must personally confirm whether the woman is perfect. This grandma didn't even get started, but she could tell the clues just by looking at it. This could only mean that she is experienced and is an old CG. Chapter 335. When do you plan to have a child? The few of them chatted for a while, and Qin Feng pretended to be casual and asked Grandma how she could tell that the woman had had sex. He didn't have any dirty thoughts. He just wanted to expand his knowledge as a scholar. Grandma smiled and said,
"It's all just experience. It can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. But uncle, I think your body seems a little weak. Do you sometimes feel unable to do what you do? I have an old recipe here that I can bring to you later."
"I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Sensing the sight of Ningxuang and Madame, Qin Feng's face stiffened, and he hurriedly defended.
"Grandma must have seen it wrong. My body is very strong."
Seeing that the other party was about to say something else, he hurriedly interrupted.
"It's not too early. I want to visit Jinli's parents, so I'll take the first step. Uncle and young lady, let's go slowly."
Grandma bowed and said. When the three of them drifted away, Grandma made a strange gesture in a certain direction. When walking on the road, Lan Ningxuang, who was leading the way, would always look back intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Feng couldn't argue. He just felt that the old woman had tricked him. After suffering all the way, we finally arrived at the lobby of Lu Mansion. After following the maid into the hall to report, Qin Feng finally met the rumored father-in-law and mother-in-law. It has to be said that Lu Jinli's beauty and beauty are inseparable from the good genes of her parents. Just one look at the woman in the hall was enough for Qin Feng to confirm that she was Lu Jinli's biological mother. She looked very similar to her, and the years did not seem to have left any traces on her body. If the other party and Lu Jinli were put together, even if they were said to be sisters, many people would believe it. Looking at another middle-aged man, Qin Feng was in awe. Who knows the reputation of the Shenhou army in Deqian? The ghosts are in troubled times. Mountain bandits are rampant, and the Shenhou army has gone out to fight, but has not yet suffered a defeat. Many people in the world compare this army to Emperor Wucheng's Tianzhong army. The reason why the Shenhou army has such impressive achievements is indispensable to Lu Jinli's father, Lu Tianlu, the current head of the Lu family. Lu Tianlu's divine martial talent is not as outstanding as Lu Jinli's, but he has already reached the level of the 4th level divine martial arts, which is indestructible. But what made him famous was not his cultivation, but the way he led troops. It is no exaggeration to be regarded as the god of the great army. The most famous battle of the Shenhou army was the Battle of Guishan in the Northern Territory. It can be described as a classic victory of the few against the many, and the weak against the strong. 3,000 soldiers fought against 5,000 demons and ghosts, and they were able to return with a great victory because this unsmiling father-in-law used the art of war to the extreme, taking advantage of the right time, place, and people. Qin Feng thought about the shocking feats he had heard about, and a feeling of reverence arose in his heart. He took the teacup held by the maid from the side, and wanted to offer tea to his father-in-law. But after he had only taken a few steps, the beautiful woman walked up to him and looked him up and down with great interest.
Are you Qin Feng? Yes, mother,
Qin Feng said respectfully. On the way here, he heard his wife mention that the name of this mother-in-law was Ho Feiqing.
Yes, it's really good. Now that you are married to Jianli, the title of mother seems to be a bit more natural. You are the same as Jianli, so just call me mother.
The queen's performance at this moment really echoed that sentence. As the old saying goes, the more the mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the happier she becomes. It was reasonable for her to react this way. After all, not only was his son-in-law handsome, but he also cured Lu Jianli's meridians. The most important thing is that she had already received a signal from the Lu family's grandmother that her daughter and the other party were actually married. This was great news. She was originally worried that because of Jianli's temperament, she would not be able to have a grandson or granddaughter in her lifetime.
Okay, mother.
Qin Feng smiled awkwardly.
Hey,
concubine Qing responded, pulled her aside, and then started to become agitated. This was far beyond Qin Feng's expectation. If the lady were placed in the previous life, she would definitely be a typical representative of social fear. He originally thought that his wife's temperament followed that of her mother-in-law. But looking at the chattering appearance of the mother-in-law in front of him, she was obviously a social bastard. Fortunately, Qin Feng has lived for 2 lives, has read various jokes, and can be said to be good at answering questions, until the other party threw a bomb.
Then when are you planning to have a child?
As soon as these words came out, the entire lobby fell silent instantly. Lu Jianli looked at Xia Fei's cheeks, her delicate ear tips, and her pink face. She looked at her mother, with an unprecedented anger in her voice.
Mother!
Lan Ningxuang stood aside quietly, but her ears were about to stand up. The young lady and her uncle were going to have a baby, which not only made her yearn for it, but also made her envious. Just when Qin Feng was stunned on the spot and didn't know how to answer, his father-in-law, who had been silent until now, said,
Okay, you guys have been chatting for a long time. Dad has something to see him, so I'll take him away first. After saying this, Lu Tianlu took the lead and stepped out of the lobby, ignoring the widened eyes of the concubine, and motioned for Qin Feng to follow. With this excuse, Qin Feng naturally would not miss it, clasped his fists and bowed to leave. On the way to find the old man of the Lu family, Lu Tianlu suddenly said,
Although Jianli is my daughter, I have not shouldered the responsibility of being a father. When her mother gave birth to her, I was still solving ghost problems in the Ghost Mountain of the Northern Territory. Even when she failed in the Wanjian sex tribulation and came back with damaged meridians, I was out on an expedition and was not with her.
Qin Feng was stunned when he heard this. He didn't understand why his father-in-law said this. In order to protect the people of Daqian, the Shenhou army went out on expeditions all year round. This situation is also reasonable.
My father has no choice but to do this to protect the common people. I believe Jianli will understand you.
Qin Feng's words came from the bottom of his heart.
Maybe.
After a pause, Lu Tianlu continued,
Actually, I am very grateful to you. Not only because you cured my daughter's injury, but also because you changed her. If it were in the past, I would never have imagined that I would be able to see Jianli like she is today. You brought back to her everything I owed her.
What I owe is companionship and love. What father in the world wouldn't want to be by his daughter's side? It's just that in this world, there are too many things you can't help yourself with. Qin Feng had some feelings and immediately expressed his determination.
Father, don't worry. I will always be by her side in the future.
Lu Tianlu nodded happily, and then said,
I have felt your thoughts, but this alone is not enough.
Qin Feng didn't know why.
What level of cultivation are you at now? Not long ago, I entered the literary sage 6th grade hexagram fate realm.
Qin Feng said truthfully. It was when Xu Liancheng and his party were visiting. Lu Tianlu thought thoughtfully.
Humans have a limited lifespan, but after reaching a certain height, this lifespan will be greatly increased. Jianli has already entered the 3rd level and achieved the realm of Sword God. Naturally, his lifespan is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. If you want to be with me for a long time, your current cultivation level is still too low.
It turned out to be this. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. At this time, I heard my father-in-law speak again.
Moreover, you may not know that the bloodline of a high-quality person will also change, and it is extremely difficult to give birth to an heir. With your current level of cultivation, you are still a little behind if you want to have children with Jianli.
Chapter 336 The Lu Family's Seeding Needle. Qin Feng opened his mouth and froze on the spot. This was the first time he had heard of this.
But I see that my mother has no cultivation. How did she give birth to Jinli back then? Lu Tianlu explained.
This difference in cultivation is only for men. Just like the Dragon Clan. As powerful as the Dragon Clan, the men among them are very easy to give birth to children no matter which race they combine with. That is because the blood talent in their bodies is rare in the world. However, if a dragon woman combines with a foreign race, it is extremely difficult to give birth to an heir. That is because few people can suppress their dragon blood.
There is such a thing. In this world where there are still differences between men and women. When will men stand up? Qin Feng was so angry that he was trembling all over. No wonder he and his wife had been working hard many times. But there was still no movement. I didn't expect that it was the blood in the opponent's body. And he didn't even take a fancy to those things of his. Men's cultivation is much worse than women's, leading to infertility. Is this an unspeakable secret of the old times? Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Lu Tianlu comforted him and said,
You don't have to worry. As long as you can practice to the 4th level, this problem will be solved.
When Qin Feng heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. There was a gap between the 4th grade and the 3rd grade, the confirmation of the hegemony of heaven and earth. The difficulty of promotion between the two is extremely different. But even so, it is not easy to be promoted to the 4th level.
I will work hard to improve my cultivation.
Qin Feng gritted his teeth and said, Today, he has another reason to desperately improve his cultivation, that is, so that his children can open their eyes to see the world earlier. After a while, Qin Feng came to a separate courtyard under the leadership of his father-in-law.
Dad, I brought him here.
As soon as the voice fell, the courtyard door opened without any wind. A vicissitudes of voice came from the courtyard.
Come in.
Stepping through the door. The courtyard is extremely simple, except for a few pines and cypresses, a stone table, and 4 stone chairs. Sitting on one of the stone chairs was a gray-haired old man, presumably the old man of the Lu family, who was undoubtedly the auxiliary Duke Lu Yuan. The old man looked sideways, with a look of approval in his eyes.
Are you Qin Feng? Yes. The glory of the ancestors of the Qin family may be carried forward again in your generation. The old man is ridiculous,
Qin Feng said modestly. The old man motioned for the two of them to sit down. And then, they saw the wine glass on the stone table falling out of thin air in front of the 3 of them. This is a way to express the energy outwardly. Being able to control the energy to such an easy level shows how high the old man's cultivation is. And that's exactly what happened. As the Lu family's Dinghai Shenjin, Mr. Lu Yuan's cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level realm. And he is only 1 step away from the legendary 2nd level realm. But this last step has already cost him more than 10 years. Qin Feng was about to pick up the jug and pour wine for the old man. But he heard the other party ask,
Do you know why I want to see you?
After moving his hands for a moment, Qin Feng replied,
The water in Infiltrating City is deep. The old man may want to give the younger generation a few pointers to avoid taking the wrong path.
Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded with satisfaction.
When I watched the Qin family move away from Infiltrating City, I actually thought about stopping it. But the Qin family is in decline. So staying away from those hidden arrows and retreating elsewhere is a good choice. The Lu family actually owes you a lot. If it hadn't been for the marriage contract between your ancestors and the betrothal of Jinli to you, you wouldn't have suffered many unreasonable disasters when you were young, and even implicated the entire Qin family. Even if you are resentful towards the Lu family, I can understand. The old man has overthought it. Marrying Jinli is a blessing I have earned in 3 lifetimes. How can I feel resentful? There are just some things. The junior still wants to know who are the people in Infiltrating City who have targeted the Qin family. Qin Feng asked curiously. It's not that he wants to settle the scores. After all, he doesn't have the ability now. I just want to know who the enemies are in advance so that I can be better prepared. The old man said leisurely.
That's too much. Then, Qin Feng heard the old man report dozens of official positions. These official positions were not idle ministers, but held real power. The more Qin Feng listened, the more frightened he became. He still underestimated the charm of his wife. These officials are scattered among various departments in the imperial capital. If they continue to target the Qin family, it can be said that the Qin family will be unable to move forward. He suddenly wanted to escape back to Jinyang City. Perhaps seeing what he was thinking, Mr. Lu Yuan smiled and said,
You don't have to worry too much. That's all in the past. After all, you and Jinli are already known as husband and wife.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows.
Yes.
The reason why those people wanted to target the Qin family in the first place was simply that they didn't want the Qin family and the Lu family to get married. Who doesn't want to marry a woman like Lu Jianli? Firstly, it was because Emperor Ming made drunken remarks and married Lu Jianli to ensure the prosperity of the family for hundreds of years. A master of martial arts with an immeasurable future should have this ability. Secondly, you can also climb the big tree of the Lu family. But now that the deal is done and the name of husband and wife has been implemented, there is no reason for them to target the Qin family anymore. Instead, they will make enemies for no reason. At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked aloud.
Actually, there is one thing that I have never understood. On the day of the wedding, Tang Xian, the son of the Minister of War, came over to make a big fuss about the wedding. What was he planning?
Although the Minister of War is a minister with real power, he still doesn't think enough of Duke Daqianfu. Even if the Ministry of War and the Shenhou army have not dealt with each other, they should be attacking each other in the court instead of making a big fuss on the wedding day of the two families. After all, this is equivalent to slapping the Duke of Fu in the face. A situation that cannot be solved but will not end until death. If the Minister of War had any brains, it would be impossible for him to do such a thing. Unless the person who gave the instruction to Tang Xian was not the Minister of War himself. The old man replied,
Tang Xian is beating up our Lu family on behalf of someone above. Someone above.
Qin Feng's pupils opened slightly, which was a bit intriguing. Those who dare to attack Duke Fu in Daqian can definitely be found with 10 fingers. And most of them are relatives of the emperor. Seeing the change in Qin Feng's expression, Mr. Lu Yuan said,
You don't have to make wild guesses. The marriage between the Lu and Qin families has been approved by Emperor Ming, regardless of what that person had in mind before. Now that you have returned to the imperial capital Fengtian City, if he wants to touch you again, he will have to ask the Lu family if he agrees.
When the old man said this, his tone was calm, but Qin Feng could hear the waves coming from it. Just think about it. If your precious granddaughter is disturbed and provoked by others when she is getting married, anyone would be angry. In addition, the old man's domineering words and protective character made Qin Feng quite satisfied. This supporter was really reassuring.
Grandpa, let's not talk about those disappointing things. I would like to give you and Dad a drink.
The change of title made the old man raise the corner of his mouth. This kid is quite cunning. No wonder he can win Jian Li's heart. Lu Tianlu, who was serious about words and speech, thought this in his heart. Chapter 337 Tips. The moment the wine was poured from the flask, the familiar aroma of wine hit your nostrils.
This is it?
Qin Feng's eyes widened. Lu Yuan smiled and said,
Have you never smelled such a wine? This is the wine brewed by the winery that was just opened by Shen Gongfang not long ago. The taste is mellow and the aftertaste is long, even compared to the drunken life and dreams of Zexinglu. This wine is divided into several grades, and the sales are limited every month. If I hadn't had some friendship with Yuan Jai from Shen Gongfang, I wouldn't be able to buy this top-quality wine even if I had money. Is this wine called Immortal Drunkenness?
Qin Feng asked.
Huh? Do you know this wine?
Mr. Lu looked curious, and Lu Tianlu on the side also looked sideways. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. Could he not know that this wine was brewed by him at Shen Gongfang? Moreover, Mr. Yuan Jai has indeed kept his promise. Not to mention the monthly sales limit. And the original undiluted wine is also strictly controlled. Qin Feng could tell from the first smell of what Grandpa Lu called the best wine that it was only third class at best.
Actually, this junior brought some gifts. Which is this immortal drunk?
Qin Feng was a little embarrassed, and then took out 3 jars of original brew from the sumer ring. Doing this might cause some problems in the relationship between Mr. Lu and Yuan Jai, but he couldn't care less since he didn't bring other gifts. Lu Yuan and Lu Tianlu raised their eyebrows slightly when they saw the wine jar. Wines such as Xian and Zui were sold by jugs. No one had ever bought wine in jars before, and there were only 3 jars. In addition, Qin Feng had never been to Fengtian City before, so Lu Yuan and Lu Tianlu both had a guess in their minds this boy had been deceived. But this was Qin Feng's first visit to Lu Mansion. In order to take care of each other's self-esteem, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianlu had a tacit understanding and pretended not to know.
I will accept your suggestion and just put the wine jar aside.
Mr. Lu stroked his beard and said with a smile,
Now that they're all out, Grandpa and Dad might as well have a taste.
Well, Qin Feng didn't pay attention to the expressions of the two of them, and directly picked up a jar of wine and placed it on the stone table. As the seal of the wine jar was opened, the rich aroma of wine instantly filled the courtyard, making people forget to leave. The aroma of this wine is even more intoxicating than the wine in the jug.
Is this really immortal drunkenness?
Mr. Lu said in surprise.
Of course it's true.
And it's still the original brew. Qin Feng silently added in his heart. Lu Yuan and Lu Tianlu picked up the wine glasses. And just one sip shocked them. The quality of this drink cannot be compared with even drunkenness. Putting down his wine glass, Lu Yuan looked at Qin Feng with interest.
Dragon veins appeared in Jinong City. And the founder of Shingongfang was ordered to build a dragon-suppressing steel and a city-protecting barrier. After returning, Shengongfang rebuilt the winery and brewed this immortal drunk. It is reported that the people behind Jiaxing Tower once wanted to obtain the brewing method of this immortal drunk, but failed. So they retreated several times to seek cooperation, but were still rejected by the old guy Yuan Jai. The reason for rejection is quite intriguing.
Lu Yuan tapped the stone table with his finger and said meaningfully,
The old guy said that their Shengongfang is just making wine for others.
After all, he is a human spirit who has lived for most of his life. After connecting some clues, he found the truth. Qin Feng replied truthfully.
You guessed right. I am the one who made Shingongfang brew the immortal drunk.
Mr. Lu laughed heartily.
In the letter Ning Shuang said back before, he mentioned many times that you are a business genius. I didn't believe it at first. After all, you have a father.
After a pause, the old man changed the topic.
It seems that you are not like your father, and you do have quite a business acumen. Successful businessmen are often cunning and tactful. I am very happy that you have this ability.
Qin Feng's expression froze. Is the old man praising him or hurting him?
You don't have to look like that. I speak from my heart. This time when you return to Fengtian City, you will step into Haowen Academy. And most of the civil servants in the court came from Haowen Academy.
You know, the biggest civil servant and imperial master today is the dean of Haowen Academy.
You will also serve as an official in the court in the future. As an official, you should be upright and upright. But in this court, if you don't have some thoughts and skills, you will only be suppressed by others and be ignored by everyone. Only by being more cunning than those villains can you stand on the court. Do you understand?
Qin Feng nodded. The old man was giving him a hint. Master Cheap once said something similar to him. A pedantic person who joins the court as an official will not be able to defeat the treacherous ministers of the court. An upright person will only be stretched thin when leading troops in war. This world has always been like this. Seeing that Qin Feng understood the meaning of his words, Lu Yuan mentioned the matter of Shulong City again.
I have heard about the danger that night. You set up a formation to isolate the death energy, and used your thunderous righteousness to kill thousands of corpses in the city.
Thousands of ghouls. So many? Qin Feng was surprised. At that time, he only thought about setting up a formation to isolate the death energy and save Shulong City. So he didn't pay attention to this. Now when I hear about that battle from others, I feel that I am really awesome.
The rumors and the actual situation are still somewhat biased. In fact, there were probably tens of thousands of corpses in the city that night.
Qin Feng kept talking without blushing. Anyway, he is the only client here, so there is no harm in bragging. But who are Lu Yuan and Lu Tianlu? This little thought cannot be hidden from them at all.
Your ability to talk nonsense is indeed suitable for being an official.
Forehead. After Qin Feng left, Lu Tianlu asked,
There are many factions in Haowen Academy. Why didn't father explain it to him in advance? This is the purpose I originally asked him to come here. But after seeing this kid, I no longer want to plan his future. With his ability, he can definitely find his own way. Right.
Lu Tianlu nodded. The old man had high hopes for that boy. Turning his head to look at the 3 jars of immortal Zui, Lu Tianlu said,
There are 3 jars of wine here. I'll take them.
Before he finished speaking, Lu Yuan waved his sleeve, and the 3 immortals disappeared drunkenly.
What do you want to say?
Lu Tianlu was silent for a moment, clasped his fists and left. After finishing the meal at Lu Mansion, Qin Feng was finally able to get rid of Xin You's mother-in-law's inquiring questions. At the gate of Lu Mansion, Grandma CG came out to see him off. She took out a prescription from her arms, handed it to Qin Feng and said solemnly,
Uncle, being weak is not a shameful thing. After all, a scholar is not as strong as a martial artist, and his body and bones are not as strong. So he must pay more attention to conditioning. This is a prescription passed down from my family. As long as you take it on time, the effect will be immediate. You may wish to try it.
After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feng to refute, Grandma left the prescription and walked away. Qin Feng looked at the Chinese medicine prescription in his hand, and once again felt the deep malice towards scholars in this era. Chapter 338 Mr. Husband. Do you want a child? At night, the silver moon is like a hook. Qin Feng opened his consciousness and looked at the sky. The white life stars were still densely packed, and most of them had already connected with him. Although he has successfully entered the realm of 6th grade hexagrams, his master told him that observing the fortune stars from time to time can allow the Wensheng Taoist to have more insights and become more comfortable when using divination methods. Because of this, Qin Feng did not slack off in this practice. After observing the destiny star, he aroused his consciousness into the divine sea. In addition to the thunderous righteousness and the white projection of the destiny star in the sky, there was also a loft floating on the platform, which was the Tinjiachuan given to him by his master. With a thought in his mind, Qin Feng spread his palms, and the attic on the platform swept out of the divine sea and floated on his palms. At this moment, as long as he wanted to, Tinjiachuan could turn into a 3-story attic, becoming the same size as it was in Jinong City. He can even directly induce his spiritual consciousness to enter Tingyu Pavilion and read books. This provided him with considerable convenience.
The 5th level of the Wensheng Taoist realm is called the Haoren realm. If you want to step into this realm, you must follow your heart and follow the words of asking your heart when you first understood the state of mind.
Qin Feng put down the book he took out from Ting Yushuan and sighed to himself. This method is easy to say and difficult to say. Some literary saints suddenly experienced enlightenment, and entered the 5th level within 3 days. Even though some literary saints have always held on to their original aspirations, they have stayed in the 6th grade hexagram fate realm their entire lives. Qin Feng guessed that this was most likely related to the difficulty of making an oath when asking questions. So let me ask you, is there any oath in the world that is more difficult to fulfill than the one he made? Just as he sighed, the door of the house was pushed open, and Lu Jianli, dressed in white, walked in. She was holding the decoction in her hand, and the spout was still steaming with hot white steam. It was obvious that it had just been brewed not long ago. With a gentle sniff, Qin Feng knew all the medicinal materials contained in the medicinal fragrance. His expression froze. Most of the medicinal materials in the soup were aphrodisiacs, and they were exactly the same as the prescription given by C.G. Barry, the old man of the Lu family.
Wait a minute. What does this mean? Why did I make this soup for me? Does she think I am weak? No. It's impossible. I have a dragon ball in my body, and my physical strength is much stronger than before. And with my wife's temperament, it is absolutely impossible for me to have such thoughts.
There was no wind tonight, but there was a slight sound coming from the window. Looking for a voice, his head suddenly shrank. Although the other party reacted quickly, Qin Feng still guessed that the person outside the window must be Ning Shuang. When thinking back to Jinong City, the various unusual behaviors of the lady were caused by Ning Shuang's reading of the story.
This is the soup I just made for you. Drink it while it's hot?
Lu Jianli said softly with a slightly red face. She obviously also knew the effects of the decoction. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. What's going on with Wu Dalong's full sense of immediacy? That's all. It's all done. I can't let my wife's wishes go to waste. Qin Feng sighed, took the soup and drank it. I have to say that Lao Siji's ancestral prescription is indeed extraordinary. Not long after he drank it, Qin Feng felt a great power surge out of his body. The most terrible thing is that my wife didn't know why. Her beautiful eyes were flowing, and then she pursed her lips, and seemed to make up her mind, and asked,
Mister, do you want a child?
As soon as these words came out, Ning Shuang outside the window left, and tonight is destined to be a lingering night. In the early morning of the next day, Qin Feng, who entered the sage time, only felt pain in his waist and back. This soup is too strong.
It's okay if it happens once in a while, but if it happens often, I'm afraid I won't live long.
Qin Feng sighed with emotion. After all, there is no bad land in this world. Only exhausted cows. After all, Lu Jianli was a high-level divine martial artist who got up early in the morning to practice. Recalling what the lady asked last night, Qin Feng also lifted off the warm quilt and put on his clothes. In order for the child to open his eyes and see the world earlier, he can no longer slack off.
Is this how an academy?
Qin Feng held a token in his hand and looked up at the golden 3-character plaque. I just arrived in Fengtian City yesterday and visited my father-in-law's house. So the report was naturally delayed for a day. Howing Courtyard is indeed a holy place that scholars all over the world yearn for. Its scale is not small. Even if it is called a palace, it is no exaggeration. In addition to the magnificent pavilions, there are also mountains and flowing water. It is said that the mountains and flowing water in the courtyard are not real, but are the cultural treasures of the Wensheng Taoist. Seeing the lifelike green mountains surrounded by clouds and mist, Qin Feng yearned even more for the 5th grade Howren realm. After all, only those who have reached the 5th level can use cultural treasures and exert magical powers.
I wonder if this Howren Academy will give me an opportunity to enter the 5th level realm.
Qin Feng, who was thinking like this, wanted to step into the courtyard, but was stopped by 2 students in white.
Who are you, and why do you come to our Howren Academy?
Someone asked with his chin raised. The look of these 2 people with their eyes above their heads was exactly the same as that of the man who read the edict that day. Qin Feng's face froze. Are all the scholars in Fengtian City's Howren Academy like this? He raised the token in his hand and said respectfully,
You too. This is my token. I was ordered to enroll here.
As soon as he finished speaking, the token in his hand was taken away by someone. After carefully checking that everything was correct, the 2 gatekeepers said,
It's not surprising that we have to recruit new students before the beginning of spring. What's your name?
Qin Feng of the Qin family.
Qin Feng. Wait. Some time ago, you were the one who set up formations in Shulong City and solved the disaster of zombies?
The 2 raised their eyebrows.
Huh? Do you 2 know me?
Qin Feng showed a slightly curious look at first, and then roughly guessed the reason. It must have been his heroic deeds in Shulong City that reached the ears of these 2 people.
Look at the shocked looks on these 2 people. They must have great respect for me.
Just when Qin Feng was feeling complacent, the next reaction of the 2 people was far beyond his expectation.
Huh? I didn't expect you to dare to come?
One person sneered.
What do you mean?
Qin Feng frowned, and the other party's tone made him quite unhappy.
What happened in Shulong City can be hidden from the world, but it cannot be hidden from us. The formation techniques are so extensive and profound that even our students from Howren Academy, who have been studying the formations for more than 10 years, may not be able to get started. How can you, a self-taught scholar from an uncivilized land, do this? If what I expected is correct, you must have granted many benefits to that man surnamed Zhou, which made him say many good things to you in front of Emperor Ming. As for the purpose of doing this, it's not hard to guess. Isn't it just to deceive a token that can be used to study in Howren Academy?
Chapter 339. This Howren Academy. Don't wait any longer.
We have seen many people like you, and you really do everything you can to get into Howren Academy. But there are many things that are decided at the moment of birth. A chicken is a chicken. Even if you try your best to squeeze into the Phoenix group, it is still a chicken. If I were you, I would honestly take this token and go back as soon as possible. In this way, at least you can use this Howren order to show your holiness in front of people who don't understand. That's better than being embarrassed in Howren Academy. Right.
Another person added with a sneer.
Howren Academy is not for a pariah like you to come in. You should give up this idea as soon as possible.
Qin Feng frowned.
Scholars, no matter how high or low they are, no one is born superior to others.
The 2 gatekeepers were stunned when they heard this, as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. One of them laughed and said,
You brat. Let me tell you, people are born into different grades. Just like those stones. Lime is always lime. And no jade can be found no matter how hard it is chiseled.
Qin Feng let out a breath after hearing this. He felt more sad and ridiculous than angry. The students taught by Howren Academy, which is regarded as a holy place for reading by people all over the world, said such things. How are the 2 people in front of me different from Wangyi and Shulong City? In their eyes, people are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. And how can they, who claim to be middle-class and upper-class people, take into account the dire straits of the people at the bottom? It's just a fool's dream. A trace of sadness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The Howren Ling in his hand, which could make countless scholars flock to it, made him feel extremely hot. He laughed at himself.
Master, you originally wanted me to come here to further my studies, but my disciple may disappoint you.
It's okay not to wait for such a Howren Academy.
If I want to return this Howren order, who should I give it to?
Qin Feng asked coldly.
What do you mean by this?
The 2 of them were puzzled.
After the property is returned to its original owner, I will have nothing to do with Howren Academy anymore.
Qin Feng said firmly. But the 2 students guarding the door obviously didn't believe it. How could anyone take the initiative to return the Howren Ling that the scholar was trying to get? In fact, the 2 of them just wanted to give Qin Feng a blow. After all, those who had obtained the Howren order had no right to prevent the other party from entering Howren Academy due to their status, relying on their father's position as an official in the court. Bullying those students, who had no status had long been their usual pleasure. There used to be a civilian student who was as staunch as Qin Feng. But what happened? After suffering the crotch humiliation, didn't he grit his teeth and enter Howin Academy for further study?
Don't do this with us. It's easy to enter Howin Academy. As long as you get under our crotch.
We will. Before he finished speaking, thunder exploded in his ears. A ray of white light passed by the speaker's crotch, and the terrible energy left a deep ravine on the hard floor. The man's face turned pale with fright, and he stumbled backwards. The white light could kill him if it moved upward even an inch. What surprised the two of them the most was the white light. They recognized this white light.
The formation is bye-bye lay?
The two said in a trembling voice. You can actually perform the formation without drawing the formation diagram. What an amazing method is this? Could everything about Shulong City be true? They were extremely frightened.
Let me ask you one last time. If you want to return the Howin order, who should it be handed over to?
Qin Feng's tone was extremely cold. If he was just disappointed before, then when he heard about the crotch humiliation, he was extremely sad and heartbroken. There is no shortage of high-quality literati in Howin Academy. How can it be possible that no one knows if someone in the academy does such a thing? The only explanation is that the people above chose to turn a blind eye. Come to think of it, the fact that the gatekeepers look down on the scholars from poor families must have something to do with the attitude of those high-minded scholars. One person carefully replied,
It's Master Yang, the dean's fourth apprentice. The Howin order was issued through him.
He is actually a disciple of Tianjin Imperial Master? Qin Feng had learned before that Tianjin Imperial Master had a total of 7 disciples. And these 7 disciples were good at different fields. There are people who are proficient in agriculture. There are people who are proficient in the art of war. There are people who are proficient in running a country. And so on. But those who can become the disciples of Tianjin Imperial Master are, without exception, gifted literary saints. Qin Feng was shocked. But his thoughts did not change due to the identity of the other party.
Where are they?
The man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pointed to a high pavilion on Qishan Mountain. That high pavilion was the Dingtian Tower, where it was rumored that the Imperial Master of Tianjin was located.
Master Yang is on the first floor of the Sky Tower. You can find him when you get there.
After Qin Feng heard this, he left directly. Only the 2 students guarding the door were left, looking at the deep ravine on the floor, still a little scared. The Dingtian Tower is not that easy to enter. Even if the Emperor's relatives want to enter the Dingtian Tower, they must have a warrant from Emperor Ming. After all, at the top of the climbing tower, the living old immortal, Tianjin Imperial Master, is still overlooking the world. Qin Feng originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to enter the Sky Tower. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he arrived in front of the Dingtian Tower, a man in white appeared. It was the one who read the imperial edict to the Qin family before. The man looked at Qin Feng, frowned and said,
You came to Tian City yesterday. Why did you come to Howin Academy to report today?
Still that condescending tone. Qin Feng was about to reply, but the man in white waved his hand and said,
That's it. I'm not interested in your excuses at all. My name is Fei Sun. You can also call me Senior Brother Fei. Come with me quickly. Senior Brother Yang wants to see you.
Don't listen to anyone at all. Qin Feng, who couldn't bear it anymore, planned to show off his cards directly, but was suddenly stunned because the Senior Brother Yang mentioned in this person's mouth was probably the Master Yang mentioned by the 2 gatekeepers. In other words, doesn't it mean that the man in front of me is also a disciple of Tianjin Imperial Master? The man in white seemed to have thought of something, then turned around and said,
Senior Brother Fei, please stop calling me for now. You may not be able to pass the teacher's test yet. It doesn't matter what you call it. Anyway, after today, you and I will never see each other again. Right. Wait. Test? What test?
Who is the teacher you are talking about? Could it be the one above?
Qin Feng looked surprised.
Other than the Imperial Master of Tianjin, who else can be my teacher?
Fei Sun looked like he was looking at an idiot. How could such a stupid person be favored by the teacher? He even asked him to go to Jinyang City in person to deliver Howin to this boy. Make. Qin Feng froze on the spot. He felt that the amount of information in these words was a bit too much. What do you mean? The Tianjin Imperial Master has taken a liking to him and wants to accept him as his disciple? But there should be no intersection between him and the Imperial Master Tianjin. Could it be that because of Xu Liangqing's incident, Tianjin Guisher felt that he was a talent? Qin Feng was a little dazed. When he came to his senses, he had already followed Fei Sun to the first floor of the Sky Tower. Next to the desks piled with books, A middle-aged man in Singi was holding a book and flipping through it. Chapter 340 Lime and Jade. Before Qin Feng could speak, the middle-aged man in Qingi said, I can lay out the White Thunder formation. And I can also engrave the formation on my gloves so that I can use it anytime and anywhere. Your talent in formation is indeed enviable. The middle-aged man in Qingi put down the book in his hand and introduced himself. My name is Yang Qian. I have been ordered by the master to come to fetch you. Please make preparations, and I will take you up. The meaning of these words could not be more obvious. The person who wanted to see Qin Feng was none other than the imperial master Tianjin himself. If he were an ordinary scholar, he would probably be extremely excited when he heard this news. However, Qin Feng, who was already disappointed with Howin Academy, did not make many waves in his heart. He put down the Howin token in his hand, then clasped his fists and said, I came here just to return this token. From now on, I have nothing to do with Howin Academy. Fei Sun turned his head and looked over, and Yang Qian said casually, Is it because the two students made things difficult for you at the door? Qin Feng's expression changed. An unparalleled disappointment flashed in his eyes. You know everything? Of course. Yang Qian replied calmly. He had already entered the 4th level of the Wensheng Taoist realm. In the huge Howin Academy, as long as he wanted to, there was no place that his spiritual consciousness could not cover. The road to learning is not always smooth sailing. If you can't bear this little hardship, leaving early is not an option. In fact, before you, there were countless students who were made things difficult by rich and powerful people. And we all acquiesced in this behavior. Why? Qin Feng felt that he had heard a big joke. Those who want to do great things must have extraordinary talent and perseverance. Only those students from poor families can grow faster if they endure hardship earlier. Then why only target students from poor families? Qin Feng asked again. Because Lime and Jade have different values in the end. The beating they need to go through is naturally not the same. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude is one of the concepts of our school. You are a piece of uncut jade. But don't ruin your bright future just because you care about the Lime. Qin Feng laughed at himself. It seems that this junior is not suitable for Howin Academy. That's all. Everyone has their own ambitions. So you can't force it. Yang Qian sighed, putting the Howin order in his hand on the document. Before leaving, Qin Feng suddenly asked, Sir, what do you think scholars do for reading? Naturally, I will work hard for the king and solve his worries. I see. After all, expensive items, like jade, are most suitable to be worn on the waists of emperors, generals and ministers to show their status. And how could a dross like Lime be qualified to fall into the eyes of the powerful? This metaphor is interesting. It seems that you understand the truth. Yang Qian nodded. The conversation changed and Qin Feng spoke again. But what I want to say is that the foundation of a country is for the people. The people are the most important. The country is the second. And the king is the most important. For the people, expensive jade is beyond their reach. But Lime, which can ward off evil spirits and kill poison, is within their reach. If a plague comes and faces the disaster of life and death, which one is more valuable? The expensive jade? Or the more effective antivirus Lime? Fei Sun lowered his head and pondered, while Yang Qian was thoughtful. Junior, please be brave and lend me a pen and paper. Please. Yang Qian replied. Above the white Qian, black ink surges. A poem is written on the paper. Thousands of hammers have carved out the deep mountains, and the fire has burned them as if it were nothing. I am not afraid of my bones being broken into pieces. I want to leave my innocence in the world. When the pen is written and the poem is completed, a stream of pure air rises straight into the sky. At the highest point of the climbing tower, an old man with white hair and a white coat swam his hand, and the fresh air fell into his palm. Good poem. The faint words came out and disappeared deep in the clouds. Qin Feng let out a breath. Compared with jade, which can only be admired by others, I still want to be more useful Lime. After saying these words, he chuckled, turned around and walked towards the outside of Dingtian Tower. What about Howin Academy? In his opinion, the sloppy chief chef was more to his liking. While thinking this way, when he climbed to the top of the sky building, a white light fell down and enveloped him. Within a moment, Qin Feng's figure disappeared. In the attic, Fei Sun looked at the poem and said, Senior Brother Yang, how does it feel to pretend to be a bad guy on purpose? Not bad. The middle-aged man in green clothes replied with a smile. Yang Qian stretched out his hand and stroked the white scroll. The ink on it was not dry yet, and it still felt damp, but his heart was burning. In fact, He and Fei Sun both came from poor families in Fontian City, and what Qin Feng experienced today was exactly what they had experienced before. Qin Feng was a little confused. He had just stepped out of the sky tower with his front foot, but he had arrived here with his back foot. The huge attic was empty except for a huge transparent ball standing in the center. The ball is supported by 4 dragon-shaped gold pillars, and the stars are shining brightly inside the ball, as if it contains the starry sky. The clouds and mist were blown into the attic by the wind, and Qin Feng looked around and saw the back of a man in white. The white hair is dancing in the wind, and the fresh air surrounds his body. At first glance, he looks like an immortal. Qin Feng's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he saw the starry sky-like ball and the immortal old man not far away. He instantly understood that this was the top of the climbing tower, that the ball was the rumored stargazer, and that the old man not far away must be the famous Tianjin Imperial Master in Deepening. Junior Qin Feng. Pay homage to the Imperial Master. Although he no longer had any favorable impression of Howin Academy, Qin Feng still respected the Tianjin Imperial Master very much. After all, this is the old immortal who stands at the top of the Wensheng Dao. The white-robed and white-haired Imperial Master did not respond, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet. Under the invisible pressure, Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He raised his head and looked carefully. The Imperial Master was still facing away from him, and he didn't know what he was looking at. It is said that the Heavenly Supervisor has been on the top of the climbing tower overlooking the human world. Now that I see it, it is just like the rumors. Huh? I don't know if it was an illusion, but Qin Feng always felt that the back of the Imperial Master was inexplicably familiar. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but he couldn't remember where exactly. Then again, what does Tianjin Imperial Master look like? Qin Feng became curious, which made him feel itchy. However, it is obviously unrealistic to directly step forward and take a look at the other person's face. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of a bronze mirror not far from the white-haired old man, and he thought about it. According to the principle of light reflection, as long as he takes a few steps to the left, he can see the true face of Tianjin Imperial Master through the bronze mirror. He carefully took a step to the left and looked up. The white-haired old man still had his back to the figure and showed no reaction. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, took another step, and looked up again to confirm that it was still safe. After repeating it several times, he became more courageous, and he took a step that was not afraid of pulling the egg, and he reached the point in one step. He couldn't wait to look at the bronze mirror, and couldn't help but said, "Hack." Just because the picture reflected in the bronze mirror turned out to be the back of Tianjin Imperial Master. Chapter 341. The law follows its words? This is unreasonable and unscientific. If the physicist Fresnel saw this scene, he would probably not be able to hold it down even if the coffin boards were pressed. But at this moment, Qin Feng couldn't care less about Fresnel's coffin board, because he knew that he had lost his composure, and it was too late to take back his damn words. But the Imperial Master seemed not to have heard him, and still had his back turned to him, showing no reaction. It's not a problem to be stuck like this all the time. Qin Feng took a breath and asked, "Master Imperial Master, you brought this junior here, but do you have anything to give me?" The Imperial Master finally made a move. With a wave of his right sleeve, something flew towards him in an instant. Qin Feng reached out to pick it up, and it was the Howin token he had left behind earlier. "Master Imperial Master!" Qin Feng wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by someone. The voice sounded far away and ethereal, but Qin Feng knew that it was the Imperial Master Tianjin speaking. "The people are the most important. The country is the second most important. And the king is the least important. But are you saying this from the bottom of your heart?" When Qin Feng heard this, he said categorically, "If you say anything against your will, thunder will strike from the sky." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard thunder, and not long after, heavy rain poured down. Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. "Oh my God! It won't happen sooner or later. But at this time? It's too disrespectful." The Imperial Master smiled. "It was like a thunderstorm." Qin Feng immediately blushed. The Imperial Master Tianjin reached out and took the teacup beside him, pointing it towards the sky. An astonishing scene appeared. The rain curtain was like a river, flowing towards the teacup. In a short while, the rain passed and the sky cleared. Qin Feng was astonished by these uncanny and miraculous methods. The Imperial Master of Tianjin really lived up to his reputation. "The king is like a boat, and the people are like water. Water can carry a boat and also capsize it. Unfortunately, There are too few people in the world who understand this truth. You don't have to wait for Howin Court. But you can take the Howin order. If anything happens, you can use it to find me. And if you want to step into the 5th grade Howin realm, you will still need it in the future.
Qin Feng lowered his head and pondered. Tianjin Imperial Master has already said this. If he doesn't accept Howin's order, it will be disrespectful to him. Putting the token into the sumer ring, Qin Feng asked curiously.
There is something unclear about this junior. It is obviously the first time for me and the Imperial Master to meet each other. Why does the Imperial Master take such good care of this junior? It's just a request from an old friend.
His old friend Qin Feng froze on the spot. Who among the people he knew had such a great reputation? Could it be that he is a chief master? Qin Feng probed.
The old friend mentioned by the Imperial Master is not named Bailey. Right.
Perhaps due to the strong wind in the high-rise building. The white-haired figure moved slightly.
Yes. It is your master Bailey, old man.
If that was the case, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. No one would accept a favor without any reason. This would only make people feel uneasy. But what he didn't expect was that the chief master had such a wide network of contacts, and had friendship with the Tianjin Imperial Master. No wonder when he was in Jinong City, the old master said that he had a way to let him study in Howin Academy. At this moment, Qin Feng's admiration for the chief master was like a river flowing continuously. Like the Yellow River flooding out of control.
Next time when I return to Jinong City, I must respect his old man.
Qin Feng secretly vowed in his heart.
If the Imperial Master is fine, can you let me go?
Qin Feng asked respectfully. The old man in white stood up slowly, then waved his sleeves. And the clouds and mist outside the sky tower surged in and enveloped Qin Feng. The surrounding scenery gradually blurred, and Qin Feng understood that he could leave. Before leaving, the Imperial Master gave another instruction.
Gentlemen, be careful what you say. It is best to speak less about thunder and lightning in the future.
Qin Feng's face turned hot, and he wanted to defend himself. But in a blink of an eye, he had arrived at the foot of Dingtian Tower. Looking up, the roof of the building where the Imperial Master was located was hidden in the clouds and mist of the Green Mountains, and could not be seen with the naked eye.
God, you really don't give me any face. It's sunny and windy when you come here. Why did it rain when I promised to thunder and thunder?
As soon as he finished speaking, another bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, looking like it was going to hit him. Fortunately, a white light swept towards the thunder in midair and engulfed the latter.
What a ghost!
Qin Feng jumped up like a cat with fried fur. He no longer dared to speak nonsense, covered his mouth, and ran towards the gate of Howin Courtyard as if running away. On the other side, on the top of the climbing tower, the Imperial Master was holding the teacup that contained the thunderstorm. In the tea, a faint shadow of a thunder dragon as thick as a hair could be seen.
Old Loach, your temper is still as fiery as ever.
Imperial Master Tianjin shook his head and put down the teacup. The scene in the bronze mirror not far from him shook. If Qin Feng were here, he would be extremely surprised, because the profile of the old man reflected in the mirror is exactly the same as that of his chief master from Jinong City. Even after returning to the Qin mansion, Qin Feng was still a little scared. Looking up at the sky, there are no clouds in the sky, and there is no sign of rain at all. But what happened in Howin Courtyard just now?
Is it possible that when you reach the 6th level of the Literary Saint's hexagram, you still have the ability to follow the instructions? But the master never mentioned this to me. How about giving it a try?
Qin Feng carefully looked out the window. When he saw no one nearby, he coughed dryly and said,
My mink can be wrapped around my waist.
After waiting for a long time, nothing happened. He sighed with some disappointment.
Sure enough, it's all an illusion. Think about it. If the 6th grade civil Saint Taoists can follow the law, they won't be ridiculed by Shenwu and Baigui Taoists as the 5th scum of war. The previous 2 times, I'm afraid it was just a thunderstorm. And I can only say that the ideas were too vague.
But Qin Feng didn't know that the moment he mentioned the word thunder in his mouth, the dragon beads in his dantian emitted a burst of golden light, and the thunderous righteousness in the divine sea also surged. At the same time, another thunderbolt passed through the deepest part of the sky. However, before this thunderbolt could fall, it was attracted by an inexplicable force from the sky tower. That day, in the teacup next to the Imperial Supervisor, in the blink of an eye, there was another phantom of a thunder dragon as thick as a hair. Qin Feng, who didn't pay attention to this, took out the Howin Ling from the sumer ring. The Howin Ling was made of white jade and was smooth and delicate. He took out the token, Not that he regretted not using it to enter Howin Academy for further study. Howin Academy? Which had different ideas. Maybe a holy place that scholars all over the world yearned for. But it was not his. He just thought of what Tianjin Imperial Master had said to him.
Why did the Imperial Master Tianjin say that if you want to step into the 5th grade Howin realm in the future, you need to use this token? In addition to allowing students to study in Howin Academy. Does this token have other functions?
Qin Feng had only been in Fengtian City for 2 days. And it could be said that he was unfamiliar with everything here. His practice temporarily encountered a bottleneck. And the mixed situation in the imperial capital made him worried about the future. Especially what the old man of the Lu family said. That person who is hostile to the Qin family, and even dares to attack the Lu family is still unknown.
The water in Fengtian City is deep. Now the only person the Qin family can rely on here is my father-in-law.
But Qin Feng knew one thing very well. Blindly relying on others would only make the road narrower and narrower. Only when the Qin family becomes stronger can they truly gain a foothold in Fengtian City. Chapter 342 Old Friends in the Imperial Capital. This is already the 3rd day since the Qin family moved to Fengtian City. Except for the Lu family who sent someone back to give gifts yesterday. No one has come to visit them. Qin Feng knew that his father was unreliable. But he didn't expect to be so unreliable. The ancestors of the Qin family have lived a glorious life, no matter what. In this generation, no matter how lonely they are, they won't be so neglected. Right? Putting down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands, Qin Feng asked aloud.
Dad, it has been 3 days since I returned to Fengtian City. Seeing that you have stayed at home these days and never went out, don't you plan to visit your friends in the imperial capital? As soon as these words came out, the second mother and the second brother all looked at their father. And even the mother and Ning Shuang who came to have breakfast together also cast curious glances. The father paused in his hand to pick up the food, then coughed dryly and replied,
I originally wanted to visit. But those friends now hold important positions in the court, and are very busy on weekdays. When they are free, they will come to visit me even if I don't look for them. Master, you have such a friend. Why have I never heard you mention it?
Aaron Yang asked doubtfully.
I have been doing business abroad all year round, and have a wide range of friends. There is no need to specifically mention such sparse and ordinary things. Dad, can you tell me specifically who are your friends in important positions?
Qin Feng obviously didn't believe what his father said.
Yes, sir. It's almost the new year. So we might as well take the initiative to visit him and make friends.
Aaron Yang added. When the father heard this, he hesitated and said,
For example, that gentleman named Li, and that gentleman Zhang.
Oh,
I know too many friends. And you suddenly ask me to tell them. How can I remember them? Use your chopsticks first. Use your chopsticks first. It's freezing cold. The porridge will be cold if you don't drink it.
The way he changed the topic was still so blunt. This old man really didn't make any progress at all. Qin Feng sighed helplessly. Just at this moment, the concierge came to the lobby and reported.
Sir, someone came to visit me.
The father immediately stood up and stood up.
What am I telling you? The Qin family just returned to Fengtian City not long ago. And those friends are busy with their affairs. So it is normal for them not to know that I am back at the first time. No. It was only the 3rd day that someone came to visit me. Tell me quickly. Which official in the court is coming to see me?
Is there such a thing? Could it be that Dad really has friends in the imperial capital? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Of course. It is also possible that officials from the Lu family faction came over to show their goodwill. The concierge replied,
The person who came here is a man. He is not dressed as an official. He is wearing a thin shirt in the cold weather. He said that he is from the Imperial Capital God's workshop. He is not looking for the master, but the eldest young master.
Everyone in the lobby looked at Qin Jianan, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Although my father is not a scholar, he has traveled a lot, and his mind is not slow.
I am surprised that all my friends should be in the court at the moment. How can they have time to visit me? After working on it for a long time, it turned out to be a mistake. Well, Qing, this porridge is a little cold. Go to the kitchen and bring some more. Okay, sir. Feng, why are you staring at me? I didn't hear anyone coming to look for you. Why don't you go quickly?
Dad urged. He was anxious. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and stood up.
Then I'll leave first. You guys eat slowly.
Ning Shuang asked.
Uncle, do you need me to go with you?
Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied.
Okay. Later on, I plan to visit Fengtian City to see if I can buy a few restaurants and open a branch of Wangyueju.
The father's eyes lit up and he said,
Do you need me to go with you? Confrontation City is not as good as Deepening City. The people here are very dark. Judging from your age, you may double the price. As long as I'm on your side, checking for you, you won't be slaughtered like a fat sheep. Dad, that's no need. You should stay at home and wait for those powerful friends to come visit.
If I take you with me, the other party will kill me like a fat sheep. Qin Feng silently added in his heart. Following the concierge to the gate, Qin Feng saw the sturdy Hui Yuan at a glance. The latter looked excited and immediately stepped forward and said,
Last night Gong Liang came back from Deepening City and said that Master Qin was not found. He just heard from shopkeeper Peng that Master Qin's family had moved to Confrontation City. I didn't believe it at first, but I didn't expect to see you here. Master Qin, this is your fault. You moved to the imperial capital without even saying a word to us. Look at this Qin mansion. It's so simple. If you tell us, we can help you repair it. Of course, you have to pay.
Qin Feng glanced at it and replied calmly.
This is the ancestral home that Emperor Ming returned as a reward. Emperor Ming has already sent people to take care of it.
Hui Yuan's eyelids twitched and he immediately changed the topic.
Master Qin, come with me quickly. The brothers in Shingon Fang are all looking forward to seeing you. There are also drinks and sharing for this month. Gong Liang only left it to shopkeeper Peng. I took part of it and brought the rest back. Lead the way. We can also see what Confrontation City's divine workshop looks like.
Qin Feng responded. The three of them immediately headed towards the divine workshop. On the way, Qin Feng suddenly saw an old man. His hair had all turned white, but his beard that reached his chest was completely black. Time has left its mark on his face, but the contours are still as sharp as a knife. The contradiction between aging and youth is performed to the extreme in him. The old man was wearing black clothes and a gray cloak. He was holding a wooden cane in his hand, and his eyes were slightly narrowed. The group of people passed by, and the old man looked sideways slightly. Just that glance made Qin Feng feel inexplicably heartbroken. He stopped and turned around to look. The old man was walking in an orderly manner, leaning on a cane. The direction he was heading seemed to be the Qin mansion?
What's wrong? Uncle, why don't you leave?
Lan Ningxuang asked curiously. Qin Feng turned sideways and replied,
It's nothing.
He wanted to use Sanjin Wangqi to take a look at the old man. But in this moment, the strange old man had disappeared. At this moment, Hui Yuan, who was not far ahead, urged again.
Master Qin, what are you doing standing there? Follow us quickly. Confrontation City is very big. Don't lose us.
Let's go. Qin Feng shook his head, and no longer bothered about the old man's matter just now. Boom! Boom! There was a short but powerful knock on the door, and the gatekeeper of the Qin mansion immediately walked towards the door, still muttering.
Why are so many people coming to the house today? Could it be that the young master left something behind?
Pushing open the door, the figure of an old man came into view. The other party's eyes opened slightly, and the concierge's calves swayed unconsciously. But this weird feeling went away as quickly as it came. The concierge looked at the old man in front of him again, and thought he was just an ordinary, normal old man. He also wondered in his heart.
Is it because the weather is so cold that my cold legs are broken again? This old gentleman. Who are you looking for when you come to the Qin mansion? I'm here to find Jianan.
Chapter 343 Visit. The moment Qin Jianan saw the old man, his expression was quite complicated. There was nostalgia, emotion, and guilt. But in the end, these emotions turned into a relieved chuckle. Why come here to see me when you have time? I'm old and alone, and I have too much time to use up. It's freezing cold. Why don't you go over to the house and have a glass of hot wine? I think so too. The two of them walked along the corridor towards the inner palace, passing by the courtyard where Qin was still practicing the Tiangang Yuan slash. The sword energy was domineering, and every time the sword was swung, there was a sound of breaking wind. The old man stopped and watched. Qin Jianan on the side said,
This is the dog Qinan. A tiger father has no dog sons, and his offspring are to be feared.
This is the evaluation given by the old man.
The two didn't stay too long, just looked at each other for a few times and then left. However, Qinan, who was practicing swordsmanship in the courtyard, still noticed the old man because he gave him a strange feeling. He could clearly see the other person there, but he felt nothing. He couldn't feel the old man's breathing, nor could he feel the old man's heartbeat. This is something that is simply unimaginable to a 5th-grade warrior with keen senses. On the top of the lake pavilion, Lu Jianli was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly opened his eyes. She looked towards the corridor and saw her husband's father walking side by side with an old man. She had a vague impression of the old man. When she was young, the old man once came to Lu Mansion, touched her head and said, "She will become a swordsman in the future." This is much earlier than the evaluation given by Yu Hushuan. At that time, the old man had white hair and a black beard. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, the old man's appearance had not changed at all. She once heard her master say that if a divine warrior reaches a level above the second level, his control over flesh and blood will be beyond the scope of human beings. They can control their heartbeat and breathing, and the number of heartbeats and breathings per day can be reduced to less than 10 times. At this moment, she did not feel the old man's breathing or heartbeat. What's more, if she didn't stare at the old man, she wouldn't notice the old man's existence. The old man with white hair and black beard obviously noticed Lu Jianli. He turned his head and nodded slightly in greeting. Lu Jianli nodded in response. After the two left, the old man couldn't help but sigh. No matter whether it is in the past or in the future, it will be difficult for anyone under the age of 20 to achieve such an achievement. I sense some familiar aura on her body, like the aura of an ancient god, Qin Jian replied. When the Wanjian sect opened the seal of hegemony of heaven and earth, something unexpected happened. Then, he told the story of Yengu, life-destroying thunder, and ancient divine breath one by one. The old man fell into silence and did not continue on this topic. After all, he did not need to worry about this kind of thing. There was always someone who worried more than him. For example, the old guy sitting on the top of the sky tower. After a while, the old man asked again, "Why don't you guide your son and daughter-in-law in their practice? The experience of the predecessors is an extremely valuable asset for future generations, which can save them from making many detours." Qin Jian replied, "Although I am proficient in Shenwu, I am not good at weapons, so I cannot provide them with much guidance. And they also have a more suitable teacher. Lu Jianli's master is Yu Hushuan, the master of Wanjian sect. Who is your son's master?" "The Southern Territory's sword-crazed Jintiani," the old man murmured. After experiencing something like that, he actually had the idea of accepting a disciple, which is quite interesting. At this time, Qin Jianan seemed to have thought of something, and said with a hint, "But that guy said that when it reaches the 5th level of Shenwu, he will take him to practice in the southern region. Now Quanzi has been in the 5th level realm for some time, but Jintiani has never been seen." The old man heard the hidden meaning and replied with his hands behind his back, "I just asked him to come to Fontian City." Shingonfang is worthy of being the gathering place for King Wan. As soon as Qin Feng stepped into the courtyard gate, he'd hid his face. At a glance, there are no less than 100 stoves, large and small, and none of them is not burning a fire. The sound of hammering and forging could be heard one after another, and everyone had more or less dark circles on their faces. And those with small dark circles will take the initiative to get out of the way when encountering people with large dark circles. It's like the size of the dark circles represents status. "Everyone, please stop what you are doing and see who I have brought," Hui Yuan shouted loudly. The sound was so loud that it made Qin Feng's ears hurt. But no one in the room stopped what they were doing. It was as if they didn't hear it. "These bitches are rushing to work. Are they going to take away my job too?" Hui Yuan looked anxious. Then he thought about it and shouted again, "Brothers, I have found a new one from the palace. Live! Who wants to come with me?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's reaction immediately changed. "Senior brother Hua, I have received a new job. Count me in. I only need to sleep for 2 hours a day." "How dare you accept the job after sleeping for 2 hours? I only need 1 hour of sleep." "Senior brother Hua, I don't need to sleep until I finish my work. I just need to give you a full meal. I only want half a full meal." Seeing these people scrambling for the first place, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. If he had been a boss in his previous life and could recruit this group of employees, he would have been able to be among the top 3 in Forbes' rich list, let alone the Fortune 500. Location. It wasn't until everyone gathered around Hui Yuan that they saw Qin Feng's face clearly. A group of people stared wide-eyed and said excitedly, "Master Qin, why are you here? But you want to give us a lecture? Master Qin, when I don't see you, I really don't think about food and drink, and I don't even have the energy to work. Master Qin, based on the content in your physics book, I invented some gadgets. I'll ask you to check them out later." Those who said these words were all people who had worked in Jinong City before. Some people did not know Master Qin's name, but they were very familiar with physics books. After all, from the day the physics book was brought back to Fontian City, this book was regarded as the Bible by everyone in the Shin workshop. All kinds of wonderful knowledge inside open a new door for them.
This person is the Master Chin who taught the physics book? He is such a talented person. I just have a partial understanding of some obscure knowledge in the book. I don't know if I can ask him about it later.
Facing everyone's chatter, Chin Feng felt that he was about to suffer a serious blow again. He forgot to drink tea when he came, and he didn't know if his throat could hold it.
Master Chin, it's getting late. The hall on the 3rd floor in front has been vacated for you. Come with us quickly.
Hui Yuan was impatient.
Yeah.
Chin Feng was about to agree, but suddenly he had a second thought.
No. Why should I give them free lectures? Isn't this equivalent to being prostituted by them for nothing? Always find a way to get some benefits.
Thinking of this, Chin Feng coughed dryly and said,
It's not impossible to let me give lectures, but you have to pay something.
Chapter 344 Palm Eyes.
Why did the princess suddenly come to the god's workshop?
A man in a battle robe, led by 2 dragon colts, asked aloud on a gorgeously decorated carriage. A crisp voice came from the carriage.
New Year is coming soon. According to the usual practice, my father will hold a New Year's Eve ceremony. In order to make the ceremony more grand and gorgeous, I want the craftsmen of the god's workshop to think about some novel ideas. Thing.
The man nodded and asked no more questions. The carriage quickly stopped outside the yard of Shen Gongfeng. The man with a resolute face jumped out of the carriage and slowly opened the curtain. Then a woman wearing a long skirt walked out. The long skirt was simple, but the material was not simple. It was sewn from sky silk, the proud work of Yuxiafang in the imperial capital. The woman has a delicate appearance, clear outlines, and a slender figure. At first glance, she is really a peerless beauty. The only shortcoming is that her breasts are too flat and plain. The luxurious carriage has obviously been carefully designed. When the curtain is opened, a row of small wooden stairs will be extended. The woman held the hem of her skirt with both hands and slowly walked down the wooden ladder. She knew her temperament very well. After placing the carriage, the man in battle uniform walked in front, and the two entered the courtyard of the Shingonfeng. However, the empty courtyard in front of him was unexpected. The expression of the man in battle uniform also changed slightly.
Did you come to the wrong place?
The man frowned and said to himself. He walked out of the yard and looked up. The words, Shingonfeng, were very eye-catching. He was not in the wrong place. But what about people? In the past, those guys were always busy working in the courtyard. And there was not a single one who was lazy. The sun came out in the west today? The woman in the long skirt also looked surprised. Just at this moment, the two saw a man holding a small bench and rushing toward the attic. The man in the battle uniform was obviously quite advanced in the divine martial arts tradition. But he stopped him in a blink of an eye.
Where are you going? Where are the people in the yard? Quickly. Let me go quickly. The stomachache just now has already missed Teacher Chin's many classes. If I don't go to the class, I will suffer heavy losses today. Open your eyes and see who is behind me.
The man in battle uniform shouted in a low voice.
I don't care who you are. No one can stop me from listening to the lesson. Princess.
The man blinked and shrank his head. The woman in the long skirt stepped forward and asked softly.
Who is Master Chin? Physics is the natural science that studies the structure, interaction, and laws of motion of matter. Physics is everywhere, and the shadow of physics can be seen in everything we encounter in daily life. This is true even when you are squatting in the pit.
Chin Feng pinched his throat and felt his mouth was dry. Lan Ningxuan on the side saw this and hurriedly brought a pot of cold tea.
Thank you.
After finishing the tea, Chin Feng wiped away the water stains from the corners of his mouth. At this time, someone raised his hand and asked,
Master Chin, why did physics also involve when squatting in the pit?
Oh,
open the physics book to the chapter on gravitation. Then copy the definition of gravitation 100 times by hand, and send it to the Chin mansion before evening. Otherwise you won't come to my next class. Oh?
The person who asked the question had a bitter look on his face.
I understand. Master Chin.
Hearing this, the others shook their heads and sighed.
If you don't understand such a simple truth, you still have to ask Master Chin. It's really a shame to be associated with him.
Even so, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone asked first. Otherwise the person who copied the textbooks might have to be replaced. Chin Feng went on to talk eloquently.
Actually, you don't have to think of physics as too mysterious. As long as everyone looks at the things around you with a perspective of discovery, you can also discover the charm of physics. The ancestor who summarized the law of universal gravitation must have been very powerful. But I can tell you responsibly that he just saw a ripe apple falling to the ground while resting under a tree, which triggered his thinking. Just imagine, if when you are squatting in the pit, instead of looking for the momentary refreshment, you think more about why. Maybe you will discover this law. I see. Master Chin's words really enlightened me. Master Chin, please take this opportunity to help me control my eyes. I tinkered with a gadget based on the law of light reflection some time ago. I don't know if it will be useful. Oh, take it out and let me see.
Chin Feng stretched out his hand and said. Within a moment, the man who spoke took out a black wooden box from his arms, with a beautiful transparent glass bead inlaid on it. Chin Feng held it in his hand and studied it over and over, but without figuring out how to use it. He said,
the workmanship is quite exquisite. You said that this thing is made according to the law of light reflection. In what aspect is it specific? Master Chin, you are holding it upside down. The side with the glazed beads should face the outside,
the man reminded. Chin Feng's face stiffened, and he coughed dryly and said,
Of course I know this. I just want to take a closer look at the structure of your thing. This object is called the transformation box. It can be considered a treasure. Did Master Chin see a small hole at the bottom of the wooden box? By inserting your finger into it, you can activate this treasure.
Chin Feng did as he was told, and then heard a clicking sound. The black wooden box was opened on both sides. After the glazed beads emitted a burst of light, the scene of everyone in the hall actually appeared in the midair outside the attic. Mirage? Chin Feng's eyes widened.
This is the function of this thing. It can present the scene behind to the front of the glass bead, creating an illusion. This is also a gadget I made inspired by Teacher Chin's lectures. I also hope Master Chin can give me some insight and see if some improvements can be made.
The man asked respectfully. Is this the wisdom of ancient craftsmen? With a little bit of effort, you can create something so awesome? Still improving? I only have half a bucket of water, and it will be good if I can use it correctly. Chin Feng's inner drama is far more exciting than his calm expression. Looking at the scorching eyes of everyone in the Shingonfeng, Chin Feng smiled and replied,
Not bad. The master leads you to practice alone, and the rest of you should be like him. See more, learn more, ask more, and most importantly, do more. This transmogrification box was placed with me first, and I went back to study it carefully to see if I could improve it. Well, have any of the others made anything like him that needs my attention? Please take them out as well.
As soon as these words came out, Gong Liang immediately said,
Master Chin, I have a gravity disc here. I need you to help me take a look.
Hu Yuan also refused to show weakness.
Master Chin, I have a soaring wing here, and I need you to give it a hand.
Looking at a group of scroll kings, they eagerly took out the rare items they had prepared. Chin Feng had a smile on his face, but he was happy in his heart. He would definitely not be disappointed with what he had gained during this trip. Chapter 345. You all must learn from this student. But Chin Feng was still disappointed in the end, except for the transformation box that the man took out at the beginning. The rest of the items were useless. Let's talk about the gravity disc first. It can indeed change the gravity within a radius of 1 foot, but the magnitude of the change in gravity is too small. At most, it can make feathers float into the sky. But what you need to know is that if the wind blows randomly, the feathers will float. As for Hu Yuan's soaring wing, when Chin Feng first heard the name, it could be said that he was full of expectations. I wonder which man can refuse the romance that soars into the sky. But as great as this expectation was, how great was the disappointment when I saw the real thing. Glancing at the ground, he saw 2 gorgeous wings that were as big as an adult. Chin Feng's eyelids jumped.
The design does comply with the aerodynamics I mentioned before, but you made the wings so big that ordinary people can wear them.
If you don't get up, how can you take to the air? Master Chin doesn't know that my design is based on flying birds. Even the ratio of wings to human body is based on birds as a reference.
Chin Feng's face froze.
Then do you know that the body structure of birds is different from that of humans? And their skeletons are much lighter. Apart from anything else. Can you wear these wings yourself?
Hu Yuan's expression changed and he replied calmly.
Although I can't wear it, there is always someone who can wear it. For example, a martial artist at the 5th level of divine martial arts.
Hu Yuan replied confidently. Chin Feng took a breath, feeling that his IQ had been insulted.
5th level warriors can already fly into the sky as light as a swallow. So what's the point of giving themselves a pair of wings? Will you give the bird another pair of wings?
Hu Yuan seemed to think it made sense. After pondering for a moment, he said,
Master Chin, don't you think these wings look pretty handsome on you?
Qin Feng wanted to curse. But his good cultivation still made him take a deep breath and calm down. He picked up the illusion box and said solemnly, "Here, I would like to commend this student by name. He loves learning and is good at thinking. And the things he makes are very pragmatic. As for the other ones, I can only say that the idea is good. But there are too many areas that need improvement. I will wait for you to think about it yourself and improve it before bringing it to me for evaluation." The man who was named and praised raised his head and chest, clasped his fists and said, "I accept it. I accept it." The rest of the people all looked like they had eaten a fly, not to mention how uncomfortable they were. And they also secretly vowed in their hearts that next time, they must create something novel that can be praised by Qin Feng. After stuffing the transformation box into the Summer ring without leaving any trace, Qin Feng continued his course. Everyone was paying full attention and taking notes carefully. And some people would ask questions of their own from time to time. But no one noticed that 3 more figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. So that's what happened. I benefited a lot. I benefited a lot. The man holding the small bench was writing furiously on the white paper. He had already missed some classes, so naturally he couldn't miss any other details. The man in battle uniform looked at the handsome young master, who was surrounded by everyone in the center, and asked doubtfully, "This person is the Master Qin you mentioned? Who is he, that he has such appeal in Shingongfang?" "In Shingongfang. Because everyone has a fighting spirit in their hearts. Basically no one obeys anyone. Only Mr. Yuanzhai can convince these people." But the scene in front of him was beyond the man's expectation. Besides the patriarch, who else could make the people of Shingongfang so respectful? "Oh, Master Qin's greatness can't be understood by a vulgar martial artist like you. His mind contains everything, and the knowledge in it, even just a little bit of scraps, is enough for you to study for a lifetime." The man in the battle uniform frowned when he heard this. He was about to say something, but suddenly he noticed something strange about the woman in the long skirt. The woman at this moment was staring closely at the center of the hall. Her red lips slightly parted, her eyes filled with confusion, surprise, and even a hint of surprise. "Why is he here? Shouldn't he be in Jinnong City?" the woman murmured to herself. Princess, what's wrong with you?" the man in battle uniform asked softly. "Oh?" The woman was a little flustered. Qin Feng, who was surrounded by everyone, raised his head and looked at the entrance. "I saw a man holding a bench and writing furiously there." Why didn't the guy sit down and listen, but stood with his stool in his arms?" Qin Feng didn't understand, shook his head, and continued to explain the course. In the courtyard of the Shingongfang, the man in battle uniform asked puzzledly, "Princess, didn't you want the people of the Shingongfang to make something novel to use at the New Year ceremony? Why did you leave?" The woman's eyes were a little evasive. "I suddenly thought of something that needed to be dealt with, and they were still teaching, so it would be rude to interrupt them at this time. Later in the evening, let's go to the god's workshop." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out of the gate of Shingongfang with her skirt in hand and walked to the right. "Princess, our carriage is on the left." The woman holding the long skirt was stunned when she heard this, and then silently turned around. "Okay, that's the end of today's lesson. If I have time next time, I will share the mysteries of physics with you. Oh, by the way, during this period, you can also, like the student, spread your thoughts and make some results to verify what you have learned. As the saying goes, learning without thinking means nothing, and thinking without learning means nothing. This is the truth." Qin Feng put his hands behind his back, acting like a teacher. The man who made the magic box heard the words and immediately responded. "Master Qin said it very well. Learning without thinking will lead to indifference, and thinking without learning will lead to peril. You must keep it in mind. I will not be complacent just because I have made something. In the days to come, I will carry forward Master Qin's physics knowledge and strive to make more and more valuable things." The rest of the people in the Shingongfang heard this and smacked their mouths in disdain. Not bad. Only Qin Feng cast a look of approval, like a kind elder. If everyone could make something useful like this person, he would make a fortune. Then again, shouldn't I tinker with something? This era is so chaotic. But gunpowder seems to have not been invented yet. If I can produce gunpowder, then even ordinary people will have the power to protect themselves and fight when facing monsters. And it can also greatly reduce the army's battle losses when fighting monsters. Let me think about what gunpowder is made of. It seems that there are saltpeter, sulfur and carbonaceous substances in a ratio of about 2 to 1 to 1. However, the process of making gunpowder is still too dangerous. I have to recall it carefully and plan it carefully.
Qin Feng already had the idea of making gunpowder in his mind. Chapter 346: The Storyteller in the Restaurant. Before leaving, Qin Feng held Hui Yuan's hand and refused to let go.
Master Qin, I know you are reluctant to leave us, but we all have things to be busy with. And you have settled in Confrontation City now. You can meet again anytime you want.
Hui Yuan said with relief. I can't bear to part with you, Qin Feng said solemnly.
I agreed to give you lectures, and later on I bought a restaurant. And you guys are going to decorate it for me for free. How? My lecture is over. Do you want to pretend that this never happened?
Hui Yuan's face froze.
How could that be? Master Qin, after you choose the location of your restaurant, you can come and find us. There is no evidence for what you say, but I want to establish written evidence. With the reputation of Shen Gongfang and our previous relationship, there is no need to establish a written document. Oh, you have so much work on weekdays. If you are too busy and can't spare your time, wouldn't my class today be in vain? Be sure to establish written evidence.
Hui Yuan had no choice but finally agreed. Qin Feng put the receipt into his arms with satisfaction and asked curiously,
Where is Mr. Yuan? Why haven't I seen him today? The old man is still tinkering with the moving city. His previous trip to Jinyang City gave him a sudden enlightenment. After returning, he has been nesting on the 5th floor of the previous attic and has never come out. I see. It's true that Mr. Yuan, at such an old age, doesn't know how to take a rest. Then you go and do your work. I'll take Ningxuang and leave first.
Qin Feng waved his hand and left. On the 5th floor of the attic, the steaming stove was emitting white smoke. It was obviously the 12th month of winter, but it felt like a steamer here. Mr. Yuanjai sat cross-legged on the ground and put aside the course notes he had just recorded. On his left-hand side, Bai Xian's huge design almost filled 1/3 of the hall. On Bai Xian, a huge mobile city comes to life, and every detail inside has been marked in place. Only the word power has a big question mark.
I originally wanted to use treasure weapons to drive this city, but it's still a bit unrealistic. I have to think about it again, and think about it again.
After teaching all morning, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was time for lunch. Qin Feng took Ningxuang through several streets and found a restaurant that was crowded with people. People in different places have different food tastes. Although Qin Feng is very confident in hot pot, it is also necessary to find out the eating habits of the local people in advance. As the saying goes, if you know yourself and the enemy, you can fight 100 battles without danger. He originally wanted to take Ningxuang to have a meal at Confrontation City's famous Jiaxing Tower. But after thinking about it carefully, he gave up the idea. After all, Zixinglu mainly caters to high-end customers, and it receives either dignitaries or relatives of the emperor. What Wangguizha faces are more ordinary people and businessmen. The customer groups are different, and the value of reference will naturally be different. After waiting for a while, Qin Feng sat down under the hospitality of the waiter in the restaurant. There are all kinds of dishes here. Qin Feng, who was new here, didn't know what to order, so he asked the waiter to serve all the signature dishes. This restaurant is quite unique. There is a high platform in the middle, and a storyteller is singing and eloquent on the platform. The people can listen to stories while eating their meals, which is really beautiful.
This is a good idea.
Qin Feng nodded slightly. Isn't what the restaurant needs most is popularity and excitement? And if he lives an extra life, the stories in his mind will be all kinds of weird and varied, so he won't have to worry about not attracting customers. After putting down his chopsticks and having enough wine and food, Qin Feng also had a general understanding of the tastes of the people in Confrontation City. The storyteller was probably tired, so he took a sip of tea to moisten his throat. He stopped telling the story and casually mentioned some major events that had happened in the 4 regions of Dakian. Not only did this not disappoint the people, but it made them even more excited. After all, for these people, gossip are timeless after dinner topics. Confrontation City is the center of Dakian. People come and go from all over the world, and the news spread is overwhelming. The storyteller mentioned that the Azura clan in the eastern region is still unparalleled in combat power and makes people fearful. In the Rakshasa clan in the northern territory, the women in it are all famous in the country, but they all have thorns that can kill people. The Garuda tribe in the southern region has been recuperating and doing business since the battle at Zenlingwen, and has recently taken action. The demon king of the western region is extremely powerful. In the past few years, he has occupied many areas one after another, and the Demon Slayer division has gradually been unable to suppress it. the Tushan fox demon that can enchant people's soul, the huge Kuimpin that can block out the sky and the sun, and the mountain-backed dragon turtle that can move mountains and seas. The phoenix fire burns thousands of hectares of forest, and the blue dragon roars and thunder shakes the sky. Monsters and ghosts have always been the main theme of this era, and humans can only survive carefully in their cracks.
Speaking of the Southern Territory, too many things have happened recently. Since the establishment of Huarong Dao, the demons and ghosts in the Southern Territory have become restless. The three gods will not stop for a moment to kill the powerful demons and ghosts that cause trouble. And some time ago, everyone must have heard about the ghoul disaster in Shulong City that caused a lot of commotion. If Master Gunslinger hadn't come in person, the consequences would have been disastrous. But maybe you don't know that there is one person who can be said to be indispensable in solving the zombie disaster.
The storyteller failed, and everyone eating in the audience was immediately unhappy.
Who is it? You should explain it clearly.
Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious.
Listen to me slowly. You must know Lu Jianli, the genius of the Lu family. Before the three Kendo masters formed the Kendo Alliance, she entered the third level of Shenwu and became the youngest swordsman in history. The reason why Shulong City was able to survive the ghoul disaster safely is because...
Someone in the audience asked.
Could it be that Lu Jianli also went there and took action with Lord Gun Immortal?
The storyteller waved his finger and said,
No. It's her husband-in-law who went. The son of the Qin family. The second-class general serving the country.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, and Lan Ningxuang paused when she moved her chopsticks.
To say that this boy is really great. At such a young age. His cultivation level in the literary sage tradition is not low. His poetry attainments are unparalleled in the world. 2 months ago, a beautiful poem from the Baiwa Valley in the southern region was introduced to Fontian City, causing an uproar in the brothel. Countless literati and poets regard it as a classic and claim that for thousands of years, no poems praising people can match its edge.
There are many people in the restaurant, and there are always some senior prostitutes. A man dressed richly said excitedly,
I know. The clouds are like clothes and flowers are like faces. The spring breeze is blowing Revlon. Rao is the Warren in the brothel who is excellent at poetry and poetry. Every time he mentions this poem, he will show a longing look. Many Warrens even publicly stated that if the person who wrote this poem came to their courtyard, they would take nothing from him, just to spend the night with that talented man.
Is there such a good thing? Qin Feng's eyes lit up. If he could become an Warren in a brothel in Fontian City, he must be a first-rate beauty. If you sleep for one night, the cheapest one is nearly 100 taels of silver. It would be too happy if I could have sex for free. Just when he was thinking about it, he suddenly felt a murderous aura. Turning her head to look, Lan Ningxuang's beautiful eyes were looking at him quietly without blinking. Qin Feng immediately frowned and sighed.
The world is declining. People's hearts are not the same as before. These people are really vulgar.
Chapter 347 Yaxing. The old perverts in the audience heard the words of the old prostitutes and showed meaningful smiles. But after all, there are still a few serious people.
No. I have friends who work in the Demon Slayer division. And I know more about the zombie disaster in Shulong City. The leading Ghost King was in the third level realm during his lifetime. How could a Wensheng Taoist play a role in this kind of ghost trouble?
In addition to the Tianjian Imperial Master, the image of the Wensheng Taoist fighting against the five scum has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. In the face of ghost troubles, it has always been solved with force. This is the deep-rooted thinking of everyone. The storyteller with 2 mustaches shook his head and said,
This is your ignorance. A few decades ago, there was a corpse ghost disaster in the Northern Territory, which caused heavy losses to Dakian. The terrifying thing about corpse ghosts is that they can continue to be reborn because of the endless energy of death. Only the Wensheng Dao can set up formations to isolate the energy of death. During the battle in Shulong City, it was the Qin family master who laid out such formations, allowing Lord Gun Immortal to find an opportunity and kill the Ghost King with one shot. Furthermore, the young master of the Qin family cultivates thunder and righteousness. The formation carries the righteousness and sweeps the entire city, killing countless corpses and ghosts.
When Qin Feng heard this, he frowned. The storyteller knew about the ghost trouble and the formation of Shulong City, so it made sense. After all, for such a big thing, someone will always spread the news. But he cultivated Thunder Jingqi. How did this person know? He looked up at the storyteller and looked at him carefully. He had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, and a mustache, which made him look a bit vulgar. Qin Feng used Sanqian Wangqi and looked over, but could only see a white figure.
What's going on? Is there something wrong with Sanchin Wangchi?
He turned his head and looked elsewhere. The chi on the other people's bodies was clearly visible, indicating that there was no problem with the hexagram technique. But why can only a hazy white figure be seen on the storyteller on the stage? The man on the stage was well versed in the essence of storytelling. He interacted with everyone in the audience and asked,
You might as well guess how many corpses the Qin family master killed at that time?
Some people guessed a few hundred, some guessed 1,000, and some bold people guessed a few thousand. At this moment, the storyteller with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks looked at Qin Feng and asked,
This young master, you might as well take a guess?
His train of thought was interrupted. Qin Feng felt the gazes of the people and coughed before replying.
The zombie disaster in Shulong City is so big, so there must be not a few zombies causing trouble in the city. Maybe tens of thousands? Lan Ningxuan obviously didn't expect that her uncle would be so shameless, and she showed a strange expression. The storyteller was obviously confused by this answer, but after a moment, he smiled and said,
It's very close. Very close. Tens of thousands? So many?
All the people were surprised and made a sound. The man on the stage pressed his hand and said,
The news may be true or false. It's just ordinary. You must not believe it all. Just take it for fun. Oops. Before I knew it, it was already at this point. My mouth was dry and I couldn't talk anymore. So I left first.
After the words fell, he clasped his fists, jumped up, and disappeared into the backstage of the restaurant. He walked very gracefully.
He is really a strange person.
Qin Feng shook his head, but heard Lan Ningxuan beside him let out a low cry.
Uncle,
look. Qin Feng looked down and saw that the wine stains on the table turned into a row of small words.
The villain is hateful, and it is difficult for a gentleman to guard against it.
The two of them always stayed at the table to eat and listen to the news, and they never saw anyone approaching. When was this word left? Qin Feng looked in the direction where the storyteller left and fell into deep thought, still reciting the words on the table silently. The water in Confrontation City is still too deep after all. Qin Feng can't figure out just a few people he meets. Just like the old man on crutches when he left home in the morning, and the storyteller with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks in the restaurant just now. The imperial capital has many tricks, and I want to go back to the countryside. Qin Feng sighed secretly.
Uncle, where should we go next? Let's go to Yang and see if there is a suitable restaurant that can take over.
Yang is equivalent to an intermediary, where all kinds of transactions are available. As long as the buyer and seller finalize the deal, they can pay and deliver the goods. It's just that the evil middleman will make the difference. Qin Feng didn't want the capitalists to succeed.
But he had just arrived in Confrontation City and was unfamiliar with the place. If he wanted to find a suitable restaurant, going to Yaxing was the fastest way. There are countless Too's shops in Confrontation City, and the two of them quickly found a Too's shop that looked decent. As soon as he walked in, someone came forward to greet him. The most important thing for those who speak human words to people and tell lies to ghosts and dental practitioners is to develop a pair of eyes to see people. After all, how much you can earn in commission depends entirely on the transaction amount between the buyer and seller. The man who received the reception had been working for many years and was naturally a veteran. With just one glance, he could tell that Qin Feng was not simple, not to mention his handsome appearance. Although his black clothes were simple, they were not made of ordinary materials. The hairband tied on the head was glowing with lightness, and it was most likely a treasure, coupled with the sapphire demon-slaying order on his waist and the beautiful sword attendant beside him. The man already had a general idea in his mind the other party had a wealthy family and was still a minor official. But he must have just arrived, because if it were the local Jade Demon Slayers, they would definitely not come to Yaxing. They have plenty of connections of their own, since he is from out of town. He is a fat sheep. The man came to a conclusion and asked with a warm smile,
Sir, what news do you want to ask for in Yaxing, and what do you want to buy? I want to find a good location to open a restaurant and do some business.
Qin Feng glanced at the business and looked around. He was a fat and oily big customer. The man's eyes were shining, and he immediately introduced him to Qin Feng.
It's a coincidence that the young master came here. A few days ago, someone just wanted to leave Confrontation City and make a living elsewhere. There is a shop want to transfer. The location of that shop is amazing. It is located on Tianhui Street and has easy access to all directions. There is an endless stream of people coming and going every day, and officials and demon slayers often pass by. If the young master sells that shop and turns it into a restaurant, business will definitely be booming day by day. Sounds pretty good.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows.
There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. And the owner of the shop was in a hurry to leave and wanted to sell it as soon as possible. So the price was lowered a lot. If you buy it at the original price, the shop will cost you at least 100,000 taels of silver. But now, the price has been reduced by nearly half, and you can get it with only 60,000 taels of silver. If you are interested, sir, I can contact the owner of that shop. It's just that according to the rules of our dental shop, if the buyer and seller want to meet, they must pay a 10% commission first. Whether or not it succeeds later, the commission will not be refunded. This is also to prevent you from skipping the dental shop and contacting yourself. It is true. Helpless. Sir, do you see?
Qin Feng lowered his head and thought to himself. In a good location in Confrontation City, a shop with 60,000 taels of silver is within the acceptable range. It was just the first time he had heard of the idea of giving commissions in advance, and he always felt there was something fishy about it.
Sir, don't hesitate. If you walk through this village, there won't be a shop like this. Such a good shop is very popular,
the man urged. Qin Feng was still thinking. At this moment, a familiar crisp voice came from behind.
Since it is so popular, just sell it to others. We don't want this shop anymore.
The man became anxious, turned around and said angrily,
Who can't open his eyes and break the rules of the dentistry?
Chapter 348 Goodbye Yin. Qin Feng and Lan Ningxuan also looked for fame and then widened their eyes.
It's you, Master Yin?
Yun, who was dressed in white, said H, low with a smile. There were beads of sweat on her forehead, and her chest was rising and falling slightly. The man from Yaxing threatened.
Sir, I have no enmity or grudge against you at Yaxing. What you did is breaking the rules of Yaxing and cutting off our financial path.
After taking a few gentle breaths, Yun's smile faded.
If you have a clear conscience, how can you be afraid of others breaking your rules?
There was only one shop in Hui Street that day that was for sale recently. But that shop had been taken over by Zexinglu the day before yesterday. And the price happened to be 60,000 taels of silver. Isn't it just to defraud commissions by introducing shops where you can't buy anything at all?
Qin Feng frowned. Hearing this, the man from Yaxing also changed his expression. He shouted,
Where does your colleague dare to slander our Yaxing? Someone come and kick him out. Let's see who dares.
A strong voice sounded, and another strong man walked into the entrance of Yaxing.
Master Wang from Jubiozai?
When the man from Yaxing saw the visitor, he was so frightened that his legs weakened and he collapsed directly to the ground.
Mr. Qin, long time no see. How are you?
The visitor clasped his fists and greeted with a smile. This strong man is Wang Su. Qin Feng nodded in greeting, then glanced at the Yaxing man who was slumped on the ground. Confrontation City is a mixed bag, and no one can be easily provoked. After all, even an ordinary servant may have a big background behind him. It is even more difficult for those who can open a dental shop in the imperial capital. They always have to take care of the relationship between white and black. But Qin Feng didn't expect that Wang Su could scare him like this just by meeting him face to face. He thought again of Qi Yuancheng and shopkeeper Peng going to open Wangyueju branch. At that time, shopkeeper Peng was also being challenged by local powerful people. But as soon as Infiltrating came forward, he easily settled the matter. Just two of his subordinates have such big cards. What is the identity of this guy disguised as a man? The mere head of Jubiozai in Yulin City is far from having such great energy. Wang Su turned around and said,
Sir, just leave this to me. That's fine.
Yun nodded, and then said to Qin Feng,
We haven't seen each other for such a long time. Why don't we go for a walk together?
Can. Needless to say, Confrontation City is bustling and lively. The shouts of vendors on both sides of the streets never stop. From time to time, you can still see people performing talents in the street, such as smashing rocks on their chests and locking their throats with golden guns. It can be said that they are rare and common here.
The Wangyueju branch in Chiyuan City is doing a booming business. This is the profit share since the store opened. You should keep it.
Qin Feng handed over a space jade pendant with money in it. It is worth mentioning that this space jade pendant was originally brought to shopkeeper Peng by Infiltrating, and now it can be regarded as returned to its original owner. Yun reached out to take the jade pendant and said,
At first, I wanted to go to Chiyuan City in person to see what happened at the branch. However, ghost troubles occurred frequently in the southern territory, and it was too dangerous. I couldn't move around it well anymore. So I had to let Uncle Mo take the trip. Then again, why are you in Confrontation City?
After hearing this, Qin Feng told the whole story of what happened in Shulong City. When Yin heard that Qin Feng transformed his body into the center of the formation and activated the formation to isolate the death energy, he couldn't help but frown.
It's just nonsense,
she scolded. Lan Ningxuan on the side was also wide-eyed, her eyes full of worry. Although she and the young lady later learned about the dangers of Xu Liancheng and his party, they did not expect that what their uncle had personally experienced was far more serious than what he said at the beginning.
Uncle, why didn't you tell us this before?
Qin Feng replied.
Anyway, I'm fine, and I'm just making you worry in vain. Now that things have passed so long, there is no need to hide it anymore.
Yin thought of something and spoke again.
No, I heard someone mention about Shulong City. The formation that isolates the death energy is all over the city. If you turn yourself into the center of the formation, you will definitely not be able to withstand that power. How can you be safe? There must be something else that you haven't said.
Sorry, I forgot that this guy is also a Wensheng Taoist and has studied the formation Tao. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly. The fact that Mist Song used the Dragon Ball to save his life was naturally not an unspeakable thing. The reason why he had to hide it was also because of Mist Song's special identity and the Dragon Ball in his body.
When they first woke up and left Shulong City, Zhou Kai and Master Gun Xian had specifically told them that the Dragon Ball was the most precious treasure in the world, and they should remember not to tell anyone about the fact that they were carrying the Dragon Ball. Otherwise they might be in danger. Master Zhou also concealed the matter when he returned to the imperial capital to report the disaster of corpse ghosts. After all, everyone knows the truth that a man is guilty of carrying a jade while he is innocent. Looking at Ningxuan and Yun's eyes that wanted to get to the bottom of things, Qin Feng instantly used the secret skill he learned from his father, changing the topic.
Then it's certainly dangerous. You've been talking about me. So why are you in Fontian City? At the beginning, you clearly said that you were the young master of Jubiozai in Yulin City. Moreover, the reaction of the Yaxing person just now is also intriguing. Although that person does not know you, he does know Lord Wang Su and is very afraid of him.
Yun was stunned for a moment, then looked away, and replied calmly,
Yulin City is a place rich in jade and treasures. I often come to the Jubiozai in Fontian City to exchange information and buy a house here. What's the problem if I settle down for a while? As for that person's reaction just now, Uncle Wan often does things for me and shows up in Jubiozai, so he naturally knows a lot of people. As Jubiozai has a good reputation, it is impossible for people in Yaxing not to know that it is reasonable to respect Uncle Wan. I see.
This guy disguised as a man must be hiding something. But I successfully changed the subject and was too lazy to expose her. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Yun, who looked away, breathed a sigh of relief. But Lan Ningxuan frowned, and then asked,
Uncle, you haven't made it clear about Shulong City yet. That's right. Don't change the subject.
Yun looked sideways. Qin Feng's expression froze, and he spoke again.
I was about to say that. By the way, Brother Yin, with the help of your 5 Thunder visualization chart, I successfully entered the Literary Saint's 6th grade hexagram destiny realm. What level has your cultivation reached now?
Hearing this, Yun straightened up his chest and said with a proud look on his face,
How can I fail you too much? After leaving Jinong City, I found the water visualization map. Originally, I could have pulled the blue destiny star long ago and entered the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm. But in order to attract the purple destiny star, I have been suppressing the realm cultivation.
Purple destiny star? This guy was so lucky. And his background must be extraordinary. Qin Feng was secretly shocked. But when he caught a glimpse of the other person's busted chest, his fright turned into a helpless sigh. The other party can disguise himself as a man and remain undetected for a long time, which has a natural advantage. Chapter 349, when is the next time?
What are you looking at?
Yun, who was somewhat proud, noticed Qin Feng's gaze. A trace of shame flashed in his eyes, and he held his arms in front of his chest. Qin Feng pretended to be puzzled and said,
I think the material of your clothes is good. I want to ask where it comes from, so that I can buy some new clothes for myself and my family later. Otherwise, what do you think I'm looking at?
Yun hesitated to speak. She always felt that Qin Feng's eyes just now had evil intentions. But seeing the innocent look on his face now, could it be that she was overthinking it?
This shirt was sewn at Yuxiafang in the imperial capital, where they use the finest materials and the workmanship is exquisite. They recently launched a new light-colored skirt, which is very popular among women. The new year is coming soon, so you can buy some for the women at home. Yin replied seriously. When it came to women's skirts, Lan Ningxuang became interested and started discussing it with Yuan. The two of them recalled the exquisite works of Yexiafang in the past years, showing longing expressions. This was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. He originally thought that according to Ning Shuang's temperament, he would be like a lady and not have much interest in these women's things. Qin Feng looked at the two people's high spirits and joked. If you don't know, you would think you two are good sisters. Hearing this, Yin was like a cat with furry hair. What nonsense are you talking about? I am a man who stands upright and upright. Pretend? Keep pretending. Do you dare to stand and compete with me to see who can be farther? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Lan Ningxuang also reacted. Young Master Yin knows so much about Yexiafang's Luo Kun, which is beyond my expectation. Therefore, it is said that scholars have good brains. Yin was stunned for a moment, and then thought of the words. My sister-in-law is always in the boudoir, never leaving the house. And I buy the clothes on weekdays. Over time, I got to know a lot about these things. When I chatted about these things with Miss Ningxuang just now, it was like chatting with my roommate. So I forgot about it and laughed. I see. The innocent Lan Ningxuang believed this statement. Qin Feng said deliberately. Brother Yin is so handsome. And his sister at home must also be a beautiful woman. I just don't know if I will be lucky enough to see it with my own eyes. Of course, the roommate was just an excuse. Could it be that she wanted to change into a daughter? When Yin heard this, her fair face suddenly turned red. She glared at Qin Feng and spat. Lan Ningxuang also said with a smile. Uncle, you can't talk nonsense. Don't let the lady know. It's all a joke. Qin Feng swallowed and gave up on the spot. It's not that his family status is not good. It's just that his wife's strength is too high. Brother Yin, now I want to open a branch of Wang Yueju in Fengtian City. You have Jubiozai behind you, so you must have a lot of connections. Can you give me some recommendations? After wondering for a while, Qin Feng asked. Yun, who was dressed in white, put her right hand on her chin. You and I have a cooperative relationship, so we naturally have to contribute to the restaurant. I happened to see a shop recently. The location is pretty good, and the owner also wants to sell it. If you have nothing to do next, you can come with me to take a look. Okay, you can lead the way. An hour later, Qin Feng looked at the north exit from the inner city to the outer city. His expression froze. This was the 21st time that Yin had taken the wrong direction. He suddenly remembered his experience in Jinong City. This guy disguised as a man was a road fool who couldn't tell the difference between east, west and north. It is precisely for this reason that although the opponent has good talent, he cannot make any achievements in the formation. Master Yin, do you really know the road? Lan Ningxuang asked softly. When the three of them set off, it was still daytime. But now, the sun has set. Yin's face turned red. She pointed to a certain direction and said, I guess I chose the wrong direction at the intersection just now. I just went south. I won't make a mistake this time. Wait a minute. Qin Feng reminded. The direction you are pointing to is the north. Oh? Yin immediately showed a surprised look. Fortunately, it didn't take long before Wang Su found a few people. Under the leadership of the former, Qin Feng and the others finally found the right path and bought the shop for 50,000 taels of silver. From his perspective, he could naturally see that the store was in an accessible location and the flow of people would not be too bad. Such a low price was beyond his expectation. When is the restaurant going to start construction? Yin asked. I have already said Lo to the people at Shingongfang and will tell them tomorrow. I think it won't be long before Wang Yueju's branch in Fengtian City can open. Of course, it's all thanks to you that things went so smoothly. Qin Feng was sincerely grateful. Instead of saying these nice words, why not share 10% more of the restaurant's profits with me then? Yin said sideways. Qin Feng pretended not to hear and looked up at the night sky. It's already so late. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal, but my wife is still waiting for me at home. If I have a chance next time, I'll invite Brother Yin for a drink and have a good time together. When is the next time? Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Forehead. I'm just being polite and want to get away as soon as possible. Why are you taking this seriously? Qin Feng's face stiffened. I shouldn't be able to get away in the past few days. How about 5 days later and see if I have time? 5 days from now. Yin pondered for a moment and then said, It doesn't matter. Will it be noon or evening in 5 days? Qin Feng's eyes twitched. I think it's okay at night. Should I decide the location? Yin asked again. You decide. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Then 5 days later, we will see you at the Starshine Tower on Tianhui Street in Fontian City.
Qin Feng took a breath. He had also heard about the consumption level of Zixinglu. This guy clearly wanted him to bleed.
Fine.
After accepting the other party's favor, Qin Feng could only reluctantly agree. No matter how reluctant he was. After Qin Feng left with Ning Shuang, Yin recalled the former's expression of pain, and the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. At this time, the owner of the shop came out, clasped his fist towards Yin and said respectfully,
"As per your request, the shop has been sold to Mr. Qin at a low price. Well done. But young master, I don't understand why we should do such a loss-making business. Wasn't this shop originally intended to be used to open a branch of Jubiozai?"
Yin said with a smile.
Shen Gongfang opened a winery some time ago and brewed a drink called Xianren Zui. Do you know? Youngster naturally knows that it is rumored that Immortal Drunk is as good as Drunken Life and Dreams. The shopkeeper of Zixinglu has tried to seek cooperation with Shen Gongfang for the wine many times, but he was rejected by the patriarch. The old man always attaches great importance to rules, so he naturally refuses. The wine was brewed for someone by Shen Gongfang. How can we cooperate with Jiaxing Tower again? Is there such a thing?
Yin then spoke.
Let me ask you again. If there is a restaurant that can host the Immortal Zui, is it qualified to shake the status of Jiaxing Tower in Fontian City?
After thinking carefully, the shop owner replied,
There must be a chance. After all, the Immortal Drunk has already made a name for himself in the imperial capital. Wait, could it be that the restaurant the young master mentioned is? You guessed it right.
Yin nodded slightly. She had long been envious of Zixinglu's profits in Fontian City, and now she finally had the opportunity to get a share of it. Chapter 350. It may depend on luck. In the evening, while having dinner, I didn't see my wife. On the way back to the house, I passed by the lake pavilion in my house, and saw that beautiful figure in white standing on the top of the pavilion, surrounded by a pale golden halo. Qin Feng had some impression of that golden light. Back in the Wanjian sect, the lady opened the seal of hegemony of heaven and earth, and after surviving the life-destroying thunder, that golden light fell. According to what the master said, it was a breath left over from ancient times. The night wind blew, lifting the beauty's hair, under the pale white moonlight. Lu Jinli was so beautiful that she didn't look like a mortal. As the latter vomited, ripples appeared on the lake's surface, and the water vapor transpired like jade beads, floating up and reflecting the moonlight, shining brightly. After a long time, the water drops fell into the lake again, and the golden light around Lu Jinli slowly faded. She opened her eyes, and immediately sensed Qin Feng's presence. Her red lips curved slightly. Then she tiptoed and gently landed next to Qin Feng.
When did you come back? I've been back for a while. I saw you were practicing, so I didn't bother you. Have you eaten yet?
Qin Feng asked. Lu Jinli shook his head slightly. Seeing this, Qin Feng scolded.
People are like rice and steel. No matter how important your practice is, you can't forget to eat. If you want to eat anything, I will make it for you.
When Lu Jinli heard this, she suddenly remembered the time in Jinong City. The steaming bowl of noodles was still unforgettable to her. Perhaps from then on, there was an extra person in her heart.
I want to eat noodles,
Lu Jinli said softly. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment.
Okay, I'll give it to you.
In the house where the two of them lived, Lu Jinli was holding a noodle bowl, and his eating movements were still extremely elegant. After the other party finished eating, Qin Feng took out a few fluorescent round beads from his arms and placed them on the table.
What is this?
Lu Jinli asked curiously.
This is a spiritual bead, which is made of spiritual energy. Before, you said that if you want to step into the second level,
you need to continuously absorb spiritual energy. This thing will be of great benefit to you.
The biggest inconvenience of coming to Fontian City is that without the support of the spirit gathering formation, the family's cultivation will be much slower. Before Qin Feng came here, he also thought about whether he should follow the same example and build a spirit gathering array in Fontian City to capture some of the spiritual energy and funnel it into the Qin Mansion. After all, Fontian City is the place with the largest concentration of dragon veins, and the spiritual energy it can attract is naturally far beyond what Jinong City can match. But he thought about it carefully and gave up the idea. Fontian City is no different from Jinong City. This is the foot of the emperor, and mysterious bosses emerge one after another. If the theft of spiritual energy is discovered, one's head will be lost if it is not done right. And because of Xiao Bai's existence, he can regularly return to Jinong City to collect the spirit beads and bring them back to his family for absorption. And there is no need to take such a big risk. Lu Jianli took the spirit bead and held it in his hand. The spirit bead quickly dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qin Feng was shocked. For him, a spiritual bead could be absorbed for about a month. But at the speed of the lady, it would be completely absorbed in one night. In this case, the few spirit beads I just gave you are not enough. Take out all the stocks in the Shiwi ring and look carefully. There are 34 in total.
Fortunately, before I left, I secretly squeezed Xiaobai's labor force behind Sister Mo's back.
Qin Feng secretly rejoiced. Then even out 20 more and pushed them in front of Lu Jianli. He would distribute the remaining ones to his second brother, Haiten Tu and Ningxuang, and then keep a few more for himself.
You can use these first. I will return to Jinyang City later to get some more. Thank you.
The next day, Qin Feng brought Ningxuang to Shingongfang again, and then handed Hui Yuan the address and design of the restaurant. The latter obviously didn't expect the restaurant to be chosen so quickly. His expression was a little stiff when he took the things. He was also planning to improve the flying wings.
I have here the document I made yesterday. Do you want to regret it?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows.
How could it be possible? Master Qin, I will take people to repair the restaurant for you right away and make sure it is completed as soon as possible.
Hui Yuan patted his chest and made a promise. Then turned around and ran away. It seemed like he didn't want to waste any time. Qin Feng can rest assured that the affairs of the restaurant will be left to the gang of kings from Shingongfang. But he did not leave immediately. Instead, under the leadership of one person, he met the old man in the attic. As soon as I stepped into the hall, a burst of heat hit my face. Qin Feng even thought that he had entered the sauna room. The sweat on his forehead fell down within a moment. And even Ningxuang, a 6th grade Shenwu, turned red from the heat. But looking at the old man sitting cross-legged on the ground, his expression was as usual, tinkering with the objects in his hands, constantly piecing them together and smelting them.
With such a high temperature, Mr. Yuan didn't even shed a drop of sweat?
Qin Feng was a little surprised. Only those high-quality warriors can control their bodies to this extent. He opened his eyes and looked into the old man's body. The majestic golden energy was almost blinding his eyes. Qin Feng discovered an astonishing thing. The energy in the old man's body was actually stronger than that of his wife. Doesn't that mean that old man Yuan Zhai's cultivation level is likely to reach the peak of the 3rd level? Or even the 2nd level? Sure enough. How could being the owner of a divine workshop be a fuel-efficient lamp? The old man put down the objects in his hands and looked up.
Why are you here looking for me?
Qin Feng replied.
I want to borrow a refining room from the old man, and then ask for some materials.
After saying this, Qin Feng handed over the material list in his arms. The contents on it were written based on the gunpowder formulas in his memory. In this era, gunpowder had not yet been invented. The old man glanced at the materials above and frowned.
What do you want these things for?
This junior has an idea in his mind. He can fuse these things together to create something powerful and destructive. Treasure?
Yuan Chai looked sideways. Qin Feng shook his head.
I named that thing gunpowder. It does not require literary energy, energy or strength energy to activate it. And ordinary people can also use it.
Hearing this, Yuan Chai showed a strange look. He didn't ask any more questions, but lowered his head and continued tinkering with the objects in his hands. He said,
There are many empty refining rooms on the 2nd floor of the attic. You can find one at will.
Just wait, and I will have someone bring the materials you need. Then thank you, Mr. Yuan.
Qin Feng clasped his fists and was about to take Ningxuang away. But he suddenly thought of something and asked again.
Is the refining room strong enough? Because when I did the experiment, the commotion may be relatively large.
Yuan Zhai raised his head.
How big can it be?
Qin Feng rubbed his chin and gave a strange answer.
I don't know exactly how old the junior is. It may depend on luck.
The old man pondered for a moment and then changed his words.
Then go to the attic on the 1st floor and the weapon refining room marked with the red fire symbol at the door. It is strong enough to withstand a full blow from a 5th grade divine warrior.
It should be enough to resist the full blow of a 5th grade martial artist. Qin Feng nodded, said goodbye and left.
Chapter 351 The Advent of Gunpowder. Qin Feng, led by the people from the Shangongfeng, entered the refining room that the old man mentioned. At a glance, it can be said that everything is there. He nodded with satisfaction, and then took out the things he had prepared in advance. First, wear a piece of thin armor just in case, and then wear an iron armor jacket to be prepared. A helmet is naturally indispensable, and shields on both sides make it more secure. Lan Ningxuang showed a surprised look.
Uncle, what exactly do you want to do with this look?
I saw that Qin Feng had protected himself tightly, making it watertight. But the problem also arises. In this way, he can't use his hands and feet to refine gunpowder. Qin Feng glanced at his hands that were unable to move, sighed helplessly, and took off all the equipment, leaving only a piece of thin armor. Not long after, someone brought the materials he needed and placed them on the stone table in the weapon refining room. The main ingredients of gunpowder are sulfur, saltpeter, and charcoal. There are many things involved, and the proportions are also very particular. A slight mistake would be dangerous. Qin Feng took a deep breath and mobilized the righteous energy in his body to protect his whole body. If the gunpowder reaction was out of control, he could immediately use the Halcyon mirror to resist part of its power. Lan Ningxuan on the side asked,
Uncle, what can I do for you?
Qin Feng thought for a while and said,
Stand behind me. If I shout, help, you will pull me away immediately.
Lan Ningxuan Cazalin's big eyes were full of doubts. But she still nodded solemnly. And Qin Feng also devoted himself seriously to the experiment of studying gunpowder. 3 days passed. In the lobby of Qin Mansion, Nyang asked curiously,
Why haven't you seen Fulmer in the past few days?
Qin Jianan took a sip of porridge and replied,
Maybe he is busy with something. The child is old, and he has a sense of what to do. Moreover, this is Fontian City. If there is any danger, don't worry. How can you say that? Fontian City must be safe. What if Fulmer provokes someone who shouldn't be provoked? Master, you are like this. You don't care about anything. That's why the Qin family gradually declined.
The second mother looked reproachful.
If you're not madam, the decline of the Qin family has nothing to do with me.
The father had difficulty in explaining. The second brother on the side was holding a steamed bun and chewing it, looking like he was watching the fun. At this time, Lu Jianli, who was dining with him, said softly,
Ningxuang said that Mr. Xiang is refining something in the divine workshop and cannot leave. I see. I was talking about how sometimes I see Ningxuang coming back in a hurry, bringing a few new clothes, and then leaving in a hurry. But what on earth were they doing? And why was Ningxuang's face so dark when she came back?
Lu Jianli shook his head slightly.
I don't know that.
In the refining room, Qin Feng's eyes were bloodshot. Facts have proved that knowing the formula of gunpowder is one thing, but wanting to refine it is another. He hasn't slept for 3 days and nights, constantly adjusting the ratio of various materials. However, hard work always pays off. From the beginning, there will only be a puff of smoke, but later on, sporadic sparks of the explosion can already be seen. Moreover, the power of this spark is still growing. I believe that after a few more experiments, he can refine gunpowder with a certain power.
Uncle, have a sip of tea and rest,
Lan Ningxuan said with concern.
Okay.
Qin Feng took the tea and drank it without caring that his face was black and gray. Taking advantage of this time, Lan Ningxuan wiped his face carefully with a towel soaked in water, and said distressfully,
Uncle, what on earth are you trying to refine? Why are you so sleepless? I heard people from Shingongfang say that if you want to refine something new, you need to explore it over many years, and you can't rush it.
Qin Feng's expression froze when he heard this. It didn't take such a long time. After all, he had previous experience. It was only because he had enrolled in liberal arts and lacked theoretical knowledge.
The physics teacher is right. If you learn mathematics, physics and chemistry well, you will not be afraid of traveling around the world. I still blame myself for being too young back then.
Who said that if a man enrolls in liberal arts, he will definitely have a girl?
Qin Feng sighed in his heart. After shaking his head, he explained,
The number of human races is not large, but the Dacian people are very precious about their own affairs. So there are only 1 out of 10 people who have truly entered the Taoist practice. Even if the 3 Kendo masters formed a Kendo alliance, increasing the number of human divine warriors would not be something that could be accomplished overnight. The thing I want to refine is called gunpowder. If it is successfully developed, even ordinary people will be able to fight against monsters and ghosts. If that time comes, the human race may be able to change the current situation.
It turns out that everything my uncle did was for the sake of the human race.
I understand. I will stay with you until my uncle makes that gunpowder. Good. Sulfur, coarse charcoal powder, bamboo root, tung oil. Mash into powder and melt the oil together. Saltpeter, sulfur, and carbon. 2 to 1 to 1.
Qin Feng muttered in his mouth, and then continued to fuse these things. He could feel that he was almost successful when the final ingredients were put in and the fire burned. The reaction was stronger than before. His spirit was in a trance for a moment, and a picture flashed in his mind. And the scene in that picture was this weapon refining room. The fire surged, and the powerful explosion engulfed him whole. The heat hit her face, and Lan Ningxuang noticed something unusual, which was the martial artist's keen sense of danger. Qin Feng came back from his trance. The scene just now was probably the ability of a literati in the hexagram destiny realm to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. He didn't have time to think too much and shouted hurriedly, "Help!" When Lan Ningxuang heard the sound, she immediately grabbed his back collar and jumped back. At the same time, a strong fire flashed, followed by the roar of an explosion. This power greatly exceeded Qin Feng's expectations. He did not dare to neglect it, mobilized the righteousness in his body, and set up the Halcyon mirror in front of the two of them. The power of the explosion was accompanied by the scorching fire. Qin Feng was like a small boat in the stormy waves, and could be swallowed up at any time. If he hadn't been protected by a soft body behind him, he would have been directly hit by the impact and hit the wall. Boom! In the Shengongfang, the ground shook. What sound? Which piece of trash exploded in the furnace again? Everyone in the courtyard stopped what they were doing and looked at the source of the explosion. Wait a minute. That refining room seems to be where Master Qin is staying. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and rushed to the attic. The hard floor on the first floor is already covered with dense cracks, and the door to the refining room, the hardest door, has long been shattered like a mirror. Black smoke billowed out from it, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. Gong Liang said anxiously, "What are you doing standing still? Why don't you hurry in and save Master Qin?" There was a sound of breaking wind, and old man Yuan Zhai appeared in the hall at some unknown time. He looked at the weapon refining room and frowned. Without saying a word, he stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the shattered door of the refining room fell apart in an instant. Just as the old man was about to go in, he heard a cough, and then he saw two dark figures walking out, their true colors completely unrecognizable. "Master Qin. Miss Lan?" Gong Liang asked tentatively. Qin Feng, who had narrowly escaped death, did not respond. He breathed the fresh air greedily, then clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Successful. Finally successful." Chapter 352. The Golden Dragon opens its eyes, and the national destiny flourishes. Everyone in Shengongfang who was unaware looked at each other, wondering what Master Qin meant by this. Only Mr. Yuan, thoughtfully, stepped into the black smoke billowing refining room. The vision was obscured by thick smoke, and nothing could be seen clearly. Yuan Zhai waved his hand. The strong wind ruffled. Black smoke poured out of the weapon refining room, and he was able to see everything in the weapon refining room clearly. The scene here can only be described as a mess, with cracks all over the walls and a deep pit in the ground. Looking at the extremely hard refining furnace, now only a few residues can be seen. "It's actually so powerful?" Yuan Zhai muttered to himself with surprise in his eyes. In the hall, Lan Ningxuang hurriedly asked, "Uncle, are you okay?" "It's okay. It's okay." Qin Feng kept waving his hands and smiling in response, unable to conceal his excitement in his tone. The advent of gunpowder had an immeasurable effect on the human race of Dakian, and now that gunpowder has been successfully developed, will firearms be far behind? "Do you still have the gunpowder formula you mentioned?" Mr. Yuan Zhai asked aloud as he walked out of the refining room. Everyone in Shengongfang heard that the old man was unusual, and his voice was actually trembling. Looking at the devastated weapon refining room, could the explosion be caused by the gunpowder? Could it be that Master Qin created an amazingly powerful treasure? This idea came to everyone's mind. Qin Feng nodded, and then took out a piece of white paper from the shumi ring in his arms. Before each of his previous experiments, he would record the types of gunpowder materials and their ratios, just in case. Yuan Zhai took the white paper and glanced at it carefully. There seemed to be fire surging in his eyes. Without saying a word, he took out a refining furnace from the space treasure on his body, and then ordered people to find the materials on the white paper. Then I saw the old man wave his right hand, and the materials fell into the refining furnace exactly. Not long after, a strong chemical reaction occurred in the refining furnace. Heat rose, and fire appeared. When Qin Feng saw this, his eyes widened, and he shouted hurriedly, "Get down quickly! It's going to explode!" It was too late. But it was too late. He hugged his head and pressed it close to the ground. When the others saw this, they thought of the huge roar and the devastated weapon refining room, and they did not dare to neglect and followed suit. But
But the expected deafening sound did not appear. Only the cold breeze blew by.
Did the gunpowder production fail?
Qin Feng was a little curious, looked up, and then opened his mouth wide, unable to say a word for a long time. When the old man took action, he was naturally able to support both. The gunpowder did not fail, but was quite successful. The reason why there was no movement was simply because the old man used his strength to wrap up the power of the gunpowder explosion. The fire was dazzling in the golden translucent ball, and the heat was sweeping around. Everyone could feel the power, and Yuan Zhai was also in a daze looking at the gunpowder in the golden ball. After a moment, the old man shook his right hand hard, and the golden ball instantly concentrated the power of gunpowder to a point the size of a fingernail, and then dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, on the other side, Fontian City Imperial Palace and Yulong Palace. A group of men and women dressed in white sat around a huge golden pillar. There are 9 golden dragons on the golden pillar. Each one is lifelike, but some have their eyes closed, and some open their teeth and claws. This golden pillar is called Panlong Pillar, and it is also a treasure that reflects the national destiny of Dakian. The more golden dragons with open dragon eyes, the more prosperous the national destiny of Dakian. According to historical records, since ancient times in Dakian, when Panlong's national destiny was at its strongest, there were at least 8 golden dragons with their eyes open, and Emperor Tianxian was in power at that time. The saint who set up the Panlong pillar once had an eye. If one day the Kowloon opens his eyes and flies into the sky, it means that Dakian will usher in a new situation. But it is a pity that after the death of Emperor Tianxian, the national fortune of Dakian has deteriorated from generation to generation. Now that Emperor Ming has ascended the throne, there are only 4 golden dragons left with their eyes open. This was not because Emperor Ming was fatuous and incompetent in governing the country. It was just that the shortcomings that the Dakian royal family had accumulated over a long period of time were revealed at this moment. Suddenly, the Panlong pillar shook. Everyone in the hall was shocked. This situation will only manifest when there is a change in the national destiny of Dakian. Is the national destiny about to decline again? But what is unexpected is that this time it is not a golden dragon with its eyes closed, but a golden dragon coiled at the bottom of the pillar with its eyes open.
The golden dragon opens its eyes, and the national destiny is prosperous.
A group of people shouted excitedly. I saw the golden dragon baring its teeth and claws, circling upwards, and actually passed directly over the 4 open-eyed golden dragons in front of it. What surprised everyone the most was that even though the golden dragon circled to the top of the pillar, it still did not stop. Instead, it let out a high-pitched dragon roar, and then passed through the roof. Hold head high. The roar of the dragon was like thunder in the sky, deafening. In Fontian City, even people from the outer city can clearly see a huge golden dragon flying over the imperial palace. In the harem of the imperial city, the most favored concubine Xian was still pouring tea for Emperor Ming, but she was frightened by the sudden dragon roar, and her delicate body trembled. The teacup fell, and the steaming tea spilled all over the floor. The majestic-looking Emperor Ming seemed to have guessed something. He hurried out of the palace and looked up. I saw an astonishing golden dragon hovering in the sky. Emperor Ming was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly.
Okay, the golden dragon opens its eyes, and the country's destiny is prosperous. This is God's blessing for me.
The eunuch on the side saw this and hurriedly flattered him.
It must be the emperor's ability to govern the country that led to this result. The emperor's merits will definitely be recorded in history books and praised by future generations.
At this time, concubine Xian also walked out with her skirt in hand. She first praised her, and then raised her own doubts.
But your majesty, it is said that only when the 9 dragons open their eyes can the golden dragon on the coiled dragon pillar soar in the sky.
Sky? Why is there only 1 golden dragon born today?
As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the golden dragon looking towards the north of Fontian City, flicking its long tail and raising its head high. In this posture, it is obviously trying to snatch away. The great eunuch's face turned pale with shock when he saw this. If the golden dragon, which symbolizes the fate of the country, escapes, God knows what will happen. Emperor Ming frowned, and his hands pressing on the railing turned slightly white from too much force. Fortunately, at the climbing tower, a ray of white light came over, blocking the golden dragon like a barrier. The golden dragon tried several times to break through, but to no avail. He could only let out an unwilling roar in the direction of the climbing tower, then turned the dragon's head, submerged into the Yulong Palace again, and circled around the coiling dragon pillar. The eldest eunuch breathed a sigh of relief, but his back was wet with sweat because he was too nervous. Emperor Ming was thoughtful, flicked his sleeves, and walked in the direction of Yulong Palace. At the same time, he also ordered,
"Send someone to find the Tianjian Imperial Master and ask what is the reason that caused the Golden Dragon to open its eyes."
In the climbing tower, the Tianjian Imperial Master dressed in white lowered his right hand. A stream of fresh energy returned and disappeared into his sleeves. He looked in the direction of Shen Gongfeng and shook his head.
"This disciple really surprises me all the time." "Very good."
Chapter 353, The Idea of Promoting Gunpowder.
"What was that just now?"
Qin Feng looked in the direction of the palace and murmured. Even though the golden dragon had disappeared, he still seemed to be able to hear the terrifying roaring in his ears, and could still see its teeth and claws hovering high in the sky. And he had a vague illusion that at the moment when the golden dragon turned its head, what was reflected in those huge dragon eyes was his figure. The old man seemed to have guessed something and glanced at Qin Feng thoughtfully. Although the others were also shocked by the golden dragon, they were still more interested in gunpowder than the golden dragon.
"Old man, what you just made is the gunpowder that Master Qin said. I don't understand why those materials can exert such huge power when they are fused together. Is this also the mystery of physics?"
At this moment, everyone focused their attention on one person,
and their eyes were extremely hot. Qin Feng coughed dryly and replied,
"This is still somewhat different from physics. But even if I want to explain it to you, it will be difficult to understand it with your current level of knowledge. I can only tell you that this is called chemistry, and you can also call it alchemy."
Having said that, the fact is that he himself cannot explain the principle.
Chemistry? Alchemy?
Everyone's eyes gleamed, as if they had seen a brand new door.
"I'm afraid only Master Qin can do such a magical thing. Master Qin, can you teach us this alchemy technique? If you can tell me a little bit about the principle of gunpowder generation, I'd be very grateful."
Qin Feng looked thoughtful. He finally made the gunpowder, which must be mass-produced. After all, gunpowder that ordinary people can use can help humans better fight against monsters and ghosts. But everything has two sides. Gunpowder does not have high requirements for its users, which is both a good thing and a bad thing. If used by people with ulterior motives, such as those bandits who cause trouble, gunpowder will bring disaster to the human race. Just when Qin Feng was thinking about whether to teach him how to make gunpowder, the Yuan Laozi said,
"Everyone in the Shen Gongfang must treat what happened today as if it never happened. Gunpowder is of great importance, and if it is known to people with evil intentions, it may lead to disaster."
Mr. Yuan has lived a long time after all, and he can naturally foresee the things that Qin Feng is worried about. When everyone in Shen Gongfang heard this, they instantly understood the stakes involved. Gunpowder is so powerful, but does not place too many demands on its users. If it is mastered by someone with evil intentions, it will no longer be a blessing to the human race, but a source of disaster.
"We understand,"
everyone said in unison, saying nothing about gunpowder.
"Boy, come with me,"
Yuan Jai said, then turned around and walked towards the upper level of the attic with his hands behind his back. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then followed. Arriving at the 4th floor of the attic, the patriarch asked,
"What exactly is the alchemy you are talking about? Why do different types of materials undergo such strange changes when fused together? This is completely different from its original properties."
In the inherent thinking of Mr. Yuan Jai, iron is iron and gold is gold. No matter how you beat it or what shape it is forged, it cannot change its essence. However, the birth of gunpowder far exceeded his understanding. He wanted to explore and know the secret. Qin Feng didn't want to answer at first, because he didn't know much about it. But when he saw the old man's eyes that were seeking knowledge, he still thought about it and gave a rough explanation.
"Actually, most substances in the world are not what they seem on the surface. They have deeper and more subtle essences. In the field of alchemy, they are called elements. The reason why the combination of saltpeter, sulfur, charcoal, and other materials can turn into amazingly powerful gunpowder is the reaction of the elements they contain combined with each other. If I say this, can the old man understand?"
The old man raised his head and said nothing. But Qin Feng had already seen from the other party's blank eyes that the elder didn't understand the principle at all. There's nothing he can do about it. The concept of elements is too advanced for people of this era. He can't recite a periodic table of elements in front of the old man.
"Right. That's all."
Mr. Yuan sighed.
"Now let's talk about this gunpowder first. This thing is very powerful and has no requirements on the user. This undoubtedly gives humans an extra layer of protection against demons and ghosts. But if it is not restricted and gunpowder spreads among the people, It will inevitably have extremely serious consequences.
Hearing this, Qin Feng nodded in recognition.
What the elder said is also something I have been worried about. But I do have a solution. What can be done?
Yuan Jai asked.
We have reached cooperation with the Imperial Court, the Army, and the Demon Slayer Division to provide them with the use of gunpowder and let them control the raw materials of gunpowder, saltpeter and sulfur, to fundamentally solve the problem of the possible abuse of gunpowder.
This answer was somewhat beyond the old man's expectation.
This method is indeed feasible,
but it may be difficult to implement. You should know the reason why a common man is guilty of carrying a jade when he is not guilty. If you let them know that the source of the gunpowder is from you, you will no longer have the final say.
Qin Feng smiled and then replied,
Of course I know this truth very well. So if I want to implement it, I still need the help of the elders. I have no connections with the Imperial Court. So I hope you can take care of me on this matter. What you mean by this is that you can handle the army and the Demon Slayer Division on your own.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and replied,
To be honest, Elder, my wife's surname is Liu and her name is Jianli. That's it.
Yuan Jai nodded. Needless to say, the Liu family, who is in charge of the Shinho army, has a say in the army.
As for the Demon Slaying Division,
Qin Feng glanced at the Jade Demon Slaying Order on his waist. The Sapphire Demon Slayer is a symbol of status elsewhere. But in Confrontation City, it is not enough. Perhaps the only thing he can rely on is his relationship with Master Dao Quang and Senior Gun Immortal. Moreover, when he left Jinong City, Lord Zhou Kai gave him a letter of recommendation from the Demon Slaying Department to facilitate his entry into the Demon Slaying Department in Confrontation City. It's just that since he came to Confrontation City, he has been dealing with other things, so he hasn't had time to go there yet.
Next, I have to take the time to go to the Demon Slayer Department to recognize the family.
Qin Feng thought this way, not only to establish connections, but also to promote gunpowder. Then, he explained to the old man how to use gunpowder correctly.
Sir, although gunpowder is very powerful, it cannot be ignited and used directly. Otherwise it will be too dangerous. I have a design here that can store gunpowder and then ignite it with a fuse. This not only allows the user enough time to escape, but also controls the detonation time, and can also determine the intensity of the detonation by changing the amount of gunpowder. Next, I need you to help me make some of these things so that they can be displayed to the court, the army, and the Demon Slayer Division in the near future.
The old man couldn't help but be attracted by this wonderful idea.
It makes some sense. I understand.
Chapter 354 The Lady's Cooking Skills. After working hard outside for so many days, Qin Feng finally returned to Qin Mansion. After bathing and changing clothes, he lay down heavily on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already dark, and the lady in white was sitting beside the bed, waiting quietly.
How long have I slept?
Qin Feng pinched his eyebrows. Most of the previous fatigue had faded.
I slept for about 3 hours.
Liu Jianli replied softly.
It's been so long.
Qin Feng slowly sat up and asked,
Madam, why are you here? I heard from Ning Shuang that you haven't had a good meal for a long time, so I thought of making some for you.
Liu Jianli's red lips parted slightly, and when she spoke, a touch of pink touched the tips of her ears. When she returned to Liu Mansion earlier, Qin Feng was called away by her father. So her mother took her and told her many things about how husband and wife should get along. One of them is if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. At this moment, Liu Jianli could still remember her mother's proud look when she recalled it. My mother said that it was her cooking skills that allowed her to hold her father firmly in her hand. Thinking of this, Liu Jianli took a breath and brought the dinner plate on the table behind him to Qin Feng.
Did you make all of these yourself?
Qin Feng's eyes widened, a little surprised.
Yeah.
Liu Jianli nodded slightly and responded softly in his nasal voice. The food is not much, but it is exquisite and the presentation is good. A bowl of noodles, a bowl of pork belly, 2 vegetables, and a soup. It can be said that it has everything you need. The most important thing is that Qin Feng originally thought that his wife was the kind of goddess who did not touch the spring water with her fingers and only wanted to be a divine swordsman. But he didn't expect that his wife would go into the kitchen to do this for him.
Madam.
Qin Feng choked up. He was really moved.
This is the first time I've made these. Try it. How does it taste?
Liu Jianli brushed the hair beside her ear and spoke softly to Xiaofei's cheeks.
Qin Feng couldn't wait to pick up the rice bowl and said, while using his chopsticks,
How can my wife's cooking skills be so bad? Let me try this ruddy pork belly first. Seriously?
As he chewed it, he realized something was wrong. Although the pork looked good, it tasted so strange. To describe it, it feels like a candy jar exploding in your mouth. Looking at his wife's expectant eyes, Qin Feng forcibly swallowed the braised pork, and then gave a thumbs up.
I have never tasted braised pork that impressed me so deeply. It is really unique in the world. I'll try these 2 green vegetables again. They look very appetizing.
As for vegetables, even if they taste strange, they won't be hard to swallow. Right? Qin Feng thought this in his heart, then put the green vegetables into his mouth. And then his whole body was messy in the wind. Why should sugar be added to fried vegetables? What kind of dark cuisine is this?
How?
Lu Jianli asked again. Qin Feng smiled very reluctantly.
It tastes great.
Hearing this, Lu Jianli smiled like a flower.
Try this bowl of soup again. I've been brewing it for a long time. Okay.
Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, took a spoon and put it into his mouth, and then shed tears. As expected, there is a lot of sugar in the soup. This is more like sugar water than soup. Lu Jianli saw this and asked softly,
What's wrong? But the soup doesn't taste good?
Qin Feng wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes.
I've never had such a delicious soup, so I'm a little touched.
After saying this, he didn't care about anything else and emptied all the vegetables and food in one go. At least, this noodle is normal. After the plates were clean, Qin Feng took a sip of tea and prayed in his heart that he would never get diabetes. He held Jianli's hand and said seriously,
Madam, it's better not to go into the kitchen in the future. The fumes there are too heavy. Moreover, if I often eat such delicious meals in the future, I will not be able to eat anything else.
Lu Jianli nodded slightly.
I understand. If you still want to eat next time, just tell me. Yeah.
Qin Feng nodded heavily. After leaving the room with the dinner plate, Lan Ningxuan couldn't wait to step forward, glanced at the empty plate, and smiled.
Miss, your cooking skills are really good. I finished everything.
Lu Jianli took out a piece of white paper from his arms and replied softly.
Thanks to the recipe my mother gave me. I cook it according to the recipe above.
This is somewhat beyond Lan Ningxuan's expectation.
Madam actually has such ability? Miss, can I see the recipe? Can.
Lan Ningxuan took the recipe and glanced at it, then showed a strange look.
Miss, why are there so many spoons of sugar in these dishes? My mother told me that sugar can enhance the freshness and flavor, so the more the better. It was the same in the meals she cooked for my father back then. Every time my father finished eating, he was full of praises.
Lan Ningxuan didn't know how to cook, so she could only nod her head confusedly.
I see. Are there any leftovers of these meals? I also want to try the madam's ancestral craftsmanship.
Lu Jianli shook his head when he heard this.
No more. Oh? That's such a pity.
Lan Ningxuan looked regretful. When he woke up the next morning, Qin Feng was still a little nauseous. Yesterday's dark cooking almost caused his psychological defense to collapse. Fortunately, for the sake of his beautiful wife, he finally persisted. When he came to the lobby, the table was piled with breakfast food, but no one started to move their chopsticks, obviously waiting for him. He sat next to Lu Jianli, who thoughtfully filled a bowl of porridge for him. Qin Feng's hands visibly trembled as he took the bowl of porridge. Could this porridge also be made by the lady? He glanced at his second brother, who was not far away. He had already begun to feast, and didn't show any strange behavior. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and just moved his chopsticks. Yeah, it's a normal taste.
By the way, I have to go to Lu Mansion today for something, so I won't be back for lunch. What's going on?
Dad asked curiously. It was naturally impossible for Qin Feng to hide anything from his own family, so he told the truth about the gunpowder. Dad put down his bowls and chopsticks with a solemn expression.
If gunpowder is really as magical as you say, then it must be taken seriously.
You just said that you want to cooperate with the Imperial Court, the Army, and the Demon Slayer Division. On the Imperial side, you can rely on the elders of the Shengdongfeng, and on the Army side, you can borrow the Shenhou army of the Lu family. As for the Demon Slayer Division, is there any way?
Qin Feng replied truthfully.
I don't have much confidence in the Demon Slayer Division. I can only rely on Mr. Zhou's recommendation letter and my relationship with Senior Gun Immortal and Sword Kuang.
Dad nodded and asked again.
When will we go to the Demon Slayer Division?
Qin Feng thought for a moment. If he went to Lu's house during the day, he would be slaughtered by the guy disguised as a man at night.
Tomorrow. I'll have more time tomorrow.
Dad hummed and said nothing more. Chapter 355. You are in luck. Qin Feng came to Lu Mansion to do business, so he only brought Ning Shuang as his bodyguard. But he didn't expect Lu Jianli to follow him. In the lady's words, she wanted to learn more from her mother-in-law. As for what to study, the lady did not mention it. Under the leadership of the people in the mansion, Qin Feng and his party arrived at the lobby of Lu Mansion. The unsmiling father-in-law Lu Tianlu and the mother-in-law and concubine Qing were all there. Logically speaking, as the most famous commander of the Shenhou army in Dakian, this father-in-law should be very busy fighting everywhere. But for some unknown reason, Qin Feng managed to see him both times he came.
Could it be that there has been a lot of peace in Dakian recently, so the Shenhou army has gone out less often?
Qin Feng had such a guess in his mind.
Why do you have time to come to my place today? Shouldn't you go to Howen Academy?
Lu Tianlu asked curiously. Qin Feng replied truthfully.
I don't share the philosophy of Howen Academy, so I have rejected their invitation. Refuse?
Lu Tianlu was a little surprised.
Do you know what Howen Academy means to Wensheng Taoists? If you want to step into a higher level, there is the best place to go. Moreover, Howen Courtyard is also the best way for scholars to enter the court. Before she finished speaking, Xin You's mother-in-law immediately retorted.
When my son-in-law comes to visit me, it's okay if you don't welcome him. Why do you put on such a stinky face and question me? Since he doesn't think Howen Academy is good, he just won't go. What's the use of being an official in the imperial court? A bunch of treacherous officials are in charge, and the people can't live a good life at all. I'm also afraid that after my son-in-law goes in, he will become a bad example of those people.
Lu Tianlu turned his head and frowned.
Don't criticize the court. Besides, when did I say that I don't welcome him? You mean I wrongly blamed you? Do you dislike me because you speak so harshly?
Xin You's mother-in-law pulled out a white scarf and pretended to cry. Lu Tianlu shook his head, finally sighed, and resisted everything. Qin Feng was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This mother-in-law is really awesome. She has a good handle on this military god father-in-law. But most people really couldn't stand such a wife. Fortunately, Jianli was not like her mother, Qin Feng, who secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Actually, I came here this time because I have something I want Dad to help me with. Let's talk about it.
Lu Tianlu motioned Qin Feng and others to sit down, and ordered the maid to bring tea. Then, Qin Feng explained his intention of coming here.
You don't need the guidance of Wenqi, Jinqi, and Inqi to exert gunpowder that is as powerful as a treasure?
Lu Tianlu's eyes widened.
Good.
The father-in-law breathed a sigh of relief. He was called the god of war by the people of Fengtian City. Naturally, he understood the importance of gunpowder in an instant. If gunpowder can be used rationally, even an ordinary soldier can play and roll beyond imagination.
Did you develop gunpowder? It's me. Is there any real thing? We have entrusted the founder of Shengongfang to manufacture and test it. I believe that we will be able to see the real thing in a few days. Okay. If you have the real thing then, you can come and look for me. If the gunpowder is really as magical as you say, you are the Shenhou army. No, you are the hero of Dakian.
Lu Tianlu was obviously in a good mood and said with a smile.
If you don't go to Howen Academy,
you won't go. Your talent is more than enough to join the army as a staff officer. But these things are not urgent, and will be discussed later. It's almost noon, so we'll stay and have a meal together. That's what I meant.
Qin Feng replied with a smile. Apart from winning a battle, concubine Qing had never seen Lu Tianlu smile so happily. It seemed that the thing called gunpowder was far more powerful than she understood.
Although the Qin family has always been lonely, I'm afraid it will rise in this generation,
she thought in her heart. And the more she looked at her son-in-law, the happier she became. At this time, Lu Jianli said,
Mom, my husband liked the recipe you gave me that day. Do you have any other recipes? I would like to learn more.
As soon as these words came out, Lu Tianlu and Qin Feng both stopped drinking tea. It turned out that the dark dish was the masterpiece of Xin You's mother-in-law. Qin Feng's face was extremely ugly. Hearing this, concubine Qing burst into laughter and said,
My mother told you that if you want to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach. Back then, your father was full of praise for my cooking skills. I originally wanted to make food for him all the time. But your father said that the fumes in the kitchen were too strong, and he was afraid that if he was used to the food I cooked, his taste would be so bad that he wouldn't be able to swallow those military meals. So he wouldn't let me. It's time to cook.
Lu Jianli's face was covered with blush, and she said with a smile,
My husband also told me these words.
Qin Feng and his father-in-law looked at each other, their eyes meeting in the air. Even though they didn't say anything, they were in the same mind at this moment. It was a feeling of mutual sympathy. Men naturally understand men best.
I'm so happy today. You want to learn cooking skills with your mother again. So I'll go back to the kitchen next time. Ningxuang, you are also coming with me. You are Jianli's personal swordsman. And you will also serve your uncle in the future. Naturally, you cannot let go of your cooking skills.
The mother-in-law said with her head tilted. Hearing this, Lan Ningxuang glanced at Qin Feng, her heart pounding, and she replied as lightly as a mosquito.
I understand, madam.
Lu Tianlu and Qin Feng's eyelids suddenly jumped. The father-in-law immediately said seriously,
There are so many servants in the kitchen. It would be beneath your dignity for you to take charge of the dishes.
Qin Feng hurriedly answered,
Yes, mother. There is no need to go to so much trouble. Just let the servants make lunch. It only takes a while. No need to worry. You two are in for a treat at noon today.
Shi Niu's mother-in-law said, and then led Lu Jianli and Lan Ningxuang towards the kitchen. After the three women had gone away, Lu Tianlu suddenly said,
Gunpowder is a very important matter. It's best to discuss it with the old man. What do you think?
Qin Feng nodded and expressed his approval.
What Dad said makes sense. There happens to be something else that I didn't explain clearly just now. Let's go then. What are you doing here?
Lu Tianlu stood up first.
But they are going to have lunch. Why don't we just leave like this?
Although Qin Feng said this, his butt had already left the stool.
Just wait until someone informs them. It makes sense.
The two left in a hurry.
Where are the people?
The three concubines and concubines returned with the prepared meals. Qin Feng had long since disappeared from the lobby. At this time, a maid said,
Madam, the master and uncle have important matters to discuss with the master. So they left first.
Concubine Qin frowned slightly.
What matters must be discussed during lunch. That's all. Since they don't have good taste. It's no wonder they are there. Jianli, Ningxuang, you all sit down and have a good taste of my craftsmanship.
Okay.
Mother, Mrs.
They both said in unison. Before long, the entire lobby fell silent. The taste of this meal is really difficult to describe in words. The three of them silently put down their bowls and chopsticks. The mother-in-law's face was not red. Her heart was not beating. And she defended herself.
It seems that I haven't cooked for too long. And my hands are raw. This meal is not of a good standard.
Lan Ningxuang didn't know how to answer the question. The food was no longer of a subpar quality and could be excused.
Lu Jianli, who didn't understand the world, thought of Qin Feng's devouring food last night, and said with some guilt,
My husband, he actually finished all such unpalatable food.
Concubine. Chapter 356, Put your poetic talents to good use. After returning from Lu Mansion, it was approaching evening, and before Qin Feng set off, Yun brought people to Qin Mansion to visit. Seeing the harmless smile of the other party, Qin Feng twitched the corners of his mouth.
Since I promised you before, I will naturally not default on my debt. You don't need to come to the Qin Mansion to block me.
Yun waved his hand.
Brother Qin treats a gentleman with a villain's heart. I'm just worried that Brother Qin is a newbie here and doesn't know how to go to the star-reaching tower. So I came here to lead the way.
Qin Feng glanced at Wang Su next to him, and said with a strange expression,
Are you leading the way? If Uncle Wang hadn't led the way, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to find the door of the Qin Mansion.
Right. These words struck a chord with Yin. She looked down and turned her head away, walking towards the west. But Wang Su stopped him.
Sir, the way to Jiaxing Tower is on the other side.
The scene was a little awkward for a while. He was going to be slaughtered anyway. Qin Feng originally wanted to ask his wife to go to Jiaxing Tower with Ningxuang to have a try. But the two of them didn't know why. After coming out of Lu Mansion, something felt wrong, and they looked at him evasively. Even the proposal to go to the star-reaching tower together was rejected by the two of them. In their words, they have more important things to do. Is it cultivation? Qin Feng didn't know why. So he could only leave Qin Mansion with Haiten Tu as his bodyguard.
Miss, my uncle is gone,
Lan Ningxuang said crisply in the kitchen.
Yeah.
With Lu Jianli's strength, he naturally knew that Qin Feng had left. They had already sent away all the servants in the kitchen in order to hone their cooking skills. They couldn't count on that unreliable mother. So when they were in Lu Mansion, they went to look for Grandma, and then got the recipe passed down from her ancestors. I have to say that the recipes given by my grandma are completely different from those given by my mother. It not only mentioned how the vegetables and meat should be handled, but also carefully marked the heat, cooking time, and the amount of oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. In Lan Ningxuang's heart, her admiration for her grandma has reached a new level.
How's the restaurant going?
Yan asked aloud on the way.
The people from Shingonfang have been asked to build it. It will be open for business in at least 3 days.
Qin Feng replied while looking at the surrounding scenery. Fengtian City is the imperial capital after all. And even after dark, the lights are still brightly lit. There was an endless stream of people coming and going, and the shouts of the vendors were even louder than during the day. Yan nodded and reminded.
The imperial capital is not as good as Chiyuan City. It is not that simple for your restaurant to become famous here. Of course, I understand this. But don't I still have you?
Qin Feng said with a smile.
How do you want me to help you?
Yan asked curiously.
If I remember correctly, the auction of Jubiozai should be coming soon. When we were in Jinong City, in addition to immortal drunkenness, I also gave you a seasoning that can enhance the freshness. Do you remember?
Yan nodded clearly.
I understand what you mean. I will rely on my connections to have Jubiozai and Fengtian City auction your seasonings and take the opportunity to make your restaurant famous. Thank you very much,
Qin Feng said, cupping his fists.
But what's the benefit of me helping you like this?
Yan asked.
With our relationship, wouldn't it be awkward to talk about benefits? Besides, you can also get a commission on the monthly profits of Wang Yueji's branch. The more the restaurant makes, the more you will naturally make. Oh, they are all businessmen. Don't do this with me. Let Fengtian City's Jubiozai help. I will also have to spend favors and costs.
Don't they all say that women are emotional? But it's useless to play the emotional card. It's really just a matter of money. Qin Feng's face stiffened.
Then what do you want? I want to get 5 more points from the restaurant's monthly profit from now on.
Of course. I won't let you suffer. If you continue to open a branch in Fengtian City in the future, I will also help you select a location and promote it. We can even provide you with manpower and let you borrow the name of Jubiozai. What do you think?
Yan turned his head and looked. 5 points for these. No matter how you look at it, it's a profit. If you want to gain a foothold in Fengtian City, you will definitely have to face all kinds of monsters and monsters. Jubiozai, with its mysterious background, is the restaurant's best shelter. However, although he had accepted the proposal in his heart, Qin Feng still pretended to be wrong.
Is 5 points too much? For the sake of our friendship, how about 3 points?
A businessman who cannot afford to start early will naturally make more if he can.
Yan pondered for a moment.
She was very optimistic about the prospects of Qin Feng restaurant. After all, the immortal drunkenness and hot pot made her eyes light up even if she had eaten delicacies from all over the world. As long as this restaurant is well run, it can definitely compete with a star-reaching restaurant. And it will be a huge profit. Yan, who wanted to understand, was about to agree, but found Qin Feng's eyes drifting elsewhere. Then he looked around and saw that it was in the direction of the brothel. Needless to say, there are warblers and swallows, and the half-hidden beauties still holding the pipa. The light gauze curtains and fragrant red sleeves add to the charm. Looking at those beauties, Qin Feng sighed in his heart. After all, the brothels in Fengtian City, even the girls standing on the street, can compare with the courtesans in Jinong City. It's no wonder that Mr. Shi, the old prostitute, had only been to Fengtian City a few times and was full of praise for the brothel girls here. Looking at the specifications of the brothel building, Qin Feng opened his eyes by slashing his butt with a knife. He had read in a book that brothels were also divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. The names of the best first and second class brothels usually end with courtyard, pavilion or pavilion, which sound very elegant. For example, in the Pyoxiang courtyard not far ahead, the second-story attic is semi-open, and each room is designed like a courtyard. There are graceful girls playing the guzheng or the jade flute, and there are even people swinging there, along with the swing of the swing. Under the pink dress and thin skirt, the jade legs are looming, which is alluring. This is much better than those girls standing on the street who directly show their legs. Qin Feng became excited when he saw it. He thought of a poem from his previous life and couldn't help but read out.
After 1,000 years of playing, I stand up and straighten my slender hands. The flowers are thick with dew, and the clothes are thin.
Wang Su, who was also attracted by the brothel, turned around and praised.
Young Master Qin is really talented in poetry. This poem really speaks to my heart. No. It's just something I feel.
Qin Feng waved his hand.
As expected of Brother Qin, who wrote poems about eternal beauties in Baihua Valley. These poems are really easy to come by. However, I still hope that Brother Qin will use this poetic talent in the right way, and don't make any mistakes. Yun said coldly. Why are you speaking in such a strange manner? Is it because you took some gunpowder? Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth and brought the topic back to the topic.
By the way, what was my suggestion just now? 5 points. Nothing less will do.
Forehead. Chapter 357 Star-Reaching Tower. Arriving outside the star-reaching building, Qin Feng couldn't help but be attracted by the horse stables nearby. Just like the parking lot of a high-end hotel, it will be filled with expensive cars. At a glance, the stables outside the Jiaxing building are all filled with famous horses and horses. Crows cry. Step on snow dragon colts. Sweat and blood. It can be said that everything is there. And the status of the owners, who can drive these carriages, will naturally not be much different. Qin Feng and others raised their feet to step into the star-reaching tower, but were stopped by a man dressed as a martial artist. He pointed at Haiten and said, Please put your halberd outside, or put it into a space treasure. No weapons are allowed in the star-reaching tower. Qin Feng looked sideways, activated his eyes, and saw the golden energy lingering in the opponent's body. Judging from his strength, he has actually reached the level of the 4th grade Vajra Indestructible. You know, if a martial artist of this level enters the Demon Slaying Division and obtains the Red Lotus Demon Slaying Order, it will be more than enough. There will be no problem at all even if he serves as a division chief. But the other party is willing to work as a gatekeeper in Zexinglu.
If you want to hire such a warrior as a guard, you don't just have money, you also need to have a great background. Everyone in the world has heard that the master behind the Star-Reaching Tower has great hands and eyes. And it seems that this is not unfounded.
Qin Feng thought secretly in his heart. He Tantu followed the request and put the halberd into the space jade pendant. Seeing this, the guarding man stepped aside to let him go. Inside the star-picking tower, it is magnificent, with famous scrolls as screens and carved beams and jade pillars. Every plant and tree here is extraordinary. As a doctor, Qin Feng is naturally very familiar with vegetation. He just glanced at it and recognized many precious flowers and plants that were valuable but not marketable. For example, the 4-season flowers can bloom in early summer, autumn and winter, and the spring tree can exude a refreshing fragrance. It is no exaggeration to say that with just one flower or tree, you can buy 2 restaurants that he previously bought, which shows how precious they are. Yen introduced.
Jiaxing Tower has a total of 6 floors, which is quite similar to your Wangyu residence. The higher the floor, the more difficult it is to enter, and the more money you spend. Especially on the 6th floor, only relatives of the emperor can enter. In the star-reaching building, the height of the floors you can reach also represents your status. There is such a thing.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Xing Sheng on the side nodded.
Mr. Liu also came to this star-catching building in order to taste the drunkenness of life and death. However, despite his status as Duke Fu, he could only enter the 5th floor attic.
Qin Feng was a little shocked.
This star building is really majestic. By the way, Brother Yin, which attic floor can you enter? Of course he is my young master.
Wang Su was interrupted before he could finish his words. Yin spoke softly.
As the young master of Jubiozai in Yulin City, I am only a wealthy businessman at best. I can only enter the 2nd floor attic at most. Who decides which attic a person can enter?
Qin Feng asked curiously. Yin immediately pointed to the entrance of the first staircase, where a well-dressed old man was guarding. She explained.
There will be a person standing at the entrance of each floor. He will verify your identity and then determine whether you can enter this floor. Identity can be concealed. If I lie that I am a relative of the emperor, how can they know the truth?
Qin Feng showed a meaningful smile. Yin frowned slightly and said seriously.
I advise you not to do anything nonsense. Why? Although Zexinglu is a restaurant, it has a transcendent status in Fengtian City, even comparable to Shengongfang. Otherwise, there are so many dignitaries here, and it is impossible to follow the rules here. I might as well tell you one more thing. News from Jiaxing Tower reaches all directions. Sometimes, they don't even need to ask your name. They can tell you your identity just by looking at you, without any mistakes. This is exactly the scary thing about the boss behind Jiaxing Tower.
So powerful? Qin Feng took a breath of cold air. But these have nothing to do with him. Anyway, he is just the son of a second-class Fengwu general. At best, he can only climb to the 2nd floor of the restaurant.
There are advantages to having a low status. At least this way, you don't have to be slaughtered by this guy.
Qin Feng secretly rejoiced in his heart. The group of people came to the stairs. The old man guarding the building glanced at Yin. His eyes moved slightly, and then said,
"The young master of Jubiozai in Yulin City can enter the second-floor attic. Thank you."
Yin nodded slightly. After confirming Yin's identity, the old man looked at Qin Feng aside. After taking a look, the old man said meaningfully,
"Qin Feng, the son of the second-class Fengwood general,
is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. Do you recognize me?"
Qin Feng was shocked. Can he really recognize me at just one glance?
Lu Jianli's husband, a miraculous doctor who could cure meridians, set up a formation in Shulong City to solve the corpse ghost disaster. And he made a great success. If I can't recognize such a person, then the reputation of Zexingla will be ruined in my hands. In fact, on the first day, we moved back to Fontian City from the Qin family. Our shopkeeper wanted to see you. However, due to his special status, he can only think about this.
After saying these words, Yin showed a surprised look. The shopkeeper of Zexinglu, who had never seen the dragon, actually wanted to see Qin Feng. How can this guy be so virtuous?
The old gentleman is so ridiculous. I'm just a little scholar. I brought my friends over for dinner today. Do you think I can come up?
Ah, it doesn't matter if you can't go upstairs. I think this first floor is pretty good.
Well, the things should be cheaper than the ones above. Qin Feng silently added in his heart.
Master Qin is too humble. Your status is enough to go to the fourth floor of the attic.
The old man said respectfully. Hold the grass? Qin Feng's eyes widened, and the people around him also showed surprised expressions. You know, those who can go to the fourth attic are civil and military officials in the top 3 ranks of the Great Qian, or people with 36 stars or above in the Demon Slayer division.
Old sir, don't be joking. Since you know my identity, you should understand that I can only go to the second attic.
The old man smiled and shook his head.
Let's not talk about Mr. Qin's identity as the Lu family's uncle. Let's talk about the demon-slaying order on your waist from the Southern Region Commander himself. The Howen order given to you by Howen Academy some time ago. And the Sword Dao Alliance. The earliest Kendo order. It's more than enough for you to go up to the 4th floor attic. To tell you the truth, if my shopkeeper wasn't afraid of breaking the rules, he would even want you to go directly to the 6th floor.
As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Qin Feng said in confusion.
I probably don't know your shopkeeper. Why does he treat me like this?
The old man replied truthfully.
Because my shopkeeper also loves poetry. He admires the young master's poetry very much. He recited the beautiful poem in the Valley of Flowers almost every day.
Hearing this, Qin Feng was about to ask something, but was interrupted by the old man.
It's getting late, so you should go up early. The special dishes in the Jiaxing restaurant are all served according to time limits. If you order late, then I can't eat it.
The old man got out of the way, and several people climbed up to the attic. But before leaving, Qin Feng specifically used the 3000 Qi looking technique to glance at the old man. And a faint golden light was revealed. Chapter 358 Fireworks. Golden light? Qin Feng was secretly shocked. People with this color of light were related to the emperor's relatives. In the star-reaching tower, an old man guarding the stairs has such an identity. What kind of amazing background does the mysterious behind-the-scenes shopkeeper have? Qin Feng couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At this time, Yun said,
What? Should we just eat on the 2nd floor? Or borrow Brother Qin's help and go directly to the 4th floor? I think this is second.
Qin Feng originally wanted to save some money for himself. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yin.
Let's go to the 4th floor. I haven't been to that place yet. And the higher the floor, the more delicacies you can order. Today I will take a dip in Brother Qin's glory and taste the expensive dishes of Zexinglu.
The word, luxury, has a strong Yun accent. Qin Feng's expression froze.
Then I'll listen to you.
The process of going upstairs was as smooth as the old man said. In a short while, Qin Feng and others arrived at the 4th floor of the star-reaching tower. There were already several tables of people sitting in the hall here. Qin Feng used the 3000 Qi looking technique to look at them. All of them were dazzling red lights. It could be seen that they were all high-ranking officials. In the hall, there is a row of private rooms, and the people who can eat in them are more noble than the people in the hall. Qin Feng and his party took their seats, and the people at the other tables all looked at him appraisingly. Coming to Zexingla to eat and enjoy delicious food and wine is the second most important thing. The key is to expand your network and build relationships. But when the others saw Qin Feng and others dressed up for their age, they withdrew their gazes, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes, as if they were thinking about which family these young masters were from. Qin Feng glanced around casually, and was suddenly attracted by a golden case calligraphy table on a wall. Engraved on it were the fine wines and delicacies that could be ordered on the 4th floor. And the prices behind each item made him stunned. It's like a small citizen who is used to eating in a fly house suddenly comes to a 5-star hotel to eat. And when he sees the prices on the menu, he feels confused. Pitiful. Weak and helpless. Not long after, a good-looking woman in gorgeous clothes walked up and asked,
"Excuse me, what do you guys need to eat?"
Qin Feng originally planned to pick the cheapest ones. But Yin said directly,
"Walking in the snow to look for bears, glass fish, mountains and flowing water."
7 or 8 dish names were announced. And they were all the most expensive ones on the menu. This guy was really rude. Qin Feng was so angry that his teeth itched.
"Brother Qin, I've finished ordering here. Do you need more?"
Yin turned his head and asked.
"You are more familiar with this place than I am, so just be a little more modest."
Qin Feng smiled a little reluctantly.
"That's it then. Okay, please wait a moment."
After all the dishes were served, Qin Feng moved his chopsticks, and then his eyes widened. I have to say that people are expensive for a reason. The ingredients for these dishes are scarce, and the cooking techniques are just right. I can only say that they are worth the money. Yin saw Qin Feng's expression and said,
"You have also seen the decoration here and tasted the dishes. It should be clear that there is still some gap between your restaurant and its competitors."
Qin Feng shook his head.
"Your statement is a bit biased. I have never thought about competing with Star-Reaching Tower. Wang Yueju and Zexingla face different customer groups. Most of the customers of Zexingla are high-ranking officials, while the customers of Wang Yueju are more ordinary people and businessmen." After picking up a piece of glass fish, Qin Feng put it into his mouth with an intoxicated expression, and then said, "In Infiltrating City, the high-end restaurant market has long been dominated by Zexinglu. We are targeting the middle and low-end people. It's good to go. High-end, mid-range, and low-end?"
Yen murmured.
"This is the first time I've heard this. Okay, we just came here to eat today. Nothing else to talk about."
Qin Feng looked at Xing Sheng and Wang Su who were standing aside, pointed to the seats beside him, and said,
"What are you doing standing there in a daze? Let's sit down and eat something together."
"Ah, Uncle, Master Qin. This is not appropriate."
Haiden Tu and Wang Su both shook their heads and refused. On such occasions, the identity gap between the guard and the master is such that they cannot sit at the same table. This is a rule.
It's just a meal. Why bother telling so many rules?
Qin Feng frowned.
Here.
Hey Tantu sat down helplessly. Wang Su glanced at the young man in white, and he didn't choose to sit down until the latter nodded slightly. The 4 of us ate together quite harmoniously. At this time, people not far away were heard talking about the New Year congratulations ceremony.
New Year is coming soon, and all the princes and kings from the 4 regions will come to Confrontation City for pilgrimage. I don't know what kind of gifts they will give this year. They are princes, so the congratulatory gift they offer will not be too bad. If you have time to care about them, why not think about what kind of congratulatory gift you plan to give? You know, our emperor is the most particular about pomp and circumstance. Congratulations on the new arrival."
Qin Feng thought thoughtfully. This is a grand event that must be held every New Year in Confrontation City, and Qin Feng has naturally heard of it. At this time, the royal family would enter the ancestral temple to worship their ancestors, and the princes guarding the 4 domains would also come to Confrontation City for pilgrimage.
In addition to the celebrations in Confrontation City, colleagues from the 4 regions' Demon Slayer department will also compete with each other, which is very lively.
If I remember correctly, your Jubiozai seems to be qualified to give gifts to the royal family?
Qin Feng looked at Yin and asked. The latter nodded.
Last year, our Jubiozai gave us the precious jade Rui, which can nourish the soul and make people calm. Although the stuff is not bad, it can only be said to be quite satisfactory. I don't know what to give as a gift this year. I heard from the person just now that Emperor Ming is very particular about ostentation. So you can just go with him.
Qin Feng said indifferently. Yin glanced lightly.
It's easy to say that. But do you know that Emperor Ming has seen more rare treasures than you have eaten? It is not an easy task to give out new ideas and satisfy others. If not, those people wouldn't be so distressed.
Qin Feng nodded. This is true. No matter what era, how to give gifts to leaders is extremely particular. Let alone the king of a country. It's a trivial matter to be demoted after being sent off. And you're afraid of losing your head. Accompanying you is like accompanying a tiger. It's not just words. At this time, he suddenly thought of the gunpowder he had just created some time ago and took it into consideration. I wonder, where in the world is there a more pompous and more suitable way to celebrate a grand ceremony than fireworks? Qin Feng coughed dryly and said,
I have a gift here that will definitely make Emperor Ming Longyan very happy.
As soon as these words came out, Haiden Tu and Wang Su stopped their chopsticks and looked up. Yin seemed to have guessed something and said,
Your poems are indeed good, but Emperor Ming is not very interested in them. You guessed it wrong. The gift I mentioned was not poetry, but fireworks. Fireworks?
All three of them looked puzzled. This was the first time they had heard of this thing. Chapter 359 Smiling Tiger.
Uncle, what is that?
Hey Tantu asked. Qin Feng organized his words.
It is something that can explode in the sky and release all kinds of bright fireworks. Just imagine what a magnificent scene it would be during the New Year congratulations ceremony, with gorgeous fireworks filling the night sky. The ostentation is definitely big enough. I believe Emperor Ming will like it.
After a brief description, a few people can probably imagine the scene, but they are still a little confused. After all, they have never seen such a scene with their own eyes. Yin frowned slightly.
There is such a thing in the world. Why have I never heard of it?
Qin Feng immediately showed a proud look.
It's normal that you haven't heard of it, because this thing hasn't been born yet.
Haiden Tu and Wang Su both stiffened when they heard this. Yun's face darkened. She felt like she was being fooled. Seeing this, Qin Feng hurriedly explained.
Although it hasn't been born yet, fireworks will be made soon. You have to believe me.
Yun seemed to have thought of something, and his frown slowly relaxed.
When the time comes, I will give you the fireworks and present them to Emperor Ming to ensure that your status in Jubiozai will rise.
Qin Feng picked up a glass of wine and said with a smile. When Wang Su heard this, he showed a strange look, and he also picked up the wine glass.
Master Qin, let me thank you in advance for my son. Come, have a toast. It's easy to talk about.
The two of them exchanged glasses and finished their drinks. Qin Feng turned his head and asked,
I have done you such a big favor. How are you going to thank me then?
Yun sneered.
You are thinking about getting paid before the thing is finished. You really dare to think about it. Since I dare to say this, I naturally have enough confidence.
Gunpowder has been developed, and it couldn't be easier to make fireworks. Qin Feng thought this way.
Then what reward do you want?
Yin asked aloud. Qin Feng pondered for a moment.
Let me think about it first. Anyway, there is still some time before the new year, so it won't be too late to talk about it then.
After eating most of the dishes on the table and drinking about half the wine, it was almost time to pay the bill. After making a rough estimate of the price, it wasn't hard to say he was distressed. He just felt that it wasn't worth it. Qin Feng sighed silently in his heart and planned to call the woman who served them before. Just at this moment, 3 richly dressed young men walked up to the entrance of the stairs. The 2 young men on the left and right were obviously led by the one in the middle. They were all paying attention to the reaction of the young man in green in their words and deeds. While the 3 young masters were chatting and laughing, they passed Qin Feng's table. The young man in green in the middle glanced at him with slightly slanted eyes. I only heard the purple-clothed young master on the left say,
Brother Tang, you studied under Master Mo of Howin Academy, are familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics, and are proficient in the art of war. You will definitely shine in the court in the future. The young man in white on the right immediately added, More than just a brilliance. With Brother Tang's ability, I am afraid he will leave a mark in the history books and be talked about by future generations. The 2 of them flattered each other loudly, not caring about the feelings of the rest of the people in the hall. This can't help but make Qin Feng a little surprised. After all, the people who can go to the 4th floor have extraordinary status. Aren't these 3 people afraid of offending others? But what he didn't expect was that the guests at the other tables only glanced at him and then looked away, as if they didn't hear him at all. The identities of these 3 young masters are not simple. After the 3 people entered the box, Qin Feng asked curiously, Do you know who those 3 people are?
He Tantu took a look and shook his head. He was in the Shinho army and fought abroad all year round. Later, he followed the young lady to Jinyang City. How could he know these young masters? Wang Su put down his wine glass, raised his eyebrows and replied,
So it's them. Do you know Uncle Wang?
Wang Su nodded and whispered,
Jubiozai often gives gifts, so I know a lot of officials. The young man in purple is Zhou Yanli, the son of the Minister of Hubu, and the young man in white is Shen Hui, the son of the Minister of Criminal Affairs. These 2 men were well-known dandies in Fontian City. They relied on their father's status to dominate the city, and the people had been grudges for a long time. It's just the one in the middle, but I have no impression of it. In addition to the Minister of War, surnamed Tang, were there other high-ranking officials surnamed Tang in the Dacian dynasty?
Qin Feng's expression changed slightly when he mentioned the Minister of War. During the wedding, Tang Xian, the son of the Minister of War, came to make a big fuss, which still left a deep impression on him. At this time, Yun said,
"That man is Tang Fei, the son of the Minister of War."
Hearing this, Xing Sheng looked surprised.
How could it be? Don't Tang Hongyun only have one son named Tang Xian? And he is already dead.
The Lu family and the Minister of War are two camps that have been at odds with each other for a long time, so he understands them relatively well. Yin shook his head.
It's normal that you don't know. Tang Fei is a concubine and has been suppressed by the head of the Tang family since he was a child. Later, due to his talent and intelligence, he was spotted by Master Mo of Howin Academy and was accepted as his disciple. He settled in Howin Academy all year round and few people knew about him. After Tang Xian died unexpectedly while traveling south, he returned to the Tang family, and his status also underwent earth-shaking changes. That's it.
Several people nodded.
Don't look at his polite appearance. He is absolutely ruthless in his actions. Howin Academy has always looked down upon the common people from a poor family, so it is very common for the powerful children to suppress the common people from a poor family. However, those who had offended him were either expelled from Howin Academy for no apparent reason, or their family status in the court suddenly plummeted. Moreover, less than 2 months after Tang Xian's death, he returned to the Tang family, and the principal's family already followed him and did not dare to resist at all.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Who would have thought that the young master with such a warm smile would do so many things behind his back? Isn't he just a smiling tiger? This kind of person is far more difficult to deal with than Tang Xian. He suddenly remembered the message from the weird storyteller in the restaurant, and murmured,
"The villain is hateful, and the gentleman is hard to guard against." Huh? Uncle, what did you say? Nothing. By the way, how can you know such secret things?
Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Yin. The latter was slightly startled, then calmly said,
Didn't I tell you? I also studied under Howin Academy. What I just said was what my master told me. You are actually studying at Howin Academy. Who is your master?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
That's not what you need to know. Pay quickly. It's getting late, and I should go back.
Yun said seriously.
What are you doing in such a hurry? The beautiful nightlife has just begun. Besides, there is no curfew in the inner and outer cities of the imperial capital.
Qin Feng said casually. In Fontian City, except for the imperial palace, there is no curfew. The guy in front of him couldn't possibly be a relative of the emperor, because when he first suspected this person's identity, he had used the 3000 chi looking technique to see that it was just an ordinary yellow aura. Yun's eyes were a little unnatural.
A gentleman should be careful. What kind of nightlife is as vulgar as a martial artist?
When Xing Sheng and Wang Su heard this, their expressions were extremely exciting for a moment. Chapter 360 being followed. After leaving the star-reaching tower, Qin Feng and the two headed towards the Qin mansion. On the way, we passed the brothel called Pyoxianjiwen again, in the semi-open second-story attic. Although the girls did not show off their posture, they took away the souls of the men who came and went. Sure enough, deliberately showing off will only make people feel vulgar, and the inadvertent style is more sultry. The shopkeeper of Pyoxianjiwen looks like a master at playing. Looking at the beautiful girls, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh.
It's such a cold day, and you have to wear so little. It's really not easy for a woman selling seafood.
After a few more glances, he no longer lingered and took steps forward, only to find that there was a missing footsteps beside him. He turned around and looked around, only to see Xing Sheng standing there, not following him for a long time. Qin Feng said with a smile,
You are a blackhead. As a lieutenant in the army, don't you know that beauty is a bone scraper? You are actually seduced by a woman.
According to his expectation, Haydn too would be at a loss to defend himself, but the other party seemed not to hear him. Looking solemnly, as he glanced around, Qin Feng immediately understood that something might have happened. He stepped forward and asked,
What's wrong?
Xing Sheng replied,
We seem to be being followed. Following?
Qin Feng was a little surprised. He looked at the road he came from. There were bright lights and busy traffic, but he didn't see anything strange.
Have you found the person you were following?
Xing Sheng shook his head.
That man's strength should be above mine. If I hadn't been with the army all year round and am particularly sensitive to murderous intent, I might not have been able to detect him. What to do now?
Qin Feng asked. At the same time, He was also thinking about who would follow him. Could it be those people who had targeted the Qin family before? At this moment, Xingsheng let out a soft cry.
The murderous intention disappeared. The man may have retreated because he knew he was discovered. But just in case, it's best not to leave within a foot of me. Okay.
Qin Feng nodded solemnly. Just after the two left, the woman on the swing on the second floor of Piaxiang courtyard jumped down and walked to the corner of the room. After opening the drawer, there was a piece of white paper with Qin Feng's name clearly written on it. The woman picked up the brush on the side and wrote this comment on the white paper.
I have been to a brothel for the second time, and I lingered. So lustful.
He returned to the Qin mansion cautiously, and the journey was uneventful. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he took He Tantu with him when he left. Otherwise, he might have been followed without even knowing it.
Uncle, you must take me or Lan Ningxuan with you when you go out in the future,
Xingsheng solemnly told him. At the same time, he also thought about going back to Lu Mansion to report the matter to the head of the family.
Okay, I get it,
Qin Feng agreed, but he still felt a little scared when he thought about it afterwards. Just in case, he decided to tell his father and second brother about today's incident. The reason why he didn't tell his second mother was to prevent her from worrying. Secondly, it's also because Nyang rarely leaves the Qin mansion, so she doesn't have to worry too much about her safety. After all, the wife of the family has basically reached the top of the Shenwu Taoist pyramid. With her in charge, who dares to make trouble in the Qin mansion?
Go and inform Dad first. After all, he has no cultivation base and is more likely to be in danger than his second brother.
Qin Feng, who wanted to understand this, walked towards the lobby. It was past dinner time, and his parents were nowhere to be seen in the lobby. Finally, he found the side room where his parents were resting, and saw only his mother and father alone.
Nyang, where did Dad go?
Qin Feng asked curiously. When Nyang heard this, she frowned slightly.
After lunch, he said he wanted to go out to see if there were any business opportunities. As a result, he hasn't come back yet. Feng, do you think he has gone out to look for flowers?
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment. Based on his understanding of his father, the latter should have a treacherous heart but not courage. But he still pretended to be thoughtful and said,
Nyang, you should believe Dad. He is not such a person. But after your father comes back, you will smell carefully whether there is the smell of women's rouge on his body. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of what happens. Fomer is right.
Nyang nodded solemnly.
When Dad comes back, tell him that I need to see him for something.
After leaving these words, Qin Feng turned around and left. But at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something else, and he patted his forehead and added,
Oh, by the way, Nyang, I heard from a friend that the smell of green orange can cover up the smell of a woman's rouge. Dad, he probably doesn't like eating green tangerines. Right.
Outside the demon slaying department of Fengtian City, there is a river that loops around the city, with 9 windings and 18 bends. So it is called Juka River. This river is quite magical. Some people have heard the roar of dragons coming from the river, and some have seen strange phenomena of gods and demons appearing in the water. There are all kinds of strange news, and there are different opinions. The Juka River is also spread more and more mysteriously. There is just one thing that is recognized by the people of Fengtian City. If nothing happens, don't get close to the Juka River. The water in this river is so enchanting. But there are always a few exceptions to everything. For example, on such a dark day, there are still people who dare to fish beside the Juka River. Through the scattered moonlight that filtered through the clouds and mist, I could see clearly that he was an old man with white hair and black beard. It was the one who visited Qin Jianan before. The fishing line fell into the water, and the lake surface was as calm as a mirror. Under the dappled moonlight, there seemed to be fireflies surging in the Juka River. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes, and saw the fishing line moving slightly. Just as he was about to lift the rod, there was a crisp sound of a wooden branch breaking next to him. The sound was not loud, but it alarmed the presence in the river, and the fishing line returned to silence. Although the old man didn't look sideways, he knew who was coming. The only one who dared to disturb his fishing was his disciple Beiguisho.
You smell faintly of blood. Did you just kill someone? I thought that after so many days of silence, those guys would be honest. But today there are still some people who don't open their eyes.
Qin Jianan said calmly.
Why do you come to see me? My son will come to the Demon Slayer division tomorrow. I hope the master can take care of him.
Qin Jianan said respectfully.
Is it the scholar or the good swordsman? Former.
The old man nodded slightly, and he vaguely remembered the handsome young man passing by outside the Qin mansion.
What's the purpose of his coming?
When Qin Jian heard this, he briefly told the matter about gunpowder. After the old man heard this, the fishing rod in his hand trembled, and ripples appeared on the lake.
The Qin family has 2 heroes. I have written this down. Thank you, Master.
As the sky grew dark, Qin Jian left Jika River and rushed towards the Qin mansion. On the way, I happened to encounter a street vendor selling green tangerines, and I thought of the smell of blood that the old man said. He hesitated for a moment, then bought a few green tangerines, squeezed out some juice, and smeared it on his body. In fact, he also knew that the faint smell of blood on his body could never be smelled by his wife's nose. But it was always good to be prepared. After all, you can't let your woman worry. Chapter 361 Family Crisis Caused by Green Orange. The next day, before dawn, there was a knock on the door. Qin Feng sat up and looked to the side. Lu Jianli, whose black hair was scattered, opened his eyes slightly, and Xiaofei's cheeks.
You stay asleep for a while, and I'll go see who's coming.
A nasal sound sounded, and Lu Jianli gently lifted the quilt up to cover her exquisite figure. After putting on his clothes, Qin Feng opened the door and saw Qinger with an anxious look on his face.
What's wrong? Young master, go and have a look. My wife has been crying all night, and her eyes are swollen from crying. No matter how much the master and the second young master tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen.
What? Qin Feng heard this and said hurriedly,
Quick, take me there.
When they came to the lobby, their father, mother, and second brother were all there. The second mother was sitting there. Her eyes were red, and she said with a cry,
Master, I never said that you are not allowed to take concubines. If you meet the one you like, girl, just tell me and let me take a look. I agree with you marrying back home. But why do you go out alone to have sex with women secretly? Madam, what are you talking about? I don't have any.
Qin Jian only felt that one head was as big as 2. As soon as he got home last night, the other party saw that he was holding green oranges in his hand and smelled the smell on his body. He started crying like this. No matter how he explained, it would not help.
At this time, you are still arguing with me. Master, you never eat green oranges. Why did you suddenly buy a bag of them? Fowler also specifically reminded me that the smell of green orange can cover up the smell of rouge on a woman.
Nyang asked. Dad trembled and finally figured out the root of all this. Ah! Qin Feng was shocked. He glanced and saw a bag of green tangerines on the table next to his father. Could it be that he guessed it? Looking at his father again, the two looked at each other. Qin Feng could clearly see the look of shame and anger in the other party's eyes, and his head shrank slightly. Seeing that the family conflict was about to intensify, Qin Feng immediately stood up and said,
Second mother, misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. What misunderstanding? The smell of green and orange on his body can't fool anyone.
Nyang sobbed. Qin Feng's mind changed, and he thought of words to excuse his father.
Nyang, actually I asked my father to help me buy these green tangerines. The weather has been dry recently, and my throat is not feeling well. And my stomach and intestines are not feeling well either. These green tangerines can produce fluid, quench thirst, and regulate the stomach. I mentioned this to my father last time, hoping that he would take the time to help me find green tangerines and buy some. But he always forgot about it. I went to see my dad last night for this very reason. It was just a casual joke to use the smell of green orange to cover up the smell of a woman's rouge. Besides, you have been with Dad for so long. Don't you still know what kind of person he is? Seriously?
Nyang's sobs became quieter.
It really can't be true anymore. And Dad, I'm not telling you. If you buy green tangerines, just buy green tangerines. Why do you have to taste them yourself? The green orange juice was so juicy that it splashed all over the body. Did Nyang misunderstand it?
Qin Feng winked while talking. Dad immediately understood.
You have mentioned this before. The more acidic the green tangerine, the better the effect. I will have to taste it to know whether the green tangerine is sour or not. I see. In this way, all misunderstandings will be cleared up. Nyang, don't worry about it blindly. Dad will have me and my second brother watching, so he won't make any mistakes. I haven't slept all night.
So you should go back and rest early. I still have something to talk to my father and second brother.
After some consolation, accompanied by Qin, Nyang finally returned to the wing. In the lobby, Qin Feng and Qin both breathed a sigh of relief. The family crisis was finally resolved. After a while, Qin Feng said,
I keep you here because I have something to tell you. When I returned to Qin Mansion today, I was followed.
What? The second brother said in surprise. Dad raised his eyebrows slightly. Then, Qin Feng told the whole story.
If Heitan 2 hadn't been out fighting all year round and had a particularly keen sense of murderous intent, I might not even have known that I was being followed. I'm not sure who the other party is yet, but I guess it's most likely related to those who targeted the Qin family before.
Qin Feng analyzed.
Then brother, what should we do?
The second brother said worriedly.
I feel relieved at home. After all, Jianli usually practices at the lake pavilion and won't move around at will. With her strength, it is easy to protect the safety of the Qin mansion. But she is afraid that they will do something dirty to those who leave the mansion. Now the identity of the opponent is not clear yet. The enemy is in the dark. We are in the open. So we must be extra careful when going out. Second brother, you are now at the 5th level of cultivation. And ordinary people are no longer your match. And I have reached the 6th grade hexagram destiny realm. And I don't have enough enemies to kill. But I still have some ability to protect myself. Ningxuan will always protect me. So I don't need to worry too much. Mainly on Dad's side.
As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng and Qin both looked at their father. The latter's face froze.
You two brats. Why are you looking at me like this? Dad? I'm not telling you. You have no cultivation. And you like to go out and wander around when you have nothing to do. It's very easy for the enemy to catch your flaw. When you leave the mansion from now on, ask Xingshim or your second brother to protect you in case of any unexpected events.
Qin Feng solemnly warned.
Yes, Dad. If you want to go out in the future, you must tell us.
The second brother said with concern. Qin Jianan opened his mouth, hesitated to speak, and finally nodded helplessly.
Also, Dad, don't go out to mess around with women anymore. Don't let Mom worry.
The second brother added.
I've already told you. It's all your mother who is making trouble unreasonably. But the eldest brother said about the green tangerine.
Listening to the chat between his father and his second brother, Qin Feng looked outside the house. A hint of fish belly white appeared in the sky, but his mood was still as heavy as the night.
Today we are going to the Demon Slayer division. If everything goes well, maybe we can let them send someone to secretly protect our family.
Invisible murderous intent is the most dangerous, no matter how careful you are. Qin Feng thought this in his heart. On the other side, in the steaming refining room of the Divine Workshop, Mr. Yuan, Gong Liang and Hui Yuan were busy with something. The stone platform in the refining room is filled with black round iron balls, many of which are covered with white paper and filled with red writing. These black iron balls were made into explosives filled with gunpowder according to the ideas given by Qin Feng before. And those red letters wrote the reasons for the failure of the explosive. Some are because the gunpowder content is not enough to detonate. And some are because the outer wall of the iron ball is too thick and the power of the explosion cannot break through the iron wall, causing lethality.
Old man, try this again.
Hui Yuan threw an iron ball and said. Seeing this, Gong Liang hurriedly caught the iron ball and handed it to the elder, and scolded.
Be careful. What if it explodes?
He still vividly remembers the power of gunpowder that day.
I've been busy all day and night, but no one has succeeded. It's not that easy to explode,
Hui Yuan said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar was heard. The two of them looked around and saw fire shining inside the golden ball of energy. The black iron ball from before had long since disappeared.
Did it succeed?
Chapter 362 The Old Man Fishing. Qin Feng left Qin Mansion with Ningxuan. According to the latter,
the Demon Slayer division of Fontian City is located by the Juka River. As long as you see the Juka River and walk along the river, you can always find the Demon Slayer division.
Is the rumored god-suppressing Siyu also in the Demon Slaying division?
Qin Feng asked. Lan Ningxuan lowered her head and pondered. Then replied,
in the capital of Deqian, there are civil servants and military commanders. One is the Imperial Master of Tianjin, and he sits on the climbing tower, overlooking the world. Wu Yuzhen Siyu. Shinwu Taoism has reached its peak, but the world has never seen his true appearance, and no one even knows where he is. It was once rumored that the god-suppressing Siyu had already reached the realm of heaven and human beings, and whatever his heart went, he was fascinated by it. He can appear wherever he wants. But this rumor is too mysterious and the truth is unknown.
Qin Feng thought of what Heitan 2 mentioned one night a long time ago, and said,
Jinshin Siyu has two apprentices, Nan Tianlong and Bei Guisho. It is reasonable for him to be able to cultivate such two characters and reach the realm of heaven and man himself. By the way, who is the demon-slaying CC Zhang in Confrontation City?
Going to the demon-slaying division this time. It is definitely unrealistic to meet the god-suppressing CU. It is best to know who Xijing is in advance. Get to know him well, and try to leave a good impression.
If I remember correctly, the current Demon Slayer Division Chief of Confrontation City should be Ding Mo. Ding Mo?
Qin Feng murmured. He always felt like he had heard this name somewhere. After thinking for a moment, he widened his eyes.
Is it the former commander of the Eastern region, who was known as One Man and One Legion?
Lan Ningxuang nodded. Qin Feng immediately took a breath of cold air. Ding Mo, the former commander of the Eastern Territory, became famous earlier than the leader of Nantian Long and Beigui. 30 years ago, he was a well-known and thunderous figure in Dacian. As we all know, the royal family of the Dacian Empire sent 4 princes to guard the 4 regions of southeast, northwest, and to resist foreigners. The world recognized that there are 2 most difficult foreign races to deal with. One is the Garuda from the southern region, and the other is the Ashura from the eastern region. In terms of strength alone, the Ashura clan has unparalleled combat power, even more powerful than Garuda. Faced with such foreign tribes, Ding Mo was indispensable for the eastern region to be protected from their intrusion. 30 years ago, the Imperial Master Tianjin wrote a letter, and Ding Mo accepted the order and made a bet with King Ashura that he would defend the border city alone and fight for 3 days and 3 nights. If he defended the lower border city, Ashura would not invade the eastern territory again. The Ashura clan has always valued the strong and attached great importance to their commitments. King Ashura happily accepted this bet. Logically speaking, with the strength of the Ashura clan, Ding Mo's attempt to defend the border city by himself was tantamount to wishful thinking. However, all this was within the calculations of the Imperial Master Tianjin. He knew that the Ashura clan were all arrogant people and would never attack in groups, but would only choose to fight alone. And the fact is exactly like this. King Ashura is pretentious and did not take action himself. The 4 war kings under his command are missing. Only countless Ashuras come forward to attack the border towns with wheel battles. In that battle, Ding Mo used the method of controlling hundreds of ghosts to fight bloody battles for 3 days and 3 nights. Guarding the border city, King Ashura kept his promise and led the entire clan to retreat. It was also that battle that made Ding Mo famous throughout the entire army, and his reputation spread like wildfire.
It is rumored that in that battle, although Senior Ding defended the border town, he still narrowly won. Later, due to serious injuries, he resigned from the post of commander of the eastern region. It turns out that he came to Confrontation City and served as the chief minister here, which can be regarded as a promotion.
Although on the surface, Xi Ming's authority is higher than that of Xijing. After all, one is responsible for commanding the Demon Slayer division in one area, while the other can only command one area. But the value of Xijing, the Demon Slayer division of the imperial capital, cannot be viewed in such a simple way. After all, the water in Confrontation City is very deep. While chatting, the 2 came to the Juka River. Keep walking along the river, and the huge Demon Slayer division comes into view. Looking at the majestic Demon Slayer division, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder Lord Szingxi had originally wanted to serve here. He was really qualified. Suddenly, he paused because he saw a figure fishing by the river. It has been some time since he came to Confrontation City, and he has heard a little bit about many strange stories here. One of them is the Juka River, which is very demonic. So don't get close to it if you have nothing to do. But there are actually people who are not only approaching, but are even fishing there. Looking for death? Ding Qin took a look and saw that the man's back looked inexplicably familiar. He had white hair and black beard. Wasn't he the old man he had glanced at outside the Qin mansion some time ago? Qin Feng, who is familiar with Gulong Jinong and has watched various TV series, knows that the older the old man is, the more extraordinary he is. I wanted to find out last time, but unfortunately I missed it. So this time it was naturally impossible. He originally wanted to take a look with 3,000 breaths. But when he first looked at the master, the stinging feeling of a dog's eyes being blinded was still fresh in his memory. Frustrated, he used his double pupil power to see the old man's quality first. I don't know what kind of Taoism this old man practices. After taking a closer look, Qin Feng let out a sigh, rubbed his eyes and looked again. But the result was the same. This old man is actually an ordinary person who has no cultivation experience. The last time we passed by, that kind of heart palpitations, how could it be caused by an ordinary old man? Qin Feng, who did not believe in evil, launched the 3000 chi looking technique, but could only see a white light. The white light represents the common people and confirms the old man's identity.
How dare an ordinary person fish beside the Juka River?
Qin Feng showed a strange expression.
Could it be that he is too old and confused to understand the importance of things?
Qin Feng, who was thinking like this, strolled forward. Ningxuan was puzzled, but still followed closely. It was already winter time, with dead branches everywhere, and the sound of clicking could be heard all the time. The fishing line of the fishing rod in the old man's hand originally made some movement, but after this burst of noise, it returned to calm again.
They really are father and son. They are exactly the same.
The old man sighed to himself.
Old sir, this river is dangerous. If you want to fish, I know a good place.
Qin Feng said softly. The old man glanced away, put away the fishing rod, and stood up.
I know.
But no one noticed that the moment he stood up, the originally calm Juka River actually started to ripple slightly, and some strange scenes were faintly revealed inside. However, the ripples came and went quickly, and the Juka River returned to normal in the blink of an eye. After a conversation with the old man, he pointed out where to go fishing. The strange old man picked up his fishing rod and walked away. Lan Ningxuan on the side asked curiously,
Uncle, do you know that old gentleman?
Qin Feng looked at the old man's leaving figure and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He shook his head.
I'm just worried that he might be in danger while fishing here. Let's go to the Demon Slayer division. Okay, Uncle.
Chapter 363 surprisingly smooth. After showing the gatekeeper of the Demon Slaying Department the Jade Demon Slaying Order and Master Zhou's recommendation letter, Qin Feng and his 2 men successfully entered the Demon Slaying Department. Without contrast, there is no harm. Qin Feng originally thought that the Demon Slaying Division in Xiyuancheng was big enough. But compared to this place, it was probably not even 1/3. The Demon Slayers in green and black clothes were walking in a hurry, and everyone seemed to be very busy.
This is the Imperial capital after all. Even the clothes are so exquisite and exquisite. This is much prettier than the sapphire clothes.
Qin Feng sighed with emotion. Demon Slaying divisions in small places do not wear uniforms. Tianqing's Demon Slayer department will equip corresponding Demon Slayer uniforms according to the different levels of the Demon Slayers. In Confrontation City, the uniforms are all green and black. It is said that these uniforms are from Yuxiafang. The outfit alone is worth half a year's salary of the Qingyu Demon Slayer in other places. Follow a colleague and travel through the Demon Slayer division. During this period, Qin Feng kept chatting with each other in order to get closer to each other and make it easier for them to talk later. But it was a pity that his hot face ended up in a cold but, apart from the occasional hum, the other party didn't respond at all. Looking arrogant, especially when he asked for information about Lord Xizhang and Ding. The other party looked like he had known this would happen, sneered with disdain, and ignored him at all. Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in exchange was indifference. It seems that I can only have a showdown with you. Qin Feng sighed silently in his heart, and then took out a heavy money bag from his arms.
This brother is new here and doesn't understand the rules. I hope you'll accept your little care.
The leading man warned directly without looking sideways.
I advise you to take the money back as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will not be polite. Brother, why don't you take a look first and make a decision before it's too late?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said. The man cast a glance, and then his eyes widened. There must be at least a few hundred taels in that heavy purse. Right? But that shouldn't be the case. How could a colleague from Jinan City have so much money? His expression changed for a while, and then with lightning speed, he put the money bag into his arms, and his attitude suddenly changed.
Your surname is Qin. Right. My name is John Qifeng. The Qifeng with 2 sleeves of Qifeng.
Obviously, your parents' original expectation of naming you was disappointed, Qin Feng said with a smile.
It turns out to be Brother Jean, whom I have admired for a long time. Hey, just call me Brother Qifeng, and Brother Jean will look more mature. Okay, Brother Qifeng.
Lan Ningxuan, who was following closely behind, had a strange look on her face. If she hadn't been following him all the time, she would have thought that my uncle and this person were old acquaintances who had a good relationship.
If you want to ask Mr. Deng about things, you are asking the right person. I have been in the Demon Slayer department of Confrontation City for more than 7 years. I know more or less everything about the place.
Then he told Deng Mo's past experiences, which were much more detailed than what Qin Feng originally knew. During this period, He also captured an important point. That is, Mr. Ding has a bad temper. Zhang Qinfeng complained. Perhaps because he can no longer fight on the front line. Master Ding is depressed all day long, and looks unpleasant to everyone he looks at. If you ask him to do something, be sure not to make any small moves, as Master Ding will not be able to rub any dirt in his eyes. You know what I mean? I understand. I understand. Qin Feng understood. Under the leadership of Zhang Qifeng, Qin Feng and Qin Feng came to an attic hall and saw an old man wearing a gray gown at a glance. The old man's hair has turned gray, and there is a scar on the right eye of his face that extends to his chin, which is shocking. And this old man is the former commander of the East Territory, now the Demon Slayer commander of Fengtian City, Xijin Dingma. Are you Qin Feng? The old man asked. Huh? Senior Ding knows me? Qin Feng said in surprise. It's very difficult for people not to recognize Lu Jinli's husband. Regarding Shulong City, I have heard that you did a good job by setting up a formation to isolate the dead energy and giving Sima Kong, the Spear Immortal, a chance to kill him with one blow. Ding Imo showed a satisfied smile, but it was a little oozing under the prominent scar. This junior just did what he could. The disaster of corpse ghosts in Shulong City can be solved, and everyone must have contributed a lot. Qin Feng said from the bottom of his heart. There were countless graves after the disaster, and he could still remember them vividly. When Ding Imo heard this, a hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes. While the two were talking, Zhang Qinfeng, who was standing aside, felt a buzzing in his head. He never imagined that this guy turned out to be Lu Jinli's husband, the hero of Shulong City's ghost troubles. It's over. It's over. I looked down on him at first, and even took his money. He won't let me wear small shoes. Right. You know, this person's in-laws are the Lu family where Duke Lu Fu sits. Wouldn't it be easy to deal with a little green jade demon slayer? On the other side, Ding Imo said, I already know the purpose of your coming to the Demon Slayer division. It must be about the gunpowder. Qin Feng was stunned. Even if he knew his identity, he even knew what he was going to do. Why do I feel like I have no privacy at all? Is there an undercover agent beside me? Qin Feng thought, and then laughed at himself. He must have watched too many spy movies in his previous life to have such absurd thoughts. This junior is here indeed to discuss the matter of gunpowder. Then he expressed his thoughts and conditions. That is to give the gunpowder to the Demon Slayer division, while making profits. The Demon Slayer division needs to help limit the source of gunpowder raw materials, and then provide protection to the Qin family to a certain extent. As a shrewd businessman, Qin Feng is well versed in the principles of bargaining, so the conditions that come up are more favorable to him. But what he didn't expect was that Master Ding agreed to them all without even thinking. Well, Qin Feng was a little dumbfounded. He had already thought of the words, and was ready to explain the power and irreplaceable role of gunpowder. As a result, these words were stillborn before they were uttered. Master Ding, don't you need to think about it and discuss it with others? Qin Feng asked confused. Even if Ding Imo, as Xijin, could not have the final say on such a big matter. Right? However, Senior Ding said categorically. No need to think about it. I can accept your conditions. However, after the finished gunpowder product you mentioned comes out, I need to witness its power and safety with my own eyes. After all, there is no way I would be joking with the Demon Slayer's life. This is natural. The matter was finalized so smoothly, which was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. Even when he left, he felt like he was dreaming. Could it be that the other party took into account the identity of my wife's family? So that's why she did this? This idea was rejected by Qin Feng as soon as it came up. The Demon Slayer division and the army are completely inseparable. Even if Senior Deng was looking for Mr. Lu's face, he would not be able to make such a big concession regardless of the interests of the Demon Slayer division. But what is the reason? Qin Feng was puzzled. Chapter 364 The Nine Hells and Hell Ross. After walking out of the attic hall, Qin Feng, who was in a relaxed mood, looked around casually. It was rumored that the 9 levels prison with the highest level of detention was located in the demon slaying department of Fengtian City. But he looked for a long time and did not see any similar building. Brother Qin Feng called out. Zhang Qinfeng, who was leading the way, was shocked when he heard this. Then he turned around and replied with a dry smile. You don't need to call me Brother Qinfeng. Just call me Xiao Shan. Oh, by the way, this is the taels of money that Brother Qin gave me earlier. I returned the original amount without touching a penny. And this is my own 30 taels.
I didn't understand the rules in front of me and neglected Brother Qin. Wang Haiyan.
This reaction was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. But after thinking about it for a while, he finally figured out the reason. He is the uncle of the Liu family, and he is supported by Duke Fu. And the conversation just now was obviously appreciated by Lord Ding. This guy is afraid that I will wear small shoes for him. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, someone who has been in the demon-slaying division of the imperial capital for 7 years is really alive.
Hey, Xiao Zhan. Take these $2 back and treat it as a testimony of our friendship. I have only been in Fotian City for a short time. If there is anything you don't understand or need help with in the future, don't refuse and just say,
okay,
Qin Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhan Qifeng carefully looked at Qin Feng's expression. After confirming that there was no danger,
he put the money bag back into the demon-slaying order and said moodily,
Brother Qin, if there is any need for me in the future, I will go through fire and water.
Without hesitation. It's easy to say. By the way, everyone says that the 9 layers of prison is located in Fontian City, the imperial capital. Why didn't I see it while walking along?
Zhan Qifeng immediately replied,
Brother Qin doesn't know that the 9 levels prison is divided into 9 levels. And the prisoners inside are all prisoners who have committed the most heinous crimes, or the demons and ghosts who will reveal their terrifying supernatural powers after death. Such a being, once it regains freedom, will definitely cause immeasurable damage to Dakian. Therefore, naturally, this 9 layers prison cannot be built on the surface like an ordinary prison, but on,
he pointed down,
underground?
Qin Feng said in surprise.
Yes, although the 9 layers of prison is built under the demon-slaying department, it is not under the control of the demon-slaying department, but under the supervision of the prison luo department. Every time a prisoner or a demon needs to be escorted, someone from the prison luosi will personally lead the team and activate the seal of the 9 prisons to open the entrance. I was lucky enough to see that scene once, and I can only say it was magnificent. The phantom of the 9 layers of prison appears, and after the prisoner is pressed into it, the phantom will submerge into the ground again.
When Zhan Qifeng recalled it, he still looked fascinated.
Since the people in the 9 levels prison are all extremely powerful beings, and your demon slayer department doesn't help escort them, aren't you afraid that those prisoners or demons will break free on the way? Is it really possible to rely solely on Yaluosi's side to be foolproof? Qin Feng asked curiously. Lan Ningxuan on the side also nodded in approval.
Brother Qin has only been here not long ago, so it's normal that he doesn't know. Prison Luosi is directly under the jurisdiction of Emperor Ming. Those who can enter Yaluosi are not ordinary people. Their strength must reach at least the 36-star level, and the best among them, even when compared with the 12 divine generals of the Demon Slayer division, are no less competitive. What's more, some of the people inside may have been divine generals. Why do you say it's possible? The 12 divine generals of the Demon Slaying division are famous. There should be quite a few people who know their faces. Wouldn't it be obvious just by looking at them?
Zhan Qifeng shook his finger.
Once you choose to enter the prison Luosi, you have to give up your identity and family, and live only to protect Emperor Ming and the 9 prisons. It is precisely because of this rule that anyone who steps into the prison of Luosi will put on a white mask and be called by a code name to make a clean break with the past.
Qin Feng frowned. Even if he kept his name anonymous, he still had to be a stranger to his family. If it were him, no matter how great the rights given by Yu Luosi, he would not be able to choose to join. Of course, Yu Luosi would definitely not like his ability to fight against the 5 scum. Unknowingly, 3 days passed by in a hurry. During this period, in addition to checking the progress of the restaurant, Qin Feng was reading books in Tinjiupshuan, looking for ways to enter the 5th grade Howren realm. It is worth mentioning that on the 2nd day after returning from the Demon Slayer division, Gong Liang from the Shingon Fan came to the house to report the good news, saying that substantial progress had been made in the production of gunpowder. However, in order to repeatedly test its power and safety, it will take several days of observation and mass production. On the 4th day, the restaurant was completed and ready to welcome guests. But Qin Feng is not in a hurry to open the restaurant. If he wants the restaurant to have a booming business, advanced publicity is of course essential. The method of spreading rumors in Jinyang City must be the same as before. And if you want to attract some high-end customers, you need to rely on someone. And that person is Yun. Because these 2 days are the days when Jubiozai holds its auction. Near noon, Yun, led by Wang Su, arrived as scheduled.
This time, in addition to the seasonings that enhance the freshness and flavor.
We will also auction a jar of original brewed Immortal Drunk. And both are in the name of Chin Restaurant Wanggueju.
Yin said as he walked towards the auction location. Chin Feng was a little moved.
Jubiozai's auctions are always anonymous. So to be able to bear the name of Wanggueju, you must have put a lot of effort into it. Right? It's a pity that I am a man. Otherwise I can only express this kind of kindness with my body.
Lan Ningxuan had a strange look on her face when she heard this. Wang Su, who was still leading the way, staggered when he heard this. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Yin's eyes. And then he said coldly,
glibly, you know it's not easy for me. I have paid a lot for your restaurant to open smoothly. Even if it costs you 3 points to make more profit every month. Also,
Chin Feng immediately interrupted.
It's getting late. The auction has already started. Let's speed up.
It's not enough to ask for 5 more points. So you need to add 3 more points? Sure enough. Women are greedy and can never be fed enough. Chin Feng was not used to this guy pretending to be a man. So he hurriedly walked away. Those who can participate in the Jubiozai auction are naturally either rich or noble, according to the grade of the carriage parked outside the auction. If it had been in the previous life, it would have been a Lamborghini at least. At this auction, in addition to confirming the reaction of the seasoning and immortal drunkenness, Chin Feng also wanted to buy something. As a doctor, it goes without saying that there are precious and useful medicinal materials, as well as those rare and rare formation materials. Back in the Wanjin sect, if I hadn't obtained the dragon eye from Tomb Yuqian and set up the Shuizhe Tianlong formation, my wife would have been in bad luck. But in Shulong City, if he had the right formation heart, he wouldn't have to put himself in danger and let Miss Song offer her dragon beads to save him. This shows that it is necessary to be prepared. Chapter 365 Auction. Thanks to the honor of Yun, the young master of Yulin City Jubiozai, Chin Feng can be regarded as enjoying the VIP seats in the front row. Looking back, the auction hall was filled with people within a short time. Chin Feng said with emotion,
the reputation of Jubiozai is still very good. With so many people attending an auction, wouldn't it be possible to make a lot of money every time?
Yun explained,
it's not like this every time. There are so many people at this auction. Mainly because the new year is approaching, and the New Year's Eve ceremony is coming soon. You have just entered the 6th grade Gua Fate realm not long ago. Otherwise, if you had learned the 3000 Chi watching technique, you would have seen that those people were basically officials in the DPRK. They came to this auction to choose a suitable gift to present to Emperor Ming.
Really? Chin Feng launched the 3000 Chi watching technique and found that more than half of the people were surrounded by red light. And looking at the intensity of those red lights, there are quite a few officials above the 4th rank.
It's exactly what you said.
Chin Feng nodded.
How could I lie to you?
Huh? Yen was stunned.
What do you mean by saying this? You have learned the art of looking at 3000 Chi? Is that stuff difficult? My master taught me once, and I learned it. Oh, I recognized the master after you left Jinong City. It's normal that you don't know.
Chin Feng added. Compared to the so-called master, Yen was more shocked by the art of looking at the 3000 Chi. It was not easy to master the hexagram art. Moreover, since the other party had learned the 3000 Chi looking technique, could it be that he also noticed something unusual about her?
No, it won't happen. I have a treasure to cover my aura. With his level of cultivation, he shouldn't be able to see through it.
Yen thought like this and breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, a graceful woman wearing a lake blue water mist dress stepped onto the high platform. She was undoubtedly the person hosting the auction. She lowered her hand slightly, and the noisy lobby instantly became quiet. After some simple opening remarks, the first auction item was carried to the mahogany pillar of the high platform. The covering red curtain was lifted, and what came into view was a lifelike jade dragon.
After the woman's introduction, everyone also had a brief understanding of the jade dragon. This object is a treasure, and has the effect of nourishing the soul. After the introduction, bidding began, and soon Jade Dragon was raised to a high price of 30,000 taels.
If I remember correctly, the Jade Rui that your Jubiozai gave you last year has about the same effect as this one?
Chin Feng said, listening to the bidding sounds coming one after another behind him. Yun nodded.
This Jade Dragon was originally eliminated by Jubiozai when selecting gifts for Emperor Ming this year, so it was put up for auction. From Emperor Ming's point of view, he would definitely look down on this thing.
Chin Feng opened his mouth, and listening to the voices shouting prices behind him, he felt that they were all completely wronged. The last item that was eliminated from Jubiozai was actually bought for 50,000 taels. The auction is still going on, and most of the items on display are treasures and expensive collectibles. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
The person in charge of Jubiozai is really a thief. He knows that the wedding ceremony is approaching, and many dignitaries are choosing gifts. So most of them are put up for auction. I suspect that many of the auction items here are leftovers from Jubiozai. What does chicken thief mean?
Yun frowned slightly.
It means cunning and shameless. Oh, of course I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the head of Jubiozai. Don't get me wrong,
Qin Feng added. When Wang Su, who was drinking tea at the side, heard this, he choked on his tea and coughed several times.
Uncle Wang, are you okay? It's okay. It's okay.
Wang Su waved his hands repeatedly. Qin Feng turned his head and looked to one side, curiously asking,
Hey, why do you look so ugly?
Yen responded coldly.
During the auction, please be quiet and talk to me less.
Forehead. This woman was really incomprehensible and unreasonable. Qin Feng cursed a few times in his heart. In the next auction, he also took action and bought several precious medicinal plants and materials that could be used as formation materials. And the highlight follows. Just listen to the graceful woman on the stage say.
The following 2 items are from Wang Yueja restaurant. They are a jar of Xianrenzui original brew and a can of MSG. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about immortal drunkenness. You must know something about it. This wine was commissioned by Shulong Workshop and carefully brewed. As for this MSG, this is the first time I have heard of it, even if I am ignorant. But Wang Yueju said that this MSG has the effect of increasing flavor and improving freshness. No matter what kind of food, if you sprinkle some of this MSG, it will become extremely delicious.
Compared with the inexplicable MSG, everyone's attention was attracted by the 5 characters of
Xianrenzui Original Brew.
The fine wine produced by this Shandongfeng winery has long been spread among the dignitaries of the imperial capital. The aroma of the wine is mellow and rich, and it is no less than a drunken drink. The most important thing is that most of the immortal drunkenness available on the market is diluted alcohol, and the quantity is extremely rare. Now Jubiozai can actually put out an original brew for auction. A group of people began to whisper among themselves.
This immortal is famous for being drunk among the royal family. However, the Patriarch of the Gods Workshop is very strict about the rules. Even if the prince came in person, he could not get a jar of original brew. If you buy this immortal drunk, it will be an excellent gift. But what is the origin of Wang Yueju restaurant, and why have I never heard of it? Moreover, in order to protect the information of the auctioneer, Jubiozai always conducts auctions anonymously. This time, he took the initiative to mention it. It seems that the identity of the person behind Wang Yueju is not simple.
While everyone was still discussing, the woman on the stage spoke again.
The starting price of Xianrenzui and MSG is 10,000 taels.
When Lan Ningxuan heard this, her beautiful eyes widened and her lips slightly opened. As her uncle's guard, she naturally knew that this immortal drunk was brewed by her uncle for the first time after asking seniorly. But how could she have imagined that such a jar of wine could have such a high starting price? What surprised her even more was that the price increased far faster than any previous item. When Xianrenzui was asked to bid for 60,000 taels, even Qin Feng was a little frightened. One is because of the price, and the other is because of the deep pockets of these people. Although most of them are officials in the imperial capital and have high salaries, it is far from possible to come up with so much money at once based on their salaries alone. So where does the money come from? It is nothing more than exploitation of the people. It really corresponds to the poem. The wine and meat of the rich family are stinky, and there are freezing bones on the road. At this moment, an old man at the back of the lobby said,
I will give you 100,000 taels of silver from the star-reaching tower.
For such a price, everyone in the hall took a breath of cold air. Qin Feng and others turned around and saw that the old man calling out the price was the one who had met them before and was guarding the stairs. Chapter 366 Magical MSG. Anyone with a discerning eye can actually see that this time Jubiozai is helping the restaurant Wang Yueju build its reputation. The higher the price of Xianrenzui and the so-called MSG, the more famous Wang Yueju's name becomes. But who would have thought that Zexinglu, which was supposed to be a competitor, would actually offer a high price? Could it be that behind Wang Yu residence is the star-reaching tower? Everyone except Qin Feng and his party had such speculation in their minds. The price of 100,000 taels has exceeded the expectations of most people present, and the immortal drunkenness and monosodium glutamate naturally fell into the hands of the old man. After making the decision, the old man glanced at Qin Feng, smiled slightly, and then left the auction.
He knows that I am the owner behind Wang Yueju restaurant in the imperial capital. He is trying to express his goodwill to me on behalf of the shopkeeper behind Jiaxing Tower.
With just one glance, Qin Feng understood. The auction ended successfully. Listening to those who left discussing the New Year congratulations ceremony, Yin turned his head and looked at Qin Feng.
When can the fireworks you mentioned earlier be produced?
Hearing this, Qin Feng thought for a while. Shen Gongfang had successfully developed the explosives, but it still needed time for testing and mass production. The fireworks had to be put aside after that.
It still takes some time. What's wrong? Before presenting the fireworks to Emperor Ming, I have to send someone to test them.
Yin frowned slightly. She always felt that the fireworks were not very reliable.
Why are you in a hurry? There is still more than a month left before the new year. I will definitely be able to bring you the fireworks before then,
Qin Feng said casually. Yin's face darkened.
How can the gift given to Emperor Ming be such a child's play like yours?
Well, Qin Feng came to his senses and thought about it. Giving gifts to the emperor is not like giving gifts to leaders. The boss gives you gifts and errands. But at most, he just gives you some shoes to wear. The worst I can do is quit. The whole world is home to those born in the 1990s. But sending gifts and errands to the emperor is not something you can do with just a pair of shoes. You might have to move your head.
I know. I will give you the real thing as soon as possible.
After receiving the reply, Yin's expression improved slightly.
After this auction, the reputation of Wang Yueju has spread among Dakian officials. And with the help of Zixinglu, once Wang Yueju restaurant opens, many dignitaries will definitely come here. When do you plan to open the restaurant?
Qin Feng replied.
I have sent people to spread the news about Wang Yu residence. And now there is still the last step before the official opening. Which step?
Yin asked curiously. Qin Feng showed a meaningful smile.
You will know tomorrow.
The old man who took the picture of Immortal Drunk and MSG went around 7 twists and turns in Confrontation City, then disappeared into an alleyway, and then seemed to evaporate out of thin air. On the other side, in a brothel box, a man wearing a luxurious white shirt was sitting, looking at a white leaflet in his hand. He said with a smile,
I have been to the brothel for the second time, and I can't forget to leave. I am so lustful. I didn't expect Brother Qin and I to be together.
He is a fellow-minded person. No wonder he can write such popular beauty poems. However, this evaluation is biased. Gentlemen love beauty. It is human nature. How can it be described as lustful? It deserves punishment.
The man who said this raised the chin of the beauty beside him. Just at this moment, the old man appeared out of thin air. The man moved his hand for a moment, then winked, and the shy and timid girl reluctantly stepped back.
Did you buy everything? Yes, sir,
the old man said respectfully. And then he took out the Xianrenzui and the MSG can. The lid of the wine jar is opened, and the aroma of wine overflows. After finishing the cup, the man couldn't help but sigh.
Everyone in Confrontation City has rumors that this immortal drunkenness can be compared with the drunken life, dreams and death in Jiaxing Tower. But in my opinion, there is no comparison between the two. This wine can only be found in heaven, and it can only be tasted in the human world several times. Brother Qin who brewed this wine is really amazing.
What's in this little can? The old man replied.
According to the auctioneer, this substance is called monosodium glutamate, and it has the effect of improving flavor and freshness. No matter what kind of dish, if you sprinkle some of this substance on it, it will become extremely delicious. Brother Qin also invented this thing?
The man asked curiously.
I don't know about this, but this thing is indeed auctioned together with Xianrenzui under the name of Wang Yueju. It's interesting. Mr. Lin, go and order the people in the kitchen to cook some dishes and sprinkle them with this stuff.
Hearing this, Mr. Lin looked troubled.
You have been out for too long. If you don't go back, there will be trouble. It doesn't matter. It won't take much time to eat a few dishes.
Mr. Lin said helplessly.
I understand.
It didn't take long for the exquisite dishes to be brought into the room. The man picked up the chopsticks and pinched them. Then his eyes widened. This brothel belongs to him, and he has eaten these dishes countless times. But the taste today is completely different from usual. He picked up the seasoning jar in surprise and said excitedly,
My mother has anorexia, and everything she eats tastes tasteless. Even the Ben Lay rabbit doesn't move her chopsticks after taking one bite. If the royal chef adds this ingredient to the meal, it may help the mother regain her appetite. Sir, is this thing really so magical? Try it for yourself. In my opinion, this so-called MSG is more precious than that immortal drunk.
Mr. Lin immediately picked up a chopstick and praised.
It is indeed more delicious than the food I have eaten before. If anyone has this thing, I am afraid they can become a chef.
The man shook the MSG in his hand and said with interest,
When will Brother Chin's Wangyu residence open?
I pondered for a moment and replied,
They use the Jibyozai auction to build momentum for Wangyu residence. In my opinion, it can only be done in the past few days.
The man thought thoughtfully,
I have to go to Hawan Academy to study with the teacher in the next few days. It seems that I can only wait to patronize Brother Chin's restaurant after that.
After leaving Jibyozai, Qin Feng brought Ning Shuang to Shenggongfeng. On weekdays, the God's Workshop is never open to visitors. But now it is forbidden for idlers to enter. Qin Feng understood that this was the precaution taken by the elder Yuan to avoid leaking the gunpowder matter. As soon as the man guarding the gate of Shenggongfeng saw him, he respectfully called,
Master Qin,
and led him into the courtyard. Nowadays, Qin Feng is second only to the patriarch in Shenggongfeng. What's more, as long as Qin Feng is preparing to start classes, the status of the patriarch has to be slightly lower. As soon as they stepped into the hospital, they felt the ground shake and the earthquakes continued one after another.
Uncle, there seems to be an earthquake?
Lan Ningxuang asked in shock. The man smiled back.
Miss Lan, don't worry. This is Mr. Yuan and the others testing the gunpowder that Master Qin invented earlier. In recent days, this has been the case in the God's Workshop, and we have long been accustomed to it.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows.
How far is the production of gunpowder now? The success rate of the explosion is now close to 100%, and we are already starting mass production. Master Qin will know the specific situation as soon as he goes in. Chapter 367 Get the finished gunpowder. As the man entered the attic, he'd hid his face. The weapon refining room that was blown up by Qin Feng has been completely renovated and has obviously been transformed. The heavy door looked very strong at first glance, and there was a small hole at the height of a person. At this moment, Gong Liang was throwing black ball-like explosives into the weapon refining room through the small door on the side of the weapon refining room. Hui Yuan, on the other hand, wore a special object that looked like glasses and carefully observed the movements in the weapon refining room through the small hole. Boom! With a dull sound, the entire attic trembled. Hui Yuan said excitedly.
The 342nd explosive test exploded successfully. Hurry up! Hurry up! Next one! Next one!
Qin Feng, who was not far away, looked shocked when he heard this. No wonder he had successfully refined explosives a few days ago. But the finished product had not been brought to him for so many days. Have you been doing tests for a long time? Is it necessary to waste so much explosives for testing 342?
Okay, no problem.
Gong Liang, who was standing by the gate, looked excited, and then took out a brand new explosive from the space treasure. Seeing that Gong Liang was about to throw the explosive into the refining room, Qin Feng hurriedly stopped him and said,
Wait a minute!
When the two heard this, they looked for fame with displeased expressions. They wanted to see who was so bold and delayed their happy moment.
Master Qin?
After seeing the speaker clearly, the expressions of the two people instantly changed from anger to joy.
What are you doing?
Qin Feng asked confused. Hui Yuan and Gong Liang looked at each other.
Let's test the gunpowder. Do you need to test hundreds of them for testing? Where do you get so many explosives? Oh, these are all made by us in recent days. They have been tested, and they can all be detonated successfully.
Hui Yuan and Gong Liang couldn't hide their pride in their voices. At the same time, they also admire Master Qin very much. After all, this explosive can definitely be said to be an unprecedented great invention.
Test all?
Qin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged.
You shouldn't have tested all the explosives. Right.
Hearing this, Gong Liang shook his head and said,
Of course not.
Qin Feng just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief when he heard the other party speak again.
I still have more than 10 explosives here that I haven't had time to test. Master Qin, you are here.
Qin Feng only felt that one head was as big as two.
You guys took all the explosives to test and detonate them. Then what should I show to the Demon Slayer Division and the army?
Gong Liang retorted.
But if we don't test it in advance, how can we be sure whether the explosive is successfully made?
Hui Yuan added at this moment.
Yes, if you make a defective product and show it to others, there will be no reaction. That is not only a slap in the face of Shenggongfeng, but also a slap in the face of Master Qin.
Qin Feng was speechless. What he said made sense. After thinking for a moment, he finally reacted and snatched the remaining 10 explosives from Gong Liang's hands, and solemnly warned,
You can do tests in the future, But for every 10 you make, you can only take 1.
Testing. This is called sampling testing. This detection method can not only control the number of defective explosives, but also preserve good explosives as much as possible. You too. Do you understand what I mean?
Hui Yuan and Gong Liang were a little embarrassed. In the past few days, they had fallen in love with the feeling of explosion. If we really follow what Master Qin said, wouldn't the happiness we can enjoy in the future be much less? Perhaps seeing what they were thinking, Qin Feng threatened.
If you don't do what I say, I will never come here to give lectures again.
The two men immediately said in unison,
I will obey Master Qin's order.
After parting ways with the two, Qin Feng came to the floor where Mr. Yuanjai was. At a glance, several wooden boxes were densely packed with prepared explosives.
Senior, these,
Yuanjai said,
have the Demon Slayer Division and the Shulong army taken care of things?
Yes.
Then it's time for me to go to the palace. Those two little bastards don't do things lightly. So I think there won't be much explosives left. Take 2 boxes of the explosives here and bring them to the Demon Slayer Division and the Shulong army. In recent years, the 4 regions have been in trouble. With the assistance of gunpowder, many unnecessary casualties can be avoided.
This is exactly what Qin Feng expected to see.
Master Yuan, when do you plan to go to the palace? Today at the earliest and tomorrow at the latest. You made gunpowder and made a great contribution to Daqian. Emperor Ming will definitely reward you. But the common man is not guilty of carrying a jade. And there are some things that he has to guard against. Yuanjai warned.
Junior understands.
The old man nodded and asked,
Why did you come here to look for me? It's like this. The new year is approaching. And the New Year's Eve ceremony is coming soon. I was asked by my friend to ask the old man to help me make some gadgets for the celebration.
Yuanjai frowned.
At this time, there are always many people looking for me with these insignificant things. Do you think I have time to care about this?
Qin Feng immediately took out a book from his arms, with the 3 characters, alchemy, written on it. He opened the title page and saw the periodic table of elements. But only the first 20 numbers were written on it for the time being.
I had nothing to do in the evening. I summarized some knowledge. I don't know if the elder is interested.
Yuanjai put the book in his arms and asked instead,
What do you need me to do? That thing is called fireworks. Or firecrackers. It's not that difficult to make. The main ingredients are gunpowder and some metals. I'll tell you the general method.
After everything was explained, Qin Feng took away 2 boxes of explosives and left the Shenggongfang with Ningxuang. He originally wanted to go directly to his father-in-law's house and show off the power of explosives. But when he looked up at the sky, it was getting dark. At this moment, Lan Ningxuang said,
Uncle, why don't you go back home early today? Huh? What's the matter? Is there something going on at home?
Qin Feng asked curiously.
It's nothing serious. It's just that when I left the Qin mansion today, the young lady told me that I wanted my uncle to take a look at something.
Lan Ningxuang said softly.
Jianli, do you have something to show me?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and began to think about it. After a while, he shook his head again, getting rid of all the messy thoughts in his mind. After all, there were no uniforms or black stockings in this era.
What?
Qin Feng asked again. Lan Ningxuang pretended to be mysterious and said,
Miss didn't say anything specific. She just asked my uncle to wait in the room.
These words made Qin Feng a little distraught. He had slept for several days without eating anything. Could it be that the lady wanted to indulge in meat? But he didn't expect that a woman who didn't understand the world would know how to expect things in advance. When did she become so good at playing?
Ningxuang, have you bought another storybook recently?
Qin Feng said seriously.
No. No.
Lan Ningxuang's face turned red. Why did my uncle even know this?
Huh?
Qin Feng didn't expose it, but was just glad that the prescription given by the Lu family's grandma hadn't been thrown away yet. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Chapter 368 Restaurant Opening. After washing up, he drank the grandma's secret soup in one gulp. Qin Feng sat on the bedside with great expectation, not knowing what surprise his wife would give him tonight. The candles in the room swayed slightly in the night wind, just like his mood at the moment. The light footsteps are getting closer and closer. The lady is coming. Qin Feng took a deep breath and said to himself,
Don't be nervous. As an experienced driver who has lived an extra life, he has never seen any big storms. Treat him with a normal mind.
After a few repeated hints, he looked towards the door. A beautiful figure in white stepped into the house. Looking at what the lady was holding, Qin Feng couldn't help but widen his eyes and shouted in his heart,
Hold the grass.
The development of things was a bit beyond the expectation of the veteran driver. What Lu Jianli was holding was nothing but food. No. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. But the result is that I am suffering from human suffering. Qin Feng smiled reluctantly.
Madam,
why are you thinking about cooking again?
Lu Jianli put down the dinner plate, lifted her hair by her ears, and said softly,
I learned cooking from my mother before. And after tasting it, it was really hard to swallow. Later, I got the recipe from Grandma Lu's family, studied it with Ming Shuang, and thought of making it for you again.
Qin Feng recalled the last time, and the sweetness in his mouth seemed to be fermenting again. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't want to make his wife sad, so he could only accept the meal silently. In the end, he was the one who resisted everything. On the dinner plate, there were still the same 3 dishes and 1 soup as last time. First, I took a bite of rice with my chopsticks. After all, this rice was the only thing that could be swallowed before. After eating the rice with saliva, Qin Feng took a deep breath and looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup, like a prisoner heading to the execution ground. Picking up a piece of braised pork, he closed his eyes and put it into his mouth. The unexpected sweetness did not burst out, and the taste was quite good. Huh? Qin Feng opened his eyes, chewed back and forth, and said in surprise, It tastes good. When Lu Jianli heard this, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. Then he tasted the remaining 2 dishes and soup. They still tasted good. Qin Feng finished the food in 3 strokes. In just a few days, his wife's cooking skills have improved so much, which he never expected.
Is it delicious?
Lu Jianli's red lips parted slightly.
It's delicious.
Qin Feng nodded vigorously. Lu Jianli smiled knowingly, feeling far more happy and satisfied at this moment than when she had improved her sword skills. Qin Feng sighed inwardly. As expected, the girls of this era are better. If they are not good at cooking, they will study hard. Unlike his time, finding a wife who could cook was equivalent to finding a treasure. Of course, he also knew that if his wife's cooking skills improved so quickly, she must have been practicing secretly for a long time. Qin Feng's heart almost melted when he thought that the woman who was called the Sword God was willing to do for him what ordinary women did. He put down the bowl and chopsticks and took hold of the other person's hand. Their eyes met. Tenderness and joy rippled between the 2 of them.
Madam, Wang Yueji's restaurant in Confrontation City has opened. I need your help tomorrow. What do you need me to do? It's not troublesome. You just need to fly from the air to the roof of Wang Yu residence and wait for a while.
Can?
Madam, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early.
Qin Feng said softly. The effect of Grandma's ancestral prescription took effect.
Okay.
Lu Jianli's cheeks flew up, and with a wave of her right sleeve, the candles in the room were instantly extinguished, and the door was closed. This night was full of spring. The next day, Wang Yueji's branch in Confrontation City officially opened. Outside the restaurant, there was a sea of people, many of whom came here because of some news. What happened at the auction also spread among some dignitaries in the imperial capital, many of whom wanted to taste the legendary immortal drunken original brew. At noon, a beautiful figure in white floated down and stood on the top floor of Wang Yu residence. Among the people queuing up, there were many discerning people who recognized the figure in white clothes at a glance as the rumored Lu Jianli. She has a beautiful and fragrant appearance, is the youngest 3rd-grade sword god in history, and is the granddaughter of Duke Lu Fu. No matter what, she attracts much attention.
I remember hearing someone say that the dignitaries who propose marriage to the Lu family can be lined up from the inner city to the outer city. And there are many relatives of the emperor and the country among them. My ears have become calloused by the words of
sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon and shying away the flowers.
I didn't believe it at first. After all, there were very few people in the imperial capital who had actually seen her appearance. In my opinion, she is at best comparable to those courtesans. But she has the aura of Duke Lu Jiafu. So she is exaggerated. But now that I saw it, it was as shocking as the rumors. This kind of woman should be like the bright moon in the sky, which can only be seen from a distance. How could she fall into the mortal world and become someone else's wife?
A man said angrily.
Someone on the side also said,
It would be fine if I married someone from the royal family, but I still followed the order of my ancestors and married into a down-and-out family. It's really enviable and hateful.
A group of men said through gritted teeth.
If I knew who her man was, I would secretly spit on his back. I even wanted to knock him out and castrate him. This is a good idea.
Many men's eyes lit up. In the crowd, Qin Feng had a strange look on his face when he heard these words. On the first day of the restaurant's opening, he, the shopkeeper, naturally wanted to take a look. But he didn't expect everyone's jealousy to be so strong. Fortunately, no one knew that he was Lu Jianli's husband. Otherwise he might have died. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's head shrank. On the rooftop, Lu Jianli cast an inquiring look. A group of men outside the restaurant immediately began to think about it, wondering if it was me that the goddess was looking at. After Qin Feng nodded, Lu Jianli tiptoed and disappeared into the sky wearing white clothes. The beauty in white came and went just as quickly. Many people felt a little regretful. They only regretted that they were being reserved and didn't take a few more glances. Qin Feng listened to the comments of the people around him and smiled with satisfaction. It won't be long before the news of Lu Jianli's personal visit to Wangyu residence will spread throughout the streets and alleys of Confrontation City, and his restaurant will be overcrowded. Seeing that the restaurant business was booming, Qin Feng took Ningxuang and withdrew from the crowd.
Had the news been brought to the Demon Slayer division and the Lu family?
Qin Feng asked aloud. Lan Ningxuang nodded.
We have made an appointment with them at 3 o'clock in the morning to witness the power of gunpowder at the martial arts field of the Lu family Shihou army. Okay, let's go to the martial arts arena now.
On the other side, outside the palace, the eunuch beside Emperor Ming smiled and said,
Senator, you are here. But do you want to agree to what His Majesty said before and take over the Ministry of Industry?
Mr. Yuan Zhai shook his head and replied,
Please go in and report. I have something to show your Majesty. The things made by the elders are always good. I will go in and report. Please wait here for a while.
The eunuch left in a hurry. Chapter 369 witnessed the power. Confrontation City, Shihou Army's martial arts training ground. When the Shihou Army went to the Ghost Mountain in the Northern Territory and returned victorious from the battle with 5,000 demons, Emperor Longyan of the Ming Dynasty was so pleased that he asked Shen Gongfang to build this martial arts arena. The scale was naturally extraordinary. Under the leadership of Ningxuang, Qin Feng stepped into this martial arts arena and was shocked by its momentum at just one glance. Needless to say, there are neat and uniform army formations, and there are also various training grounds for horseback shooting. In the center of the martial arts field, there is a high-standing military parade platform and courtyard building. Next to the courtyard is a platform. On the flagpole of the platform, the military flag of the Shihou Army is fluttering in the wind. The shouts of the military exercise were uniform, and even the sound of waving weapons seemed to come out at the same time. Qin Feng suddenly remembered a poem by Xin Chiji 800 miles away. The soldiers under his command were burned. The sound of 50-string strings turning outside the Great Wall, and the autumn order of troops on the battlefield. The scene in front of me is exactly the same as described in the poem.
It's really amazing,
Qin Feng said sincerely. Lan Ningxuang smiled and said,
The Shihou Army is so famous that it is naturally great. But my uncle must have never imagined that when the Lu family took over this army, there were less than 2,000 people in the army, and they were extremely lazy. If it weren't for the Lu family leader to lead the troops well, the Shihou Army would not have been able to win one battle after another and make the army the size it is now.
Today's Shihou Army, apart from the part that goes out to fight, there are still more than 30,000 people in this martial arts field. Lan Ningxuan looked around, then pointed to a building and said,
Look, Uncle, that courtyard is the place where recruits are trained.
Xing Shenling came from there when he was young. And you don't know? Uncle, Xing Shenling was the best among the soldiers back then.
Oh, that black charcoal head actually has such a glorious history. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows.
If I had known this, I would have brought him here with me today. I believe he will be very happy. By the way, where is the agreed meeting place? It's the parade platform in front.
Lan Ningxuang replied. Qin Feng then looked around and saw his father-in-law. At this moment, the father-in-law was not wearing a plain clothes gown like in the Lu mansion. Instead, he was wearing a battle armor, with a sword at his waist, and he looked majestic. He even vaguely saw the shadow of a lady in his father-in-law.
It seems that the lady's beauty is inherited from Xinyo's mother-in-law, but her heroic appearance is inherited from her father-in-law, the god of war.
Turning his head and looking to one side, he saw that Xijingdingma, the Demon Slayer division of Confrontation City, had also arrived. Qin Feng no longer delayed and walked towards the military parade. On the military parade platform, Dingamo said,
I didn't expect that the boy who was only waist-high back then would now grow into a great military god, leading such a brave army. Time flies. It is really sad. Lord Ding was joking. The god of war is just a casual title given by the world. On the contrary, I still admire Mr. Ding very much. If you hadn't guarded the southern border alone for 3 days and 3 nights, I'm afraid Azura's feet have already traveled all over the southern territory.
When Ding heard this, a trace of loneliness flashed in his eyes.
It's all in the past. If my old bones move now, I'm afraid they will fall apart. Then again, I really envy you. Not only do you have a good daughter, but you also have a good son-in-law. One is the youngest third-grade sword god in the world, and the other is talented and intelligent with a promising future.
Hearing Ding Mo's praise, even the stern Lu Tianlu showed a slight smile. Lu Jianli has always been his pride, and as for his son-in-law, he is also very satisfied. The only flaw is that the son-in-law's cultivation level is too low, and the wife's wish to have a grandson or granddaughter may not be realized in a short time.
The boy from the Qin family has invented gunpowder. If it is really as powerful as he said, it will be a great benefit to the low-level soldiers and demon slayers of Dakian. Have you ever seen that gunpowder with your own eyes?
Ding Mo asked. Lu Tianlu shook his head.
He gathered us here just to show off the gunpowder.
In this world where demons and ghosts are rampant, soldiers and demon slayers with low cultivation levels are more often used as cannon fodder and tactical sacrifices. However, the advent of gunpowder will greatly change this situation, allowing those people to have more uses, and even play unexpected roles. Of course, whether this expectation can be realized depends on whether the gunpowder is reliable.
That boy is here,
Ding Mo said with a smile. The scar under his right eye was squeezed together.
Dad? Lord Ding.
Qin Feng greeted, and Lan Ningxuan on the side also saluted respectfully. Lu Tianlu nodded in greeting.
Have you brought everything?
Qin Feng hummed, and then took out a black iron ball from his arms with a lead on it.
Is this the finished product you mentioned earlier?
Ding Mo looked curious. He was the former commander of the Eastern Territory, and he had seen many treasures of heaven, earth, materials, and all kinds of treasures. But this was the first time he had seen such weird-looking things. Can this kind of thing really exert the power of a full-strength strike from a 5th-grade Shenwu martial artist? He couldn't help but have such doubts in his heart.
Yes, Master Ding. I call it explosives. As long as the fuse above is ignited, once detonated, it will exert unparalleled power.
Qin Feng said confidently.
Hearing is false. Seeing is believing. I will show you two now.
Qin Feng looked at the audience. There were soldiers training everywhere. He raised his head and said,
Can you make some space for me? I'm afraid that when this thing detonates, it will be too powerful and hurt others.
Ding Mo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Lu Tianlu pondered for a moment, then became angry and shouted loudly,
All soldiers, line up on both sides of the formation. In this martial arts arena, Lu Tianlu's order was the highest order, and his voice spread in all directions. Within a moment, all the soldiers lined up on both sides, leaving the space in the middle empty. Just when these soldiers thought that General Lu issued this order to have the two armies confront each other for actual combat drills, they saw a handsome young man in black running all the way to the middle of the martial arts field. Even though there was all kinds of curiosity in their hearts, no one said anything. Qin Feng glanced around and made sure everyone kept a safe enough distance. He took a deep breath and placed the explosives on the ground. He took out the fire seal from the summer ring and lit the fuse of the explosive. Qin Feng ran away as if he was running away, and then covered his ears with his hands. This series of inexplicable operations made the onlookers look puzzled. But the moment the sparks from the lead submerged into the black iron ball, there was first a burst of dazzling fire, and then there was a deafening sound like thunder. Boom! The noise went away as quickly as it came. The soldiers who came back to their senses looked at the explosion site. A crater had been blasted on the ground, and cracks spread like spider webs. Countless broken pieces of iron flew everywhere, and the farthest piece even flew to the parade platform. Lu Tianlu made a move with his right hand, and pieces of iron flew into his hand, still carrying a scorching temperature. He looked at the dark mark on the ground and felt a huge wave of emotions in his heart. Chapter 370 Allocation Conflict. Things that don't require literary energy, strength, or energy can really explode with such powerful power. How could Lu Tianlu and Deng Mo not be frightened and ecstatic about this? Even the well-trained soldiers of the Shenhou army could not hold back and began to whisper.
What did that guy set on fire? Why is it so scary? In my opinion, it should be some kind of amazingly powerful treasure. Treasure? Could it be a one-time use? The black iron ball that the man took out earlier is gone. It is so powerful that if it can be used repeatedly, It would be too outrageous. However, I didn't seem to see him inject any breath into the iron ball. He just lit the thread?
Someone expressed doubts.
He should have injected the breath silently. So you and I didn't notice it. How could such a powerful treasure be activated simply by igniting a thread? I don't know if the martial artist can use that thing. If we can have that thing, we can also create enough threats to monsters and ghosts with 3-level tribulation power or above.
One person said excitedly. When the other soldiers heard this, they also showed longing. But after thinking about it carefully, they gave up the idea.
This thing should be offered to General Liu or the commander-in-chief of the army. We should not have any wishful thinking.
Alas,
a sigh sounded. Qin Feng, who successfully detonated the explosion, ran back to the military parade and said excitedly,
"How? Far beyond expectations."
Ding Imo laughed. Lu Tianlu also nodded with satisfaction. After seeing the power of this gunpowder, he already had many more ways to use weapons in his mind. However, the two of them were still a little unsure.
To use this thing, is it really as simple as lighting the fuse?
Qin Feng smiled back.
If you don't believe it, you can just find a soldier and do it yourself.
Lu Tianlu and Deng Imo looked at each other. Then the former said,
"Okay, let's try again."
The selected soldier was chosen at random, and when he was pointed out by General Liu, he was completely confused. The handsome young man from before walked up to him with a smile, handed him an identical black iron ball, and said solemnly,
"Wait a minute. Put this thing on the ground, and then use a fire stick to light the fuse on it," and then ran far away. Do you understand?
The soldier was stunned when he heard this.
Don't you need me to inject energy into it? Nothing is needed. Just light the fuse above, and then run away.
The soldier swallowed.
Okay, I understand.
After Qin Feng went away, he looked at the black iron ball in his hand and thought of the power of the previous explosion, feeling a little unsure. However, as a soldier in the army, military orders are like mountains. Even though he was scared at the moment, he still followed Qin Feng's instructions.
Boom! The deafening sound sounded again. And this sound not only resounded in the ears of the soldiers, but also resounded in their hearts. Something that is so powerful and doesn't place too many demands on the user can save lives. When you go out to fight against monsters and ghosts, when will you never die? Everyone's life is given by their parents, and no one wants to die in vain. In the past, they may not have been able to do anything, because the military orders were like mountains, and because they wanted to eliminate demons and ghosts. Some sacrifices were inevitable, but after possessing this thing, the casualties in battle will be greatly reduced, and the number of soldiers who can return home alive will be greatly increased. The soldier who was randomly selected looked blankly at the cracks and deep pits on the ground in front of him, tears inadvertently streaking down his cheeks.
Okay!
Lu Tianlu and Deng Imo on the military parade stage both shouted excitedly involuntarily. They seemed to have foreseen the bright future of the human race. Qin Feng returned to the military parade, and Lu Tianlu said directly,
"How many of these things are there?"
The Shenhou army.
Want them all."
Deng Imo on the side heard this and frowned.
"Young man from the Liu family, you said this, but you didn't take my Demon Slayer division seriously?"
Only then did Lu Tianlu realize that there were people around him who wanted to snatch the rare thing from him.
"Master Deng, I'm sorry. I was so excited that I almost forgot about it."
Having said that, Lu Tianlu was thinking, if he had known that gunpowder had such unexpected effects, he should have asked his good son-in-law to prepare more for the Shenhou army in advance. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Qin Feng put his right hand into his arms, but in the blink of an eye, 2 boxes of explosives appeared in front of the two of them. Lu Tianlu and Deng Imo looked at the 2 boxes of black iron balls with fiery eyes, but neither of them spoke first. The atmosphere suddenly became unpredictable. Qin Feng broke the calm.
"There are only these 2 boxes at the moment. How do you plan to divide them?"
Lu Tianlu coughed dryly and said,
"Master Deng, what do you think of us? The Shenhou army has many officers and soldiers, and they are out fighting demons and ghosts all year round. The need for gunpowder should be more urgent than that of the Demon Slayer division."
This statement made sense. Qin Feng nodded silently and planned to divide the things. But I heard Deng Imo say,
"It's indeed 7 to 3 points. But it's just me. 7 points. And you 3 points.
Qin Feng made a move in his hand. Lu Tianlu's expression also darkened.
"Master Deng, please don't make such a joke with me. I'm not in the habit of joking with others. No matter how many soldiers you have in the Shenhou army, can you still compare to our 4 regions Demon Slayer division? Countless demon slayers from Doggone Demon Slayer Division die from ghost troubles every year. With this item, the casualties can be greatly reduced. Moreover, after the new year, the Demon Slayer Department of the Imperial Capital will send supplies to the 4 regions. This is what I urgently need, and I hope General Liu will give up his love and sell me this face,
Dangamo said, clasping his fists.
If it were normal times, I would definitely give Mr. Ding his face. But this thing is related to the lives of our soldiers, which really makes me embarrassed. What's more, Mr. Ding is already old and has been away from the battle line for a long time. It is better to leave things like going out to fight against monsters and ghosts to us young people. Lu Tianlu narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile,
"Huh. When I was fighting with the monsters, you were just an unweaned baby. You don't have to worry about age. With my body and bones, even if I stay with the Azura clan for 3 days and 3 nights, it will be easy."
Dangamo was not to be outdone. "Old man, you are bragging a bit," Qin Feng complained in his heart, and then stood silently aside, looking at his toes. On one side is his father-in-law. On the other is the boss of the Demon Slayer Division. Since neither of them can be offended, he, who is well versed in the ways of dealing with the world, understands that silence is the only answer.
If these 2 people quarrel for a while longer, they will definitely be able to come to an outcome. I'll just wait here,
Qin Feng said calmly.
But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and the 2 people's spearheads were pointed at him at some point. Lu Tianlu was the first to speak.
"Good son-in-law, since you brought this thing, can you tell me how to distribute it in the most reasonable way?"
Dangamo also said.
"Boy, don't forget the Jade Demon Slaying Order on your waist. You might as well think more before you speak."
Ah. Qin Feng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This proposition might really kill him. Chapter 371. The storm is rising. It's like the question your girlfriend asks you when something happens.
"Your mother and I fell into the river. Who do you say first?"
Faced with this problem, no matter which side you choose, it is wrong. If you choose a girlfriend, she will scold you for being unfilial. If you choose mom, the woman will cry and say that you don't love her. So when answering this kind of question, you must avoid the more important ones and choose the less important ones, so that neither party is offended.
"I think what you two are saying makes sense. On one side is the Shinho army, which has been fighting on the field all year round. If we can get more gunpowder, it will indeed make the battle smoother."
Lu Tianlu nodded with satisfaction. But Dangamo narrowed his eyes and sneered. Qin Feng added,
"On the other side is the Demon Slayer Division. Every year, many of our colleagues have to be sacrificed in solving the ghost problem. After having gunpowder, if it can be assigned to various demon-slaying departments, even if sieging is not very strong, he can still have the power to fight against some monsters that suddenly attack."
Lu Tianlu's smile faded, and Dangamo nodded with approval.
"Since both sides need this thing very much, my suggestion is why not share it equally? In fact, you don't have to fight with each other. I have already entrusted the Patriarch of the Shin Workshop to mass-produce gunpowder. And counting the time, Mr. Yuan should have arrived at the palace and met with Emperor Ming. Once the matter is finalized, the amount of gunpowder allocated to the court, the army, and the Demon Slayer Division will definitely be sufficient."
Qin Feng said it with certainty.
"Oh, Mr. Yuan went to the palace?"
Lu Tianlu and Dangamo were thoughtful.
"Yes. You have also seen the power of this gunpowder. It may help the human race better fight against demons and ghosts, but it may also bring unimaginable disasters to the human race. Therefore, the raw materials of gunpowder must be strictly controlled, and in the entire Dakian, only Emperor Ming had this ability."
Qin Feng said this. Lu Tianlu and the others heard this and nodded in approval. Gunpowder is a double-edged sword. If used improperly, it can hurt others and yourself.
"In that case, let me listen to your words and make an equal split first."
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't get angry. Unexpectedly, after Lu Tianlu and Dangamo glanced at the 2 wooden boxes containing explosives on the ground, they both pointed to the wooden box that looked larger.
"I want this box."
As soon as the words fell, the 2 looked at each other again, and a confrontation was inevitable. Boom! In the palace, a thunderous sound was suddenly heard. Within a moment, several figures wearing white masks and red clothes appeared out of thin air. These people are the direct bodyguards of Emperor Ming, Yuluasi, who is in charge of the 9 prisons. When they arrived at the scene, they did not find any assassins. They only saw Emperor Ming looking in one direction with excitement on his face. Then he looked around and saw that the hard Qingang slate was already covered with cracks. And the dark marks came from unknown reasons. There are also many broken pieces of iron scattered in all directions. Emperor Ming said excitedly.
Is this the gunpowder you want to show me?
Yuan Jai respectfully replied.
Yes, Your Majesty. It has such power. Okay, very good.
Seeing Long Yan's joy, the eunuch on the side also boasted.
The patriarch of the Shin workshop is really amazing. Not only he forged the 12 supreme soldiers, but he can also create such rare things. It doesn't require Wen Qi, Jin Qi, or Yin Qi to push it, but it can explode with such power. If this thing can be mass-produced, our human race will be invincible.
Having said that, everyone present actually understood it in their hearts. No matter how powerful this thing is, its lethality is limited. It may be effective against demons and ghosts with power below the 5th level of calamity, but it seems a bit useless against demons and ghosts that are more powerful. After all, when the strength of a certain existence reaches a certain level, it is already beyond imagination. Just like the 36 stars and the 12 divine generals of the Demon Slayer division. Yuan Jai said,
Your Majesty, gunpowder is a double-edged sword. In order to prevent flooding, the raw materials must be controlled.
Emperor Ming pondered for a moment, nodded and said,
That makes sense. Later you can show me the things that need to be controlled, and I will order them to be done. Then thank you, Your Majesty.
Emperor Ming waved his hand and said with a smile,
I am very satisfied with this thing. Your ability to create this thing is a contribution to Dakian. Whatever you want. Just say it. Actually, this thing was not created by me, but by a junior.
As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little surprised. Who else in this world other than the veterans of the Shin workshop could make such a surprising thing?
Who is that person?
Emperor Ming asked curiously.
Qin's eldest son. Qin Feng.
Yuan Jai said truthfully.
So it's him.
Emperor Ming thought thoughtfully. Dakian covers a vast area, and big things happen all the time. As the king of a country, he needs to review countless memorials every day. Therefore, it is difficult for him to remember an insignificant person. The reason why I know Qin Feng is nothing more than 2 reasons. One of them is naturally Lu Jianli, a 3rd-grade swordsman with an unpredictable future. As her husband, Emperor Ming naturally knew something about her. He even knew clearly that Lu Jianli was able to recover from his injuries because of Qin Feng's rejuvenating medical skills. The second is the corpse ghost disaster in Shulong City. Due to the influence of the previous corpse ghost disaster in the Northern Territory, the Imperial Court must pay great attention to the corpse ghost. Shokai already knew the news as soon as he brought it back to Fengtian City. In the corpse disaster, Qin Feng's role that cannot be ignored has also been verified by many parties.
The ancestors of the Qin family were also heroes in the founding of the country, and were on par with the Lu family. However, as time passed by, the Qin family gradually became mediocre. But they did not expect that they would rise again in this generation. Qin Feng, not only is this kid good at medical skills, but he also knows these strange and obscene skills. I have never seen a literary sage whose knowledge is so patchy. But it is interesting.
Emperor Ming smiled and asked,
What is the title of the Qin family now?
The eunuch on the side replied,
Some time ago, in order to reward Qin Feng, the eldest son of Qin, for his contribution to Shulong City, Qin Jianan, the head of the Qin family, was promoted to the 2nd-class general serving the country. I see.
Emperor Ming nodded.
Then I will give the Qin family another title.
Howin Courtyard climbed to the top of the sky tower. A middle-aged man with a wretched appearance and a pointed mouth drank tea on the table and said with emotion,
The celestial phenomena have changed. That boy is really amazing. He has caused so much commotion not long after he came to Fengtian City. Jin Long opened his eyes. It was a rare thing that he hadn't seen in a long time. It's a pity that the boy doesn't know how to be restrained, and he doesn't understand the principle that anything good in Lin Feng will be destroyed. Master, do you know that when I tested him in the restaurant about how many corpses he had killed in Shulong City, he shamelessly answered tens of thousands. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are even more shameless than me. Seeing that he is my junior brother, I gave him a warning, but I don't know if he was careful. But with the Qin family's giant Buddha and the Lu family here, those people had to think carefully if they wanted to do anything unexpected to him. Master, are you listening to me?
The Imperial Master Tianjin, who was dressed in white, remained unmoved. He just looked up at the sky and murmured,
The wind is rising, and the clouds are surging.
Chapter 372 Fei Sun's Suggestion. 3 days later, the Qin family, who were still dining in the lobby, heard noise coming from outside the mansion. It was someone coming to the Qin mansion to read out the imperial edict. Nyan was surprised and asked,
"Is there another imperial edict?"
"The Qin mansion has been in decline for a long time. The last time she received an imperial edict in Jinong City, she was frightened. Now, not long after arriving in Fontian City, another imperial edict came. Women naturally think more and are worried." Qin Jianan put down the bowls and chopsticks in his hands, glanced at the people on the table and said,
"The imperial edict has arrived, so don't neglect it. Everyone go out with me to receive the edict."
"Yeah," Qin Feng responded. Others may not know where this imperial edict comes from, but he knows it well. After leaving the Shenhou army's martial arts field that day, he went to the Shenggongfang again. It was not until around 10 o'clock that the old man came back from the palace. Regarding the gunpowder matter, it was naturally very smooth for the old man to take action. And Qin Feng even heard from the old man that Emperor Ming would reward him. I think this imperial edict is related to the reward. The family came to the door to receive the edict. Qin Feng's face froze when he saw the person reading out the edict. He is still the person with eyes on his head. Fei Sun from Haowen Academy. The other party also looked at him lightly, and then began to read out the imperial edict. After the imperial edict was read out, everyone in the Qin family was surprised and happy. The title of the head of the Qin family was promoted again, and he jumped 2 ranks, directly from the second-class general serving the country to the third-class general auxiliary to the country. In addition, there are countless kinds of silk, gold and silver. It is worth mentioning that after Emperor Mingda succeeded to the throne, although the situation of Dacian demons and ghosts was rampant, the state treasury became increasingly full. Therefore, Emperor Mingda has always been generous with his actions, and his annual New Year's greeting ceremony is even more grand and extraordinary. From the content of the imperial edict, everyone in the Qin mansion also understood that the reason for this result was that Qin Feng, the eldest young master of the Qin family, had made contributions to Dagon, which made Long Yan Dayue reward him.
The young master is really amazing.
This thought came to everyone's mind. Looking at the head of the Qin family, apart from wasting the family's money, it seems that it has no effect. Without comparison, there is no harm. After the imperial edict was received, Fei Sun looked at Qin Feng and said,
"Come with me."
"Huh?" Qin Feng was stunned. Is there any other reward? He didn't ask any more questions, and just followed him out of the gate of Qin Mansion and strolled on the street.
"Do you have any clues about the 5th grade Howren realm?"
Fei Sun asked. This question was beyond Qin Feng's expectation. He answered truthfully,
"I'm still figuring it out, and haven't figured it out yet."
As soon as these words came out, Fei Sun frowned.
"Medical skills and strange and obscene skills are certainly useful. But remember not to put the cart before the horse. If you put your mind on those, you will only be stuck in the sage tradition."
"Damn it. Who are you to me? Why are you talking against me?" Qin Feng looked displeased, and was about to fight back when he heard the other party speak again.
"If you want to step into the 5th grade Howren realm, you must follow the oath you swore at the heart-questioning platform when you were in the 8th grade Ming state of mind. Each Wensheng Taoist has different ambitions, and the method of entering the 5th level naturally varies from person to person." Fei Sun spoke slowly. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and the words he was about to retaliate were swallowed back, because he could hear that the other party was trying to provide him with ideas for entering the 5th grade Howren realm. "When senior brother Yang and I first entered the 5th grade Howren realm, we both opened schools and taught others to gain karma, thus clarifying our inner ambitions. If you don't know how to take the road ahead, maybe you can also use this method." "Open a school? Preach and gain vocation?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. "There was such a way. Now, apart from reading the books in Tinjiakshuan every day and observing the sky at night, he really felt very confused, because he always felt that the 5th grade Howren realm was far away. But after listening to the other party's words,
he found the direction again.
"But it's not that easy to hold a lecture in Fontian City, right?"
Qin Feng asked. Fei Sun replied,
"It is not easy for ordinary people to open a school. After all, if you are not qualified, preaching and educating people will only mislead others. Therefore, those who open schools must be approved by the Imperial Academy of Haowen Academy."
Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He had also heard about the Imperial College of Haowen Academy, which was equivalent to a national education management institution. Many royal relatives and dignitaries would send their children to the Imperial Academy for enlightenment. Although the Imperial College belongs to Haowen Academy, the relationship between the two is somewhat subtle. Logically speaking, The Imperial College should obey Howling Yuan with full authority. But compared to Howling Yuan, they obeyed the Imperial Court more. Or to be more precise, Emperor Ming. Qin Feng can also understand that this should be regarded as a way for Emperor Ming to infiltrate Howin Academy. After all, as long as he is the emperor, it is impossible for one person to have absolute power, such as Tianjin Guisher. Fei Sun spoke again.
Although you have not joined Howin Academy, you are under Howin order. If you want to open a school, it is much simpler than ordinary people. When the time comes, you only need to go to the Imperial College of Howin College, pass the test, and get the handwritten letter. But before that, you must first read the 4 books and 5 classics thoroughly, and memorize some of Dagon's national books by heart. Otherwise, you will not be able to pass the test of the Imperial College.
The so-called national certificate is equivalent to the textbook given by the People's Education Publishing House, the kind that is required for the high school entrance examination and the college entrance examination. Qin Feng had a strange look on his face. He never expected that he would have to take the exam even though he had already traveled through time. But fortunately, he has a plug-in pupil technique, and it's just a certificate, which is just a matter of a few glances.
How many volumes are there in the credential?
Fei Sun said without hesitation.
1,742 volumes. Not a handful.
You are still too young to think that you can read the letter of credence with just a few glances. If you want to memorize so many volumes, it will take a long time. Well, it won't be long. Qin Feng thought smugly. If you have plugins, you are awesome. Fei Sun glanced at it and then said,
You should be a self-taught scholar, even though you have read some national documents. Your reading is very limited.
Qin Feng nodded. Although there were countless books in Tinjiuxuan, the types of knowledge involved in them were so wide that the so-called national books were very few.
There are 1,742 volumes of national books in the library of Howin Academy. With the Howin Order, you can freely enter and exit the library to read and study. In the following time, I will focus on my practice and stop thinking about restaurants, medicine, and those strange and obscene skills. Fei Sun warned. Qin Feng looked up in surprise. It seemed that everything he did after arriving in Fontian City was known to the other party. He wondered,
Why do you want to help me like this?
Fei Sun answered truthfully.
You are the teacher's favorite student. Even if you don't enter Howin Academy, you are still the teacher's student. As your senior brother, wouldn't it be reasonable for me to care about you? The words have almost been explained. Let's take the first step.
After leaving these words, he walked away with his head held high. Qin Feng had mixed feelings in his heart. He always felt that he might have misunderstood the people in Howin Academy. Although he looked very arrogant, he was indeed a good person. Thinking of this, he silently bowed to the opponent's back and muttered,
Thank you, senior brother Fei.
Fei Sun in the distance raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Chapter 373 Heading to the Imperial College. Fei Sun originally thought that after his instructions, even if the boy from the Qin family did not come to Howin Court to read the credentials immediately, he would have done so in the 2 days before and after. But after waiting for 5 days, he still didn't see Qin Feng in the library of Howin Academy. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Really rotten wood cannot be carved.
Fei Sun was so angry that he almost stamped his feet when he climbed to the first floor of the Sky Tower. Yang Qian held the scroll in his hand, shook his head, and said with a smile,
Why are you in such a hurry? Junior brother Qin didn't come immediately, so naturally he had other things to be busy with. His restaurant had just opened, and considering the gunpowder issue, it was understandable that he couldn't get away. Oh, by the way, the people in Daqianzhong are full of praise for the hot pot in Wengyueju. After a while, how about you and I go and try it together?
Under Qin Feng's series of operations, coupled with Wang Yueji's own excellent dishes, the restaurant's reputation has been at its peak in Fengtian City, and it even has the potential to catch up with Zexinglu. It is rumored that even the prince of the current dynasty admired the hot pot. However, the authenticity of this news has yet to be verified. After all, how could the prince of the dynasty come and go in and out of the market at will? Maybe it was just a rumor spread by everyone.
Senior brother Yang, how can a gentleman indulge in food and drink? Scholars should serve the country, the king, and the people. You must not neglect your true career.
Fei Xuanyi said righteously.
Rain, clothing, housing, and transportation are all for the people's livelihood. If we deny the desires of food and drink, wouldn't we also deny the people's livelihood? What's more, scholars are also human beings, and they also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. birth, old age, illness and death. Even if it is good to serve the country, the king and the people, they must also enjoy themselves in time. Otherwise, it would be too tiring to always live for others.
Fei Sun wanted to refute, but he couldn't come up with a good argument, so he could only say,
False.
Yang Qian said helplessly.
And you may not know that the gunpowder invented by junior brother Qin has been pushed into the Demon Slayer Division and the Shenhou Army. 4 days ago, the Shenhou Army went out to the Northern Territory to defeat thousands of demon armies led by the Level 6 Tribulation Demon King. In the past, even if the Shenhou Army could win such battles, they would inevitably suffer casualties of at least 20% to 30%. However, with the help of gunpowder, the Shenhou Army achieved a complete victory with no more than 100 casualties in that battle. After Emperor Ming found out about this, Long Yan was very happy and ordered the Shun workshop to make gunpowder vigorously, hoping to promote it to all the troops in Dakian.
When Fei Sun heard this, he was surprised. This battle-loss ratio was simply appalling. You must know that in the past, when large armies solved those troubles that caused disasters, they had to use human lives to make up for it.
It is precisely because of this matter that junior brother Qin often goes to the God's workshop recently to discuss with Mr. Yuan how to continue to improve gunpowder.
Yang Qian talked eloquently. It turned out that Fei Sun's face improved slightly, but his mouth was still tough.
But even so, we can't delay his practice. According to the master, he entered the Wusheng Dao tradition late. If you want to memorize all the national documents, it will take at least a year and a half. Then it takes a lot of effort to get the handwriting from the Imperial College. Start teaching classes, and confirm the beliefs and aspirations in your heart. Then when do you want to step into the 5th grade Howren realm?
At this time, Yang Qian raised his brows, stretched out his hand and interrupted.
Don't make any more noise. Junior brother Qin, who I miss so much, has already arrived at Howren Academy, and is on his way to the library at the moment. Seriously?
Fei Sun's face lit up. Then he frowned and said,
When did I start thinking about him from my heart? Whether his love comes or not, it has nothing to do with me.
After hearing Fei Xuan's suggestion, Qin Feng wanted to come to Howren Academy to read through all the credentials, and then go to the Imperial Academy to pass the test and get the handwritten permission to start teaching. Now he is in Jianghu and can't help himself. There are too many things going on these days, and he is also very busy. It wasn't until today that I had time to come over. Howren Academy is very big, and most of the students there are the kind of people who look down on others. I asked for directions, but no one answered me. It was not easy to find a young man who looked shy and honest. Under the leadership of the other party, he found the location of the library.
Excuse me, if I want to go to the Imperial College, how should I go?
Qin Feng asked. The young man seemed a little embarrassed and pointed in a direction.
Go straight over there, and you can see a welcoming pine. Then turn right and walk for a while, and you will see the courtyard of the Imperial College. I see.
Qin Feng wanted to express his gratitude, but the young man left in a hurry, as if there was something urgent. In desperation, he could only use the Howren order to take Ming Shuang directly into the library. It has to be said that Howren Academy is indeed a holy place that scholars all over the world yearn for. The books contained in this library alone are dazzling. Qin Feng found the bookshelf where the documents of credence were stored according to the labels, and then started reading them one by one. In the blink of an eye, noon passed. In the climbing tower, Fei Sun said with satisfaction,
It's not bad. I forgot all about eating and sleeping in order to read. And I didn't even eat lunch. If you can maintain this attitude all the time, and add some intelligence, you may be able to write down all the credentials in about half a year, pass the test of the Imperial College, and get the handwritten letters.
Yang Qian held the scroll in his hand, non-committal, and suddenly he raised his eyebrows.
Junior brother Qin came out of the library. Well, you're out?
Fei Sun was puzzled.
It's just past noon. Are you going to have a meal?
Yang Qian shook his head, showing a strange expression.
He seems to be heading towards the Imperial College. Is it the Imperial Academy?
Fei Sun's eyes widened. Qin Feng took Ming Shuang and walked westward according to the young man's previous instructions. After 2 sticks of incense, he saw the towering welcoming pine. Then they turned right and climbed along the mountain road. After nearly half an hour, they saw the courtyard of the Imperial College. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. This Howren Academy is so damn big that his legs are sore.
Uncle, are you okay?
Lan Ningxuang looked at Qin Feng, who was out of breath, and asked with concern.
What can I do? When I climbed the Wanjian Sexord Mountain before, I climbed up in one breath without even breathing. It's just that the weather is getting colder and my body is not used to it.
Even if the duck is cooked. Qin Feng's mouth is still hard. He rested for a moment, and after catching his breath, he continued,
Let's go in.
There are countless high-rise buildings and pavilions in the Imperial College, as the highest authority for supervising education. In addition to numerous students from Howin Academy, there are also many officials sent by the Imperial Court. Many children of royal relatives or powerful people were educated here when they were young. When Qin Feng saw a middle-aged man, he stepped forward and asked respectfully,
Excuse me, where should I go if I want to get a handwritten letter that allows me to start teaching?
The middle-aged man looked for fame, looked at Qin Feng carefully, and then replied coldly,
Going along the stone steps, there is a gate with a yellow plaque hanging on it. Go inside to find Master Siyama. If you want to get the handwritten letter, you need to pass his test. Thank you.
Qin Feng cupped his fists and left. When the middle-aged man saw Qin Feng and the two walking away, he smiled disdainfully.
When did the reckless man in the demon-slaying division want to hold a class? What a joke. How could Mr. Emo let you pass? It was just a waste of time.
Chapter 374, Ashamed to be a Teacher. While walking in the Imperial College, Qin Feng did not hear the sound of reading loudly, nor did he see the students studying hard in the cold window. A group of well-dressed young men wearing various decorations were chatting there. But Qin Feng listened carefully, and found that what they were talking about was either romance, which brothel had a beautiful oiran, which girl was beautiful, and they didn't talk about anything serious. Even if there are teachers giving lectures in some halls, most of the people in the audience are listless, and some people are even sleeping on the table in the open. This is very different from the image of those scholars in Qin Feng's impression. It was not without reason that Deqian worshipped martial arts, but was weak in literature. He couldn't help but sigh. Passing a school, Lan Ningxuang suddenly exclaimed,
Look, Uncle, isn't that boy the one who led us earlier? Why is he standing outside the house?
Qin Feng then looked around and saw a young man standing outside the house. The clothes on his body were already thin, and coupled with the cold weather, he couldn't help shivering from the cold. There was more than one young man like him, and there were 7 or 8 people standing beside him. Their faces were all red from the cold, and their bodies were shaking constantly. But even so, they still looked carefully into the school and listened carefully to the lecture of a young man on the stage. Looking at the room, a group of young men were not focused on the lecturer, but on the young men outside the room. The disdain and contempt in his eyes were clearly evident, and he was even sneering and pointing. Qin Feng frowned. He had long known that Howin Academy was not friendly to the children of poor families, but he never imagined that it would be so heartless and crazy. The young people on the stage were treated so differently, and they were simply ashamed of being human teachers. But as an outsider, Qin Feng couldn't directly accuse the young man. Otherwise it would be counterproductive, and make these young men suffer even more unfair treatment in the future. He thought carefully, and then took out many clothes from the summer ring. Lan Ningxuan understood the idea, walked forward with clothes in hand, and put them on the young men one by one. This sudden move made all the young people at a loss. They were originally from poor families, and they only came to Howin Courtyard because they liked reading. They have long been used to being treated unfairly, and being treated coldly. When have you ever received such kindness? The moment of sadness and emotion made their eyes red. The young man leading the way obviously recognized Qin Feng, and said weakly,
Thank you, brother.
Qin Feng smiled and nodded. He could help these teenagers, but there was a limit to what he could do. After giving away the clothes, he was about to leave. Just at this moment, an arrogant young master came late and said loudly,
Masterly, Hanji and the others did not pay attention to the class.
Masterly was naturally the young man who gave the lecture, and Hanji was the young man who led Qin Feng. The young man giving the lecture had long seen the actions of Qin Feng and the two outside the room. He originally planned to turn a blind eye. After all, he didn't care whether those poor disciples came or not, or what they were doing. But when someone spoke up, he could no longer turn a blind eye. Because the arrogant young master who came late was the youngest son of a third-rank official in the court. Whether he could rise to prominence in the court in the future would depend on the background behind this little guy.
Hanji, what are you doing? If you don't want to attend my class, you don't have to come. And who are you? I let them listen to the class outside as a punishment for being late for class. If they can't bear this hardship, they should stop thinking about studying as soon as possible and go back as soon as possible. It's better for me to be out of sight and out of mind.
The young man shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man said kindly to the arrogant young man,
Master Fu, come in quickly. It's freezing outside. Don't let your body freeze.
The young man named Fu walked into the school with a proud look on his face. The teenagers outside the house lowered their heads silently, not knowing where to put their hands. This naked differential treatment made Qin Feng laugh angrily. Unable to bear it, he directly asked,
There is nothing wrong with being punished for being late. But as a teacher, you should treat everyone equally. Why do they need to listen to the class outside and be punished? But the young man just came now. But he can enter the class to listen to the class? Young people are inherently naughty. And as a teacher, you should set an example. Even if you treat the rich and the poor differently like this, won't they become like you in the future?
Hearing this, the young man surnamedly turned his head and frowned and said,
This is my school. It is not for outsiders to tell me what to do or how to teach.
What's more, as the son of Zongjing, how can Master Fu be like these people in the market? He had to receive etiquette lessons at home on weekdays, so it was understandable that he would come late. But what important things do these poor people have to do? It's just that I was having fun on the road, so I arrived late.
At this time, the young man named Fu raised his hand and said,
Masterly, what you said is wrong. I just overslept because of the cold weather.
The young man surnamedly was slapped in the face on the spot, and the scene was a little embarrassing for a while. He couldn't get angry at Master Fu, so he had to vent his anger on the poor disciples outside the house.
If I had known you were so naughty, I shouldn't have accepted you into the hall in the first place. Looking at the entire Imperial College, how many teachers are willing to accept you is really unlucky. If you still want to listen to my class, just take off the clothes that person gave me, and then stand outside honestly. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it anymore.
When the young men in the room heard this, they immediately started making noises. Han Chi and a group of other teenagers were young after all, and all the sadness and grievances they had accumulated in their daily lives surged into their hearts at this moment, turning into tears and rolling down their faces. When the young man surnamedly saw this, not only did he not feel any guilt, but he looked at Qin Feng triumphantly and said,
The Imperial College is not for everyone. If you influence other people's teaching, you will break the rules, and you won't give me the opportunity.
Leave far away? You?
Lan Ningxuang frowned slightly. She couldn't stand the other party's mean face for a long time. Now that she heard the other party insulting her uncle, she wanted to teach her a lesson. But there was a figure in black who was faster than him. He took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and ran into the school. Then he heard the sound of crisp slaps. For a moment, the whole place was silent. Masterly covered his face in disbelief.
You dare to hit me?
Qin Feng rubbed his wrist.
So what if I hit you? Do you know where this is? This is the Imperial College. You dare to take action here. You are simply reckless. Come on. Come on.
The young man was hysterical. Snapped. Qin Feng slapped him again with his backhand. The young man was stunned and froze on the spot, even forgetting to shout.
I'm sorry. I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Seeing that one side of your face is swollen and the other side is fine, I always feel uncomfortable. You don't blame me, do you?
The young man didn't know what obsessive-compulsive disorder meant. He only knew that he had been publicly humiliated twice. Immediately, he couldn't care about anything anymore and rushed towards Qin Feng like crazy.
I'm going to kill you!
Chapter 375, Princes, Generals and Prime Ministers. Would you rather have the seed? The young man was very energetic, but there was no doubt about the outcome. He is just a Taoist scholar with an 8th grade Ming state of mind. How can he be Qin Feng's opponent? He threw a weak punch, but it was blocked by Qin Feng's Haotian mirror. That punch was like hitting a wall, and the painful young man burst into tears. All the naughty boys in the school were still applauding. There was a lot of commotion here, and it didn't take long before someone came to ask what happened. When the young man surnamedly saw the person coming, he immediately shouted,
This person is so bold that he dares to do something in the Imperial College. Come quickly and find Mr. Siyama.
Hearing this, the man glanced at Qin Feng, and then ran towards the other side.
Uncle.
Lan Ningxuan on the side was a little worried.
It doesn't matter.
Qin Feng calmed down. He turned to look at the young men outside the room and smiled slightly. The man who left soon came here with a middle-aged man wearing a red official robe. I think this person was Lord Siyama. Behind Mr. Imo, there was also a young man in green. Qin Feng recognized that person. He had met him once in the Starjiang Tower before. Tang Fei, the son of the Minister of War. The latter obviously recognized him, and still smiled gracefully. Master Mo in red official robe glanced at it, frowned and said in a deep voice,
What happened here?
The young man surnamedly immediately ran up to the other party like a resentful woman, crying,
Master Emo, you have to make the decision for me.
Then, he described what had just happened with added detail.
Master Emo, that's what happened. I was teaching well in the school, and then this person came to disturb me. These naughty students came late, and I punished them by letting them attend classes outside. I gave them a few words of instruction, but it was just that they hated iron and could not become steel. I don't know why this person went crazy, but he rushed into the school and attacked me. How can such a person deserve to enter Howin Academy? How can he set foot in the sacred Imperial College? He should be driven out and banned from entering this place for the rest of his life. As a warning to others.
Hearing this, Emosai looked sideways.
Who are you? Why do you come to the Imperial College? Qin Feng of the Qin family came here because he wanted to get the handwriting permission to start teaching.
Qin Feng replied calmly. Emosai narrowed his eyes slightly. The young man shouted excitedly.
Handwriting? A person like you is worthy of being a teacher? What a joke.
Qin Feng glanced coldly, and the young man immediately fell silent. His cheeks were still burning with pain, but thinking about Emosai's support, he felt emboldened and stared back.
A dog that can only bark can teach. Why can't I teach?
The young man was furious.
Noisy!
Emosai shouted, and then looked at Qin Feng.
The Imperial College is a holy place that students all over the world yearn for. How can you allow you to speak so wildly? You're not welcome here. Get out of here.
Qin Feng frowned.
Master Emo, do you really want to listen to his words and drive me away indiscriminately? Why don't you ask what this masterly did?
Emosai glanced at the young man, whose eyes were a little evasive. Qin Feng said directly,
As a teacher, everyone should be treated equally. Sons of powerful people who are late can attend class safely, but children from poor families will be punished. It's not enough to be punished, but he also verbally insults him. Is this the training of an Imperial College teacher? Is this true?
Emosai said in a deep voice.
It's ridiculous to talk nonsense.
The young man screamed.
It's obvious that you treated them differently before, but you still don't admit it?
Lan Ningxuan was filled with indignation. Qin Feng said calmly,
If it is true or false, Master Emo will just ask these students.
Emosai immediately looked at the teenagers outside the house. Some young people wanted to speak, but after the young people glared, they shrank back in fear and did not dare to speak. Seeing this scene, the young man shouted,
Master Emo, you have also seen it. No one responded to him. What he said is clearly untrue.
Emosai said coldly.
What else do you want to defend? Why don't you say anything?
Lan Ningxuan was worried. Qin Feng sighed. Had the years of inferiority complex softened the minds of these young men? He glanced at it, and found that no young man dared to look at him. He said softly,
Many people believe that people are divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. The 9th grade is the emperor. The 6th grade is the noble. And the 3rd grade is the humble. The son of a powerful person is destined to remain a powerful person in the future. A child from a poor family will remain a poor family no matter how hard he works.
When the young men outside the house heard this, they lowered their heads in shame. Qin Feng took a breath and shouted loudly,
But in my opinion, it's all nonsense. Who stipulates that a butcher's child cannot become a feared general on the battlefield? Who stipulates that children from ordinary farm families cannot become good officials that everyone respects? It doesn't matter what others say or think. The key lies in what you think and do. The road to the future is never decided at birth, but is walked out step by step. Princes, generals, and prime ministers. Would you rather have the seed?
The words were shocking. The young man was dumbfounded. Emosai frowned, and Tang Fei's smile gradually faded. In their view, these words are simply treasonous. However, the young people outside the house, who had low self-esteem, slowly raised their heads, and their eyes had a look that they had never seen before.
Uncle!
Lan Ningxuan called softly. The admiration in her heart could no longer be described in words. Hanji swallowed a mouthful of saliva and mustered up the courage to whisper.
Masterly did treat me differently before.
Moreover, we were not late. It was just that Masterly thought our dress was disgraceful to his school and refused to let me in.
The other young men also nodded in agreement. As soon as these words came out, the young man's face turned extremely ugly.
Master Emo, please listen to my explanation.
Emosai's face was gloomy.
No need to explain anymore. You are simply embarrassing the Imperial College.
The young man was so frightened that his face turned pale. But what he said next left Qin Feng in disbelief. His blood surged and his chest filled with anger. Just listen to Emosai say.
These young men just know their mistakes and don't correct them. They also talk nonsense and have no teachers. Is this how you teach your students?
The young man was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly replied,
I was the one who failed to teach well and failed to correct these stubborn students. Please punish me, Lord Imo.
Imosai said calmly.
Within the next 6 months, all your vacations will be cancelled, and your salary will be halved. As for these naughty students, the Imperial College will be expelled and will never be admitted.
All the teenagers were stunned in place, feeling their heads buzzing.
Lord Imo is wise,
the young man surnamedly shouted excitedly.
As for you,
Imosai looked at Qin Feng again and frowned.
How can anyone come to a holy place like the Imperial College? From now on, you will not be allowed to take another step inside the Imperial Academy. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences.
As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and planned to leave. But at this moment, a sound of breaking wind sounded, and the young man shouted anxiously,
Master Imo, be careful.
Imosai had already stepped into the realm of the 5th grade literary sage. Howren. He looked sideways slightly. His literary energy surged around him, and he easily stopped the flying objects. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Howren token. Imosai said in a deep voice,
What do you mean?
Qin Feng replied calmly,
If the Imperial College doesn't teach these students, then I will teach them.